Chapter 1, New Me is still me. I don't see why you need me for this, Vaeg. My brother commented from the doorway of the smith's shop. Neater than the rest of the smithy, the front of the smithy was used for fittings and to display some of the finer pieces made by the hammer-wielding artisans. Right now, it was serving the former purpose. Your expert opinion, Balin. I rolled my shoulders to test the range of motion afforded by the suit of armor. Good, smooth, effortless. Quality work. Not a surprise, really, this was the Street of Steel, after all. You were a mystery knight at Old Oak, weren't you? I was. At 5 and 10, with father and Iman in attendance. He observed, drawing closer. Will you need me to prepare a horse? Or have you informed father of your plan? It is done, your grace. The smith whispered, rising to his feet, and directing me to the looking glass that was propped against the wall of his shop. I trust it is to your liking. I will leave a note before leaving for Duskendale. I let a smile grace my features as I beheld my reflection. The armor was highly polished, if drab. A single cup was embossed upon the chest, but that was the only concession to ornament I had allowed myself. Simplicity would speak for itself. And yes, Master Briar, excellent work. The helmet. Your grace. The aging smith handed me a visored barbuda, almost archetypally chivalric, and I slid it on. Once again, a beautiful fit. A shame this was little more than a fancy decoy. How do I look? I asked my brother, turning around to give him a better view. Sufficiently mysterious. A bit plain, but that will only accentuate what you do have. After a moment's appraisal, Balin nodded. What name will you be competing under? The Chalice Knight. The Knight of Cups. I corrected, taking off the helmet as the smith directed one of his apprentices to help me out of my armor. I could hardly parade around one of the largest cities on the continent in my disguise before I needed it, could I? Master Briar, could you recommend a painter for the shield? I've taken the liberty of having it arranged ahead of time, your grace. The smith said, holding up a kite shield displaying a near-perfect copy of my temporary heraldry, a black cup on a grey field. Excellent. Thank you, Master Briar. I nodded appreciatively, and the shield was propped up against the padded trunk slowly filling up with my new armor. Any advice, brother? How to best embody the mystery knight? Play into the act. He said. The lowborn will appreciate the spectacle, the knight's your skill, and the lord's the attention such a performance will bring. When I did it, Lord Oakhart boasted about having the silver fool at his tourney for a fortnight. And Lord Darklan will no doubt try to use that to get into father's good graces. I hummed. No doubt the singers would spin tales about how the glories of Duskendale made it irresistible for a young prince to make his knightly debut before the moon turned. If I competed. The thought elicited a smile. He is free to try. Balin said, carefree. Race you back to the keep. I will be carrying a lot of extra weight. I pointed out as the last pieces were piled into the chest and the lid was secured with a satisfying clunk. And I would rather not run my horse lame before a tourney. Bah, spoil sport. Balin said with a good-natured pat on the shoulder. Need my help with anything else? There was a tavern not too far from the river gate that came highly recommended by a friend. I mentioned. Unless you intend to neglect your pregnant wife in favor of drinking the day away, I will pay it a visit on my own. Don't be too long. Balin warned. You know Elisar will inform father if you come to your lessons reeking of drink. Have faith, brother. I paid the smith as we left, deliberately adding a few extra coins to the total. Extra effort deserved extra pay. It would also serve to keep the man from running his mouth. Father is much too busy with his roads to worry about my escapades. I think he might make an exception when he learns how you financed this venture. Balin said. I flushed at the mention of my bargain with the wife of the Master of Coin. Really, a single conversation with the noble lady after studying the ledgers of her husband's predecessor, a suggestion that his work was inefficient. I introduced her to the wonders of double-entry accounting, and suddenly my royal stipend was doubled. Were I paranoid man, and were this a more intrigue-laden time, I might have worried about some of those facts being taken out of context. Luckily for me, Lord Tyrell and his wife were a publicly loving couple, so there was little fertile ground for rumors. He would hardly fault me for my enterprising spirit. I waved off his concerns, taking the saddle and setting off at a gentle trot. The streets were crowded, as was to be expected of the late morning of the realm's capital. Luckily, Balin and I were clearly Targaryen, and our father was beloved by all. Crowds were rarely an issue. So long as I steer clear of brothels. Balin agreed. How many inns do you own, anyhow? A score. I replied easily as we navigated our way through a square filled to the brim with vendors and their stalls hawking their wares. Some of them were intriguing enough, I had to admit, and I may have spent a few more coppers than I had planned before we even made it halfway through the square. Or near enough to make no difference. I suspect I will a few more to that number before the year is out. You frighten me, Vaeg. Balin chuckled. I'll leave you to your business, I am loath to leave Alyssa for too long. The babe. He trailed off, his gaze turning to the massive fortification atop the Aegon's Hill. Sporting far too many towers for my liking, the Red Keep was a blend of palatial luxury and stout fortification. A blend as palatable as a stout ale and a fine wine, in my humble opinion, but I had my own biases. Well, I'd hate to miss the berth. Just investigating a potential acquisition. Some charity work as well, mayhaps, but no business. I said. Go on ahead, I'll be there to greet my newest niece or nephew when the time comes. Balin only flashed a brotherly smile before galloping off. Not that I blamed him, he was an expecting father, after all. I, however, maintained my leisurely pace as I turned my horse towards the docks. I had a plan to execute, after all. I did give a few coins to some of the beggars, though. Some light deception did not mean I had to lie to my favorite brother about everything, after all. Only most things, I bitterly noted. Subterfuge and intrigue were hardly my forte. Was I competent at them? So long as I kept them far away from the rest of my life, yes. Hence why I kept my ventures out of the keep, and all across the city. They were inns, mostly, thanks to being reasonably easy to delegate, and always being in demand. I was going to diversify at some point, I promised myself, but that day never quite seemed to come. The inn I was heading to now, the Sea Drake, was near the docks. As was the case with all my establishments, it was clean, had good drinks, and had lots of beds available. But, most importantly for my purposes, it had guards. Well, half a dozen reasonably disciplined men that I paid to keep violence out of my greatest money maker. Half a dozen well-paid men who had every incentive to ensure my horse and armor would remain safe and unmolested. I was going to have to ask father to reform the city guard, I reminded myself. As it was, they were disorganized and poorly disciplined, but thankfully not too corrupt. Perhaps I'd ask to take care of those duties when I came of age. I could come up with something late. Boss. The man at the door said once he saw me, quickly abandoning his relaxed slouch. His hand slapped against the head of the cudgel nestled in his belt from the suddenness of the motion. Here for an inspection. Business. I answered quickly, carefully watching the man's reaction. Thankfully, he kept his posture. Any sign of relief and I might have been worried. Any notables? A knight stopped by no more than an hour ago, boss. He helpfully informed me. Looks a bit like you. Should still be there, at the back table. Excellent. Stepping through the saloon doors that let the merriment spill into the streets, my eyes swept past most of its occupants. The bar was packed shoulder to shoulder with raucous sailors more concerned with swapping tales while the tables were occupied by clusters of those more concerned with their friends. No, as wonderful as it was to see my prime moneymaker bustling this early in the day, that was not why I was there. No, that was the man with the distinctly Valyrian coloring and sea green cloak sitting near the back chatting amiably with a clearly wealthy man. A captain or trader of some sort. While I would have hated to be on the receiving end of being interrupted while in the middle of what might have been a trade deal of some sort, this was more important. To me. And I was not afraid to pull rank. Corleys. I had to nearly shout to be heard over the crowd that was far too engrossed in their drinks to care about decorum. Luckily, the heir to Driftmark spotted my approach. His current conversation partner shuffled away from the table as I took his place. At least they were aware of the social hierarchy. Or someone sober enough to recognize a prince. I see you got my message. It was hard not to. He shrugged. Your man was quite insistent. What did you need? Passage to Dragonstone. I said. Discreet passage. Tonight, ideally. Straight to the point, eh? You have a plan. The man of 24 raised a disturbingly crisp eyebrow. Claim a dragon, bolster my family's glory, try not to die in the process. I explained, my own smile refusing to falter. Yes, I had a plan. A great plan. Several, really, some of which were already in motion. Great plans that needed a dragon. And since the dragon pit was heavily guarded, and I was feeling a touch impatient, that left Dragonstone. Which I could hardly visit regularly without my royal father being informed. Hence the smuggling. You make it sound so simple. Corlys muttered into his drink as he took a long sip. I am a Targaryen. It is second nature to me. I said with a boastful grin. Best case, I helped save the hatcheries on Dragonstone. Worst case. I had 2 older brothers. Chapter 2, New me is nothing like old me. Would you care to read the next paragraph, Dahlia? Ma edgily asked gently, pushing the open book towards the first of our younger sisters. She hesitated, briefly looking up at us. At the sight of our reassuring nods, she approached the lectern and began to read. And thus, his journeys complete, Huger was granted his final boon and crowned by the father, and 7 stars, danced upon his brow. Dahlia began slowly, her finger following the words. Slow and halting as the reading it was progress from the painfully shy girl she had so recently been. Behold what we have granted you, spake in unison the father, mother, warrior, maid, smith, crone, and stranger. All a man needs to rule, you have received. Use it well, and it shall be your blood to bring salvation across the sea. And so ends the testament of Huger. Maedjli said with a solemn nod to the other members of our little study group. Dahlia, a thin sheen of nervous sweat sparkling on her forehead, only nodded weakly. Sarah looked almost interested while Visera maintained her carefully schooled expression. A lovely story, is it not? Our older sister asked the little trio. Why is the stranger's gift never mentioned? Sarah asked, and I made no attempt to subdue the smile that came to my lips. While hardly my crowning triumph, the steps to turn the neediest of my sisters into a respectable member of the nobility were bearing fruit. A pious curiosity was certainly useful, if properly directed. His gift was the last and greatest of them all, I tried to explain. Truthfully, when it came to the faith's resident psychopomp, there wasn't much detail. Even the book allegedly about the stranger was lacking in substance. I suspected editorial interference, but I was in no position to prove anything. Luckily, my previous life's oft-cursed curiosity was paying off. The stranger gave the gift of peace. When Huger was done, when his sons were grown, he was allowed to join the Father in the seven heavens with no regrets left in the world. But his book said nothing of the kind. Sarah protested. As proud as I was for instilling such an academic spirit, I had to remember that little Sarah still loved attention. She and Visera were the devious ones, but the latter was quiet most of the time. How could we know that happened? The gift of mercy, I explained, even as the irony of the phrase burned on my tongue. In far too many cultures, including those of Westeros, the notion that it is noble to kill those too ill to survive is widespread. Ask any of the wandering septons, from Dorne to the Wall, and you will find they weave a similar tale. Even the followers of the old gods believe it would be kinder to let a greatly wounded or crippled soul die than continue to let them suffer needlessly. And you know this how? Maedjli asked, a slightly teasing smile on her lips. There was no heat there, no malicious spirit, just the inquisitive nature I had sought to instill with these meetings. I spend a lot of time in the city, I explained. People like to talk, and I like to listen. Or would you prefer the list of books I have been reading in the library? Do beware, it is quite extensive. But how could the truth of the seven be in the mouths of the small folk and maesters but not the pages of the seven-pointed star? Sarah asked, and I let my smile grow by just a hair. Here it was. As time passes, our understanding of the gods grows, I said, closing the old leather-bound tome with a satisfying thump. Ask Barth about the doctrine of exceptionalism and you shall see. He knows the lore of the faith better than I could ever hope to. Will that be all? Little Visera asked, and my smile grew into a proper grin. Not until you share your thoughts on our most recent readings. She was not going to escape without having uttered a word this time. It wasn't that she was shy, she just didn't want to. Personally, I blamed the fact that she was just 7. It was pleasant, she replied, but I prefer the songs. I really should not have expected advanced theological debates out of children, but then again, this world is full of stranger things. Acceptable. Maedjli took over for me there, her smile radiating gentle warmth. Run along now. I'm sure the Grand Maester will want to start his lessons soon. Our younger siblings filtered out of the room, chattering happily. Dahlia seemed to hesitate a bit, looking back and not joining her sisters until I nodded her way. She was improving, but there was only so much I could do to help her. To help any of them. I had flapped my wings as soon as I was able, and the storms were howling, but there were limits to what a child could accomplish. Grand as my other plans were, they needed time, coin, and boldness. The first I had in spades, and the others, well, the others would grow more in time. Optimism, Vaegon, optimism. The sound of the door slamming into its frame pulled my mind back to the present, along in the room. No, not alone. Maedjli was still there, idly leafing through the book's pages while I had gotten lost in my thoughts. You're not going to join them? I asked, trying not to betray my surprise. You trust them enough to find their way on their own. They know the way well enough, she remarked, pausing to study one page in particular. Given how far into the tome she was, I was willing to bet it was from the Book of the Crone. You, however, look like someone who requires counsel. An interesting theory, was all I said. A theory that was all too true. Given a decade to plan on my own, it was only natural for there to be holes in my plans. Blinded by my pride, it was only natural for some holes to escape my notice. By the light of the crone, he found the path he must take, Maedjli quoted, and I opted to simply raise a brow. Just because you know your path does not mean you must walk it alone, be it in person or in spirit. With such wise counsel, you should have become a septa, I muttered, returning to my seat next to hers. There was little sense denying her when she wanted to help. And you amazed her, she replied calmly, now ignoring the tome before her in favor of me. Even after all these years, those violet eyes never failed to bore into me, almost straight into my mind. And yet, here we are. Prince and princess, waiting for our father to decide what our fate shall be. I know exactly what shall become of me, I countered, crossing my arms while sporting a confident grin. Prince and knight. And if father allows me the chance and the gods grant their favor, dragon rider. It almost sounds like you have a plan, Maegeli commented. I do, I admitted it, for it cost me nothing. A great deal many plans I had needed to be organized and researched further before they were implemented. Until then, it cost me nothing to admit I have plans. Will you really make me tear out each detail as if it were a rotting tooth? My sister asked. Do you not trust me? Unfair, dear sister. Most unfair. Lord Darklan will be hosting a tourney to celebrate his son's name day, I sighed, giving in. I will be competing as a mystery knight. Balin already knew of that plan, and when father would investigate why I was missing, it was best to have a believable excuse ready. A lie was easier to swallow the more people repeated it. Quite the opportunity, she commented. Duskendale is a day's ride away at most. And since it is a name day tourney, Lord Darklan would hardly call it off even if father were to come and collect his wayward son. Indeed. That was what made it such a good distraction. So why do it? Maegeli asked. You are merely 4 and 10, Vaegon. You would be facing men grown. What chance do you have? Iman managed to win a tourney at 16 and earned a knighthood, I began to explain. Balin competed having seen only 15 name days and earned the same honor. I need to continue the trend. You are mad, Vaegon. She shook her head as she remonstrated me, softly closing the tome she had been studying. Without a doubt. I deadpanned, settling back into my chair. The idiocy of my current plan was hardly a new development, but well in line with the character of chivalry. Idiocy to prove a point about a knight's virility was a running theme in far too many tales, both in this world and the old one. Really, it made the distraction all the more believable. But as you well know, I am more than capable of holding my own. I have seen you watch me in the practice yard. What would mother think? Her brightest son risking his life, all to appease his pride. Maegeli's eyes nearly flashed as she retorted. My dearest sister was all too eager to point out the idiocy of my plan. Despite the inconvenience, it gave me hope for the future of Westeros. If she could impart even a fraction of her wisdom unto her future children, then perhaps future generations might just learn something. Pride, hopefully, at witnessing her third son proving his abilities, I replied pithily. I pray your actions can measure up to your words. A length of white fabric was then thrust at my face. A ribbon, really, more than long enough to tie around my AR. Wait a minute. Is that? That was a lady's favor. People did not just carry around a favor, not even the most devoted and naive princess would carry one to her studies. Why would Maegeli have had one on her person? Unless someone had told her. Gods damn it all. Balin. Chapter 3, Sneaking out at night never goes wrong. There was something to be said for the Westerosi method of timekeeping. Little of it was good, granted, but there was something primal yet poetic about describing the time of night with animals. Sure, I had no clue what made one particular hour evocative of the eel rather than the ghosts, but I had plenty of time to ponder that difference as I waited for the hours to crawl by. Plenty of time to organize and hide the dozens of notes and plans that littered my rooms. Too many were still in the planning stages, lacking vital details or components that would not be available for some time yet. Luckily, Plan Save My Family from itself was inching closer to viability with every passing second. Some concrete details were yet missing, and I could not afford to improvise. It was one thing to want to screw over Old Town and all the political players that called that city home, but quite another to know how. Dragons would be involved, I knew that much, be they flesh or gold, metaphorical or literal. But bribes and dragon fire would hardly suffice to bring down two of the most heavily ingrained social institutions in Westeros. At least, not for long. With a sigh, I tucked those notes beneath an in-progress Valyrian translation of the seven-pointed star. Looking off to the side, I checked the water clock that I kept in my room. The water level was nearing the icon of the wolf, near the bottom, signaling that I was running out of time. My more sensitive plans were slipped beneath a loose tile while the more harmless documents went into the desk itself. I left a sealed note on top of my desk before confidently striding out. A simple explanation that I was heading for Duskendale to compete and not to worry, along with a suggestion to ask Balin or Maegeli if they doubted the veracity of the message. The wax that sealed the roll of parchment had hardened hours ago, so I was spared the agony of worrying over every single word and phrase. Leaving it to rest on my bed, I began the next plan, sneaking out of the keep. The royal apartments were in Magur's Holdfast, the smaller caste within a castle that was nestled within the Red Keep. The dry moat of spikes all around it was a grim reminder that this inner structure was an emergency fallback in case everything had gone catastrophically wrong. Luckily, these days were peaceful, and the drawbridge was kept down. Sneaking across the drawbridge was easy. The knights of the King's Guard protecting my parents would not be relieved until well after dawn, and they remained within the depths of the holdfast. Thus, I could make my way through the keep without too much trouble. Had I developed a habit of long nighttime strolls, I might even have been able to make my way to the stables without sneaking and sliding into cover at the slightest noise. Alas, my foresight was as limited as it had always been, and I used every ounce of paranoia I had accumulated over a lifetime and a half. Was it necessary? Probably not. Was that going to stop me from keeping my ears and eyes alert to even the slightest change in the environment? Definitely not. Getting to the stables was easy. Saddling my horse was laughable. Loading up the trunks I had kept in the stables no different. The closest to a real challenge came at the gates. A prince sneaking into the city in the dead of night was a lot harder to ignore than a midnight meander through the halls, after all, but I had a plan. Ho there! I called out to the guards beside the postern gate I had chosen as my exit. Going by their slumped shoulders and sluggish responses, they were struggling to even keep their eyes open. Not that I could blame them, they had a boring post during a boring time. Who goes there? On second thought, tired did not seem that accurate a descriptor. Barely capable of remaining vertical seemed more apt a descriptor going by the voice. Or horribly drunk. Or both. King's Landing had far too many people like that. Prince Vaegon Targaryen, I called out, not bothering with subtlety. Most low-born people were understandably hesitant to interfere with nobility, let alone royalty, unless their aims were nefarious. Even in the limited torchlight of the Red Keep in the dark of night, it was hard to mistake me for anyone else. I'm heading into the city. At this time of night, Your Grace. The one on the right asked, scratching at a scraggly beard as he yawned. Mighty dangerous in the city proper. We could spare a few men to escort you. That will not be necessary, I shot down the offer, coming to a halt before them. The gate was, unfortunately, barred, so I needed their cooperation. Best case scenario, I persuaded them. Worst case scenario, I had bribe money. And wine. I'm setting out for Duskendale. Fair days right away, that is. The one on the left nodded, looking less tired and more thoroughly soused. I might require both the coin and the drink for this duo. Good thing I raided the kitchens before I picked up my armor. Lord Darklyn is hosting a tourney, and I will be participating, I answered, putting a cocky smile on my face. Sad as it was, my genuine smiles were not terribly endearing. Will you deny the king's son the chance to earn his spurs? And no, Your Grace. Left sputtered, stumbling towards the gate to work the mechanism while Beard stood back with a weary smile. Without another word, a coin purse with a respectable sum of silver stars was removed from my belt and dropped into the waiting hand. Pleasant evening to you both. True to our unspoken bargain, no alarm was raised as I trotted through the gate and down into the city. I had heard rumors of the King's Landing nightlife, had seen the lights from the towers of the Red Keep, but I had never been able to experience it for myself. It was a beautiful sight, the maze of streets and alleys illuminated by all manner of light to create a dazzling display of light. Deep within my memories, I could almost recall the cities and towns of a misspent youth, could almost recall of even the smallest mountain village had managed to outshine this primitive city, but I didn't care. This was my home now, and it had its own beauty. But even if I could not sample its beauty tonight, there would always be another night to celebrate. For now, I kept my horse trotting through the streets, ignored the many wine sinks and taverns and inns that dotted the city, some of which I was proud to call my own, as I made my way to the docks. The drinks never stopped flowing at the Sea Drake, after all, no more than the waves that gently rocked the docked ships. And it was at the Sea Drake where I was to meet up with my ticket to Dragonstone. Which was a fancy way of referring to Sir Corlys Velaryon. Vaegon, the heir to Driftmark, still sat at the same table at the back of the tavern, looking much the same as he had when I had last seen him. The flagon of wine beside him was new, but he had been waiting at the tavern for a while. How lax are the guards at the Red Keep these days that they allow a prince to ride into the city unaccompanied in the dead of night. In full Targaryen livery, no less. They are the finest men my father can find in the city, I said without missing a beat, taking a look around the still bustling tavern. The city slept as much as sailors stopped drinking when ashore, it seemed. Best not reveal too much. Is everything done? On my end, Corlys allowed, slowly rising to his feet. Sensing his intentions, I looped an arm across his shoulders and helped him hobble towards the stables. Even if his gait was too steady and his leaning too regular for this to be genuine. The other patrons were too preoccupied by their own activities to notice, thankfully. Vaegon, what did you bring? A disguise, I said simply, slapping the trunk still affixed to my poor horse. It was only for a little while longer, valiant steed, never fear. Once I had donned my plate, it could rest easy. By which I mean armor. You can put that on yourself, Corlys warned. Ah, it was good to have a friend. Fair enough, I said, grabbing one of the trunks while the Valyrian carried the other. Heavy though they were, we did not need to carry it very far. He led the way down the docks a brief way, stopping in front of a slender ship whose sails were colored a distinctive sea green. Corlys, when I asked for discreet passage, I imagined something with subtlety. Nothing more subtle than the sea snake sailing familiar waters, he explained, boarding what I quickly realized was his personal ship. This personal favor was going to cost me a lot down the road, I was starting to realize. And Driftmark is awfully close to Dragonstone. You never know when an unfortunate gust of wind might drive you off course. Then again, we were friends. And I still had my bribe wine. Chapter 4, not insane, just differently rational. In hindsight, charging off to Dragonstone once a convenient excuse to leave town presented itself may not have been my wisest idea. Ha! Ma Edgley might just raise the dreaded eyebrow and present me with a whole list of my other not my wisest ideas if I ever said that to her, no matter how many of those ideas had been Baelin's. Naturally, I formed a new plan, don't admit it wasn't a wise idea to anyone and just swagger on. Really, it rated just ahead of keeping awake for more than an entire day in preparation for my little excursion in terms of idiocy. When I had roped Corlys into this scheme of mine, I had entertained the idea of sleeping on the journey over to the island. Alas, I had underestimated how short a journey it would be on Corlys Valyrian's personal runabout. Thus, the sun had barely begun to cast its orange fingers across the sky by the time we had made it past Driftmark. I had precious little time to prepare myself as we crossed the brief channel between the two most important islands of the narrow sea, time that I spent donning my armor. It would hardly do to be recognized by the locals, after all. While the guards could be convinced to help me, the dragon keepers were another story. They had not been informed of my visit and were more likely to confine me to the keep until my father came to resolve the matter. That was a conversation I would very much like to avoid. There's a fishing village at the eastern tip of the island, Corlys informed me as I tightened the last straps on my breastplate. Thank the Seven for advances in armor design and thank the Smith in particular for Master Briar's foresight in making this particular suit easy to put on without assistance. We'll dock there. You go tame you dragon, and then I'll. A near-deafening roar interrupted my friend as the early morning sky darkened above us. Slipping on my helmet, I turned to face the source of the noise, revealing a vivid red dragon climbing into the sky. It roared again, soaring westwards over our heads. Caraxes out flying? My brother Aemon must be returning to King's Landing, resuming his duties as Master of Laws. Or to visit our pregnant sister. That was fine by me. Aemon was, not my favorite brother. Granted, I only had 2 of them and it was hard to beat Baelin. Especially when he was 10 years my elder, a father, a member of the small council, and a lord in your own right. He was too busy for his youngest brother, and I could hardly fault him for that. As long as he was not there to meddle in my efforts to save his island holdings from itself, all the better. This was something I could handle just fine on my own. I'll see you in King's Landing, then, I said as I disembarked, my voice muffled slightly by the helmet. This was it. My last chance to back out had sailed, it was time to act. I did not spare Corlys and his departing ship a glance as I trudged off towards the volcano that dominated the island. The Dragonmont was smoking, as it so frequently did, and that was enough to keep most of the dragons within their lairs. Increased volcanic activity meant warmer caves, and the beasts loved little as much as a warm home. Hopefully, that smoke did not herald a disastrous eruption. There was a well-worn path that hugged the coastline. The hard-packed combination of soil, volcanic ash, and sand was surprisingly pleasant as far as dirt roads went, with fewer bumps than I had anticipated. Still a dirt road, though, and one that was largely unmarked. In other words, still a bother. The disturbingly low literacy could be blamed for that, I suppose. Another reason to declaw the maesters at the earliest opportunity. But my ideas for radically upending the social structure of Westeros could wait until after I had access to the world's angriest lizard. For now, I had to focus on finding said flying lizard's lair. I knew it was on the eastern half of the island, if only from shadowing Lord Tyrell at the last small council meeting. I also knew that he had recently stripped a hatchery clean, so he was probably still reasonably well fed. Hopefully, that meant the dragon was not in the mood for roast Targaryen. Then again, I was not an expert on the dietary requirements of dragons. Or the nutritional value of dragon eggs. Considering that magic was involved, almost anything was possible. And since I had no desire to research how many dragon eggs it would take to keep a dragon satiated, it was going to remain a mystery for the foreseeable future. For now, all that mattered was getting to the dragon's lair. That meant paying close attention to my surroundings in the hope of finding some clues. Since the beast had a marked preference for its own kind, however, there was hardly going to be a convenient trail of burned prey to follow. So I had to improvise. Which meant taking the first path that led towards the volcano. Because I was a smart man. Still, there were worse plans. Caves were hard to miss, especially caves that were large enough to host this particular dragon. Such caves were more likely to be found on the side of the mountain. Thus, I continued my hike while keeping my eyes peeled for any gaps in the dark stone of the mountain. It took hours. Hours of marching under the pre-noon sun, while not the worst time to do so, was hardly pleasant. It was enough to reduce me to a sweaty mess in plate. Even after removing the helmet. Even with the benefit of the sea breeze. I was still hiking in full plate after all. I was sweating so badly I was almost tempted to wonder whose dumb idea that was, but I didn't. Because I was a smart man. As the sun began to reach its zenith, I finally found it. A gaping hole in the side of the dragon mont. Scorch marks dotted the surrounding rocks and what little vegetation had managed to grow had long since been reduced to cinders and ash. It was a dragon's lair, that much was certain. And since there were only 2 wild dragons on the island worth mentioning, I was fairly confident that this cave belonged to my target. There was no sense in delaying the inevitable. Simply approaching the cave filled me with dread. This was a beast that had never known a rider. This was a beast whose preferred prey was dragons. How much of the blood of the dragon was metonymy, I wondered, and how much was literal? More importantly, would it matter? Taming a dragon was more an art than a science. While there was plenty of literature about dragon hatching and rearing, there was precious little about the act of taming itself. Normally, there was a presumption of knowing your target, these were intelligent creatures, and you had to tailor your approach appropriately. How aggressive was it? How much did it eat? Who was its last rider? There were 100 variables to consider. The cannibal was old, angry, liked to eat smaller dragons, and had never been ridden before. Any one of those qualities would have been a red flag large enough to function as a Lannister banner. Combined, it made me painfully aware of just how much of a foolhardy idea this was. There likely wouldn't even be enough of me left for my parents to perform the funeral rites for if this didn't work. At least now I had confirmation that the cannibal, if this was indeed his lair, ate things other than smaller dragons. At least 3 mangled sheep skeletons poked through piles of ash, along with a cow's head and far too many human skulls for my liking. Ah, there it was. In between piles of pale bones smothered in dark ash rested smaller pieces of gleaming black bone, and that was all the confirmation I needed. This was the cannibal's lair, and it left me feeling all too vulnerable. But this was the first step of the 3rd phase of my master plan. Phases 1 and 2 would not bear fruit for quite some time, being personal and economic in nature, but this one would generate near immediate returns. More importantly, if the other parts failed, this was my backup. This was my greatest weapon to keep my family safe for at least the century ahead, if not the one after. I could settle for mediocrity or try to make a difference. And in this life or the past one, mediocrity was never going to be enough. Cannibal. I called out into the darkness of the cave. Show yourself. On cue, 2 glowing orbs of venomous green larger than my head blinked into existence in the dark cave. The pupils were tiny specks of black, smaller than my hand, smaller than they had any right to be in a cave that dark. Here we go. I am Vaegon Targaryen, I announced myself. And I have need of you. The orbs tilted slightly, the head that housed them turning in a mute query before returning to their normal position, growing larger as they neared. Slowly, a massive head left the darkness of the cave, sliding into the brightly lit outside world. The coal-black head was nearly twice as high as I and moved with a grace that I did not expect from a creature of that size. I have need of a dragon, and who better than you? I asked and was met in turn with a growl so deep I felt it resonate deep within my chest. Perhaps this was the wrong approach to take? Time to change strategies. You are the greatest of the dragons on this island. Why should I settle for a creature that thinks a diet of pure mutton makes it strong? The growl subsided and more the dragon revealed itself, sliding further into the light as a resounding thump heralded a forelimb dragging the body of the massive creature closer still. I could make out some spines along the neck of the creatures, though the nape was thankfully free of them. Green eyes, pupils still frighteningly small, bored into mine with a hint of impatience. It was unnerving how much intelligence was hidden in such a small movement. Just how smart was this beast? My family will wipe itself out if I do not intervene, pitting brother against sister, dragon against I explained, earning another bone-rattling growl as I cut myself off. Was the promise of violence not appealing to the cannibal? Was a future of glorious battle not to his liking? Wait a minute. The cannibal did not hunt the larger wild dragons despite his considerable size advantage. Could it be? If I do intervene, and I cannot do so without you, then you will never have to face another dragon in battle as long as I live, I explained, and the growl dissipated. Was it me, or was there a fading green light peering through those black fangs? Reaching out with an armored hand, I stood my ground, invited him to come to me. That is my offer to you. Immediately, he roared, his eyes blazing once more in reaction to the perceived insult. But no green light showed itself in his throat, and he did not advance at all. I stood my ground as the roar washed over me as my pulse pounded in my throat. Uncertainty would doom me. Weakness would doom me. Confidence, the blood of the dragon, would prevail. Gently, hesitantly, the massive black head neared the offered hand. Giant nostrils sniffed at the limb and its iron plating. For a pulse-pounding moment, the beast before me seemed to weigh its options. Its lips drew back in a snarl as it nudged my hand slightly. It took every ounce of nerve in my body to keep myself from flinching. Of course, I was the blood of the dragon, and why would I flinch from myself? Seemingly satisfied, the cannibal bent its neck, lowering its nape to let me climb on. That went better than expected, frankly. Chapter 5, I swear I planned this. Flying on a dragon was hardly a novel experience, at least not for me. Father had taken me on flights atop Vermithor a few times once I had started to show interest in the creatures, and Balin had always been eager to take me with him when he flew to tourneys. Flying unaccompanied, without a saddle, without chains to keep me in place, without even a damned whip. Well, that was just new. Trying to steer the dragon was just as problematic. And navigation? Ha! I had always thought it would be merely a question of instinct to direct the cannibal. Perhaps it would even be a literal meeting of the minds, something akin to the wargs of the first men. Unfortunately, the texts in the library were infuriatingly vague on the subject. All Balin would say on the matter was that Vaegon went where he wanted her to go, that the whip was just for encouragement. Maybe the cannibal was different? Just my luck, then. Of course, I had not been trying to direct the cannibal. Really, I had just been holding on for dear life, trying not to be thrown into the churning waters of Blackwater Bay every time the great beast dared to interrupt a perfectly adequate glide with another beat of his gargantuan wings. As a result, I had not really been paying much attention to directing where we were going beyond west. Whatever it was, I ended up wedged behind the dragon's horns, clinging to the thick neck as if my life depended on it. Because it did. After all, I was several hundred feet above the sea, clinging to a magical flying lizard with all the might of my 14-year-old limbs could muster. My poor arms. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to use them for the next month. With the crownlands drawing nearer and nearer, I needed them all the more for the task ahead. With the rapidly approaching eastern coast of Westeros and no city to be seen, it was clear that a course correction would be necessary. Two problems, though: which way, and how? The ships saved me the trouble of navigation. As was the nautical custom, they hugged the coasts during their voyages. Right now, the ones I saw were headed left, so south from a cardinal standard. Both Duskendale and King's Landing were south of Dragonstone, so I would hit upon one or the other if I turned left. The capital wasn't my destination of choice, but right now, at least it was something. Either way, I needed to turn left just a touch. Which brought me to the second and even bigger problem: how? I knew the basics of it from rides with my parents and brother. Dragons were highly aggressive beasts. Unlike horses, they would turn in the direction of danger, rather than away from it. With that in mind, I tapped the left side of the cannibal's neck. No response. I knocked on it. Scratched it. Tickled it. Nothing. In pure desperation, I slapped it. Immediately, the dragon gave a bellowing roar as he twisted in the air, almost turning around completely to see where the imagined attack had come from. The head kept swiveling, not seeing a threat but unwilling to accept that everything was fine. Meanwhile, I had to contend with being slung around by said head. The subsequent whiplash caused my thighs to begin to slip. Easy, easy, I tried to assuage the massive dragon. That was me. We need to change course. See those ships? Follow them. Thankfully, the cannibal understood me and smoothly turned to follow the steady stream of ships heading south. I allowed myself to relax briefly as the dragon resumed his pattern of gliding for most of a minute before beating his wings for a few seconds to regain altitude. This was terrifying, truth be told, but I could adapt. Eventually, a smudge appeared on the horizon. As we drew closer, it began to stretch, spreading across the landscape while simultaneously growing taller. Buildings slowly came into view but were hard to identify. Luckily, the large keep jutting into the sea was easily and quickly recognizable as the Dun Fort of Duskendale. The cannibal roared again as if to announce his presence, and I paid it no mind, thinking it mere theatrics. That inattention lasted until I heard two roars in answer. One roar I knew well, the familiar deep bellow of Vermithor. The other was alien to me, brighter, shriller. It wasn't Silverwing's echo of Vermithor, Vaegon's challenging cry, Malay's shriek, or even Caraxie's bloodthirsty call. And Balryan of course was anything but shrill. The cannibal, unlike me, was of a mind to find out. He swooped low, plummeting to a level just barely above the water, and made a beeline for the nearest beach. We nearly snapped the mast off of one of the ships navigating the coastal waters in his hurry to land, digging a furrow into the sand as we skidded to a halt. Cannibal! I began, only for the beast to all but thrust his head onto the sand, a mute invitation to dismount. The sudden shock easily dislodged me from my seat, sending me tumbling into the sand of the beach. Dragging myself to my feet, I tried to ignore the scream of my protesting legs. We were almost there. You could have just dropped me off at Duskendale. A muted snarl was the cannibal's response. No bellow? No angry roar? The dragon bared his fangs, shining black and long as my forearm, but remained disturbingly silent, refusing to move from his spot. Refusing to make more noise than necessary. He really was scared of his own kind, wasn't he? Fine. I could allow that much, turning away from the cowering dragon. He was larger than almost all living dragons, but he was driven into such trepidation at the mere sound of his own kind that he was functionally useless. We'd work on that later. For now, it appeared that I would need to walk the rest of the way to Duskendale. Still fully armored. It wasn't that far. Or so I thought. Several hours later, I was of an entirely different opinion. Distances were difficult to judge when you rarely had to walk them yourself. In full armor, mind. At least I still had the refreshing sea breeze to keep off the worst of the heat, but the helmet hardly helped matters. Once again, brilliant effort in choosing a disguise by yours truly. And it only cost a small fortune. Bright side, Vaegon. Think on the bright side. The armor at least maintained my anonymity as I marched towards Duskendale, joining the steady trickle of knights and hangers-on who sought to gain fortune and fame at the tourney. At least, that's what I assumed. I never got close enough to see who exactly they were since they all had horses. I would have to limit myself to the melee, then. Still, the hike to Duskendale gave me plenty of time to contemplate how I would deal with the consequences of my deception. No sense in deluding myself, I had lied to my family about what I was going to do. And my father had believed the lie and was in Duskendale to see the results for himself. Along with another mystery writer. Luckily, I could puzzle out who it was. Both of my brothers and eldest sister already had dragons and were busy either doing their jobs or preparing to become parents. My mother was bedridden with her pregnancy, so that could only mean one thing: one of my remaining sisters had claimed a dragon. It couldn't possibly be Dahlia, who was still too afraid of the great beasts to even approach the pit. Neither Sarah nor Visera were anywhere near old enough to be allowed to try for a dragon large enough to ride. That left Maedgeli. And since the only dragons left in the pit were Dreamfire and Balerion, that meant Maedgeli had no doubt claimed Dreamfire. Which meant she was here. Maedgeli, who had given me her favor for the tourney. My trek to Duskendale became slightly more taxing. Chapter 6, A Song of Swords and Shields. Duskendale was a lovely city, given its circumstances. While my frame of reference was limited to King's Landing, my few trips beyond its walls had been to castles rather than cities. Other than tainted by the lingering ghosts of memories of a past life, it still felt positively delightful to walk its streets. Perhaps because it had grown into its current size over centuries instead of a span of a few decades? Sadly, I had had precious little time to sample its charms before signing up for the melee. And even less time before the melee began. I had cut it close with my arrival, if only because Lord Darklan had wanted to save the joust for last, opting to open first with the squire's melee and then the proper melee. No prizes for guessing which one I joined. Sir Dennis Darklan, commander of the city guard of Duskendale. The herald announced, no doubt situated just above the pavilion, bellowing to be heard over the constantly shifting murmur of the crowd as a man in a blue surcoat entered the tourney grounds from the shaded pavilion. His sigil was inordinately complex, checkered black and yellow, except for a red ribbon to the side. A pair of white shields were prominently displayed on said ribbon. An attempt to appeal to my father, no doubt. Perhaps he sought to become the next of those shields? And boy oh boy, was I starting to regret things. These were grown men, experienced knights performing to earn the favor of Lord Darklan and his young son. I was but a 14-year-old boy. No matter how well built, well trained, and in shape I was, there was still a vast gulf of experience between myself and them. Did I forget to mention that these men were knights, and I was a mere squire? Sir Riam Redwine of the King's Guard. The White Knight marched out into the tourney grounds to raucous cheers, louder even than for the knight who ensured their continued safety. The perks of well-earned glory, I suppose. I did not relish having to face any of my father's King's Guard. They were kind enough men and were eager to help in the training yard, but that only meant I knew exactly how deadly they were with their weapons. Sir Giles was the one I would have preferred to fight, if only because he was the Lord Commander, and thus had marginally less time to train than his sworn brothers. Of course, the King's Guard with the least time to train was much like the smallest dragon, still entirely capable of killing a grown man without much effort. And I, as I was reminded all too frequently, was not a grown man. Sir Pate the Woodcock of the King's Guard. The other White Knight, this one clutching a long spear, rose to his feet a bit more slowly than his compatriot, thus leaving me alone in the pavilion as more cheers trickled in. He was getting on in years if memory served, older than even my father, but that only meant his experience was all the greater. After all, an old man going strong in a profession where most die young should terrify the living daylights out of you, as Sir Baristan proved in the books. I really was in over my head. Still, I had made it this far. All I had to do was not get beaten to death within the first 5 minutes. Double-checking the knotting on the favor wound about my right arm, I tried to calm my racing heart as I waited for the herald to call the name I had elected to use as my pseudonym for this competition. In summation, more than a score of knights had come to the tourney. Of that number, 2 were knights of the King's Guard. The next youngest competitor had 6 years on me, most easily more than 10. They had years of experience and were intimately familiar with the weapons they were wielding. I only had a hammer I had bought off a smith as I strolled into the city. Fuck. It is my honor to present the mystery knight, the Knight of Cups. The cheers of the crowd dimmed slightly as I entered the tourney grounds. I filled the sole gap in the square of knights assembled in the center of the tourney grounds before turning to my hosts. Lord Darklan was seated in the center of his box, as was his right as the organizer of the event. To his left was his wife, sitting with a young boy seated in her lap, but I hardly spared them a glance in favor of the man seated on the Lord's right. King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the first of his name, looked on with great interest despite the lack of action. His multicolored crown glittered upon his brow, where it seemed to melt into the silver gold hair. And to his right was my sister Maejali, clad in the Targaryen colors. Her gaze locked onto me and a smile blossomed on her face. Oh yes, she knew. And judging by the pleased smile on my father's face, so too did he. I raised my hammer in a mute salute to the king and to the lord who hosted us, and the crowd dutifully cheered. As much as the people might enjoy their spectacles, there were limits to their patience. And since more than 20 knights had trotted out to bask in their attention, I could hardly blame them. My lords and knights. Lord Darklan rose from his seat, approaching the railing to address the competitors. A plain-looking man, he nonetheless had the aristocratic bearing and the noticeable paunch that marked his status. I thank you for competing in this melee to celebrate my son's 6th name day. Take up a position along the stands and await the horn that will signal the beginning of the melee. Best of luck and may the 7 favor the bravest among you. Offering another salute to the young heir to Duskendale, I obeyed. On my right, I found the Knight of House Ricker, armed with a great sword in direct contrast to the crossed hammers of his heraldry. On my left was a knight whose heraldry was a white lamb on green, that of House Stokeworth, armed with the more traditional combination of sword and shield. Ricker was the priority target. If I could get close, my hammer would bring him down in but a handful of blows. Then again, so would my shield. The knight only had a sword, and I was not shy about hitting a man with a heavy slab of iron-rimmed oak. I took a moment to note where the greatest threats were. Sirs Pate and Riam had split up, thankfully, unlikely to form a murderous pair that would plow through the competition. Instead, they had gone to opposite ends of the arena. Most likely, this meant they would aim for each other, taking out whoever was foolish enough to interrupt. Hopefully. The resounding blare of the horn cut off what little planning I could manage as the melee began. The Stokeworth knight turned off towards the right, opting for some other target, as I jogged towards Ricker. He did not fail to notice me, raising his sword towards me in mute acceptance of the challenge. I gave a respectful nod of acknowledgement by letting his blade tap against my hammer, and thus the first fight of my first melee began. Immediately, I closed in on him. I needed to get within range to properly use my hammer, after all. I was hoping to bait either a thrust or an overhead swing. I could counter those for a quick win. Alas, a low slash aimed at my legs forced me to stop or risk being tripped as the knight read my intentions immediately, redirecting the momentum from his swing to hammer a blow into my left arm. Luckily, my shield was there to protect me. His attack was too weak to bite too deeply into the wood even with the momentum he had transferred into the blow. Instead, the blade skidded across the shield's surface as the blow was redirected upwards. An opening. I closed the distance, getting in range as my hammer descended on the knight's leg. My shield remained up, though. Even if I could not see exactly where an attack might come from, it would protect me from a direct blow on my left side. Circumvention would require attacking my right side, the side I was already watching. My swing never connected as my opponent retreated, and I was forced to bring my hammer back to its guard position. Instead, something heavy slammed into my shield, driving it away and revealing the sword leveled to strike at my chest. I took a small step to the side, leaning back as I brought the spike on the back of my hammer around the sword's guard as it scraped across my chest. Twisting at the waist, I yanked my arm back, trying to rip the sword from the knight's grip. The knight stumbled forwards but refused to release his grip on the weapon. No surprise there, 2 arms were stronger than a single arm with momentum. My chances weren't looking so good. So I improved my chances. Continuing my rotation, I slammed my shield into the knight's gut. Whether it was due to the better pivot or the sudden impact, Sir Ricker's grip loosened. It was marginal, but it was enough for me to yank the sword free of his grasp. It landed in the dirt with a muffled thump, and I redirected my hammer's swing towards his head. My foe unfortunately had experience on his side. His arms rose to stop my blow before it could crash into his head. Hands reached for the haft of my weapon in an attempt to disarm me, and I remembered something rather important: I still had a shield. A shield which I wasted no time burying tip first in the knight's stomach. The first blow stopped his grasping attempts to reach my weapon. The second brought his arms down. The third was stopped by an interfering arm. There was no fourth strike with my shield. Instead, my hammer crashed into my opponent's helm, knocking him to the ground. With the face, mind you. Using the spike to strike would earn me all the wrong kinds of attention. A moment later, with the hammer leveled at his head, Sir Ricker stripped off a gauntlet and tossed it to me. I yield, Sir. He said, voice muffled by the helmet. Well fought. Well fought, I agreed, jamming the gauntlet into my belt. After the melee, when the time came to collect the ransom, I would need it. Until then, it was little more than a trophy gauging how skilled, or tired, an opponent was. All of the action and reaction took no less than a few breaths, a minute at most. But then again, in combat, a second can be the crucial difference between victory and defeat. Standing still was tantamount to suicide. Speaking of which, I had to get moving and get my head back in the game. The Knight of House Stokeworth was still busy trading blows with a knight whose heraldry showed a yellow crab on blue. It was an even fight from the look of things, sword and shield against sword and shield. An even fight that would go on for a while. No, I needed to find other opponents. The white-armored knights had met in the center of the tourney field, half a dozen knights lying on the ground around them as a warning not to interfere in their duel. Sword against spear. Ha, no. Ah. There we go. A knight with red chevrons on his shield was also without an opponent, standing with a gauntlet at his belt. He would serve. Banging my hammer against my shield to grab his attention, I approached my next opponent. He, in turn, raised his sword in a silent salute, accepting my challenge. Like many of the other knights competing, he was armed with sword and shield, though he kept the point of his shield turned towards his elbow. Preference for defensive shield usage, then. Since he used a sword, that left him with limited offensive potential against a heavily armored foe. Heavy armor that most knights boasted. Still, he was eager to fight and that worried me. The knight, whose heraldry I belatedly recognized as that of House Roshby, wasted no time and began his offensive with a strike I easily caught on my shield's iron rim. Knocking the sword away, I retaliated with my hammer but struck only air as the knight retreated. The retreat transitioned smoothly into a lunge that rang my head like a bell, leaving me reeling and subsequently missing an opportunity to repeat the disarming move I had used on the other knight. The follow-up strike to my neck, however, I was able to stop with my shield. Unfortunately, my next attack too fell short. Did I just not have enough reach? Or was I too slow? No, I was just too inexperienced. Inexperience that could all too easily lead to a lack of confidence. And that would inevitably lead to my defeat. The only solution? Fake it until I made it. Backpedaling, I gained some distance from the Roshby knight, his blade cutting only air. He transitioned seamlessly into another cut, chopping at my shoulder. But this time, I did not idly let him strike me. No, I had a plan. I lashed out with my shield, slamming the blade out of the way. Meanwhile, my hammer struck my foe's waiting shield. Practically worthless as far as hits went, but it was still a successful attack. All that mattered was getting that next hit. It was a pattern that repeated itself. One of us would begin to push the other, only to fail to land a decisive blow. A counter would force the other on the defensive, gaining breathing room to land an attack of their own. It would deteriorate into a barely felt series of blows until one of us broke away to reassess our plan of attack. And through it all, with every blow that I landed, I felt new strength trickle into my limbs. The confidence I needed, the belief that I could beat the more experienced knight before me, slowly grew until I felt bold enough to try something that might let me win. The next attack was aimed higher than usual, an attack which if not corrected would slide off the top of the helmet without leaving as much as a ringing in the ears. This being a hammer, it was simply a matter of flicking the wrist to change the trajectory and maintain momentum. As a result, it was hardly something the knight could ignore, and he interposed his shield as he hammered my own shield with a powerful blow. But it gave me the opportunity to make my own opening. Sliding the hammer forwards, the head began to peek over the top of the shield as I took another blow to the side. And then I turned the hammer to the spiked side. Pulling hard on the hammer, I shifted the shield out of position. The knight realized what I was doing, of course, but not before giving me a gap of several inches. And, more importantly, a convenient pivot for my next strike. The point of my shield hammered into his side, and I heard the distinctive sound of protesting metal. Unfortunately, I was unable to capitalize on the opportunity I had created because of one small factor I had failed to consider, the ground. Churned dirt did not offer the greatest traction, as I learned to my chagrin. My back foot lost all traction as I slid onto my knees against my will, my attack aborted as I was forced to catch myself. I did not lose my weapon, thankfully, but I did lose the best opportunity I was going to get to win this fight. Undone by the ground all things. This could not stand. Literally. I took a blow to the head that once again set my hearing ringing and nearly sent me sprawling, but it did little to dissuade me from desperate action. I charged. From my low starting position, I slammed into the knight's legs, sending him clattering to the ground, with me soon following suit. The difference was that I was on top of the pile, with a dangerous weapon in hand. The spike on my hammer rested above the helmet's eye slit as I waited for him to see wisdom. I yield, sire. The words, though muffled, seemed to be delivered grudgingly. No further words left his helmet, but he offered his gauntlet to me, nonetheless. And thus, I had two jammed into my belt as I returned to my feet to see a field devoid of knights, save for the two knights of the King's Guard still engaged in a duel at the center of it all, with the knight in the familiar heraldry of House Darkland collapsed nearby. He must have tried to interfere, poor fool. Was I all that was left? Whirling around to inspect the field, I saw only the rough dirt ringed by the stands, with the occasional unconscious knight in the process of being dragged away by the servants. Were there only 3 knights remaining? Was I one of the 3? I did not want to fight either of the white knights. Of course, judging by the burning within my arms and legs that I was no longer able to ignore, it would not be much of a fight. Thus, I stood off to the side and waited for the knights at least twice my age to finish their fight while I vainly hoped for the adrenaline to return and take away the ache in my limbs. It did not happen, of course. By the time the throb in my sore legs advanced to a dull scream, Sir Pate made a mistake. His recovery on a thrust was just a moment too slow, and his spear was quickly snapped in two by Sir Riam's blade, and the former chose that moment to yield to his younger sworn brother. Said sworn brother checked the arena for other challengers, finding nothing until his eyes settled on me. Without a word, his blade saluted me, my hammer mirroring the motion to the delight of the crowd. What else could I do? Said delight grew deafening barely a moment later as my hand was contemptuously relieved of its weapon in a single blow from Sir Riam. I yield, sire. Accepted, the young knight of the King's Guard said without hesitation. Remove your helm, sire. Show these fine people the face of the mystery knight. Had I known that the crowd could get even louder the moment I took off my helm, I would have refused. Chapter 7, Deceiving the Royal Family Has Consequences, Who Knew? Leave us, my father commanded after all but dragging me into Lord Darkland's solar. The Lord himself had granted the father the use of it for the duration of his stay as he was too busy showing his son the wonders of the tourney to fulfill the minutiae of rulership. Quite unlike Jaehaerys, really. His knights obeyed without hesitation, herding out what few servants had been in the chamber in the process. The door slammed shut behind the white knights as they resumed their vaunted guard duty, leaving me alone with my father. King Jaehaerys the first of his name was not the sort of man given to fits of rage. Never the blind rage that had consumed his uncle, never the vengeful anger that had consumed his grandfather in Dorne, but it would be the height of foolishness to believe he did not get angry. Even now, with that carefully schooled smile on his face, my father could have been howling with fury on the inside for all I knew. Jaehaerys, ever the man capable of calming feuds stretching back centuries, was inscrutable when he chose to be. Curse those crow's feet bestowed by age, making it impossible to ascertain the authenticity of that smile. Now, I know what you're thinking. I attempted to head off any possible anger, not even sure what I really wanted to say. But he had other ideas. Sit. The coldness of the voice made it clear just how false that smile was. I complied, of course, grateful to finally be able to relax my legs. Which dragon did you claim? I don't know what you again, my father cut me off. Vaegon, do you take me for a fool? He asked icily as I shrunk into my seat. We could hear its roar as you approached Duskendale, so please do not try to lie to me. Jaehaerys paused for a moment to see if I had grasped the statement. Now I ask again, he said calmly, which dragon did you take? The cannibal, I muttered. What? That answer seemed to have truly taken him unaware, given the way his head suddenly tilted to the side and that polite smile disappeared. His shock wasn't really a surprise given I had admitted to attempting what was essentially a very elaborate suicide. The cannibal, I repeated louder this time. 7 above and 7 hells below. He sank into Darkland's seat behind the formidable wooden desk, face buried in his hands. He paused for a moment, just massaging his face before he returned his violet gaze to me. Have you gone mad, Vaegon? What possessed you to attempt such lunacy? He was destroying hatcheries, I began, flashing a brittle smile. I thought this would help us breed more dragons. That. He sighed, pausing to stare at the desk for a moment. The hatcheries on Dragonstone do not matter, not anymore. Do you know why I commanded the dragon pit be completed? I did not expect this change in the conversation. Because you did not want to leave a massive incomplete construction in the heart of the 7 kingdoms. I hazarded a guess, uncertain why he had changed to this topic. Were they related? How could they? It was a massive stone stable for dragons, to quote my great-uncle, so what did it have to do with the cannibal? Because it was meant to wean us off of Dragonstone, he explained. I did not bother to hide my confusion, prompting my father to elaborate. The cannibal has preyed upon the hatcheries of Dragonstone since the Dragonmont grew active after the conquest, since my own father was but a lad, not even a third your age. A dozen hatchlings were discovered during the Conqueror's reign alone, almost all killed after my uncle rejected them. Since the construction of the pit, we have hatched 2, retained 2, and know everything there is to know about those 2. The pit is meant to supplant the Dragon Mont as a source of dragons we can control and guard more effectively. Words escaped my mind at that moment. So the dragon pit was not complete lunacy born of the mind of a madman? But won't the cannibal's removal boost the survival of new hatchlings? Another will take his place, he said, waving off my concerns. A common habit amongst dragons of Old Valyria. The library on Dragonstone contains some texts on the matter. I suggest you read them the next time you visit if you have any desire to learn more about your new mount. I will do so, I vowed. More knowledge was always good. Especially when it wasn't the version deprived of magic and other non-rational entities that the maesters preferred. I do hope so, but this occasion need not be entirely grim, my father declared, pulling a wineskin from within his robes, ignoring the flagon set on the desk. He filled 2 cups with its contents and handed me one. Drink. What? Drink, he repeated, raising his own cup in a toast. You competed in your first melee, boy. That's cause enough for celebration. Second place is not too bad for a boy still 2 years shy of manhood, especially when facing a knight of the King's Guard. I don't suppose this means I'll earn my spurs today? I asked, still reeling from the sudden shift in tone. The cup of wine helped numb the whiplash my father decided to bestow upon me, but only barely. The wine was too dry for my tastes, no doubt one of the fortified brews those Marcher lords loved so much. Since you didn't win the melee, I think not, he said after a moment of consideration. Depends on how well you perform in the joust. The joust? Why oh, that bastard. I don't have a horse, I said after a moment's hesitation. My own steed was still in the Sea Drake's stable. I can't joust without a horse. That is unfortunate, Jaehaerys, still the smug bastard, smiled over the rim of his cup. I suppose that means you will not be able to compete. Still, you can always watch, and I'm certain Lord Darklan will appreciate your presence at tonight's feast. I'll need to buy a horse. I muttered to myself, ignoring my father's suggestion. Maybe the master of horse might know someone able to sell one that will allow me to ride it. As would your weight, buy a horse. My father only belatedly realized that I was not going to blindly follow his plans. With exaggerated care, he set his cup of wine on the table. This may come as a surprise, Vaegon, but your stipend is hardly sufficient to purchase both armor from the Street of Steel as well as a horse the night before a joust. I have ample coin, I shrugged. My investments remained a secret, then. So my brother could be trusted to keep his mouth shut on some things, thankfully. Well, that was an unexpected surprise. Unexpected, but not unpleasant. Quite frankly, I was happier to keep that secret than this trip. An enterprising third son was, potentially worrying to the stability of the realm. Would you care to share how you came into that coin? My father asked, brow cocked. Even after Lord Tyrell, adjusted your stipend, it would hardly suffice to buy a proper mount for a tournament. Yes, Vaegon, I am quite aware of that little tip you gave his wife. Why else do you think I had you serve as his cupbearer? He knew about that, and he never asked? Or even investigated what I was doing with that coin. I may have purchased a few inns across King's Landing, I admitted. When my father already trusted me enough to not investigate what I was doing with my coin, who was I to lie to him? And those inns may have started turning a handsome profit. Oh, and the ransoms from the melee, we can't forget about those. I should turn a profit even after ransoming my own armor. The master of the Andalos and the first men threw back his head and laughed. You make it damned hard to stay mad at you, Vaegon. Jaehaerys drained his cup and refilled it with some more of the wine he carried with him. Discounting your idiocy with the cannibal, you can be frightening clever for a lad your age. Which ins are yours? The Sea Drake, the Crawling Drake, the Brawling Drake, Singing Drake, Burned Drake, Drunken Drake. I started listing my investments, before realizing that even I couldn't remember half of their names. There was a ledger tucked into a hiding spot back in the Red Keep with all the details, but for the life of me, I could not remember all of them. And any other inn with the word Drake in the name is likely one of mine. Yes, I had a genius pattern when naming my inns. Don't be jealous. Hard to believe an innkeeper would sell to a mere boy of your age, he commented, even one of the royal line. My father put down his cup and stared at me with that piercing gaze of his. Intermediaries? No, don't tell me, it's Sir Corlys. You spend too much time with him for it to be mere coincidence. Whatever his follies, Jaehaerys was not considered the wisest of the Targaryen kings, perhaps any Westerosi kings, without reason. Mayhaps I have a friend, is that so hard to believe? I asked, and my father's expression shifted ever so subtly. Telling why it shifted, however, was ever a mystery with an accomplished statesman. A friend with ulterior motives. House Valyrian is ambitious, and Sir Corlys doubly so, my father warned. In his 20s and still unwed, he is anxious for a royal marriage. His house has already been granted one, and yet he thirsts for another. Ah, yes, my grandmother Alyssa. It was easy to forget that I was a quarter Valyrian myself. Well, half. Genetically. Targaryen incest rides to victory. I'll be careful, I promised. Really, what was he expecting me to do? I was his third son. Even assuming a strictly agnatic system of inheritance, Aemon was already a father and Balon was about to be. My political power was limited than he fears. I might have been able to arrange a rendezvous or two, but a betrothal was out of my capabilities. That is all I ask, he reassured me. Although now that we have had a moment to talk, it is past time we discuss your own betrothals. Oh, dear sweet Seven. Not this. I'd rather he continued skinning me about the damned dragon. Chapter 8, Medieval Dating is Overrated. I had been perfectly fine not being betrothed to anybody. Really. There had been no pressure to get along with anybody, to get to know someone before I was forced to spend the rest of my life with someone unless they suffered some sort of mishap and deprived me of their company. Worse, what if I had begun to actually like them if something like that happened? I could not afford the distraction, not with the plans I had in mind. But now that it's become a far more serious and real thought. Marriage could give me options. Potential alliances to form or to deny to those who sought to climb the feudal ladder. Or, if I was feeling particularly romantic, the chance to marry for love instead of politics. Ha! I was a prince of the royal line. Even as the third son, I did not have that kind of freedom most lords and knights' third sons had. Oh, my parents might have claimed to all be in favor of allowing their children to marry for love. If I were to bring a commoner or a merchant's daughter to court, however, would they maintain that line? Would such a politically suicidal decision be allowed in their plans? No, they would not. Mother and father would continue to claim they wanted their children to marry for love until one of us threw their plans into disarray. Either way, I was still expected to wed. Were they expecting me to make the first move, to signal that there was a woman whom I desired to wed? My life was split between the library, the training yard, and my own study. How did they expect me to find the time? I was not my brothers. Aemon and Jocelyn had been inseparable since the moment she became a royal ward, and Balon had been famously in love with Alyssa since around the same age. At least today had brought some clarity to the mystery of who my parents thought was suitable for me. The girl in question was nearly 16, and I was to choose whether I wished to marry her before she reached her maturity. The earlier the better, really, if only to make arrangements in case I chose somebody else. Vaegon, she greeted me after I left the Lord Solar after the conclusion of the lengthy lecture from my father. You seem distracted. Something of the sort, I admitted. His Grace had some ideas. My father's attempts to outline every conceivable benefit and drawback for each of the most prestigious matches and offers he had received thus far were stunning. In the least pleasant manner possible. And no surprise who would be the best choice, according to him. I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. Typical Valyrian features: silver and gold hair, piercing violet eyes, and the promise of becoming an even greater beauty as she grew older. A ferociously inquisitive and strong spirit belied by a kind demeanor that had a way of lingering in your heart. And, sadly, my decision to marry her would be for none of those reasons. If I chose her, it would be because she had a dragon. Certain lords wanted access to dragons. I could not allow certain lords access to dragons. My sister had not been told about the topics in advance, it seemed. The idiocy of my little excursion, I revealed, digging around in one of my coin purses once I realized that Sir Riam was standing guard at the door to the Solar. I tossed him a couple of silver stags, the ransom for the arms and armor I was still wearing. As it turns out, the dragon pit is a good thing. He did insist on completing it as originally intended, she pointed out to me. Had it been a bad idea, he might have built it into a September, instead. Outfather has always been a pious king, and it would have been important if it prevented him from honoring the 7 in such a fashion. That's fair, I allowed, striding down the halls of the Dun Fort with purpose in my step. I had ransoms to collect, after all, and a bath after that. The armor, or rather the padding upon which it rested, was thoroughly soaked with sweat, and I was quite sick of marinating in it. Father and I did hear a new dragon approach, Maegeli commented a little while later, so I must offer my congratulations. Was it the sheep stealer? Or the mysterious new hatchling that was spotted over the Dragon Mont? No. The smile that grew on my face was not one I even tried to suppress. Do you want to venture a third guess? What other dragons are there? She scrunched her eyebrows as she tried to recall what other dragons currently inhabited the island. A few seconds later, the thoughtful demeanor was replaced with an utterly horrified expression. The cannibal. 3rd time lucky, I confirmed, and was rewarded with a sharply jabbed finger at my gut from the angry girl. Thank the gods for the plate and padding that might have hurt me otherwise. Are you mad? She hissed, hand slapping against the reinforced steel of my breastplate. I was willing to wager she felt that more than I did. With narrowed eyes, her fingers hooked under the gorget and pulled me down to eye level. The cannibal has eaten almost as many people as Vaegon. What possessed you to think you could tame him? Have I ever mentioned I am quite persuasive? I explained, my smile still refusing to subside. Honestly, what else was I supposed to say? That I bribed the dragon with the promise of preventing it from having to fight anything resembling a fair fight? Or something to play into the beast's reputation? You should have taken Dreamfire, she grumbled with the frustrated air of a caretaker, releasing her hold on my armor. She is a lovely creature, remarkably gentle for a dragon. A perfect fit for the idiot brothers willing to scare off years of my life. And where is the fun in that, Maegli? I asked, choosing to conveniently ignore the multiple occasions when the cannibal had nearly thrown me from his back. Why settle for the gentle and predictable when there is adventure and excitement to be had? Somewhere in the vast space-time continuum of all universes sapient life was present in, the investment banker I had trained to be was undoubtedly waking up screaming. Were this a matter of coin, I might have agreed, but my personal life could use a bit of spice. Besides, I was young and impetuous, a boy of 14. It was good to feel that invincible again. Is that your way of telling me you intend to court a Dornish maiden? She asked, sly smile informing me that she was far from serious. I've never been poisoned before, I admitted, adopting an air of contemplation. It could be a novel experience. Should I try for salty, sandy, or stony? Stony, she advised after a moment's pause. The salty are more likely to just drive a knife in your back, and the sandy will fill you with arrows. Stony it is, I declared. Some great lord had a daughter or granddaughter near marriageable age, didn't they? This idle fancy might not be too terrible an idea. Hiding in Dorne for the rest of life had a certain appeal. Aside from the poison, murder, food, weather, and the massive political shitstorm I still had to avert. We continued to bicker for a while until we reached the courtyard where the attending knights were gathered, mingling with no small number of well-dressed individuals. Courtiers and locals of importance, no doubt, all of them conversing in small groups. At the rear of the yard, where the main hall's vast doors yawned open, stood the portly Lord of Duskendale with his young son, surrounded by a sizable gaggle of knights. Said boy's energetic voice carried throughout the yard, asking question after question. Conveniently, both knights I had vanquished were in that group. Sirs Roshby and Ricker were on opposite sides of the pack, paying close attention to the Lord's son as he asked his questions. Neither knight was talking, though, which simplified matters. Unfortunately, Sir Roshby was nearer. He had been less than gracious in his loss. Still, getting his coin would be let me avoid having to cross the heir's line of sight any more than necessary and thus risk being dragged into an impromptu publicity event. Sir Roshby, I greeted the man, joining him by his side. Thankfully, Maegli had opted to join some of the ladies chatting at the opposite end of the courtyard. That meant every eye was on the Valyrian beauty as she made her way to the socially acceptable company instead of the sweat-soaked squire playing at being a knight. I trust you are well. A touch sore, your grace, he muttered quietly, the hint of a scowl still haunting his face. Oh, he really did not like me. Too bad he was so miserable at hiding it. Whatever his true feelings, he made his chivalrous contribution to my coin purse, and I left with one less gauntlet tucked into my belt. I shall regain my honor at the lists, mark my words. I'm sure you will. I gave his bluster an obviously false smile and moved on to the other knight. Sir Ricker, though easier to defeat than Sir Roshby, had been far more gracious, though I did not realize why until I saw him without his helmet. Unlike the young and arrogant knight of Roshby, Sir Ricker had long since gone grey, his beard still retaining some of the black that had long since fled his hair. Your grace, Ricker bowed his head lightly, his voice a hoarse whisper. As with the other knight, a small sum of silver found its way into my hand, and a gauntlet was returned to its rightful place. You fought well, for a boy your age, but it seems your royal father disagrees. What? Pardon me? I asked, taken slightly aback by the statement. You possess none of the swagger of a newly dubbed knight, he explained. No spurs, either. Since his grace did not knight you, that must mean he found your performance lacking. He claims it is because I did not win the melee, I admitted. I shall need to try my hand at the joust to prove my worth. Mayhaps, the old knight allowed. Or perhaps he fears creating another Maegor. The realm remembers the woes of knighting a promising prince before he is of age, your grace. What? Father, is that the prince? A shrill young voice called out, drawing my attention. Indeed, the boy was gesturing wildly in my direction, and the knights in front of me parted to allow the young heir to run up to me. Lowering myself to one knee, I looked him in the eyes as I answered his barrage of questions, ranging from dragons, to knights, to the king's guard, to the ribbon tied around my arm. But despite the delightful attention, the old knight's words stuck in an unhidden corner of my mind. Another Maegor. Chapter 9, It's only a faux pas if people care. If I were a gambling man, I would guess that there was little that could top a visit from the king for your name day celebrations when you were a boy of 6. Knights of the King's Guard, dragons, a prince, a princess, it must have seemed magical to the little boy listening to my father's account of the last Dornish war. Mayhaps he imagined being able to join my father in riding Vermithor, too. For the father, however, a surprise visit from the king was likely the worst thing that could happen to any celebration. Would the food be good enough? Were the singers and mummers good enough? Were their topics appropriate? Under this new scrutiny, Lord Darklan was sweating as though he had been joining us for training. Ah, the joys of having your plans upset by events outside of your control, how it felt to not be on the receiving end for a change. Still, this was an opportunity for me. Sure, I was limited by my seating at the high table with the Lord, his kin, and my royal relatives. But they were not the target. While it might have been wise to focus on young Sir Dennis of the City Guard, my attention was captivated by the singers who were trying to entertain the assembled notables. Plus, I was distracted. And now his watch is ended. The latest singer wrapped up his performance to scattered applause. Far too many of the guests were too busy with either the food or each other to pay much attention to the background noise, but I made a note to seek him out after the feast. All of the singers, really, they had a place in my plans. If the maesters in Old Town controlled the lords, then the singers controlled the masses of the lowborn. Nominally free performances brought crowds, the singers brought gossip and news, and word spread. Singers had the ability to subvert the control of maesters by controlling the small folk. If the peasants were more loyal to the king than to their lords, well, rebellions were always better for my family if they were contained. Even if it took vast amounts of coin, but that was why I had my investments. But those ideas would need to be done after the feast. For now, I had to network. I made a note to seek out some of the singers and turned to the young knight I had been seated by. And that's when he broke his axe on my head. Sir Dennis finished up whatever tale he had been telling, earning a round of polite chuckling from around the table. The fare was fairly plain, the current course was roasted boar, seasoned with salt, and cooked on a spit, encouraging conversation to meander. The wine helped, of course. Smugglers are always a delight. Well said, dear nephew, well said, the jovially fat Lord Darklan commented. Those smugglers were a temporary nuisance, your grace, easily removed from Duskendale. Our port is once more meeting its projected revenues. It might even, dare I say, exceed those projections. I tuned out our host's foolish attempts to flatter my father. He was using the right approach, certainly, as my father was always eager to increase the crown's revenues. Roads were expensive, after all. But all Lord Darklan was doing was inviting further scrutiny into his tax payments. If I were a betting boy, I'd say it was almost entirely derived from tariffs and duties. Duskendale was a port city, after all, but a distant second to King's Landing. So, second place in the melee. Sir Dennis took advantage of his uncle's attempts to suck up to my father to turn his attention to me. The knight was young, younger than Corlys, but Lord Darklan seemed to have faith in him beyond the usual bonds of family. Impressive for a lad your age. A mischance. I downplayed my accomplishments no matter how much pride filled my breast at the reminder of my feat. Second place in a proper melee at 14, only stopped by a near-legendary knight of the King's Guard? Most lords would have killed for such a start to their martial careers. But no, I was a humble and pious princeling. Had my father not decided to visit, I would have been bested by whoever challenged me next. Perhaps, Sir Darklan said, his face thoughtful as he drained his goblet of its wine. A servant hastened to refill it, though the knight ignored him. Or the other knights would have exhausted themselves squabbling amongst one another instead of charging the King's Guard and you might have claimed victory. Unlikely, I said, shaking my head. My day has been exhausting and longer than it had any right to be. I nearly fell asleep in the tub as I prepared for the feast, Sir Dennis. I'm surprised I was able to fight with anything resembling grace. There were some rumors, he began, and I unconsciously tensed, sending pain lancing throughout my limbs. This soreness was seriously starting to grow beyond a mere annoyance. I had been sore before, but this was far and beyond anything I had previously experienced. That another dragon was claimed, besides Dreamfire. Quite the rumor. Ignoring the burning pain in my arm, I drank deeply from my goblet. Compliments to Lord Darklan, he knew his wines. Of course, knowing his gut, that should not have been a surprise. It would require getting to Dragonstone and then to Duskendale, only to immediately join the melee. You would have to start the journey in the middle of the night. Lunacy, really? Indeed, he agreed, drinking equally deeply. Just as mad as joining my cousin's celebrations as a lark. Rest up, your grace, I would like to see what you are capable of at your best. For a heartbeat, I wanted to ask what he meant by that. It was perfectly obvious that he wanted a fight, and I was more than willing to oblige. Even in my current state, I might have agreed to a brief scuffle. The rationale, however, was what intrigued me. Was this mere bravado, the competitive spirit at work, or something less benign? Attention to all esteemed guests of our noble host, Lord Damien Darklyn. My quest for further understanding was rudely interrupted by the court's herald. In celebration of the name day of his lordship's son and heir, the dance will be commencing soon. A dance? Since when did feasts turn into dances? Looking at my royal father and his pleased smile, I got my answer. Trestle tables were cleared away from the center of the hall, plates of food crowded onto other, more distant tables. Many a chair was removed as the less prominent guests chose that moment to excuse themselves, prominent merchants and men-at-arms and castle residents streaming out the large doors. As the musicians struck up a more leisurely tune, the few dozen noble ladies of all ages spilled into the center of the floor, swiftly followed by a horde of aristocratic boys and men. Of course, I was not far behind. A prince of the blood could hardly refuse to take part without grievously insulting his host. Thus, Maedgely and I made our way down from the high table to join the festivities while the others enjoyed each other's company. Little Darklyn made to join us after a brief delay. Mayhaps it was time for me to give the boy a better present than a quick chat with the prince. Keeping my eyes on my sister, I sent a nod towards the boy. Thankfully, she understood what I meant, and made her way over the little lordling. It may have been just a dance, but it was the first and thus most important dance of the night, and with a princess no less. Of course, it did leave me without a partner. For half a moment, I considered skipping the first dance in favor of bringing a few of the singers and bards into my service. Alas, the potential insult towards Lord Darklyn was too great. And I couldn't go around insulting the crown's vassals on a whim, now, could I? Luckily, it was as easy for me to find a partner as I could have expected. After all, what maiden did not love a prince? I might not have been the comeliest of my siblings, but a prince was still a prince. Chapter 10, Justing is Hard. A tourney, a proper tourney, was a magical event in a way a melee simply could never be. The former played host to a riot of colors in the streaming banners and gallantly adorned steeds, a display of chivalric excellence, punctuated by the crash of lance against shield. The latter was a scramble in the mud meant to keep your skills sharp. No, I much preferred the air of the joust to the actual event. While I might have been only a middling horseman at the best of times, there was much to be said for simply enjoying the experience. I had joined Balin on his trips to tourneys in the past, acting as his squire, and those were pleasant memories. Feeling the raucous mood of the crowd as the knights collided in a crash of wood on metal on dirt, it was glorious to behold. From a distance, anyways. As I was leaning against the railing of the knights' viewing stands, positioned behind my shield, I could not help but decide that these were most certainly nowhere near as good times. Partly because I was using the railing to keep myself on my feet. As it turned out, taming a dragon, riding it without a saddle, marching for several miles, fighting a melee, and partaking in a dance took a toll on your body. Especially if you were a 14-year-old boy. Yes, this day was not going to be easy. I was a collection of bruises. My horse, recently acquired from the local master of horse, was young and untested. I was a mediocre rider. My opponents were all grown men. I was a green boy. This was never going to be a fair fight. I watched Sir Riam charge his destrier towards his opponent. The Stokeworth knight, whose name I could not recall for the life of me, spurred his smaller courser forwards, his lance nowhere near as steady as his opponent's. They met in a crash of splintering wood on steel, the knight in green swaying dangerously in his seat. The white knight, however, was on the ground. He managed to rise to his feet without too much issue, thankfully, and went after his horse. A horse whose saddle had a leather strap, having torn along some carefully made holes made only the previous night, where there once was a stirrup. How very unfortunate and unpredictable. I made the proper noises of sympathy, joining many of the knights who did the same. One of the most fearsome competitors in the field, brought down by a total mischance. Not terribly glorious, but I doubted Sir Stokeworth would let that stop him from enjoying his win. I, for one, was going to enjoy Sir Riam Redwine being eliminated after only a single tilt. How convenient that this would take out one of the greatest threats in the tourney before they could eliminate me. Yes, that's the word I was going to choose, convenient. Sir Pate the Woodcock of the King's Guard. The herald called out, summoning the next contender. The white knight entered the field as a groom brought forth his steed. After a moment's inspection of his stirrups, he mounted with the aid of the groom, and cast his helmeted gaze about the other assembled competitors. Sir Pate's gaze rested upon me for a brief moment before moving on. Instead of my scarred image of a cup, his lance knocked against the crossed hammers of Darklyn, challenging the young captain of the city guard. The young knight seemed almost eager to test his lance against a knight of the King's Guard as he entered the field. Off in the distance, barely audible over the din of the tourney, a dragon's roar reached my ears. Not Vermithors, not Dreamfires, but the cannibals. He was moving. Hopefully he would not try to interfere. Returning my focus to the joust at hand, I watched the two knights approach their designated sides of the list. Once the signal was given, the court herald sounding his horn in this case, the two knights thundered towards each other. Suddenly, in a gleam of sunlight off dull metal, something flew from Sir Pate's horse, and the poor beast stumbled. It slowed, limping, wobbling. A thrown shoe. Sir Dennis Darkland did not hesitate to exploit the opportunity, and his lance broke cleanly on his opponent's shield. The White Knight was thrown from the saddle, sent sprawling in the dirt. How very unfortunate and unpredictable. Once again, I joined the knights in making the properly sympathetic noises while the audience gasped in fear of brave knight's safety. Now both knights of the King's Guard were eliminated from the tournament. Very convenient. For me. Of course, I would still need to actually win a joust or 5 on my own merit, but I liked my chances against these knights far more than against some of the finest lances of the Seven Kingdoms. While Sir Dennis took a victory lap, pumping his empty fist and whooping in ecstatic glee to the joyous shouting of the crowd, I looked to my father. He, like a politician worthy of the title, was impossible to read, a warm smile perpetually on display. Was he angry that his knights had been vanquished so easily? Did he suspect foul play or mere misfortune? More importantly, would he bring it up later? He glanced my way and his smile shifted ever so slightly. Did he suspect me? Sir Ricard Roshby, heir to Roshby. The herald interrupted my musings as the dickish knight entered the field. Eager for the distraction, I returned my focus to the field and the knight with the chevrons. His helmet swept across the stands until it zeroed in on me. Or more precisely, on my shield. His lance smacked into the scarred grey paint of my shield, challenging me to a joust. It seems he still held a grudge. Personally, I regretted not dosing his horse with laxatives. Or Sir Roshby himself. Or every knight on the field, for that matter. It would have greatly simplified the day's contests for me. Unfortunately, finding so great a supply of reliable laxatives and an opportune moment to dose them all would have been nigh impossible. And suspicious. Making my way to the field, a groom brought forth my own steed. It lacked the elaborate barding of my opponent, whose mount was draped in the ermine field of his house's coat of arms, instead clad in drab grey, lacking even the simple sigil I had emblazoned upon my chest. If memory served, the master of horse had called it a courser. The beast snorted, rolling the bridle between the teeth as I mounted up, my legs screaming in protest all the while. Gritting my teeth and taking advantage of the mounting stool that was graciously provided, I managed to at least take the saddle without embarrassing myself. A squire, or a groom perhaps, handed me a tourney lance striped black and red. While I had already been unmasked in the tourney, I would have preferred to at least continue the pretense of the masquerade. Saluting both lord and king, I spurred the horse to my starting position, opposite Sir Roshby. I could do this. This was manageable. All I had to do was convince myself of that fact. The rest would follow. Again, a dragon roared in the distance, and my horse snorted in discomfort. Lord Darkland waved his hand and a horn sounded, signaling the start. I kicked my horse into motion, couching my lance beneath my arm and angling my shield to deflect any blow away from me. I bore down on Sir Roshby, his own heavier horse thundering towards me. All that mattered was the next hit. When we met in a deafening crash, it felt like I had been kicked by a horse. First in the ribs, where my foe used his lance to drive my shield into my side, and again in the shoulder as I felt my own lance break. My weakened legs howled in protest, and I was once thankful for the invention of stirrups, the only things that had kept me on my steed. Continuing on, I discarded the broken lance, picking up another, and lining up for another tilt. Once more, the Lord gave the signal, and once more we rushed towards each other, only for the sky to darken suddenly as a deep bellowing roar filled the air. The cannibal had made an appearance. And that was roughly when things went wrong. Because I had forgotten one important thing, most horses were not used to dragons. In fact, the flying beasts terrified them. All too often, the mere scent of the great beasts was enough to send them into a panic. And in a panic, a horse was wont to rear. A fact I remembered right as my horse reared as Sir Roshby's lance drew near. Chapter 11, Mild Complications. If you have never had a horse killed beneath you, I would not recommend the experience. My horse had reared as the cannibal had flown overhead, and I had only barely kept my seat. Sir Roshby, whether by accident or by design, had been unable to shift his lance in time, and its point had punched through my mount's neck in a fountain of gore. A combination of foul liquid of wet chunks washed over me, the screams of the horse blending with the screams of the gallery. No small amount of the horse's blood flowed into my view slit, blinding me as the horse toppled over. Mindful of how common it was for people to die from a simple fall from a horse, I did my damnedest to fling myself from my dying horse. Despite knowing what was coming, I was still blinded by the horse blood in my eyes and was taken by surprise when the ground slammed into my side, no matter how much I had braced for it. The impact drove the air from my lungs, and I spent an eternally long moment just trying to suck air into my aching lungs. They fought every inhalation, forcing me into the smallest possible breaths to get some air into my lungs. Any more than a mouthful of air, and I could feel my chest begin to lock up, sending a spasm of pain deep into my breast. A horse crashing to the ground beside me rapidly pushed the suffocating sensation of being winded into a dark corner of my mind as I fought my way to my feet. The cries of the gallery seemed to subside ever so slightly at seeing me rise to my feet mostly unharmed. Unfortunately, the spasming and screaming horse beside me drowned out any sounds of relief. I had heard about horses sounding like men when they screamed, but I had always assumed it to be mere hyperbole, poetic license. A slight mistake, that. Tearing off my helmet, I managed to smear the horse's blood away from my eyes and took in the view before me. The horse was dead, no matter how much it was still able to writhe and scream on the ground. Sir Roshby had dismounted, rushing over to me, concern clear in his body language. Even my royal father was showing a genuine emotional reaction. He was storming from the main viewing box, worry and concern writ clear on his face, Maejali behind him only because she had to bunch up her dress to move with anything resembling speed. A man wearing a chain of many metals was trundling behind them, his face wearing a very different kind of worry. Oh, this was going to be a delightful conversation. Fortunately, I was spared from that fate. It was a miracle I managed to stay on my feet as Cannibal made his entrance, slamming into the ground with enough force to make the earth shake and my buckle ever so slightly. A deafening roar filled the tourney grounds as the concerned parties ground to a halt. Some more reluctantly than others, Father's hand on Maejali's shoulder seemed to be more restraining than reassuring. Meanwhile, I was left dealing with this situation. Cannibal, I said, reaching out with a single gauntlet hand. Don't start anything. For the love of all the gods new and old, do not start anything, you overgrown lizard. No. Sweet seven above, I was trying to instruct the murder lizard as though it were a dog. The dragon in question just fixed his eyes with the tiny, shriveled irises on some point just behind me. The sound of creaking armor betrayed Sir Roshby's presence, no doubt he was the current object of the dragon's attention, if only for a moment. An instant later, the cannibal flicked his gaze to the dying horse as though he were awaiting my permission to eat it. No, I repeated, slowly drawing closer to the dragon. Slow and steady. Best to avoid startling him. Just because I had managed to ride the beast before did not mean it was always going to be friendly. Mayhaps it did, but this was a famously aggressive dragon. I was not going to take any chances. Those venomous green eyes zeroed back in on me, and I could feel every hair on my body stand on end. The look in his eyes, it was not the same look of barely restrained rage I had first encountered when I neared his lair. It was not the cowering I had witnessed on the beach where he had deposited me. This was different, less primal, the eyes slightly lidded, half-heartedly staring at me. If he were a person, I might have judged that look to be boredom, but this was a dragon. And I did not want to encounter a bored cannibalistic dragon. I really did not want to consider the possibility that a habitually cannibalistic dragon interrupted my joust because he was bored. His reptilian lips curled back in a snarl as a deep rumbling growl filled the arena. Yet, he was not my friend. My mount, yes, but not my friend. I heard another horse, Sir Roshby's, no doubt, whinny and rear somewhere behind me, but I was not going to risk taking my eyes off the dragon. There is nothing for you here, I warned the beast, its venomous green eyes spoiled in their uniformity only by a pair of tiny black pinpricks as he considered it. For a heartbeat, it almost seemed like he might leave then and there, even if his growl did not subside. And then his gaze whipped to the side, to the steps to the royal box. To where Father stood with Maejali. The dragon had stopped growling the instant he saw my family. You could have heard a pin drop, the entire gallery was paralyzed with fear. As was the dragon. The cannibal froze in his place. It was not because he saw another dragon, oh no. His gaze fell upon my father and my sister. Riders of dragons slightly smaller than he. Did he conflate them with their mounts? Was there a distinction in his mind between an dragon and rider? I did not know. All I knew was that the craven that nearly rivaled Vaegon in size froze at the mere sight of the rider of two dragons that were his inferior in age and size. Not that the audience knew that. And I could exploit that. Reaching out, I grabbed hold of the horn that jutted upwards from the cannibal's snout and wrenched it towards me. I was under no illusion that doing so normally would only see my shoulder dislocated and my arm eaten. But distracted and paralyzed by fear, the giant beast was all too pliable. His eyes showed it, too. Wider than I had ever seen on the cannibal before, wider than I had seen on any dragon before, it was clear what went through the beast's mind at that moment. The dragon was afraid. His eyes flickered about as I dragged his massive head closer by the horn, bringing him to level with my eyes. He kept wanting to flick his eyes back to what he perceived as the greater threats but simultaneously did not want to ignore the person right in front of him. Leave, I ordered, staring at those pools of frightened madness. He would not stay if he had the choice. I was giving him an out. He would take it. Now. He had to. Giving one last growl, the cannibal tore free of my grasp and took to the skies with a beat of his massive wings, and I let out a breath I did not know I had been holding in. That was one problem down. Only a handful left in Duskendale. And a few dozen in King's Landing. One step at a time, Vaegon, one step at a time. Turning around, I expected to see Sir Roshby demanding I yield. Instead, I saw the knight on his knees, with his head bowed. What? Your Grace, I yield to you, Sir Roshby announced solemnly, to my complete confusion. He had nearly unhorsed me in the first tilt. He had unhorsed me in the second with the help of the cannibal's intervention. Why the hell was he yielding? Was he hoping to avoid having to give up his horse for killing mine? Chivalry was weird. Westerosi chivalry was even weirder. Your Grace. In the knight's paddock, the aged Sir Ricker fell to his knees as well. I yield to you. I hadn't even gone up against him. Why was he yielding? Oh, right, I may have just chased off a massive wild dragon. From his point of view, anyways. Looking around the paddock, there was no shortage of knights flinging off their helmets and sinking to their knees. Some of them looked sufficiently odd to warrant such an action, all wide eyes, and slack jaws, but others looked to be merely following the momentum of the action. Before long, not a single knight remained on their feet. And at the edge of the stand stood my father, with that unreadable smile of his. Chapter 12, I feel manipulated. Hold still, Your Grace, this might sting a little, Duskendale's maester warned me. A second later, fire blossomed across my shoulders. He rubbed some manner of foul liquid on them. I barely managed to contain a yelp of pain, succeeding only because I could dig my fingers into the aging upholstery of the cot I laid on. Next time, I would prefer the surprise, I hissed between clenched teeth as the burning refused to fade. If anything, it intensified, as though the skin had been scoured off and drenched in salt water, even the smallest movement from breathing sending a new wave of agony across my shoulders. Oh, no worries. There was a cheery note in the maester's voice I did not like. I could hear him handling something wet somewhere behind me, and I began to tense up. For several moments, I held my position, just waiting for the inevitable, trying to shove the pain out of my mind. When the maester did eventually add his next mad treatment, I was pleasantly surprised to find it cool and pleasant against my skin. Almost instantly, the pain of the previous treatment faded, the lingering soreness of the past few days trailing not too far behind. A pleased sigh escaped my lips as I allowed myself to relax into the cot. Now, had you wanted to be informed, I would have told you about the poultice that would take a few seconds to prepare, the healer continued, his voice now clearly amused. That poultice is doing most of the healing, you may be interested to know. The boiled wine was just to clean the skin. Boiled wine? Before I could ask about why the premier disinfectant of the Seven Kingdoms was wasted on some bruises, someone knocked on the door. Before I had a chance to rise from the cot, even before the maester had time to bid the guests enter, the door swung open. Vaegon. My father's jovial tones were easily recognizable even when I was lying on my face. My son, what a show you put on. Had the man not ordered me into the maester's care the moment I reached the stands, I might even have believed that. Alas, his royal business took precedence over his son's health, so I had to wait here. Getting the skin flensed off my shoulders. I acted only as a prince should, father, I said instead. There were witnesses outside the family, so I kept my tongue in check. There were innocents to protect. So you all but threw yourself in front of one of the largest dragons in Westeros to protect the people? A new voice asked. Maegeli. Hardly an unexpected development. I may have given her some cause to worry. Wait a minute, she knew I had tamed the cannibal. Why was she acting like it was a new development? Maester Oren, my son's condition hardly is critical, my father addressed the maester with the iron tones of his courtly voice. The voice that brooked no arguments, the voice that proclaimed to all the world that he alone was the master of the Seven Kingdoms. I'm certain his lordship will find your services more useful by his side. Oh, right, the potential informant that was busy caking a mysterious poultice into my shoulders. Then again, it felt quite nice to be free of the soreness of the past days. Of course, Your Grace. As was to be expected, the maester made no attempt to refuse my father. Instead, he quickly made his exit. The door closed with only the sound of creaking hinges, and I was left only with my family. The truth now, Vaegon. The good humor had vanished from my father's voice as I dragged myself into a seated position. Alas, I soon felt the poultice slipping, forcing me into an uncomfortable slouch. That show with the cannibal. Was it planned? No, I denied, sighing deeply. He was bored, as far as I could tell. He dropped in on the joust to inform me of that fact. Don't be foolish, Vaegon, he said. Dragons do not get bored. Then your guess is as good as mine, I responded in turn, resignation coloring my words. Father did not respond. His solemn visage merely studied me for a while, a silence which I decided to turn into a staring contest. My darker eyes met his for several seconds while the frown on his face deepened more and more. Before too long, I was forced to look away. I already told you the decision to tame the cannibal was idiotic, so I won't belabor the point, father grumbled, stroking his beard. But he is rapidly becoming an even worse mount than I originally thought. Look on the bright side, I still managed to win, I said, ignoring how my royal father, master diplomat that he was, had managed to contradict himself within the span of 2 sentences. Does this mean I earned my knighthood? All in due time, Vaegon, my father said, making to leave the cramped chamber. Oh, and the victory feast will begin in an hour. Maejali? Make sure he actually attends it. It's a feast in my honor, I called after him. Why wouldn't I attend it? Alas, the door closed behind father's back before I received an answer. Quite rude, all things considered. Vaegon, your judgment has hardly been sound these past few days, Maejali remarked. Lying to your family, sneaking to Dragonstone, taming the cannibal, entering a tourney as a mystery knight. She began to list off a few examples, forcing me to suppress a cringe, before trailing off. It even seems like you drew the ire of Sirs Darklan and Roshby. Fair, I ceded the point. All of that idiocy within 2 or 3 days at most. I was really going to need to take it easy back at the city, or I'd give mother a fit. Sir Darklan did not like me using his cousin's big day for what he considered a lark. And Roshby was a sore loser. A bit of an overreaction. Maejali paused before extending a hand. Come now, the servants should be done drawing your bath. Can't have you attending a feast still dirty from the joust, can we? Of course not, I said, taking the proffered hand to drag myself to my feet, causing the poultice to drop to the floor with a soft plop. Man, that maester knew his healing, my shoulders felt as good as new. My legs, unfortunately, were another story, and all but folded beneath me. Luckily, Maejali was too kind a person to let me join the remnants of the poultice on the ground. Careful now, Maejali said, a sly note in her voice, keeping me stable while I found my footing. It would not do to collect more injuries after the joust has finished. I make no promises, I grumbled, casting about for the padded doublet that had hastily been discarded. Going about the keep bare-chested was no way to treat your host, so I shrugged it on, to the heavily disguised disappointment of my sister. Oh, I could read those facial twitches just fine. Try not to drown in the tub, Vaegon, she warned me, following me out. Clearly, she did trust me to find my way to my chambers, which I had never been to. Or been informed that they existed. On second thought, her presence was a welcome one. I will not fish you out. I'm quite capable of remaining upright, I said, rolling my shoulders experimentally as we trundled down one of the many narrow corridors. The maester was going to be receiving some visitors about that ointment later, this stuff was fantastic. Oddly enough, Maejali did not seem terribly inclined to continue our playful arguing, leaving us to walk in a silence that did not quite feel comfortable. There was something missing, replaced by a tension lurking somewhere beneath the surface. Figuring out what it was would have been difficult without doing some digging, and I was short on time. I found my chambers, bathed, and got changed. Mayhaps I had been lied to about how much time I had available because the feast was in full swing by the time I arrived in the great hall of the Dun Fort. The trestle tables were filled to the brim with nobles and knights and the wealthier merchants, while servants carted out the first courses. Off in the corners, musicians plied their trade, filling the air with soft music that was tragically smothered by the boisterous conversations and murmured talks of the hall. Prince Vaegon of House Targaryen. The herald's announcement went the way of the music, ignored by all. A few guests, those seated closest to the entrance, did notice, but little came of it beyond a cup raised in a toast. Prince Vaegon. Your Grace. Prince Vaegon. Quite a lot of toasts, actually. I managed to make my way to the dais without too much hassle, answering each toast with a respectful nod. Sliding into the only open seat remaining, one awfully close to the seat of honor than I was used to, I was ready to enjoy the feast in dutiful silence. Being seated close to the young heir to the House of Darklan spoiled that plan a bit. Prince Vaegon. Prince Vaegon. The lad was nearly breathless with excitement, restless in his seat. Had he arranged for me to be seated here? He did seem excited enough to meet me. The dragon you scared it off incredible. Even though the lad was stumbling over his words, the sheer joy and excitement on display had a smile growing on my face in no time. He reminded me of my younger siblings, if a bit less restrained. And without the crippling character deficiencies that I was trying to fix. You praise me too much, young Lord Darklan, I said with an easy smile. Was my diplomatic smile wasted on a boy of 6 name days? Perhaps. Did that stop me? Of course not. Any of my family could have done the same. I was merely in the right place at the right time. Or rather, the cannibal was in the right place at the right time. Without him, I would have been eliminated quickly. With him, I got to play the brave princeling. Not the worst turn of events. And a turn I was able to use to my advantage. My blessed father, however, had other ideas. A toast. He declared, rising to his feet with that unreadable smile of his. To my son, Vaegon. To his victory, and his bravery in chasing off the dragon. And to his future efforts in catching it. Oh! Clever bastard! Chapter 13, The Black Dragon. The journey to Dragonstone and then to Duskendale had been profitable. Metaphorically, anyway. Between ransoming my arms and armor and buying a horse that died just hours later, I had barely managed to earn a scant few silvers in profit. Sure, I could have tried to ransom the equipment of every knight that had yielded to me in the joust, but that would have killed all the goodwill I had earned on that little adventure and then some. So, I smiled and moved on with my life. Because in the other sense, the journey had been very profitable. I had tamed one of the largest dragons alive, won a joust while still 2 years shy of my majority, saved a crowd of onlookers from a wild dragon, and had been excused from having to watch the archery contest to tame said dragon. A shame I had to leave before father had a chance to knight me, or perhaps this was his way of avoiding having to knight me. Well, I could hardly win at everything. Your Grace, I know this dragon spoiled the competition, but perhaps you might want to take a day to recover. Sir Ricker asked from beside me, having taken the position of honor to my right by virtue of seniority. And having been allowed the place by right of not being a complete ass to my face. The maesters recommend rest after vigorous exercise. Would a single day make so much difference? My father proclaimed to all the feasters that I would leave today, sire, I reminded him, keeping my eyes focused squarely on the dunes we rode along. I was trying to find the beach where I had landed after my first flight with the cannibal, fool's errand though it was. One dune was much like another, after all. And we would not want to disappoint his grace, now, would we? More importantly, dragons fly. A single day and the cannibal may be at Rook's Rest. I need to move quickly if I want to find him today. Cannibal, your grace? The aged knight asked. It seemed that the identity of the beast was not exactly common knowledge. He prefers to prey on eggs and young dragons, I explained. Though he does have a worrying tendency to eat people, too, and cattle, and mutton for that matter. But it's the cannibalism that catches the eyes, hence the name. I understand, your grace. The aged knight nodded solemnly, unfazed by the new information. Just remember to rest later. Men may not cripple as easily as horses, but I have seen it happen too often in my time. A worrywart, was he? How kind of him, but I had enough of those in my life. You worry too much, sire. Sir Roshby commented, spurring his horse onwards to keep pace draw up alongside me. His tone had sweetened after I had saved him and generously refused to take his horse in exchange for the horse he had killed. We young cannot afford to sit idle when there are things to do, foes to vanquish, monsters to face, maidens to woo. A boisterous laugh accompanied the declaration, taken up by the other knights. Knights who had decided to follow me as I tracked down the cannibal, ostensibly to witness me tame the great beast. Though I had warned them it was likely to involve a lot of wandering around the countryside surrounding the city asking every passing group if they had seen a massive black dragon. Granted, it was hardly much of a mystery since I had a decent idea of where to find him, the beach where I had originally left him. Was it a hunch? Yes, but I had little else to guide me. There was no magical bond between us, no mystical connection that might serve as a compass or beacon. All I could do was guess, but where else would the cannibal be? Would he return to Dragonstone? Would he risk the sheep stealer having muscled in on his territory? No, he had abandoned his island holdings and tied his fate to mine. And these dunes all looked the same. Luckily, I had a means of finding his rough location, the locals. Asking some passing peasants if they had seen a black dragon recently was enough to get me started. Eventually, though, that avenue began to exhaust itself, but it mattered little. My mount was more than sufficient to narrow in on the cannibal's location. It was newly borrowed from Lord Commander Morigen, since the local master of horse was rather hesitant to lend me one after I got my last horse killed. This one was not yet used to the presence of dragons and was thus a touch nervous around them. So when it grew skittish and began to resist my attempts to drive it along the dunes, I grew certain my target was there. The behavior of the other mounts of my entourage were yet another hint, each of them even more unnerved than my own borrowed horse. Sir Roshby's mount outright refused to move onwards, a sight which elicited no small amount of cursing from the knight and brought me no small amount of amusement. Yes, the cannibal was here. After some encouragement, the horse was persuaded to crest the top of the dune, even as it struggled with the soft sand. Part of me felt bad about forcing it over such terrain, but this is why I had borrowed it in the first place. In fact, this was why people used horses in general, to carry them places they did not want to walk. And my legs were still sore, having not had the opportunity to experience the maester's mystery ointment. So I spurred the borrowed steed to the crest of the dune, revealing the massive black dragon who had carved numerous deep furrows into the yellow sand of the beach. If I had not known better, I would have thought he had been pacing, but dragons did not exactly have the right body type for that. The great beast's head whipped in my direction almost immediately afterwards, hissing pitifully. Well, that wasn't good. Cannibal, I began, swinging myself out of the saddle to approach the dragon on foot. Approaching on horseback might have been faster, but I had an audience. Approaching the massive fire lizard on foot looked a touch more heroic. Theatrics were appropriate, even if my knees nearly buckled on the dismount. I came looking for a great beast worthy of the songs, not a scared cat. The cannibal growled in response, raising himself to his full height, the long neck reaching towards the sky instead of running along the ground. There we go, wounded pride. I could work with that far better than fear. Motivational speeches were hard enough with a human target. Yes, a scared cat. I paused, as though to weigh the words, to taste them as they passed my lips. Oh, I did miss the drama and theatrics I had been able to enjoy in my previous life. What happened to the child of Old Valyria that dared interrupt an event as noble as a joust? The dragon that earned my attention through sheer temerity. The cannibal tilted its head at that, clearly confused at my seeming lack of recognition of the madness not even a week past. At my amused expression and wink, however, the dragon seemed to pick up on the message, and he returned to the lower position that the dragons adopted when on the ground. He did still roar at me, petty lizard that he was, but at least it wasn't fire. At this rate, I was going to have to invest in ear protection. Or invent ear protection, more likely. Another item on an ever-growing list. The bellow began to subside after a good 30 seconds, but the ringing was not so eager to leave. I could barely hear the dragon shift its footing on the sand, but that did not stop me from extending a welcoming hand. There it is. There is that spirit that earned my attention. The cheer in my voice helped disguise the sheer amount of uncut bullshit I was spewing in so few words. Even if it did feed my narrative. Why not put it to good use? For a moment the cannibal's minuscule pupils focused on the extended arm I offered. His head retreated, the neck coiling like a whip. Those small black dots flickered around me, above me, back on, behind me, on my arm, on me, never still. Those eyes narrowing slightly was as close to a warning as I got. Pain blossomed across my chest as the beast's powerful head rocketed forwards, slamming into my chest and knocking me on my back. The sand cushioned my fall, luckily, but the breath was still driven from my lungs. I gave my thanks to the seven for remembering to wear my armor. Before I had a chance to wonder if I might have misplayed my hand in dealing the cannibal, the dragon reared upwards and shot a plume of fire the same color of its eyes into the sky. The head whipped down, sending a jet of flame into the sand dunes, setting fire to the sparse vegetation and turning the sand to glass. Somewhere behind me, a horse screamed in pain. My borrowed horse, most likely. Oh, I had misplayed my hand badly. Cannibal. Fighting my way to my feet, legs screaming with the lingering pains of strenuous exercise and my chest aching from the dragon's strike, I shouted at the great beast. The cannibal abandoned his tantrum to bring his head back down to my level. His growl reverberated through every bone in my body, echoing deep within my chest as every instinct in my body told me to run like hell. Yet, he was not happy with me. That's right, focus on me, I said. That's whom you have an issue with, isn't it? He huffed in response, bathing my face in heat that would not have been amiss in a furnace. How the great beast managed to do so while still growling was a question for someone who knew more about the anatomy of dragons than I did. You and I together, that's what you want, isn't it? I asked, louder this time, intending for my audience to hear me. If they were still around to hear me, that is. Taking my eyes off a dragon was a bad idea at the best of times, so I had been unable to check if they were still watching. Us against the world. Again, the dragon huffed, but this time it felt far more positive, for lack of term. A term of agreement. Together as equals. My arm came up once more, offering my hand to the dragon. For a moment, the cannibal just stared at me with those almost purely green orbs, and I worried that he was just going to eat the arm. Clearly my theatrics had done something to anger the dragon, so perhaps he was out for vengeance? Thankfully, he simply maneuvered his massive snout into position to settle in my palm. As much as it felt like a contract renegotiated in the other party's favor, I was too relieved to care. Holding the position for perhaps a handful of seconds, the cannibal broke the contact and lowered his head to the sand, offering me his neck. Content to play the part presented to me, I climbed up and settled into the almost familiar position behind the dragon's head. With a great bellow of what almost sounded like triumph, the dragon took to the air. In the meantime, I tried to figure out what I was about to get myself into. We had to get to King's Landing, that much was obvious. One of the hills would serve as a temporary lair. Not Aegon's, Vermithor and Silverwing both called it home and the cannibal would never willingly approach it. Rennes was not viable for similar Vaegar-sized reasons. That left Visenya's hill. The hill of Visenya had a rather large September on it. And I, being the pious princeling, was going to exploit it for all the PR I could. Because the faith was going to do the same. Really, a September sheltering a dragon was a golden propaganda opportunity. Yes, keeping the dragon in a September atop the city was the best option short of keeping him outside the city. But that was a worst-case scenario. For now, I had more pressing concerns. Getting to King's Landing, for one. More importantly, facing the most dangerous opponent of them all, my heavily pregnant mother. Chapter 14, apparently, trauma endures. King's Landing from above was hardly a new sight to me. Whether at the side of Balin or my parents, I had witnessed the capital city of the Seven Kingdoms from Dragonback countless times. While not impressive by the standards of my previous life, seeing the city of 500,000 with my own eyes, unobstructed by the walls of a cabin, was always a stirring sight. A colorful patchwork of canvas coverings marked the market squares, blues and red and yellows intermingled at random, with no thought spared to appearance. It contrasted rather vividly with the dull brown buildings of the rest of the city, made with bricks sculpted from local clay. Even the great walls of the city were drab, further drawing the eye towards the clustered riots of color that marked the merchants' stalls. But the great red abomination that was my father's palace rather ruined what little aesthetic appeal the city had going for itself. This, as I often reminded myself, was my home. Warts and all, it was my home, but I was going to do my damnedest to bring up to my standards of a medieval city. Or better yet, a classical city. I had some thoughts as to how, but I needed to review my assets before I put any plans in motion. This phase of my plan had been a success, taming a dragon and all, but I was still a bit short of capital to put my grander plans in motion. A matter of time, that's all it was. Beneath me, the cannibal roared as he circled the city. He was hesitant to fly anywhere near the Red Keep, as was to be expected, and even more hesitant to approach the dragon pit. The former housed Silverwing, near as large as the cannibal, and the latter housed the last of the Conqueror's dragons, Balryan and Vaegar, both of whom were larger than the cannibal. Thankfully, Dreamfire and Vermithor were still in Duskendale while I had left to tame the cannibal. Really, we were circling one hill of three. It just so happened that hill had a very nice September built at the top of it. A nice September usually had large crowds of visitors, which made for a delightful propaganda opportunity. Bring us down. I had to shout for the cannibal to hear me over the winds billowing around us, not to mention the helmet that muffled my voice. Though it limited my vision, it was preferable to having my face torn to from my head by the winds. Top of the hill. Roaring in acknowledgement, the massive black dragon swooped low, only opening his wings to slow his descent at the last minute. I slammed into the dragon's neck, driving the air from my lungs from the sudden deceleration, and again when he landed. Sliding from the neck, I promised myself I was going to get that dragon fitted with a saddle, if only to take the strain off my legs. The beast's neck was just too thick to make clinging to it with my legs comfortable for any length of time. I did not envy whatever poor servant was forced to take that assignment. Their family would be fairly compensated, I would make sure of it. Your Grace. An elderly septon interrupted my vows as he tottered out of the September, flanked by an equally elderly septa. Judging by his fine robes and the large crystal hanging from his neck by a golden chain, he had to be the one in charge. As always, it is an honor, but might we know the reason for this visit? The cannibal whipped his head around to glare at the duo of the cloth, a low growl filling the air. Easy, cannibal, I warned, and the growl slowly subsided, replaced with a pointed glare I could feel digging into my skull. My apologies, Your Holiness, but I needed a place to land and to keep the cannibal. He does not get along with other dragons, and your September is the only place in the city large enough and devoid of other dragons. Sure, I could have kept him outside the city, but I preferred my murder lizard to be within easy reach at all times. I can see how that might be an issue, Your Grace, the aging septon slowly said, for reason I suspected to be more than age. Though keeping him here may cause other problems. If it's a matter of coin, rest assured, arrangements will be made to have food delivered and waste. I began, before the septon cut me off. You bring a black dragon to roost in a September, Your Grace, he interrupted me. That a man would have the temerity to interrupt a member of the royal family, one with a massive murder weapon at his back, painted an ugly picture of the relationship between temporal and spiritual power in Westeros. I still recall what happened the last time a black dragon crossed paths with a September. When I sleep, I still see the flames. When I wake. His voice trailed off, cracking with the weight of emotions. A frail arm pointed to the dragon pit, wavering slightly. His eyes had taken on a red tinge, with more than a hint of moisture gathering at the corners. He spoke of the burning of the September of Remembrance. That had been more than 30 years ago, at the start of Maegor's reign. For him to still be haunted by that day. I may have miscalculated slightly. What His Holiness is trying to say, Your Grace, is that a black dragon roosting in a September would remind many of your royal father's uncle Maegor, the septa explained, putting a reassuring hand on her companion's arm. Odd, I had thought he was the one in charge, when it appeared to be more of a partnership. Curious. The ensuing panic would prevent us from discharging our gods-given duties. And giving him free rein of the countryside would cause panic and instability beyond the walls of the city, I countered, glad for the more logical arguments. Those were easier to handle than the post-traumatic stress that had been allowed to fester for decades. Out there, he might prey on people as much as cattle and mutton. Here, I can ensure he is fed safely. Most likely with pork. It was similar enough to human flesh, or so I had heard, that it might be useful in weaning him off his more destructive diet. You would trade the panic of an unknown number beyond the walls for the panic of 500,000 on your threshold? The Septon asked. You are doing the same, but weigh the outcomes differently, I responded. Panic in the countryside will be guaranteed, while the panic here can be mitigated or even prevented. If the cannibal were to be openly visible and not perceived as a threat by the faith, would that not aid the realm? A September not destroyed by a dragon, but protected by it. Or it may well tell the realm that the faith is subservient to the whims of princes, he retorted. I will not allow the House of the Seven to become a stable for a beast of queer Eastern gods. So you will allow untold numbers of innocents to cower in fear of their lives and livelihoods? When the Crownlands ask why this dragon terrorizes the countryside, how will the people react then they learn it was all because of a single Septon's decision? I asked pointedly. The dragon at my back chose that moment to growl just a bit louder. Tell me, which of the seven would support such a course of action? You would presume to lecture me on theology? The Septon hissed. No doubt he would have continued, but the Septa put a restraining hand on his shoulder. Perhaps you could enlighten us why you believe the seven who are one would want this. Cannibal to reside on sacred ground, she said, the restraining grip softened just a touch, slowly becoming more reassuring. Oh, this was delightfully heartwarming. Or it would be, if it didn't interfere so blatantly with my plans. Which part? I asked, fighting to keep the acid out of my voice. The part where we protect the people of this land, as desired by the maiden and the mother? The wisdom acting to prevent suffering, as desired by the crone? The just treatment that the people deserve, as desired by the father? The urge to repair a damaged reputation, as desired by the smith? Or the bravery to fight against our own weakness, as desired by the warrior? The Septon grew pale at the last point, but the Septa was there to pick up the slack. And the stranger? She asked, testing my knowledge of the most poorly defined deity of our pantheon. I racked my brain in search of an answer. The book of the stranger was less than 20 pages long. And that was with illuminations. Beyond being a guide for outcasts and a psychopomp, there really was not a lot of information about them in the official canon of the faith. We ease their burden, I declared. Less time spent guiding the dead is more time they can spend on the outcasts that need their attention. For a heartbeat, they seemed to consider it. Watery eyes flickered to the massive, and still growling, dragon still lingering behind me, and steely ones stayed locked on me, before an answer came. They did say you were a clever one, the Septon allowed, reaching for the votive crystal around his neck with shaking hands. A dizzying array of color was refracted onto his otherwise featureless white robe as he turned it in his fingers. And while I recognize that mayhaps I was hasty in my refusal, I cannot in good conscience allow a September to become lodging for a dragon. I will allow him to stay for 7 days, no more. Turning to look at the cannibal, I felt my heart drop as I saw the familiar drooping eyelids of boredom that had so horribly derailed the joust at the tourney. Naturally, I tried grabbing one of the horns that protruded from his jaw, intending to wrench the head towards me. Something, anything, to force him to focus on me. Alas, the massive dragon's head was rather difficult to move when he wasn't reduced to a fear-riddled mass of scales and wings, and I did little more than attract his attention. That was fine. Behave yourself. I will arrange for food to be brought to you, so try to relax. My own violet eyes met the dragon's green orbs. They narrowed, as was only natural, angry at my impudence no doubt, and his growl became a fully fledged snarl. Unless you wish to share a lair with Balerion, this is the best possible arrangement for both of us. The snarl abated back to a growl, no doubt his way of complaining, but slunk off to roll up in a tight ball next to the large 7-sided building that crowned the top of Vaegon's hill. There, that wasn't too bad, now, was it? If not, well, I was still a child, I was allowed to make mistakes. My apologies. I turned back to the Septon and Septa, the former of whom was looking like was only barely on his feet thanks to the support of the latter. He is an irritable beast. Of course. May the seven guide your way. The Septa bid me farewell, while the Septon remained awfully quiet. And yours, I said, bowing slightly as I took my leave. Now, to get back to the Red Keep. Across the city. Up a hill. With sore legs. Mayhaps I would visit the sea dragon first and grab my horse. And some wine. For my sore legs. And just the sore legs. I swear. Thusly motivated, I strode off, making good progress down the hill. Unsurprisingly, even the most glorious September in King's Landing was hardly the greatest attraction in a city with an entire street dedicated to the finest entertainment on one of the other 3 hills. A more devout man might have despaired at the slipping morality of the city's populace. I simply enjoyed going downhill on a mostly empty street. Of course, once I made it to the large market square at the foot of the hill, the crowds came back in force. I was half surprised that the blanket of merchants and their colorful stalls did not spread onto the hill. The seven-pointed star lacked an equivalent of the cleansing of the temple, so it could not be that. Perhaps it was cultural? I would need to ask Elisar about it, but the Grand Maester could be unpleasant at times. If he were any less competent, and that was a frightening thought, given how much of his library was taken up by Smut, father would have found an excuse to have him sent back to Old Town. The thought that he was the primary caretaker of not only my pregnant mother but also my pregnant sister was enough to hasten my stride. Chapter 15, I have a favorite brother. It was amazing how much discomfort you could ignore when panic had a strong enough grip on your heart. Arms that could barely lift a flagon could suddenly shift a horse's body. Lungs that previously strained to fill suddenly ceased to ache and drove you further than previously thought possible. Legs that would fold after even the slightest drop could suddenly carry you through an entire palace at a brisk jog. While dressed in full plate. Nobody tried to stop me, but that was to be expected. I had all but abandoned my disguise when I reached the guards at the stables, casting aside my helmet for the sake of visibility, and the entire court knew me. I was a prince of the blood, after all. Thus, I swiftly made my way through the abomination that some people might refer to as a keep. Though the memories of my past life were already quite faded, I could quite vividly remember imperial palaces that were smaller than the Red Keep. Still, it was a testament to the human spirit that my fatigued legs were able to carry me through the keep, past countless chambers and apartments, over the drawbridge, and past the spike-filled moat that a certain madman who fancied himself king thought was a good idea, and into Magur's Holdfast. The fact that the smaller sub-castle within the Red Keep was still larger than the castles of many a lord was a constant reminder of Westerosi madness. But that was an issue for another day. For now, I had to focus on the problem at hand, making sure nothing had gone catastrophically wrong in my brief absence from court. Maintaining my pace, I gave the briefest of nods to the King's Guard guarding the only entrance to the Holdfast, being mindful of my step to avoid slipping and falling on the spikes. Because of course there had to be sharp iron spikes surrounding the one path most commonly used by the royal children. Personally, I would have removed the spikes in favor of a dragon, but apparently that was dangerously sane. Or perhaps removing all those spikes was too expensive for a kingdom currently building a road network. No, Vaegon, focus on the now. The now which had the servants acting with a lot more fervor and energy than usual. Some carried flagons, not all of which were full, judging by the difficulty with which some of them were moving, others carried clean cloth, far nicer than what was usually used for cleaning. A few carried firewood, while some, hurrying the opposite direction, carried naught. My gut was telling me something was afoot. My mind was telling me I had seen this before. Some 3 or 4 years ago, if memory served, followed by a few months of joy. And followed in turn in yet more months of despair. Somebody was going into labor. The children were no doubt being attended by no shortage of nannies and servants to distract them. Anything to keep them away from the mother-to-be. But who was it, I wondered? My sister Alyssa or my mother? The former was no reason for concern, beyond her relative youth, but she was robust enough that it should not matter. The latter would mean the Grand Maester would need to be encouraged to not repeat the mistakes of my mother's previous pregnancy. Naturally, I followed the servants carrying the supplies. Just to see where they were going, I had no desire to walk in on childbirth. Regardless of my motives, they did not stop me. I was a prince, after all, but more than a few seemed like they had thoughts they wished to share. But once they noticed my gaze, they turned their eyes back to the ground. They were all hurriedly making their way down one of the narrow halls of the Holdfast, and I recognized the route. It led to one of the smaller apartments with its own hearth, to better conserve heat, chosen by Alyssa for her impending labor. The door was tightly shut, 2 of father's white knights beside it, with muted chattering slowly spilling out. No screaming, though. That was good. That meant that the worst had passed. It also meant there was no reason to keep me out. But the servants carried on past the door. That was odd. But while I was here, I might as well stop by. The inhabitants were awake, after all, if I were to judge. The King's Guards did a double take when they saw me but did not try to stop me. Judging from their builds, I had to guess they were Sirs Crab and Shaw. The former I knew from his freakish size, the latter by process of elimination. They in turn knew me and helpfully opened the door as I approached. Within, the blazing fire in the hearth had raised the temperature of the room enough to immediately bring a sheen of sweat to my forehead. Alyssa was on the bed, cradling a small cloth-swaddled bundle, her mismatched eyes focused on it with unmistakable love. Directly next to her was Balin, whose face was split by a broad grin, while Grand Maester Elisar was flipping through the pages of a book. The healer being forced to look up information was hardly a reassuring sight, so I chose to ignore him in favor of 2 of my favorite siblings. My apologies, I said by way of introductions, gently closing the door behind me. Being a mystery knight took longer than expected. Did I miss anything important? Vaeg. Balin all but shouted, face still dominated by his smile, but an angry nudge from our sister cut him off from continuing. Quiet! She hissed, pulling the swaddled bundle closer to her. You'll wake him. Sorry. The proud smile gave way to a bashful grin I had not seen in a while as Balin lowered his voice to a whisper. I'm a father, Vaeg. Me. I have a son. You sound like you were the one to give birth to him, Alyssa slyly remarked, brushing a sweat-soaked strand of dirty blonde hair out of her eyes. Although personally, I don't know what Jocelyn was complaining about. Some births are easier than others, even with the same mother, Elissar opined from across the room, sounding bored. Look to your namesake, your grace. 5 easy births followed by 3 that were difficult. The last of which was Jocelyn. And killed the Queen Dowager. He looked as though he were about to elaborate when the door slammed open, revealing a panting serving girl. Grand Maester. The Queen, it's, the babe. She did not even manage to complete her message before the man in question slammed his book shut. Will be attended to by me. His tone brooked no argument. Your graces, if you would be so kind as to stay here and wait, I cannot afford to be interrupted. Without another word, the Grand Maester stormed out, slamming the door shut behind him. Have you decided on a name? I decided to distract myself from my mother going into labor just a few doors down. The birth was going to be dangerous for her, even with the most competent maester. A qualification which Elissars most certainly did not possess. Viserys. Balin announced proudly. Viserys Targaryen. I'm still surprised he didn't name him after our eldest brother, Alyssa admitted. Or you, for that matter. Mayhaps our brother is a man of good taste. I asked after a moment's contemplation. I was lacking an acceptable witticism for this situation, sad to say. For now, I would be happy that he did not call the babe Vaegon. Or mayhaps he did not want to decide between naming him Aemon, Vaegon, or Jaehaerys. Alyssa offered her poor husband the napping bundle that was their son. He accepted eagerly, holding the babe as though he were fine pottery that might shatter at the slightest pressure. It was quite the amusing image, the well-built warrior prince holding the fragile infant. Equally likely, I admitted with a slow nod of the head. How very much like my brother to find a 4th option where 3 existed. Or mayhaps I wanted a name father would not object to. Balin asked, not bothering to raise his smiling eyes from the newest addition to our family. A name worthy of House Targaryen. Brother. The heavy oak door slammed open, sending the newborn into a fit of surprisingly powerful screaming that made me wince. Joy of joys, he was going to be such fun to have around in the coming months, I just knew. Get Vaegar, a dragon's been spotted in the city. Aemon Targaryen stood in the door, clad in riding leathers that had clearly been put on in a hurry, and huffing as though he had sprinted here. His gaze swept across the room, past our glaring sister, past our brother futilely trying to calm the babe, before settling on me. Vaegon? Back from your little escapade, I see. My oldest brother said, gesturing towards my armor. Good to know that he cared. Mother had a conniption once she got word of your absence. Follow Sir Crab to the others, lest you give her another. I'm perfectly content where I am now. I crossed my arms defiantly but keeping my tone light. She is too busy with other matters to worry about my whereabouts for the moment. Besides, have you met your nephew yet? He's adorable. Vaegon, there is a wild dragon larger than Vermithor in the city. Aemon said, his voice unnervingly calm despite the white-knuckled grip he kept on his whip. I will need every dragon rider I can get if we want our father to have a city to return to. Balin and I cannot in good conscience ride out to drive it out of the city if we have to worry about your wanderlust. Then stop worrying. Maybe I should have told him about my newest ally. Or my entire plan for the cannibal, really. That probably would have avoided this whole confrontation. But he would have told father and obstructed me. All for my own good. The beast could reduce the city to a pile of ash within the hour if we are not careful. Aemon maintained his icily calm tone. We need to drive it away from the city. I cannot do so with just Caraxes, so I need Balin. You are a child, and I cannot trust you to keep a woman fresh out of childbirth safe, or even yourself for that matter. Oi, I hardly need to be kept safe. Alyssa rapidly sat up, incensed at the implication. I'll be back on Malaise before the week is out, you mark my words. Oh boy, this looked like an argument that was about to get out of hand. Best to resolve it before tempers flared too much. Is it a black dragon? I asked, deciding to just tackle the matter straight on. Subtlety had its uses, but sometimes the direct approach was necessary. Roosted at the hill of Visenya? Because that's where I left the cannibal. The CA, have you gone mad? Finally, Aemon dropped that annoyingly calm tone of voice. Unfortunately, his sudden outburst of anger was directed at me. The man a decade my elder yanked me closer by my armor before pushing me towards the wall. It picks hatcheries clean. By the 7, why would you even try to claim it? I needed a dragon, I said simply. Since father won't let us near Balerion without written and sealed permission, I had to settle the next most impressive dragon. Ha! Alyssa interrupted the argument with a hearty laugh. I told you he would do something bold. Taming the cannibal was madness, not boldness. Aemon argued. Dreamfire was available. She is near as large and famously even-tempered. Instead, Maejali claimed her to chase after you. And now your little island is free to produce more hatchlings for a few years, I hissed back. If he wanted to back me into a corner, then he would learn the truth about a saying concerning a cornered rat. Since you were unwilling to take care of your own holdings, someone had to do it. You're welcome, by the way. Enough. Balin interrupted, interrupting the anger simmering in my chest. Gods, I was acting like a child again. The child that I, by almost every conceivable metric, still was. Cease your arguing. The crisis has been resolved, so just appreciate your nephew and congratulate your sister. He made a fair point. Chapter 16, I also have a favorite nephew. Baby Viserys was adorable. Even at only a few hours old, his skin still sporting the distinctive shriveling common to newborns, he was a cute infant. No surprise, given how his parents were annoyingly comely. All my siblings were, from distant Aemon to childish Visera, they were all easy on the eyes. And then there was me. Long face, too small mouth and unkind eyes did not make for an appealing combination. My once slim frame had filled out once I had been allowed to start practicing in the yard, the result of having a basic understanding of exercise and proper nutrition. Unfortunately, the dissonance between my cultivated bulk and the more graceful stature of my brothers was annoying. But I could hardly be mad at my little nephew for that. He was an adorable little child, after all. A little child who, if all my plans went mostly as they should, would have a calm and peaceful life ahead of him, free of factionalism and intrigue. All my nieces and nephews, present and future, would inherit a kingdom that was worth living in. And all it would take was the complete economic, military, social, and political overhaul of society. I passed the babe to Aemon before I got too carried away by my plans of dramatically refreshing Westerosi society, taking care to support the babe's head. Isn't this better? Balin asked as the tenuous calm settled deeper into the room. He would never give up on trying to forge peace between Aemon and me. One day, he might even succeed completely. No need to argue, is there? There is not, Aemon agreed, gently rocking his nephew with all the confidence of a man who had done this before. Yes, little Rhaenys was well served to have this man as her father. All is well, brother. Indeed it is, I agreed, leaning back in my seat, glad for the return of calm. The arguments were hardly anything new between Aemon and me, but that was no excuse. He was my brother, we were supposed to get along, but we just kept arguing whenever we were given the chance. It was maddening to know that this man, who for all his considerable intelligence just kept being wrong, might eventually sit the throne. Indeed it is. Luckily, a new common ground had presented itself in the form of our nephew, though the calm it inspired was largely one of our own creation. Little Viserys had to do nothing to guarantee the peace, which was convenient since he could not even support his own head. The cannibal is infamous on Dragonstone not just for his feeding habits but also for the ferocity of his temper, Aemon commented after a brief reign of quiet. Where was he going with this? Not unlike Caraxes, just older. I would be glad to share some of the things I've learned about handling such a beast, if you wish. It could be useful, I allowed after a moment's consideration. For now, the cannibal's primary use was in promoting my, and by extension my family's, image. Since he was by no means a reliable mount and thus a faulty tool at best and an active detriment at worst, any means to change that unreliability had to be used. Hopefully their temperaments are similar enough for that advice to be useful. Well, prospective dragon riders are usually expected to research their targets before claiming them, Aemon commented, and I bristled at the insinuation. To prevent this exact kind of situation. Aem. Balin warned, but it was too late. And future kings are expected to produce a son, instead of creating an easily preventable succession crisis. I did not hesitate to shoot back. If Aemon wanted to continue our feud, then I would be happy to oblige. 3 years and no additional pregnancies? Are you even trying? Vaeg. Alyssa joined her husband in trying to shut down the argument. No doubt the birth had been exhausting, or else she would no doubt have leapt from the bed to try and beat some sense into us. Her mother died giving birth to her, Aemon said slowly, his jaw muscles tensing with barely suppressed rage. Our grandmother, Vaegon. I will not force her to relieve that trauma again. And I have an heir. One, I pointed out. Like father did with Daenerys. And how did that go, exactly? Right, he and mother had more. As was wise and prudent. I will not hear of wisdom and prudence from the boy who thought taming the cannibal was a good idea, Aemon hissed, rising to his feet. It was a good thing he had not brought a weapon, or things might have gotten ugly. Well, uglier than they already were. At least I have ideas, I shot back, before the ludicrous nature of the situation settled in. Aemon was still holding his nephew, which seemed to be the only thing keeping him even remotely calm. Balin and Alyssa were making placating noises, and I was only escalating the situation needlessly. In a birthing room. My face heated up in shame. This was ill done of me, to feed an argument in this place. Shaking my head, I rose to my feet. This argument was not worth it. Then again, neither were all the others, and I had continued those anyways. But no, today was different. Today was a special day, and I was not going to help ruin it. Aemon could have this one. I should see how our siblings are doing. Paying no heed to the protests of my siblings, I swiftly made my exit, making sure the door behind me was closed properly. The White Knights gave me some odd looks, but they said nothing, so I paid them no mind. Contrary to my stated intentions, I did not immediately visit my younger siblings. Doing so in a dark mood would be disastrous for the positive changes I had tried to instill in them. They would eventually need to learn about the ugly parts of the world, but that could wait a few years yet. For now, preserving that childish innocence took priority. Thus, I found myself pacing the halls of the Holdfast for a few minutes, walking several circuits around the central cluster of suites as the muffled sounds of screaming echoed just on the edge of hearing, a throaty exclamation of pain that sounded like it would tear my poor mother's throat to shreds. Every time she trailed off, I prayed it would be the last scream, only for it to have been a break to take another breath. On and on it went for 7 circuits of the Holdfast. As a distraction, my walk was failing horribly. So, despite my misgivings, I went to visit my other siblings. They were not difficult to find, there were only 2 other doors with King's Guards posted outside, and one of them had significantly louder screaming than the other. The children were in a room on the opposite side of the Holdfast, far away from mother's labor, listening to an old scepter read to them from the 7-pointed star while trying their hand at needlework. The crackle of the fireplace combined with the old woman's voice gave the entire room a comforting ambience, one which drowned out all sound from the outside. And so, the sons of Huger divided the lands of their father between themselves, the old priestess read slowly from the book in her lap. But they did not heed the words the 7 who are one spoke to their father, and thus so, Your Grace. The Septa noticed my presence and rose from her seat in order to curtsy properly. It did force her to rapidly close her book, interrupting a story I quite enjoyed, as my sisters took notice of my presence. Dahlia, shy as always, only smiled briefly before returning to the piece of fabric in her hands. Visera, still young, dropped her little project to run over with a happy giggle. Sarah, however, had the grace to carefully set her project aside before charging me, rapidly outpacing her younger sister. Vaeg, you're back. Sarah, ever eager for attention, loudly exclaimed. She had wasted no time wrapping me in as crushing an embrace as a 10-year-old could manage. At least, that was what I assumed, I was still clad in my armor. Why are you wearing that? Did you fight? Did you win? Mayhaps, I allowed, tousling her hair. She exaggerated her irritation, as was her right as an adorable younger sibling, but leaned into it with far less subtlety than she probably thought. Visera caught up by then and began tugging on my other arm for her own share of head pats. Septa, would you mind if I took over the reading? She assented, of course, and I got to continue the tale of the sons of Huger, and their tragic fall. Gods, I loved having siblings sometimes. Chapter 17, Less Serious Matters. The day after a royal birth was always bittersweet. A new babe was always a delight, mostly in the pure potential they represented, but sometimes, as was the case with little Viserys, they were simply a pleasure to witness and hold. And judging by the lack of screams echoing through Maegor's Holdfast the morning after I returned from Duskendale, I was eager to see how my newest sibling measured up. They would be inferior, I already knew, since mother was growing older and the babe was a few weeks early, if Alysar's remarks the previous day were any indication. Fortunately, I was a creature of curiosity, so I did not let some trivial details limit my desire to learn more. Unfortunately, I had something very much not trivial to handle first, breakfast with my family. Or most of it, anyway. Alyssa had not been cleared to leave bed yet, and Balin was not one to leave his wife alone with a babe. Mother was still under close watch. Father and Maegor were, predictably, not present. Which left me with Dahlia, Sarah, and Visera for company. And Aemon. Huzzah! How are your studies progressing, Dahlia? Aemon took the lead in directing the idle chatter over breakfast by right of being the only true adult present. He had claimed the seat at the head of the table, father's seat, a seat which would become Aemon's in time, and tried to conduct himself as our father might. I hear you have been reading to your siblings. MHM. The girl in question made a nose of confirmation around the chunk of bread she had crammed in her mouth. Perhaps not the best example of etiquette, but she was still a child. After a few seconds, she managed to extricate her food and elaborated. Vaegon and Maegor let me read some of the stories from the 7-pointed star. Have they now? Iman's gaze drifted over to me, seated at the far end of the table. Did my sister's decision to sit closer to me than him irritate him? Perhaps, but it was hard to tell. He had not inherited our father's inscrutable smile, but he could manage a clearly artificial facsimile. A matter of age, that, Iman lacked the crow's feet that hid the artificial nature of his smile. Given time, he would no doubt be able to copy father's smile flawlessly. We did, I said, gesturing vaguely with my own chunk of bread, topped with a slice of smoked fish. The maesters do say that participation helps with learning. Vaeg. Sarah did not take kindly to not being the center of attention. I can read too. I can do it next time. If you are certain, I said. Perhaps the tale of the mother and the young Huger will be appropriate. Why not the stranger? Visera asked. Oh, she wanted to participate, did she? Finally, some progress. I liked the story about the singer and his quest. Are there more like that? Perhaps, I allowed. Though I will need to ask the Septa about that. She might not appreciate discussing some of the darker aspects of the seventh face. Breakfast continued at much the same pace for a while, with my sisters asking questions and me answering them, while Iman was left awkwardly trying to direct a conversation he was not part of. Eventually, though, both food and conversation began to dwindle, and we were all ready to face the day. Naturally, I used the opportunity to visit my mother. I was a caring son, after all, and I had a new sibling to love and appreciate. At least, that was the plan. My apologies, Your Grace, the Knight of the King's Guard said, blocking the entrance to the birthing room with his white-armored bulk. For this task, this single knight sufficed, given that he was far and away the largest of his sworn brothers. No visitors are allowed in the Queen's apartments by the Grand Maester's orders. And? I asked. My mother could use a social visit from her son. Or are you about to tell me that a son's love for his mother is to be obstructed, Sir Crab? A knight's vows involved obeying and respecting your father, I knew, so why not your mother? Grand Maester Elisar left very clear instructions, Sir Crab repeated slowly. In this situation, his orders take precedence. Your presence is not allowed inside the chambers. Oh good, he was capable of forming his own thoughts and opinions. An admirable quality to have in a guard, to be sure. Unfortunately, that quality ran in opposition to my own needs. Do not force me to send for your brother to drag you away, Your Grace, Sir Crab warned, indicating one of the servants traversing the halls of the holdfast. Perhaps you would be better served in returning to Lord Tyrell for your lessons. He made a fair point. Not that there was much I could do, anyways. Besides, I had no desire to be chewed out by Iman, so I gave in. Leaving the holdfast, I made my way through the keep's vast halls, past the throne room, and towards the apartments of the Master of Coin. Lord Martin Tyrell, the Master of Coin, was nominally the man for whom I squired. I was in that position purely because the Grand Maester realized I already knew how to do basic arithmetic, and promptly passed his duties off to someone who knew what they were doing. Really, that meant my lessons were with his wife, Lady Florence Tyrell, born Lady Florence Fossoway. She had been the entire reason why Lord Tyrell had been granted the post in the first place, after all. Ah, Prince Vaegon, the aging Lord Tyrell greeted me as I entered his apartments. The Lord was seated at his desk, an impressive creation of polished oak, though he had little in front of him save for a stack of letters and a candle melting a stick of golden wax. He shared a warm smile, like he did not mind me disappearing for several days without warning. Florence is in the other room. You know the one. Naturally, I answered. I had been to these rooms countless times and knew them better than Father's Solar. How fares the reach? As fractious and quarrelsome as always, the Lord answered. House Florent is reluctant to pay their taxes, Old Town is slow to deliver, and the Marches cite Dornish raids as an excuse to not pay. The same as every year. Hardly anything to worry about. Now go, Florence is whom you are here to see, not this old man. Of course, I answered, and left the man to manage a kingdom from the other side of the continent. Perhaps asking for his notes on running a kingdom would prove fruitful. The fact that he was keeping the Reach together without major insurrections was a miracle in and of itself. But to do so without even being in the kingdom he was ruling? To be able to implement that on a wide scale would do wonders for centralizing authority. Vaegon, I was torn from my reveries by a middle-aged woman's greetings. Lady Florence Tyrell, born Florence Fossoway, was an older woman, her brown hair liberally streaked with grey. The true brains behind the Master of Coin stood over a table covered in a large map of the Crownlands, with a few smaller scraps of paper in front of her. Several tomes laid open, forming a border around the edge of the table. Take a look at this. She slid one of the pieces of paper towards. A broken wax seal still dangled from it, black wax imprinted with a flail. A letter from House Thorn, then. At first blush, it was nothing too obvious, a missive from the Maester of Thornkeep addressed to the Grand Maester, dealing with some of the local weather patterns in his lord's area. I did not bother asking why she had access to his correspondence, assuming that he had shared it with the small council. It was data, after all, and there was nothing harmful about data until you connected the dots. Is this the normal amount of rain? I asked after a moment. Those numbers did not seem quite right. My knowledge of average rainfall for the region was lacking, I was willing to admit, but rain for several days in a row seemed far too high. What about Stony September? Did they report more rain than usual? Nothing from Stony September, but a letter from House Chelstead, she said, sliding over another letter. Right, Stony September reported to River Run before King's Landing. There was little reason for that information to be directed here. They reported a slow-moving storm moving southeast. Flooding, I extrapolated. More rain than usual, with the storm following the flow of the river, meant high water. Since it was still early spring, that meant the rivers were still engorged by meltwater. It meant a lot of flooding. Torrential flooding. Good. Lady Tyrell nodded approvingly. And you know what that means. Lower revenues from the area around the Blackwater Rush. I furrowed my brows as I thought for a moment. Maintaining the same tax rate while the area suffered would only hamper recovery and prolong the crisis. Further steps were necessary. Send grain and timber to the affected areas. And lower taxes by half to encourage rebuilding instead of abandoning the area. Acceptable, she allowed. Although the Crown's taxes for the year will be waived in the Blackwater Rush Valley. A gesture of goodwill. With a nod, I accepted her superior wisdom. Were this another world, a world with far more information where I could more easily create chart supply and demand, I could have found a tax level that would have minimally impeded the recovery effort. In this world, however, I bowed to her expertise in the field. Even if it might shift the economic landscape more than necessary. Besides, that still suited me just fine. There were quite a few breweries along the river, breweries that supplied several inns and taverns around the city. Establishments that I did not yet own. If I timed this well, I might be able to further solidify my hold on that market. All I needed was coin. I may have been a bit hasty in acquiring a dragon, I said after a moment's thought, earning me a questioning look from Lady Tyrell. The beast does not get along with other dragons, so keeping him in either the Red Keep or the Dragon Pit is not an option. And the city is too flammable for my liking. That is quite the issue indeed, she admitted. What do you intend to do about it? Build some kind of shelter beyond the city walls until I can acclimate him to other dragons. How I was going to manage that feat was a question for another day. And for another dragon rider. Mayhaps once Ma Edgley returned from Duskendale. Unfortunately, that will require a significant amount of coin. What do you have in mind? The Crown will not build another dragon pit. Nothing so extreme, I reassured her. Little more than a particularly large gallery, as for a tourney, but made of stone and with a cover for rain. If I use local clay and stone, I should be able to keep costs down. A feasible plan, she fixed me with a steely glare. But I will need more details before I promise any coin. Of course, I said, reaching for a blank piece of paper and the piece of charcoal she liked to use to make notes on the map, already making plans for how I was going to cut corners to skim a little, or a lot, off the funding. With the matter settled, we were able to move on to the next issue, the sighting of a large dragon near Duskendale and the resulting decrease in tariffs. Oops. Chapter 18, All is well. If my mornings belonged to the Master of Coin, then my afternoons belonged to the practice yard. I would have worked on my projects, had they needed any work. My next few acquisitions were already decided, but I needed to wait a few days for the situation to deteriorate and drive the costs down. My taverns would have a list of their most common singers ready by the time I met with the owners of the soon-to-be troubled taverns. And my translation project was something best done at night. After all, who needed to translate the seven-pointed star into an ancient Valyrian dialect predating the First War with Oldgeese? That was the kind of thing somebody paid a forger to create if, purely hypothetically, they needed some evidence about religious precedent. For now, training was a good, and productive, use of my time. And given how much I had struggled even making it to second place in the melee at Duskendale, I desperately needed it. If my growling stomach was any indication, however, I needed food just a bit more urgently. Luckily, the kitchens were not too far from the training yard, so I was able to grab some bread and eat it on the way. I arrived in the bailey given over to the squire's practice yard without trouble, and I wasted little time shrugging into a padded jacket and grabbing a shield bearing the distinctive heraldry of my house. A padded cap was quickly tied onto my head with familiar ease, and I donned a protective great helm. I would have grabbed the hammer from the weapon rack, too, but it was mysteriously missing. Someone else must have taken it. Grabbing one of the far more numerous swords, I entered the training yard prepared to drive myself to the point of exhaustion. Sure, I was less experienced with the blade, but that just meant I could use the practice. Looking around the yard, there were a handful of squires already paired off in their own fights, usually against someone in their own age group. The rest were doing their own thing, swinging at a straw target, running laps, climbing ladders, and other basic exercises. My goals, however, were more aligned with the former group than the latter. There, the older squire swinging at a quinton, he would serve. His padding bore the distinctive heraldry of House Costain, the silver chalice on black quartered with a black flower on yellow. He should prove an adequate opponent. Costain! I shouted in greeting, interrupting the young man in his training. His blow landed with a resounding crack as his wooden sword met the wooden core of his target. Only then did he turn to face me. Well, glance over his shoulder to look at me. Care for a fight against something that can hit back? Bold words, Your Grace, he said in reply, turning fully to level his sword at me. Let us see if your skill can match them. I let him advance closer towards the center of the yard to give him enough room to fight me properly. Almost immediately, he began his offensive. Raining down blows on me, aiming mostly for my head, he tried to drive me back against a wall. Taking the hits on my shield, I knew I could hold out for a comfortable amount of time, but that was no way to win. Just as you could not lose if you did not get hit, you could not win if you did not attack. I swung for his head in turn, knowing that attacks to the body would be as good as harmless with the padding we both wore. Thrusts would work, true, but those were too easily handled by a shield. Unfortunately, our strategies only led to what my mentors might have once called a seesaw, a repeating loop of nearly identical attacks and blocks. But that was decades in the past and several centuries of advances in melee combat techniques removed from now. Which meant I had to improvise. I caught the next blow on my sword. His body language shifted in surprise as I broke our previously established pattern. His wooden blade slid down as I trapped his weapon with my guard, leaving us both with shields. Or, as I preferred to call it, my secondary weapon. The narrow tip of my shield slammed into the squire's gut, driving the breath from his lungs. He staggered back, swinging his shield into position to cover his torso. Unfortunately for him, this left his head vulnerable to a swing that rang his helmet like a bell. A second strike and he collapsed into the dirt. Well fought, I said amiably, offering him a hand up. Well fought, he agreed, before making his way to the exit of the training yard. Was he done already? I had been hoping for another round or 5. After all, if one fight was good, then 2 were better. I cast about for another opponent, finding nothing but more squires occupied with their own activities. Very enthusiastically, I had to say, almost as if they did not want to fight me. Odd how that worked. Luckily, a boy in dairy livery was a bit slow to turn away. Dairy! I shouted a challenge to the squire, and he froze in place. Slowly, he turned around as I approached. Face me. His shoulders seemed to slump briefly, but he recovered his poise as he approached. Much better. Where was the fun in fighting someone who did not want to fight? What was there to learn? This squire fought fair more cautiously than the Costain, content to hide behind his shield while only occasionally swinging at my head with his sword. A feint to his head left his torso open for a slash to the gut. He managed a panicked parry with his sword, but that did not protect him from the shield that slammed into his head. He, too, collapsed to the ground. I moved to help him up when a hand clapped on my shoulder. Enjoying yourself, Your Grace? My shield twitched up in response to the unexpected contact, but I suppressed the more extreme adrenaline-fueled response. I recognized the tones of my distant cousin, and it would not do to lash out violently. I was about to, I grumbled, turning to face Corlys. The man was dressed much as I was, though his jacket bore the seahorse of his house instead of the dragon of mine. Unless you're here to join me in training. I think not, the knight shook his head with surprising vigor. Come now, I was hardly that bad to fight. For a knight and a squire to fight would be unseemly. Was that why some of the knights at Duskendale had been so abrasive? Or had they been looking for excuses to heal their wounded prides? For a knight to lose to a squire, you mean, I retorted, my smile coloring my words. Yes, that was an explanation I could live with. If not for training, then what brings you here? Your sisters were worried about you not joining them for lunch, he explained. Princess Dahlia asked me to check on you. Wait, Dahlia? Shy little Dahlia? Dahlia did. I asked slowly, taking care not to let myself sound surprised, and taking slightly more care to not let my pride in her progress show. Oh, how far she had come. Once deathly afraid of strangers, now she spoke to Corlys for something as banal as tracking me down? She deserved some praise for that. She did. You can tell her how well I did at dinner, Corlys said jovially, reaching into his belt to retrieve a pair of waterskins. At least, I hoped they were waterskins. Care to join me for a drink? You haven't told me how your little expedition went. I suppose I can take a break, I allowed, and followed the knight out of that particular bailey, through a small gate into one of the adjoining gardens. Usually, these were reserved for smaller social engagements, turning the sea of green into an archipelago of riotous color, but for now it was largely empty. no doubt due to the day's rising heat. And Corlys passed me a skin, tearing the stopper out of his own with his teeth. You were gone for days, and his grace is still absent. Not the best outcome, if I were to judge. It all worked out fine, I said, taking an experimental sip from the offered skin, and was pleased to note it was water. Clean, refreshing water. I have a dragon, joined the melee and the joust at Duskendale. Placed second the former and won the latter, though father and Maedgeli were there to witness the tourney. Maedgeli. Corlys looked confused for a moment. Did she claim a dragon, too? Dreamfire, I confirmed. Seeing an ambitious look start to creep onto his face, I opted to put a stop to whatever scheme was in the process of concocting. I suspect I may have a wedding to look forward to before too long. You had better if she tamed a dragon to chase you down, Corlys said, giving me a good-natured nudge, looking none the worse for the news. Had I misread him? No, of course I had. So you do have some good sense. Had I known that I would have brought something stronger to celebrate. Might still be a good idea. My mind returned to the lessons of that morning. Some of the breweries along the Blackwater Rush may struggle to fill their orders in the coming weeks. Oh. That got his attention. The Valyrian was a merchant at heart, after all. Care to elaborate? Heavy rains along the Blackwater. I happen to know that quite a few breweries are located on that river and sell to taverns in the city, I said by way of explanation. I take it you will be using your earnings to take advantage? He asked, and I suppressed a grimace. Sadly not. My earnings were limited thanks to extenuating circumstances, I admitted. Involving a very bored dragon. There is a story there. He hinted, taking a long pull from his waterskin, inviting me to elaborate. Indeed there is, I acknowledged, taking an equally lengthy drink. Corlys gave me a cross look, but one lacking any actual heat, and one I matched with a grin of my own. The cannibal interrupted the joust. I chased it off, inspiring the other knights to yield. That is significantly less exciting than I expected, Corlys grumbled, shaking his head in disappointment. Although, if you're still interested in making some coin, you could join me on my next trip to UTI. It's a lengthy trip, make no mistake, but with your existing wealth, you could easily add another ship or 3 to the expedition. Good, clean, easy coin. If you have a good captain leading the effort. And all the more coin for you, too, I observed. Corlys at least had the grace to look abashed. Why not ask my father to fund your next trip? He declined the offer, Corlys explained, his tone bitter. Even after I told him just how much coin such an expedition would earn. I chose not to tell him of my father's words of caution regarding him and his ambition. While it might soothe his wounded pride about his skills of persuasion, the chances of planting seeds of a more actively antagonistic nature were too great. Maybe you should see about getting married yourself, I joked instead. Use the dowry for something profitable. Perhaps I shall, he allowed. Tell me, is your prayer group open to more distant relatives? And wasn't that a phrase I was terrified to hear? Chapter 19, It's good to be the third favorite son. My father returned from Duskendale 2 days after I had returned. It was hardly a surprise a raven had arrived the previous evening, after all, and the court had prepared accordingly. The doors of the Red Keep had been thrown open, revealing a commanding view of the city. The hand of the king had returned to the table set up in front of the Iron Throne with all the councillors in a position of relative deference. Every seat at that table occupied, save for the young Master of Laws. Well, young for a member of the small council. Vaegon Targaryen had long been a man grown, but he still seemed half a boy when he was surrounded by his fellow councillors. Luckily, that did not hold true when in our father's seat. The Iron Throne loomed large, dominating the room. A crude series of steps, forged from the blades of kings brought low by dragon flame, flanked on either side by uneven groups of blades, somehow still razor-sharp after more than 7 decades. At the very top was a seat, for a given meaning of the word, uncomfortable by design and as blunt a metaphor for kingship as there ever was. And that was where my brother sat, acting as regent until my father returned. Presumably, anyways. And thus, everything having been put in place, we waited. It took a few hours, time that was spent hearing no shortage of minor cases. A man's dispute with his neighbor, a baker's dissatisfaction with his guild, mediation for inheritance disputes, a litany of minor problems was brought before the throne. Minor problems that could have been resolved by a mayor, or even a local assembly. But delegation of authority was apparently a secret on par with the creation of Valyrian steel, lost to the ravages of time. Perhaps I should get around to writing a guide to good governance. Not that anybody would follow it, given my lack of actual experience in the field, but it would give me the chance to say I told you so in the coming decades. Or, more likely, would give future generations the opportunity to do so. If it survived. The twin roars of approaching dragons tore me from my thoughts. The small folk appealing to the throne stopped in their arguments, turning to the wide open doors in confusion. While by no means rare, a dragon's roar still commanded attention. 2 dragons commanded undivided attention. After all, who else but the royal family could lay claim to such beasts? Some might plan to change that fact, but they would fail. Off in the distance, 2 blurry smudges slowly grew in size and clarity, one bronze and one a pale blue. Vermithor and Dreamfire, carrying my father and Maegili. And probably some knights of the King's Guard. The blurs grew larger and larger as they approached, resolving into the distinctive silhouettes of dragons in flight. The case currently being presided over was forgotten as every member of the court dutifully turned to look at the approaching dragons. Perhaps that was a bit premature, as the great beasts took their sweet time approaching the keep. Not that I could blame the dragons, they were trained to approach and land at the dragon pit. Wait, no they weren't. Vermithor roosted at the keep, and Dreamfire had never roosted there until her last rider died at Harrenhal. Neither was trained to land at the pit. So why did it take them so long? The answer made itself clear as the dragons made to land not at one of the baileys of the keep, but right at the wide open doors to the great hall. Landing with a resounding thump that echoed through the hall, Vermithor stretched his serpentine neck through the open doors, the top of his head noticeably larger than most of the men in the great hall. My father dismounted confidently, doffing his helmet in one smooth motion, the white knights seated behind him moving far more cautiously. Even in riding leathers and lacking his crown, there was no mistaking this man for anything but a king. No cloak, no fine raiment, just a man with the sheer presence that proclaimed to the world I am the king. Even as the councillors rose in a carefully planned show of deference, and my brother began his slow descent from the throne, the assembled courtiers and petitioners broke out in enthusiastic cheers and applause. It was hard not to after all, a dragon large enough to swallow any of them whole was but a stone's throw away. The king in question did not so much as turn and acknowledge the crowds as he strode confidently towards the throne towards his throne. Aemon reached the bottom just as father drew close enough to embrace him. Some words were no doubt exchanged, but I was too far away to hear them. Not that the continued applause of the assembled courtiers and petitioners helped much on that front, producing a persistent flood of noise until my father took his seat at the top of his throne. Seated far above the crowds on a barely shaped pile of mysteriously rust-free iron and steel, my father raised a hand, finally acknowledging the applause. The applause took its sweet time dying down, perhaps as long as a minute. Once silence reigned in the court, as he began to speak. "Beloved friends, your deference does me honor," my father said, playing the role of the deferential king. An Augustus, not a Domitian. It still struck me as odd that he would feel the need to act the part when our family was at its strongest, but I had been witness to more than my fair share of court events, so I was used to it. Truly, returning to this beautiful city is an honor and a privilege. More applause followed the statement as the courtiers ate it up. Or, more likely, as they did not want to be seen as disrespectful. A little column A, a lot of column B. While I must apologize for my sudden departure, I do bear some good news. At this, the crowd murmured in anticipation. What could the news possibly be? For whom was it good news? How could they exploit it? Our realm now knows yet more dragon riders. As if by some prearranged cue, which it most certainly was, another serpentine head wound its way through the open doors to the great hall, this one a pale blue, with a far younger rider. Dreamfire and Vermithor must have landed at the same time to pull that off. Oh, that had been clever. My sister Maegili dismounted far less smoothly than my father, no doubt due to a lifetime's difference in experience, but maintained her composed appearance. My daughter, Princess Maegili Targaryen, rider of Dreamfire. My father announced with a grandiose tone. Obligingly, the court erupted with applause. Less than with father's arrival, but we could not all be a refreshingly competent monarch. With luck, Aemon would follow that trend. My father waited only long enough for the applause to die down while Maegili walked over to join me, standing just close enough for her to squeeze my hand, and me hers. The victor of the joust at the tourney of Duskendale, second place in the melee of the same tourney. My son, Prince Vaegon Targaryen, rider of the cannibal. For half a moment following my father's pronouncement, the hall remained silent. Was it shock? Was it confusion? Did they know who the cannibal was? Did they know there was a tourney at Duskendale? For a heart-wrenching moment, only silence filled the air. Was I not worthy of their praise? Had I wronged them somehow? Thankfully, it was only a moment until a deafening round of applause took the place of the silence. Louder even, dare I say, than the applause that had greeted my father. If he showed any discomfort at the idea, my father did not show it. If anything, his smile seemed the very image of paternal pride. But why? Did my exceptional performance not endanger his preferred heir's status? Did an increase in my prominence not threaten the realm's stability? Or was he merely that good an actor? No, I chastised myself, my father was merely a good man. A good man who liked his sons to be warriors. He was genuinely happy to see his son rise, happy to see an obvious match in the making. No matter his reservations about my personal choices, he was happy that I was proving myself worthy of the Targaryen name. Likewise, I was happy to show the world that I was indeed worthy of it. Brighter than Balon, bolder than Aemon, godlier than both put together, sufficiently skilled at arms to match grown men at only 4 and 10. And yet, not a knight. That little detail was a bit more than just a niggling doubt at the back of my mind. It meant nothing if I earned my spurs now or in 2 years, at least to me. To the realm, this ever so hierarchical society, it meant everything. From the lowliest hedge knight to the lords of the kingdoms, they could take pride in the fact that they were knights, and I was not. I knew that I could buy a knighthood, but that would taint my reputation more than it would help it. When men asked who had knighted me, others would speak of the hedge knight or free rider who traded the honor of the position for a few coins and a wineskin. But a knighthood from the king or one of his king's guard. None could scorn me for that. No, I would have to wait for my father to authorize one of the white cloaks to knight me. Waiting for a few years was far better than a lifetime of mockery and jeering for having bought my spurs. Better to prove myself the patient and pious princeling than to reveal myself as a foolish boy playing at being a warrior. For now, I chose to be content with what I had. And the company that chose to stand at my side. Chapter 20, Not All Is Well. My father's announcements had lacked one or two potentially massive revelations. Namely, the existence of little Viserys Targaryen, who might at some point become king, and the status of Queen Ali's Anne. The former was to be expected. After all, why announce a birth if you are not presenting the babe to the court? As for the latter, well, there was a good reason why the royal family was assembled outside the birthing chambers. All of us, from Stoic Aemon to little Visera, were in attendance. The Septa, who was nominally our governess, had taken a break from her prayers to also be present, but that was mostly to distract the younger children from horrors beyond the door. Not that they were necessary, little Viserys provided ample distraction. The door opened ever so slightly, allowing a maid to slip out. Pleased as I was to note that the blood-curdling screams had stopped, the girl carried in her arms a pile of rags stained an unpleasantly intense shade of red. I would have called those swatches of fabric utterly soaked if not for the occasion splotches where the original grey could be seen. I shot a glance at my siblings. Wide-eyed, Balon's face carried a haunted look as he beheld the evidence of a troubled birth. Aemon, too, looked troubled, but far less so than our brother. Perhaps the birth of little Rhaenys had been more difficult than I thought. My stomach turned in response to our last conversation, to when I had quite heatedly decried my brother's policy on heirs. If that birth had been anything like this, I could understand his reluctance to try for further children. Guilt was hardly a new feeling, but not when it came to my family. At least, not in this life. Luckily, the younger children were too entranced by their nephew to notice. The babe was sleeping, as was the wont of newborns, but that did not keep the children from fawning over him. Babes were cute, that was the truth of all worlds. Even Maegeli was enraptured by the napping bundle of joy, but that was hardly surprising. She had a maternal streak longer than the wall, as the effort she put into our siblings could attest. I could not help but smile at the sight. Something catch your eye? Balon whispered behind me, eliciting a flinch. Just appreciating. For half a moment, I almost considered saying the view, before catching myself. The love on display. The bonds of family. Of course, Balon said, using a tone that made it abundantly clear that he knew, or at least thought he knew, the real reason. He was free to believe it was the sight of Maegeli in riding leathers. After the fiasco with Aemon, I was speaking truthfully when I said it was the familiar love that brought a smile to my face. Just because I was 14 did not mean I was a lust-addled beast. And wasn't that a lovely reminder? For all my maturity, I was still a child as far as the realm was concerned. And while there were many in my orbit all too willing to overlook that fact, Father, Aemon, and their like would not hesitate to remind me. But I could not allow that to impede my plans. Children, Grand Maester Elissar poked his head through the door, displaying his customary level of tact. Yes, he most certainly meant Aemon and Balon in that description, if his focus on the eldest sons of the king was any indication. If the citadel had a link for etiquette, Elissar had most certainly not earned his. Or he had chosen to use his notes to fuel the fires in which he forged that link. Her Grace requests your presence. Visera, Sarah, and Dahlia needed no further invitation before rushing in, all but knocking the door down as they went. Not that the rest of us were far behind them, mind you, but we were capable of a bit more restraint. Granted, a bit more restraint still saw us hot on our younger siblings' heels. The sight within the birthing room was chaotic, to be charitable. Disheartening, to be honest. Off to the side, the fireplace was blazing, filling the room with a stifling heat contained only by the thick oak door that was kept tightly closed. A pot was sitting above it, filled with boiling wine and rags, attended by the Grand Maester who was once again doing his best to ignore us in favor of some book in his hands. The center of the room was dominated by a bed, occupied by my mother, Ali's Anne Targaryen. Though she did not share the Valyrian coloring, sporting honey-colored hair and blue eyes, there was no mistaking her for anyone but the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Even after what was no doubt a difficult birth several weeks premature, with her cheeks sunken and drenched in sweat, there was a regal air to her. "My sweet children!" She greeted us, shifting slightly in her bed, trying to rise to something resembling a seated position. Alas, she failed, and sagged back down into the pillows, eliciting no small amount of worry from me. Had the birth weakened her this much? "Come, come, let me get a good look at you." Being the obedient children that we were, we all crowded as closely as we dared. In my case, that meant standing just barely within arm's reach, a distance shared by my older siblings. The obvious exception was Alyssa, of course. My most energetic sibling stood close to our mother with our younger siblings, nearly on the bed. "Oh, how I missed you all," Mother cooed. "Dahlia, with your kind soul. Sarah, with your sweet smile. Sarah, growing so quickly. Oh, sweet Alyssa, what a beautiful child you made." Mother wasted no time fawning over little Viserys. Though only barely older, my nephew was still noticeably larger than the bundle at my mother's breast. He and his uncle shall be the best of friends, I am certain. It was only then that mother seemed to notice her other children. "What are the rest of you doing so far away? Come closer, don't let your sisters hog all the attention." "Mother, I'm hardly dressed for." Ma edgily attempted to concoct an explanation for why she was not on the front line of showing all the love she had, only for our mother to interrupt her before she could say much else. "Oh, hush Ma edgily, don't give me that." Even when reprimanding, mother's voice was soft and gentle. Even the stress of childbirth could not wear away that part of her. "I know riding leathers as well as anyone, especially the kind used for riding dragons. Really, I'm more surprised you chose a wild dragon. It gave me quite a fright when your dragon roared its challenge." Aemon, Balin, Maedgili and Alyssa grew very still at that, freezing in their tracks. They all knew our mother was wrong in her assessment, but none had the heart to tell her quite how wrong. I, however, could not help but chuckle slightly at that. "Mother, I just arrived in King's Landing no more than an hour ago," Maedgili said carefully, shooting me a warning look. As though I were not capable of diplomacy. "Atop Dreamfire." "Oh, then who?" Mother trailed off before her eyes settled on me and my smug grin. "Vaegon, my bright child, what did you do?" "I tamed a wild dragon," I said matter-of-factly. My younger siblings, primarily Sarah, turned to look at me with wide eyes and ecstatic smiles, forcing me to put a definite halt to whatever grand adventures they were imagining. An easily bored dragon that is well known for its unparalleled temper. Also barely under my control, but that was not something they had to know. A chorus of disappointment greeted my declaration, once again primarily from little Sarah. "Odd," Mother commented. "Of the wild dragons on Dragonstone, the sheep stealer has a fairly mild temperament. Are you certain your assessment is not due to your own inexperience?" "Oh." She did not know I had claimed the cannibal. "Very certain," I said, not wanting to ruin the illusion. Revealing that I had opted for the most dangerous dragon known to be available would have been detrimental to her health. "Mother, he claimed the cannibal." Aemon did not share my reluctance, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "The cannibal, have you gone mad?" she hissed, rising to a seated position with none of the trouble she had displayed earlier. The bundled form of my new sibling made a noise of complaint that was quickly stifled. "He clears out hatcheries. What made you think you could?" Mother collapsed backward into the bed, what little strength she had left failing her. "Mother!" 8 voices called out in various states of panic, mine among them. "Elisar!" I called out next, but it proved unnecessary as the Grand Maester rushed closer. He checked her temperature, and his eyes went wide. Without hesitating, he withdrew to the side of the room and began checking the book that lay open on a side table. I checked her temperature in turn, resting the back of my hand against her forehead, and withdrew my hand almost immediately, my hand feeling like it had been doused in boiling wine. "Elisar, she's burning up!" I shouted to the man in question as my younger siblings began to look more than a bit worried. Dahlia's large violet eyes were already wet with tears that were about to flow. Sarah's tiny hands latched onto mine, either to try and get my attention or for comfort. Sarah was young, thankfully, and just kept trying to look at everyone, a look of confusion on her face. Hopefully, it would last long enough to get her out of the room. "Oh, we have the Archmaester of the Silver among us, how delightful." Elisar's voice was acidic as he flipped through the pages of his book with worrying speed. Soon, he flipped backward in the book, and then forwards again, no doubt searching for something very specific. "Out, all of you! And take your little brother with you. There should be a wet nurse somewhere in the keep." "Listen to the Grand Maester," Aemon said softly, scooping up Mother's newest child. "You too, Vaegon." I did not trust my voice to be able to form words without cracking horribly, so I did no more than nod in assent. Following my brother's lead, I withdrew from the room with Dahlia and Sarah in tow. Maejali paused only long enough to grab Visera's hand before following me. Once we had all left the birthing room, the door slammed shut. Right then, I was glad to have my brothers and sisters around me. Chapter 21, some worse, some better. Gods, it was good to be back in the training yard. Yes, my mother was potentially dying somewhere under the tender ministration of a Grand Maester whom I did not even trust to keep his smut out of his professional library. Yes, Iman might have caused our mother's sudden collapse in a fit of astounding idiocy motivated by, what, spite? Pettiness? But by the 7, it was hard to worry about that when my blood sang such a wondrous song as it raced through my veins. I could practically feel how my limbs would ache the next morning, but I could not find it within myself to care. For now, all that mattered bringing down the next squire. A boy with the red salmon of House Mouton on his shield stepped up to face me, appearing confident that he would meet a different end than the dozen boys who had preceded him. Sword and shield, that oh so common combination. I let him come. His opening was solid, it had to be said, his body turned in allowing the shield to cover much of his torso and conveniently obscured his sword from view. Given a chance, the sword could slam into any target of his choosing. Naturally, I refused to let him have that choice. Given an attack, you could block it to try and stop the blow, parry it to try and redirect the blow, or my personal favorite, step into it. Getting hit by a padded arm was far more pleasant than a sword. The Mouton boy, unfortunately for him, had not swung his sword, he had thrust. Credit where it was due, the blow would have been painful no matter where it would have landed, thanks to the small area of contact. If it had landed, I was inside his reach by that point and the attack slid harmlessly past me. He backed up, raising his shield to stop a feint coming from above. He was admirably quick on his feet, I had to admit, and even quicker after I slammed my shield into his guts. He stumbled backward, going faster and faster as he lost his balance before he landed flat on his back. There he stayed even as I leveled my sword at his helmeted head. I yield, Your Grace. The boy's voice was reedy from having the wind driven from his lungs. Well fought. Indeed it was, I agreed, helping the other squire to his feet. Try and stay mobile. That way, even if you overcommit to an attack, it won't see you brought low. I was not sure if the squire had heard me, or even if he had managed to say something next, as something far more important caught my attention. For the fairest princess of them all. A youthful voice called out with all the bluster of a youth riding the feeling of invincibility that only hard-earned victory would bring. For the Princess Sarah. It is to her I dedicate this victory. I turned on the spot to focus my gaze squarely on the poor fool who shouted his affection in the presence of the lady's older brother. There, a youth in beesberry colors. He was too busy saluting the figures of my sisters as they stood atop the walls to notice my approach. From the distance, I could just barely see a happy smile on Sarah's face. Oh, how she relished the attention. There were worse ways to declare your affection for a noble lady, to be honest. Part of me wanted to step back and see how the event would play out. At least, that was until I saw the hammer in his hand. The hammer that had been mysteriously missing from the practice rack ever since my return from Duskendale. I shot a glance over the Maejali, hovering protectively in the middle of our little sisters, and met her gaze quickly. She gave me a brief nod, and I grinned beneath my helmet. To enjoy this would be wrong, but I could hardly be right all the time. The boy looked as though he were about to begin some grand proclamation, all puffed out chest and youthful arrogance, swinging that hammer in lazy arcs. I would have been all too willing to bet good silver that he was grinning beneath that helmet. May my luck with this hammer be whatever he was about to say was cut off as I clapped a firm hand on his shoulder. The beesberry boy turned his head, only to freeze as he saw the dragon on my breast. His eyes tracked up and up, ever so slowly, inching his way up until he finally locked eyes with me. May it ever be what? I asked genially of the boy who was no doubt several years younger and most definitely several inches shorter. Your Grace, how I? The boy swallowed heavily, seemingly shrinking in on himself. Already, his shoulders were rounded like a scholar's, his head downcast like a begging brother. How much did you hear? Enough, I answered easily, all but dragging him to the center of the training yard, and I could feel the dread seeping into him. Now come, I wish to get your measure with that hammer. If you wish, Your Grace, the boy stammered, managing to stay on his feet when I let go of him. I took up my position opposite of him and immediately despaired. No confidence in that stance of his, the boy stood like an awkward fence post. A strong gust of wind could have knocked him over, let alone a concerted blow. By the warrior, what is that stance? I asked, clamping down on the temptation to demonstrate the idiocy of standing with your feet in line. I wish to get your measure, not swing at a particularly squishy Quinton. That seemed to motivate him. Well, motivate him enough to get him into a passable opening stance. Much better, I said. Now come, let's see your luck with that hammer. The boy swung his hammer, but there was no spirit in it. Almost entirely the work of the arm, the barest hint from the shoulder. Nothing at all from the waist or the legs. I did not even bother retreating from the blow, did not even bother twisting to take it on my shield. Bringing up my sword, the hammer's shaft rang against the middle of the wooden blade, my arm not shifting an inch. My shield's next strike was not so easily blocked. It slammed into his shield, knocking the boy off balance and into the hard-packed dirt. An embarrassing performance, but certainly a starting point. On your feet, Beesbury, I instructed, offering a hand to the boy. Thankfully, he was not too proud to accept it. Where does your strength come from? From my muscles, Your Grace. He seemed slightly confused at my question. Honestly, it was like he had the bare minimum of understanding how to fight. Still, it was something I could fix. Then why don't you use them? I asked. You swing with your arm. Use your shoulder, your waist, your legs to add strength. I understand, he said, but I did not believe him. Prove it, I countered, and took up my stance once again, inviting him to do the same. This time, the boy's blows actually had some force behind them. He still swung from the same angle, still swung for the same target, and was still stopped by the same static block from the sword. Not exactly the performance you would expect from an up-and-coming warrior of renown, but certainly a welcome change. He still went down in a single strike, from my sword to his head this time, but it was an improvement. Better, I allowed. Now go practice against the Quintons. Make those powerful strikes a habit. My sage advice having been given, I turned away from the boy to look back at my audience. Ma Edgley looked pleased with the result, though little Sarah looked disappointed. Perhaps she had enjoyed the attention? Almost certainly, but my attention was taken by a new presence in the training yard. I heard him first, the footfalls far too heavy to be that of a squire. At first, I had thought it to be Corlys, looking to have a chat, or Balon, looking to spend time with his brother. Instead, it was worse. Far worse. Iman, I greeted my brother with no small amount of forced cheer. Here to find an opponent closer to your level of skill. Perhaps it was a touch rude to greet him like that, but I was still a touch upset with him. Besides, his dress had left me no choice. My brother was clad much as I was, wearing a padded jacket bearing the three-headed dragon of our house. But whereas I wore my helm, my brother instead kept his tucked beneath an arm along with a sword and a shield painted to match his jacket. He had just arrived, coming straight to this yard from whatever task had occupied his attention beforehand. There was not a scratch on the paint of his shield or a dent in his helm, as though he had not even fought yet. No, he definitely had not fought yet. That jacket looked freshly laundered, carefully dried with not a hint of water, let alone sweat, to be seen. Iman had come into the training yard, the squire's training yard, looking for a fight. Why else would he come here, a man grown and knighted, to stand amongst squires? I came to talk. He spoke the words with caution as if weighing each for potential connotations as they left his lips, and I nearly laughed at the brazen lie. Is that why you came dressed to fight? I asked, adopting a mocking tone. The boy I had humiliated in front of my sister was forgotten as I gave Iman my full attention. A curious way of talking to someone. And here I thought diplomats used words instead of swords. I was on my way to my own training, he said, his voice refusing to give up the slow and methodical tone of an amateur diplomat. Then I saw you, and decided to clear the air between us. What is there to clear? I asked. Seeing Iman act the part of the diplomat he was supposed to be was reassuring, in a way. Iman was not terribly offensive company when he could just keep his mouth shut. Unfortunately, I was still a bit upset with him. How you used me to nearly kill mother. The entire training yard fell quiet at those words. All they could have known was that her grace was left weak from giving birth. My words would ignite no shortage of rumors. Rumors that would give Iman a chance to practice some essential skills of kingship. It also let me publicly vent. For several long moments, my brother did nothing, said nothing. But I could tell that remark had cut deep from the way his nostrils flared and eyes narrowed. Oh, how easily he showed his irritation. Our father he was not. She was only so weak because your foolishness with the cannibals drove her to the birthing bed weeks too early, he said, abandoning his attempted diplomatic tones in favor of an angry snarl. He slowly drew closer, the leather of his gloves creaking ominously as he clenched his fists. She was only in that birthing bed because of your unbridled idiocy. You knew that, though, and I didn't, I hissed back, marching forwards until I was a mere handspan from him. And you still chose to tell her that I claimed the cannibal at the worst possible time. Most of the danger has passed, Iman ground out the words. But you needed to learn that your actions have consequences beyond what you expected. So you endangered our mother's life just to prove a point? I asked, incredulous. It was a good thing Iman was not wearing a helm, or I would have swung at him. By the 7, I was still tempted, despite the Master-at-Arms' lengthy lectures on the subject. Here I thought you might only have been another Aenus when you were another Visenya as well. It certainly explains the lack of a second child. I barely saw his fist lash out and crash against my helm, the dull sound of leather on steel echoing through the open yard. Part of me was surprised that Aemon had finally snapped and thrown a punch. The rest of me, however, was busy being consumed by rage. If he wanted to start something, that was more than fine by me. I had recovered my footing in a heartbeat while the heir to the Seven Kingdoms just stared at his fist. Perhaps it was in surprise at his own reaction, but I never bothered to find out before launching myself at him. We collided with a crash that sent Aemon to the ground, causing the gear he carried to spill out of his hands. All save for the shield, which he brought up to protect his face. It saved him from getting his nose broken as the pommel of my sword struck the thick wooden shield instead of his face. The blow sent pain shooting up my arm as the unyielding slab of wood forced the blow to reverberate through the offending limb. Before I had a chance to find an opportunity, Aemon violently threw himself to the side, knocking me into the hard-packed dirt. We scrambled back to our feet, Aemon with his wooden sword in hand. "Feel like a big man yet?" I asked, thrusting for his midsection. His shield blocked it as his sword descended on my outstretched arm. It connected no more than Aemon would answer me. Aborting my attack, my sword twisted, hoping to catch Aemon's and leave my shield free to slam into his elbow. In practice, my retaliatory blow never connected as Aemon retreated once he realized his attack would not connect. Part of me was glad to have an opponent worthy of the term. The squires just did not present much of a challenge. The rest of me, however, was annoyed he would not stand still and get hit. Still, despite his experience, I had one very important advantage, a helmet. I slashed at his face, disengaging around the shield that dragged the weapon away before slamming the other fist towards his face. The shield's point collided with the hastily raised sword, knocking the wooden blade into his face but not enough to hurt him. It forced him back a step, and I jumped on the opportunity. My sword rained blows on his shield as he struggled to even create an offensive. My right never aimed for the same place twice in a row, forcing Aemon to shift with every attack. And the blows from my shield were not something many wanted to experience. He was forced on the defensive, never able to get in a decisive blow. Or so I had thought. I feinted low, slashing at his thigh before flicking the point up to thrust at his face. Tragically, I missed my intended target, aiming far too low for his face and only slamming into his collarbone. My sword skipped upwards from the impact, taking the point past the shoulder. By the time I was halfway through recovering my guard, Aemon was already moving. He closed the distance, trapping my arm above our heads, unable to strike. His own sword, meanwhile, wrapped behind my back where his other arm trapped it in place. I could feel him shift his weight in an attempt to wrestle me to the ground, to turn this into a disorderly brawl where his lack of helmet was less of a detriment. More importantly, he was larger than I, both taller and heavier. My inexperience aside, it would have been a bad place to be. Aemon was too close for me to use my shield effectively. Luckily, he was just close enough for me to use my head as the warrior intended. My head rushed forwards, slamming my armored forehead against his nose. The crunch of sundered cartilage was felt through the thick steel encasing my head as I felt my brother's grip weaken. A second headbutt, this one far wetter to my ears, broke it completely as Aemon was driven back. He swayed slightly, bringing a hand to the ruined nose crushed flat against his face. That pale silver hair contrasted vividly against the blood sheeting down his face. But he was still standing. His eyes were wide with shock, but he was still standing. My shield solved that matter easily, the point slamming into his jaw and dropping him to the ground. The blow ruined the symmetry of his face, his jaw looking like it might object to solid food in the near future, drooping on one side. "Vaegon, enough." Maegeli's voice tore my attention from the sight of my brother. She was running to my side, her skirts bunched up in her hands to keep the fine white fabric free of the dirt at our feet. "It's over. You can relax." "Relax?" I was relaxed. Why would I not be relaxed? She placed a firm hand on my shoulder, and for the first time, I felt tension beneath my skin. Muscles wound as tightly as iron to relax, refused to yield, refused to return to their natural calm despite the only real danger being busy lying on the ground and spitting out broken teeth. My brother was on the ground, wounded at my hand. I forced stiff fingers to open, releasing the wooden blade to the tender mercies of gravity. "I'm sorry," I said softly, eyes downcast. With the song of battle receding from my ears and my heart slowing down, I slowly realized what I had done. Provoking and beating my brother to a pulp was ill done of me, no matter how much he deserved it. Even if he had been lying, even if he nearly killed our mother to teach me some petty lesson, one simply did not brutalize their own brother. I could feel the disgust well up inside me, a tightening of the throat which I simply could not swallow away. But after what Aemon said, what he did, I could not have just let him walk all over me. What else could I have done? The light on my face intensified as someone lifted off my helmet. It was Maegeli, as it turned out, delicate hands pulling the dirted steel from my head. "You are apologizing to the wrong sibling," she chided, gripping my chin to get a proper look at my non-existent injuries as she twisted my head to and fro. "And you are fussing over the wrong sibling, I retorted, but she ignored me in favor of continuing her search. Satisfied with whatever it was she saw after a few seconds, she gave a satisfied nod before slapping me across the face. I blinked at the sudden sting on my cheek. I blinked again at the embrace in which she wrapped me a moment later. "You should not go, Dar brother," she whispered, her forehead pressing into my cheek. "It was ill done, I know, but..." My voice trailed off. Not sure how to continue, I chose to return the embrace. For several long moments, I merely held my sister as I struggled to find the words. "What should I have done?" "The light of the crone reveals wisdom," she said gently. "That helmet of yours must have blocked it out." The two of us stood there for a while longer as our younger sisters hovered off to the side. The Beesbury, tragically, had refused to leave the yard and was now loitering between my sisters and where the three of us were gathered. And here I had hoped he would have taken a hint. But as heartwarming a moment as it was not meant to be. Partially because Iman finally got back on his feet, meriting some attention with his blood-streaked face, resulting in a frightened scream from Dahlia. But mostly because a pair of white-armored knights barged into the training yard, earning the attention of each and everyone present. "Your Graces," the giant Seer Crab greeted us, his voice a deep and angry rumble. "His Grace the King will want to meet with the Princes Iman and Vaegon." "This is not the best time, Seer Crab," I said, disentangling myself from my sister. Iman said nothing, too busy pulling on the helmet that he had stupidly forgotten to wear. His shield, however, he left where it had fallen, a gouge in the paint scraping away one of the heads of the dragon. "That was not a request," the smaller, quieter voice of Seer Pate said. Despite his steadily advancing age and soft tones, there was a cold edge to his words. "Both of you go with Seer Crab and pray his grace is in a forgiving mood." Ominous. Still, it would not do to keep him waiting. I did not bother waiting for Iman before walking towards the exit behind Seer Crab. As I tried to move past him, however, he moved his shield to block my passage. "Wait for your brother," he said in the same deep rumble he favored. "I will not have one of you wandering off before his grace has a chance to speak with you." Before I had a chance to grumble about the lack of trust, my eldest brother walked over to join us, the top of his padded jacket already quite noticeably wet. Were it not black, the bloodstain would have been impressive. Now assembled, the Knight of the King's Guard gestured for us to walk ahead. Clearly, he had no faith in our ability to find the way. Being the obedient prince that I was, however, I chose to forgive the slight and forged on, quite familiar with the path to Magur's Holdfast. Nobody tried to stop us, nobody tried to get our attention. We were rapidly shepherded to the center of the Red Keep. The knight on the drawbridge seemed surprised to see us escorted by his sworn brother, but did not change our passing. To my surprise, however, we were not guided to Father's Solar. No, we were instead shown the way to Mother's birthing room. The door, guarded by Lord Commander Morigen, was slightly ajar, and a pair of soft voices spilled out, though distorted and muffled. Seer Crab knocked thrice before all but pushing us in. Inside were our parents. Mother was still abed, still looking weak but conscious and smiling. Father, too, had an unambiguously happy smile on his face, seated as close to his wife as was possible. "Your Graces," the big knight greeted the ruling couple. "Princes Iman and Vaegon. You may wish to speak with them while I get the Grand Maester." Without another word, the knight withdrew, leaving us to the tender mercies of our parents, both of whom looked quite unhappy to see us. Father merely closed his eyes and began to massage his temples. Mother, however, did not share her husband's incoming headache. "So," she began gently. The smile on her face was warm, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. A brawl in the training yard. Someone had kept her informed, it seemed. It could not have been the King's Guard, they had arrived just as the fight ended. A fight too short to allow one to run from their post at the Holdfast to the training yard to Magur's and back again. No, they had had someone else report to them. Perhaps one of the Whisperers. "Iman struck me," I said without preamble, crossing my arms. I struck him in turn. The brother in question made a sound like he had more to say, but it quickly turned into a pained grunt. "Iman." Father was on his feet in a heartbeat, ever the concerned parent, rushing to his heir's side. Then again, I suppose Mother was only kept abed by the need to recover. "What's wrong?" My brother looked as though he wanted to say something. Even hidden behind an unmoving mask of steel, I could see those violet orbs narrowing as he struggled to form the words through a broken jaw. After a moment, he reached up and opted to simply remove his helmet. Up close, it was not a pretty sight. His nose had been squashed flat against his face. The right side of his face had begun to swell, the hint of crushed bone barely visible, ruining his previously pleasantly symmetrical face. "He struck me. I struck him harder," I explained in the wake of my parents' gasps. "Except I was wearing a helmet." "You struck your brother when he was not even wearing a helm." His voice had gone eerily calm. There was barely suppressed rage there, I knew, and a single wrong word could see me, well, temporarily inconvenienced. He struck me without wearing a helm, I explained. I retaliated. That he was incapable of guarding his face was no fault of mine. Is this true? Mother asked the both of us. I matched her warm blue gaze even as I heard my brother shift, heard the telltale creak and squeal of wet fabric. No doubt he was dipping his head, but I did not turn my head to see. After half a moment, Mother continued. Iman, sweetling, would you be so kind and wait outside for Elisar? He hesitated, of course, unwilling to simply be dismissed, but there was little else he could do, even talking was a challenge for him. The door rattled shut behind him, and I was left with my parents. What happened? Father demanded. The full truth this time. He blamed me for Mother fainting. I accused him of endangering Mother for his own gains, I said. Repeating the exact insults was hardly necessary. Even so recently after having spoken them, it left a foul taste on my tongue. He struck me but wasn't wearing a helm. I struck him harder, breaking his nose and likely his jaw. It felt wrong to recount events mere minutes past in such minimal terms. Iman had damn near killed Mother out of spite. I had been willing to go a lot further in harming him. I might have avoided accidentally becoming a Kinslayer only thanks to Maejli's intervention. The very idea brought the taste of bile to the back of my throat. You are so gentle with your sisters, Mother sighed. But you are worryingly willing to harm your brother. I had hoped this tension between you and Iman would fade with time, Father admitted after a moment of silence. Clearly not. Clearly, your education has been lacking. He looked over to Mother, who continued seamlessly from her husband. Your father told me of your ventures in the city, she announced. How delightful that Father decided to share that information. The city cannot be trusted to be a good influence on you. If you wish to leave the keep, you will be escorted for the foreseeable future. That was actually a significant detriment. I had been relying on my parents' hands-off approach to acquire my wealth. Luckily, Corlys could be trusted as an intermediary. Still, I would prefer not to rely on a man all too willing to leave for the Far East in an attempt to make some more coin. Mother, I have arrangements in the city. My attempt to persuade my mother otherwise was quickly interrupted. Then see to them with an escort of knights, Mother said. Please listen, Vaegon, and don't interrupt us. You will also be spending your mornings assisting the Master-at-Arms with instructing the other squires, Father continued. Perhaps that will teach you some much-needed restraint. Your lessons with Lord Tyrell will continue, as will your studies with your siblings. This was all threatening to eat into my personal time, I realized, a pit of dread beginning to form in my stomach. I needed that free time to make money. And I needed that money for my plans. However, I do realize that I promised you a knighthood, Father allowed, as though that excused the sudden massive shock to my life. And you will receive it. On the first day of the new year. That was not long after my name day. Something was afoot, otherwise it would have been a name day gift. What's on the first day of the new year? I asked, already dreading the answer. Whatever it was, it could hardly be good. Your wedding, Father said simply. Oh, and the Grand Maester will have some more appropriate lessons for you by that point, so those will resume in the evening. My wedding. I echoed. Or it could be very good. Yes, your wedding, Mother repeated. The betrothal will be announced in a month's time alongside the official presentation of the royal children. A happy smile grew on my face. True, I felt like an idiot, but hey. A wedding. Mine. I was allowed to feel some joy at the announcement. I should tell Maejli, I suppose. I trailed off as apprehension dawned on me. It is to Maejli, isn't it? What kind of monsters do you take us for? Mother asked with a laugh. Of course it's to Maejli. I could work with this. Better yet, I could enjoy this. Chapter 22, A Talk of No Great Import. Sir Vernon Vance was not a man who ever looked particularly happy with his lot in life. At least a decade past his prime, he had long since left his peak and did not hesitate to show it. His beard was kept short, but its salt and pepper coloration was plainly on display for all to see. His broad face was perpetually marred by a small frown, and his hair was pulled back to display all the wrinkles he had acquired in life. All of this, however, had little to no bearing on his skill at his job of Master-at-Arms for the Red Keep. He was, after all, still a fit man with decades of experience. Unfortunately, that experience meant that he had a very focused idea of what was the best way to train a youth into a knight worthy of the title. Come on, Derry, you call that a strike? The aging knight shouted at the squire currently struggling to put up a decent fight. Get closer. Don't just tickle him. That the Derry boy was my opponent probably did not help matters. For reasons beyond my comprehension, he seemed afraid to get close enough to put up a decent fight, content to just timidly swipe at me from the very edge of his range. Wait, no, I knew exactly why. My fight with Iman had not exactly been lacking in witnesses. Apparently, I had developed a bit of a reputation. Then again, he had not been the most courageous fighter even before then. I won't bite, Derry, I reassured the squire. Hit me. The boy froze, unsure if it was a trap or not. After what felt like ages, he finally dared to step forwards and slash at me. It was a pathetic strike, aimed at my shield, an attack that would do nothing were it to hit. I kept still as the hit landed with a soft clack. I told you to hit me, Derry, not point to my house's sigil, I sighed. Hit me. Again, the boy lightly tapped my shield. Clearly, this wasn't working. Derry, hit me, not the shield, I said slowly. Mayhaps the Dahlia approach would be more effective. That time, the boy found the courage to swing at something other than the slab of oak strapped to my left arm, his wooden sword slapping the side of my helm. It was weak, barely even ringing my helm, but it was progress. Better, I said. Again, but harder. Derry's next strike was something worthy of the name, rushing towards my side where it was stopped by a hastily raised sword of my own. The impact sent a shock through my arm, forcing me back half a step. Much better, I said, my voice tinted with satisfaction. A confident strike was as good a start as any. Go practice against a Quinton. And keep those swings strong. Yes, Your Grace, the squire nodded eagerly and moved to the row of Quintons that lined the edge of the yard. Hopefully, that lesson would stick in his mind for a little while. If not, well, I was going to be back in the training yard at first light again tomorrow. And the day after as well. Because this was my life now. Your Grace. A new voice interrupted my musings. Turning around, I saw the familiar form of the Beesbury boy. He carried the hammer I had spurned this morning. I was not in the yard to beat people into the ground, but to aid and assist the master-at-arms. Could you give me another lesson with the hammer? Granted, that was a decision I regretted ever so slightly when I saw him. Perhaps he was not yet a danger to my family, but Sarah was clearly interested in him. As an older brother, it was my responsibility and duty to ensure that he would never cause her any undue trouble. Unfortunately, I was a little short on ideas of how to do so. Especially since I was only 2 years older. Unfortunately not, I said, noting that the dawnlight had already lost its luster. The mid-morning blue dominated the sky in its place. It was a touch late to give the boy a personal lesson. I'll be heading into the city for a sermon before long. I still need to clean off. Go ask the master-at-arms, he'll have something for you. I already did, the boy muttered. He told me to ask you. Well, that was unfortunate. My sister will be mightily upset with me if I miss this service because I got distracted fighting, I warned the boy, not even needing to lie. Ma Edgley had been quite happy to join me for a weekend service in the city, and I did so hate to disappoint her. Then make it a quick lesson. He suggested hesitantly. Oh, he was a bold one, I had to admit. As much as I was tempted to reward that boldness, I really wanted to get ready for the service. Equally as important, my deadline for moving the cannibal was fast approaching. I needed to get out there or risk damaging my reputation with the people of the city. Fine, I sighed, hefting the shield strapped to my arm. It was solidly built, hewn from oak, and rimmed with iron. The Targaryen dragon was proudly displayed across the front. I would get a chance to change it when I got my spurs, wouldn't I? The royal heraldry was not for me. Never for me. For better or worse, it was to be Iman's. You see this? A shield, Your Grace? He asked, not comprehending. It is more than merely a shield. Strap it to your arm, point forwards, I suggested, indicating how my own was worn the same way. It lets you strike with the shield. Go punch a Quinton. I'll see you in the morning. The lesson delivered, I made my way out of the training yard and back to Maggers, doing some quick mental calculations about whether or not I had enough time to a proper bath. Unwilling to take that particular risk, I resigned myself to a damp cloth. For now, it would serve. Luckily, my apartments were organized to let me wash up in a hurry. Sweat-soaked training gear was thrown in a basket by the door for the servants to launder. A basin in the corner was swiftly filled with fresh water from the flagon I kept beside it. A clean rag was dipped in it and rapidly used to scrub myself clean. There was no time was wasted on introspection or admiring the fruits of my training, not when I had places to be. I was still a touch damp, trusting to my doublet and trousers of red and black to absorb what little moisture remained. Once my boots were laced up, I was back out the door and walking quite briskly for the stables. That was where my escort was told to await me. And await me they did. 6 knights sworn to House Targaryen, representing the Reach, the Westerlands, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, the Vale, and the Riverlands mingled near a small palanquin drawn by a pair of horses. A 7th knight was already a horse, his white armor shining brilliantly, identity only revealed by the spear he carried. An escort of 7 knights. I was certain that was merely a happy coincidence. I nodded a greeting to Sir Pate, who had turned as soon as he heard me approach. He quickly shouted orders to the other knights to mount up as the red curtains on the palanquin suddenly drew aside, revealing a smiling Maejali. "I'm not late, I hope?" I asked, climbing in to take a seat next to her. Nominally, the litter could hold 4 people, still leaving a comfortable amount of room for the 2 of us on the rear bench. Granted, calling the heavily padded and cushioned seats a bench felt like calling the Red Keep a mere castle, but no other term would really fit. "A bit early, truthfully," Maejali answered, leaning into the equally padded wall behind us. "What's the occasion for this trip? Is the family September not good enough anymore?" "I have business in the city," I said with a shrug. It was convenient to attend a sermon in the city. "And did you invite me out of convenience, or was it something else?" Maejali asked again. The litter jerked into motion, and I kept silent for a moment. I wanted to say this properly, to find the right words. I kept silent as the palanquin leaned forwards as we descended the hill, my brow scrunched in concentration as I struggled to find the best way to put it. Once the palanquin leveled out, and the scents of the city drifted in through the curtains to mingle with the perfume, I had decided on what to say. "Father will be announcing our betrothal next month." I had chosen to keep it simple. I had no desire for miscommunications. "The wedding will be on the first day of the new year. And if we are to be married, you deserve to know of my ventures in the city." Maejali held her silence for a while. As I came to suspect she was trying to match my silence with one of her own, she slowly lowered her head onto my shoulder. "So we are betrothed in all but name," she said slowly, as if savoring the words as I felt her relax a bit. "It certainly took mother and father long enough. And what are these ventures? Nothing unseemly, I hope?" "Sweet 7, no. It's inns. All the ones with word Drake in the name are mine, though a few do not share that particular trait," I admitted. "My last few acquisitions, those struggling inns whose fortunes were harmed by the flooding of their suppliers, had to be done through less skilled intermediaries. Concessions had been made out of necessity. I expect to expand beyond the city in coming years, but I don't yet know where." "That would explain how you managed to afford that armor," Maejali said. "But I doubt you chose to buy out so many inns if your only goal was to buy a single suit of armor." "I did not," I admitted. "My dreams are a touch grander." My smile was a small but true thing, simply glad that Maejali was happy with the turn of events. "Really?" Maejali raised her head to poke at my cheek, making her annoyance quite clear. "Whatever happened to letting me know of your ventures? Must we return to the Book of the Crone for our next lesson?" "A bank," I said softly, savoring the taste of the word. It had been a lifetime that I had first learned the complexities of banking, all the boons that it could offer an economy. Knowledge that had remained lodged into my mind even after a decade and a half. "What?" Confusion was writ clear on her fine features, her brow scrunched in a manner entirely at odds with her otherwise refined demeanor. It took more effort than I would have liked to admit to not laugh at the sight. "A bank." The palanquin shuddered as it pitched back slightly, having reached the start of Visenya's hill. A bank," I confirmed, relaxing back into my seat. "The regular revenues from the inns will allow me to build up a reserve to lend out. Those loans will allow those with good ideas to innovate, will allow aspiring captains to begin their careers, will allow experienced captains to grow their fleets. Given the central location of King's Landing, if I can attract the attention of the new and the old, their efforts will make this place a city worthy of the name." The concept of banking was nothing new to this world, even if Westeros insisted on relying on personal loans. The Iron Bank of Bravos was the most famous example, though Essos had no shortage of competitors. Those banks, however, catered to wealthy clients. While it was still possible for new money to rise, old money held the keys to power. In other words, I had an entire market segment that was untapped. A market segment that, once exploited, could promote the growth of my family's holdings at the direct expense of all others without the need for my father to act. If exploited with a tool held only by my family, that was a valuable tool indeed. "First our sisters, now the city," Maejali said, a smile growing on her face. "If it weren't for the mess with Iman, I would assume you were compelled to nurture everyone around you. But you had best not use all that coin to spoil Sarah. She is bad enough already." "Me? Spoil anybody?" I asked as the palanquin ground to a halt, ignoring the comment about Iman. The smile on my face, now one of amusement, grew to match my dear sister's own. Perish the thought. Thankfully, the curtains were thick enough to hide her laughter from what few onlookers were paying attention. Chapter 23, a completely apolitical sermon. It was nice to be back in a September. Many boys my age might not have shared that opinion, but I found it pleasant. Perhaps not terribly exciting in and of itself, but the stories that made up the sermons were a good exercise in finding alternate meanings and deeper themes. Perhaps more importantly for any future politician, however, was the practice of learning how to listen rather than to hear. The way the septon's gaze might roll across his listeners as he recited a particular section, how his eyes might linger on one particular member of the congregation, or how he might avoid one area altogether were all hints about the kind of man who stood at the pulpit. While I was by no means an expert, I still enjoyed the exercise. At least when the old septon stopped reading. I gave my full attention to the stories. At night, when Met and Kel were fast asleep, the mother descended from the heavens. The septon only rarely glanced at the great tome on the lectern in front of him, the story no doubt having been drilled into his head by decades of experience. She approached their hearth, where the fire burned all night, and placed their son in the fire. The action was not hers alone, however. She is of the seven and the seven is of her. When the mother acts, the father, the warrior, the maiden, the crone, the smith, and the stranger act also. Protected from the flame by the craft of the smith, the fire did not hurt the baby. Instead, the fire worked a great wonder in the child, and he grew beyond his age, and his face looked like the face of one of the gods. And his parents named him Huger. His eyes flickered to his book before they sought out a few members of the congregation, seated somewhere behind me. Not me, however, not any that were seated near the front. Was it spite, I wondered, or was it fear? The septon was too far away, and I was too inexperienced, to be able to tell, but I had my theories. I had yet to move the cannibal, after all. Less godly men would have interceded when they saw their son being lowered into the fire, the septon intoned, deviating from the story. I knew this part was most certainly not directly from the text. Met and Kel, however, were true children of the seven, godly in their conduct, and pious in their hearts. They knew the work of the seven when they saw it and did not wish to interfere with it. Thus, they raised little Huger into a man worthy of his gifts, into a man who would go on to unite the Andals. He closed tome gently and swept his eyes around the September once more. Those watery orbs tracked across the rows smoothly, never stopping. The seven have a plan for all of us, for all of our children, he said, and his eyes settled on the front row, where I sat with Maegili. Live piously, and do not doubt the seven above, and our children will live to create a better world than the one we have now. May the seven guide you all. He picked up his great tome and stepped away from the lectern, heralding an end to the sermon. Once he had retired to the rear of the September, leaving the congregation on their own in the cavernous hall, that the listeners began to rise. But not leave. The rows closest to the front left first, as status demanded. In exchange for this convenience, Maegili and I dispensed a few copper stars to each row we passed. Even the most valuable copper coin was a pittance to us, but each was the difference between stale bread and fresh meat for many in King's Landing. That was a fact of life I could not change. I could not revolutionize agriculture to lower food prices any more than I could remember the chemical formula for gunpowder. Father could, perhaps, have institutionalized charity for the masses, but he never would. No more than I would. I was preparing to give the best and brightest of the small folk the chance to rise above their erstwhile peers, but that did not mean I was going to uplift them all. Besides, the symbolism of a charitable prince was far more sustainable than fixing the problem. Every generation could repeatedly wield that image to their advantage. And the common folk would appreciate the exceptions so long as the norm was not brutally oppressive. Maegili and I left the September at the head of the congregation, little bothered by the brightness of the midday sun. The large windows of the September had allowed it in to illuminate the otherwise sparsely decorated building. The common folk gave us enough space to move to the palanquin that had borne us to the September, where we waited for them to finish departing down the hill. Their voices filled the air with chaotic chatter which melded together until it was impossible to distinguish even a single voice. Unfortunately, they were walking quite slowly, and the road down was quite long and narrow, leaving us stranded atop the hill for what was likely to be several long minutes. Fortunately, I had something that needed doing. And a sister who needed to be informed. The sermon was certainly interesting, I mentioned to Maegili as I guided her around the September, searching for the place the cannibal had chosen as a basking spot. Though I doubt we should use it as material for our lessons any time soon. Most certainly not, Maegili agreed. The sermon was all too focused on blind obedience. Although there are some who may wish to take note. I am the very image of obedience, I said easily, not even having to lie. Did I not follow our parents' instructions for leaving the keep? Did you not lie to our beloved brother to leave the keep less than a week ago? Maegili asked in turn. And disobeyed nobody in the process. I proclaimed proudly. I even won a joust thanks to your favor. And the machinations of the cannibal, but she knew that. Not that it stopped a pleased smile from growing on her face. And you scared away a tamed dragon, Maegili reminded me. How brave. Brave indeed. The cannibal is many things, but tame is not one of them, I said, refusing to let my annoyance with the great beast show in my voice. Honestly, calling him tame was like calling him a lizard, incorrect in almost every possible way. And I need to move him out of the city. Why not the dragon pit? She asked as we rounded the halfway point around the September. Still no dragon. I was starting to regret not going around the other way. Surely there are chains strong enough to keep him from attacking the other dragons. I did not respond for several seconds. Can you keep a secret? I asked. The cannibal's cowardice was a crippling flaw for a dragon to have. Were it to be publicly known, it would cause no end of trouble. If the great beasts are susceptible to such base flaws, after all, how can their riders be expected to be any better? I thought you were going to share those with me regardless, Maegli answered, a sly smile on her face. How unexpected. I know, it's quite the turn of events, I sighed as the great black dragon came into view, curled up next to the September. The ground looked dangerously charred in more than a few places, no doubt the result of a few successful feedings. Thankfully, much of the hill's peak was left undeveloped out of respect for the temple to the Seven, allowing the cannibal to roll up next to it without being in danger of disturbing anyone. Cannibal. The dragon in question raised his head to gaze at me, his pale green eyes filled with annoyance and anger at having his nap interrupted. Tiny pupils that looked like they belonged on a human instead of a lizard whose head alone was taller than I was bored into my skull for half a second until he noticed Maegli standing next to me. Instead of a roar of anger, which I was starting to believe was his default greeting, the craven gave a pitiful hiss. Easy, easy. I said slowly, reaching out to grab the dragon's horn on his snout. Almost immediately, those venomous green eyes flitted over to me before changing his mind and gazing at Maegli. And then promptly back to me as the beast struggled to prioritize his targets. This is my sister Maegli. She is the rider of Dreamfire. A deep growl filled the air, reverberating deep within my chest. She means you no harm, I said even more slowly. Unfortunately, the cannibal chose that moment to whip his head to the side, nearly wrenching my shoulder as I lost my grip on his horn. The dragon drew himself up to his full height, stretching his neck to look down at us with the sun at his back. At last, the cannibal let out a deafening roar and shot a pillar of green fire into the sky. His point made, he lowered his massive head back down to eye level. Good news, cannibal, I said amiably while the dragon's eyes resumed their indecisive dance. Construction has started on a shelter for you beyond the walls. Look for a stone circle. I would have given slightly more precise instructions, but the dragon chose that moment to take to the skies with yet another roar. There was little doubt in my mind that he would be able to find the location. For all his many faults, the cannibal was still a clever creature. So, the secret? Maegli asked as the dragon's silhouette shrank in the sky. He is a coward. A craven of the highest order, where other dragons are concerned, I said softly. There was no pity in my words, it was a character defect, like Dahlia's shyness or Sarah's need for attention, just more severe. And like with my sisters, there was only so much I could do to help him overcome it. And their riders. A touch more severe of a problem, she conceded. Is that why you refused to put him in the dragon pit? For his well-being. I could not put him in it if I tried, I said, turning around to return to the palanquin that had brought us to the September. But not to return to the keep, no. I had a bit more business in the city. He outright refuses to approach it. He refused to even land anywhere close to Duskendale when he so much as heard Vermithor and Dreamfire. His state seems worse and worse the more you tell me, she said, her eyes still following the rapidly shrinking dragon in the sky. Are you certain claiming him was a good idea? It was not, I admitted, coming to a stop still a significant distance from even coming into view of the litter. And our escort? Really, it was quite surprising they were willing to let us out of their sight. But I can hardly complain about the hand I was dealt when I chose to play. Really? A metaphor about playing cards. She chuckled softly as she shook her head. Sir Valyrian really is turning you into a rogue. Corlys is a valued friend who made that adventure possible, I said in mock offense, hand clutching at my heart as though I had been grievously wounded. You told Sir Valyrian before you told me. Now it was her turn to act affronted. I don't have to worry about you fleeing for Driftmark, do I? And leave behind my family when they need me most? I asked in turn, acting as though I were seriously considering it. Tempting as it is, my sisters have need of me. And you of us. Though I suspect Alyssa may be the exception, she said, and I suppressed a grimace. Alyssa was the last person to need help. If it ever got back to her I even implied such a thing, I could look forward to meeting her in the training yard. And she was the only one in my family who liked to fight as aggressively as I did. Except for Alyssa, I rapidly agreed. Ready for the next of my little ventures. There were musicians to put to work, after all. Certainly, Maegli said, the smile growing on her face. Is it the one where you ask for my help in fixing the cannibal? Oh. I knew I had forgotten something. Chapter 24, Singers and Whisperers. My good men, I am so glad you could make it, I said, every ounce of the amicable man of business I had been a lifetime ago. When I had sent my intermediaries to purchase the struggling inns, I had also dispatched some messengers to ask the singers of the city to meet with me at the Sea Drake, the finest of my many establishments. That I was joined by my sister in the large meeting room on the second floor was probably not a point in my favor. Neither were the 7 knights who had chosen to follow me inside, but likely for different reasons. But they were here. Nothing I could do about that. It is our privilege, a man just barely past his prime said, his hair marked with a handsome amount of grey. Though while I appreciate being able to meet with the son of His Grace King Jaehaerys, I am hardly alone in wondering why your grace invested so much time and effort into arranging such a meeting. The meeting, if you could call it that, involved most of the most successful singers in the city. And the most ambitious singers. At least, those who chose to attend. These men would become the foundation of my personal intelligence network, whether they knew it or not. They were a motley sort, ranging from the aging and finely dressed man to the preening young fools who had barely completed their apprenticeship. Some might have scoffed at relying on their kind, but I was not a man to be restrained by prejudice and preconception. Opportunity waited wherever man dared to look. I have a business proposition, I said, still keeping an even smile plastered on my face. This was not the smile of a man about to screw another out of all of his savings, no. This was the smile of a man who had every intention of helping the ones across from him, if only because it helped him, too. One which I believe you may find interesting. What kind of proposition? One of the annoyingly comely younger singers asked. I made a note to keep him away from my sisters. No doubt he would shower Sarah with the attention she so loved. It's not a feast, is it? No feast needs 80 singers. Perhaps a wedding, then? They are always such lively events. His Grace did not come alone, another singer remarked, pointing out the 8 who had accompanied me. He's here on official business, more like than not. I am indeed, I confirmed, nodding gratefully towards the clever singer. Though the business is mine. I have a proposition for all men of your trade. Your business? The comely singer asked, confusion clouding his looks. Yes, my business, I repeated, keeping my tone level but fixing my eyes on the singer in question. Ordinarily, I would have swept my gaze across the crowd before me, but this called for a diplomatic rebuke. I may be young, but that does not mean I lack for wits. Somebody in the crowd snickered, quickly joined by a few more, while the foolish singer sunk into his seat. All the while, my gaze remained leveled at the idiot who did not understand how protocol worked. Luckily, the work I was willing to entrust to people like him was hardly delicate. Singers frequently traverse the 7 kingdoms, do they not? I asked, looking away from the fool in favor of his colleagues. Travel from village to village, from town to town. A chorus of assent greeted me, some merely nodding, but a few gave voice to their opinions. You know we do, the aging singer said, folding his arms across his chest. Clearly, he was the one who needed persuading. Just make your point, Your Grace. I would like to buy your records of which songs are most popular in which town and village, I said without further preamble, enjoying the complete look of shock that crossed their faces. Everyone who agrees will have access to the collected records. Dead silence greeted my words. Truth be told, I had expected as much. Tell a man you wanted to buy his trade secrets to share with his rivals, and you were likely to earn a similar reaction. If I were just another man, the singers would laugh in my face and leave. End of story. But a prince? Oh, they would listen to what a prince had to say, if only because it was a prince. And because a prince usually had access to plenty of coin. You want us to give up our secrets to our competitors? Another singer asked, this one a bland-looking young man whose clothes were a mottled green. No doubt part of his act, of his stage persona, but that was exactly important at the time. You are not giving up your secrets, I corrected. You will pay for the information others have gathered with your information. And what do you get out of this? The bland singer asked again, still ignoring all proper rules of etiquette. On one hand, it was promising for getting honest information. On the other, how could one trust a man who did not even offer the barest courtesies? Luckily for the singer, I had enough self-control to not rise to the bait. Information, I said simply. How much can you learn from the preferences of a string of villages in the Reach? The assembled singers said nothing, likely unaware that the question was not, in fact, rhetorical. How much from the preferences of all the villages in the Reach? Over several years? The information would be worth quite a lot of coin to the right people. Slouches straightened out and relaxed backs leaned forwards to listen more closely as I earned their attention. The idea that the kind of information so many of them learned and internalized as they performed their trade could line their pockets further had to be tempting. What's to stop us from going to someone else who wants this information? Asked the older singer. He seemed to know his courtesies if nothing else. Aside from the fact that you would all need to stand together? The fact that each individual's information is nearly worthless without everyone else's. I asked in turn. Even if you all decided to reject my offer, and you have yet to hear the rest of it, you would not even know whom to approach to sell your information. I would hear the rest of his offer, one singer in the crowd stated, but I could not tell who. A younger man, that much I knew, but little else. Perhaps I should have started with a smaller sample instead of every significant singer in the city. As would I, another agreed. And I shouted yet another. More and more sounds of assent came quickly, blending like wine and water, each speaker's words drowned out by his neighbors. Oh, how disjointed and chaotic these singers were. Not that it was truly surprising, each was in competition with every other singer in the room, but it still took an effort to keep a grin from growing on my face. My offer is simple, I said truthfully. You will provide me with a detailed ledger of which songs are popular in which towns and villages you visit. In exchange, you will have access to the collected ledgers of all who choose to accept this deal. In addition, you will be eligible to stay at any of my inns in the city for half of the cost. 3 months' work for a week's stay. It was a damned good deal if I said so myself. Access to information that could drastically improve their incomes from singing. A way to reduce their cost of living by simply keeping a record of their work. Improved living conditions when they took a break. And I got a crude system of informants that tracked public perception. One I could share with the small council, once it proved useful. For a price, preferably. Which inns are these? The older singer asked after a moment of thought. The Drakes, I answered, referencing the nickname they had picked up. A welcome side effect of having a consistent naming scheme. Along with the singing thrush, the Red Cabaret, and Old Wes. At their confused looks, I elaborated. Newer acquisitions. And the records you want us to keep? Another asked. Will you be providing the paper, ink, and quills you want us to use? Of course, I said, acting as though I were offended at the very notion that I would not provide my potential workers with the tools they needed to uphold their end of the bargain. They will be distributed 7 days after acceptance of my offer. I let a pleased smile grow on my face. This was what I did best. I might have been a damned good fighter, but the world of business was my true area of expertise. Even as negotiations stretched on for hours, even as I could sense my escort start to fidget behind me, I was calm. This was what I did best, after all. I had a lifetime of experience in the field, after all. And in a way, establishing my own personal intelligence network was more important than wealth. My family was only growing, after all. And I would rather charge the Black Dread on foot than let them fall to preventable crises. Chapter 25, A Slight Shuffle. Corlys Velaryon was many things. A brilliant captain by reputation. An adequate sailor from my own personal experience. A man with an incredible mind for trade, if his desire to journey to Uti was an indication. Far too ambitious for the good of the realm, that much was beyond doubt, and a passably skilled knight of no great renown. A theologian, however, he was not. You've lost me, the heir to Driftmark commented, staring blankly at the book in his hands. Unlike our previous sessions, this was not our copy of the Seven-Pointed Star. Instead, this far slimmer tome was a discussion of Ironborn religious traditions. How does the story of the Grey King relate to the faith of the Seven? There was a good reason why I was introducing content about other faiths. Mostly, it was to acclimate my sisters to the existence of the other religions of Westeros. I did not want to raise zealots, not in a world where not all worshipped the same gods. Read and find out, I said simply, a grin on my face. Corlys had expressed an interest in joining my little study group, no doubt to get closer to one of my sisters. Some might have considered it foolish to have Corlys' first day at our study group to be something slightly more complicated than reading and discussing the stories of the Seven, but this was a test for sisters, too. The younger ones, at any rate. I did, he said defensively. Snappishly, almost, frustrated at being stuck in a situation that he did not know how to handle. That he had not left yet spoke in his favor. Can you find something similar to our own faith? I asked. At his blank look, I turned to my younger sisters. Sarah looked interested, as always, as did Visera, though Dahlia seemed a bit distracted. Any of you? I see it, Maegeli commented. I had told her my plan for selecting this particular book, at least the vague plan of it. The exact details, however, she had refused. Oh, that is interesting. Think of the qualities in other words. Many sons, a crown gifted by his god, a kingdom across the sea. She trailed off, inviting our sisters to connect the dots. Sarah's brow scrunched in a way that would have given our parents a fit had she done so at court. Visera's look was blank, not comprehending. Dahlia I had the least hope for, until for her eyes to widen incrementally. It's like Huger. She exclaimed, grasping the truth surprisingly quickly. A lot of this story is like what was in the book of Huger. A troubled look fell over her features at that revelation. But isn't that blas? The word you're thinking of blasphemy, Dahlia, Maegeli said, resting a reassuring hand on her little sister's shoulder. Seated next to me, Corlys looked more than a little surprised. This was just a bit more complex than what I usually covered. But this is simply pointing out the similarities between two different faiths. Rest assured, this is not blasphemy. Can any of you expand on Dahlia's observation? I asked, and Visera shook her head. Sarah, however, looked just a bit more studious. Sharing a look, Maejali and I allowed her a few moments to think. It's like someone took the story of Huger and changed the details, she said slowly, cautiously looking to Maejali and me for confirmation before continuing. A crown of driftwood instead of stars, both given by their gods. A kingdom surrounded by the sea instead of across the sea. Lots of sons that fought over who would be the next king. Are you suggesting Huger of the Hill and this Grey King were the same person? Corlys asked, somehow more flabbergasted than a girl more than half his age. It was unworthy of me to take such enjoyment from his misfortune, I knew, but I should have hired painters to capture this moment. That's blasphemy, Corlys, I warned. Rather, the Grey King might be how the Ironborn perceived the story of Huger, but theirs is of the sea below instead of the seven above. The existence of those parallels between two faiths that had developed a continent apart, one in Essos and the other on the Iron Islands, had no doubt convinced many that the Iron Islands could be converted to the faith of the Seven. History had shown that belief to be a delusion, as the numerous attempted conversions of the islands attested, but it did leave the option for syncretism. My mind drifted to the unfinished manuscript I had hidden away in my chambers. The translation could easily be repurposed into a grand theogony that tied every Westerosi religion into one grand faith with the Valyrians, and by extension my family, at the top. But could I do that? Could I use what had allowed my sisters and me to grow closer as a family in such a cynical way? Could I betray what had let me forge those bonds? No. No, I could not. A knock on the door disrupted my thoughts. Your Graces, Sir Velaryon, Sir Pate opened the door to poke his head into the room. He had once been the youngest member of my father's Kingsguard, but now his face was nearly as lined as father's, his neatly trimmed beard liberally streaked with ashen grey. His Grace the King is about to hold court. You are to join him in the Great Hall at your earliest convenience. Of course, Sir Pate, thank you, Maejali said, the very picture of courtesy while I was busy pondering my current ethical dilemma. She shot me a questioning glance as I remained seated. I'll join you in the Great Hall, Sir Corlys and I have business to discuss, I said. Will that be a problem, Sir Pate? 10 minutes, Your Grace, no more, the knight allowed, stepping back to hold open the door for my sisters. We will wait for you without. Maejali shot me a questioning glance as she shepherded our sisters out of the room but said nothing. The door swung shut noiselessly, leaving me alone with the heir to Driftmark. So, business? The man asked, still in his seat and looking just a bit uncomfortable. In all fairness, that was probably justified. I had, after all, invited to what had a discussion of theological matters far beyond what any Westerosi noble was normally expected to encounter in their life. Hells, most septons did not encounter theology that complex in their lives. In part, I said. My apologies for the difficult subject for today. My sisters need the challenge lest their wits go dull. At least, Sarah did. Given time, so would Visera. Dahlia did not, but the occasional success in the face of adversity would be good for her. I should have expected as much, Corlys said, leaning back in his seat and sighing deeply. They are your sisters, after all. Are you regretting trying to court Dahlia, yet? I asked lightheartedly, and Corlys sat up with a start, his sea-green eyes wide. It seemed plotter and smooth operator were two more descriptions that did not apply to my friend. At least, not yet. You are hardly subtle. Were my father to learn of it, he would not approve, so try not to be too obvious. Or just be exceedingly chivalrous. He really does not care for me, does he? Corlys sagged back into his chair. So much for the ties of kinship. Perhaps the profits from my next voyage will change his tune. Unlikely. It felt cruel to be so direct, but it had to be said. Anything else, and he might act with the belief that my father might be convinced. That would only guarantee failure, and thus resentment. He fears your ambition. A trip to Yti would only validate his suspicions, as would your desire for a royal marriage. Then what do you suggest? He asked. Court my sister, but be chivalrous about it, I said simply. He would hardly deny a marriage if my sister truly loved somebody, as long as the man is not lowborn. And if he fears my ambition, then I cannot go to Yti, he said, his eyes meeting mine before a wolfish grin grew on his face. At least not of my volition. But perhaps as an agent of a wealthy benefactor. Lucky for you, I can expect to acquire some coin in the not-too-distant future, I said easily, rising to my feet. My sisters had been forced to wait for long enough. Wedding gifts for royalty tend towards extravagance, do they not? Corlys merely chuckled and joined me in leaving the small room. True to his word, Sir Pate had waited patiently outside the door, my sisters in tow. Luckily, the door was thick enough to block most of the sound, and I was not in the habit of shouting as part of polite conversation. Not that the topic of conversation had been particularly secret, but I did like my privacy. Ready? Maejali asked by way of greeting. Would I be here were I not? I asked in response, taking my place by her side as Sirpate led the way. Our siblings were around us while Corlys was invited by Sirpate to walk with him in front of the rest of us. Clearly, he took his task quite seriously even in the depths of the Red Keep. We did not speak as we crossed the drawbridge from Magers into the keep proper. Once past the spike-filled moat, Sarah butted in between Maejali and me to grasp at our hands. Little Visera went for Maejali, leaving Dahlia to claim my free hand. It was hardly a courtly or proper way of walking to the Great Hall to listen to Father hold court, but it kept them happy. Children needed all the love they could get, after all. And I was legally still a child. When we made it to the Great Hall, it was filled to near capacity. The Iron Throne and its bed of somehow unrusting swords sat above the heads of the gathered nobles. The small council sat at a long table on the raised dais below the throne, all its members in attendance save one, Aemon. Instead of my eldest brother, it was Balin that sat at the table. Oh, this was interesting. But not quite as interesting as the pair seated on either side of the throne. On the right, what was by any reasonable measure pride of place, sat my mother. Almost fully recovered from the birth, Queen Alice Anne was proudly clad in red and black, carrying a small bundle swaddled in a dragon banner. Her smile was experienced, her posture regal yet relaxed. On the left was my sister Alyssa, looking like a younger version of my mother. Her dress was black and red, though the babe in her hands was swaddled identically to his uncle. Compared to our mother, however, Alyssa wore her joy and pride openly and without shame. Her smile was wide, her love for her child unrestrained. Sirpate guided us through the crowd until we stood just before the dais, at the front of the crowd and to the right of the crowd. The King's Guard knight that had escorted us joined his sworn brothers standing guard between the councillors and the throne, while my father smiled benignly from his seat. He had time to do little else but nod a greeting before the heralds called for silence. Their staves pounded on the stone floors, the sounds reverberating through the crowded hall and the murmurs of the crowd rapidly faded. My dearest subjects, my father called out, his voice carrying easily through the crowded hall, commanding their silence with 3 words as easily as the heralds had with pounding staves. It is a wondrous age we live in, from the lowliest peasant to the greatest lord. But today, it is exceptionally wondrous for me, for I have not 1, but 4 announcements to make. Wait, 4 announcements? There were the 2 newborns, the betrothal, and what else? What else could there be to announce? I really did not like my father's habit of keeping me in the dark. First is the resignation of my son Aemon from his post as Master of Laws. Oh, that was first. That wasn't too bad, actually. Especially if it kept him away from me. He has since returned to Dragonstone to handle pressing matters there. My son Balin will take his place on the small council. A polite round of applause met the announcement as Balin rose in acknowledgement. I also wish to announce the birth of my first grandson, to my son Balin and my daughter Alyssa. I present to the court Prince Viserys Targaryen. My sister rose to her feet, raising the bundled form of my nephew to a general round of cheers. Enthusiastic, genuine cheers. At least, that's what it sounded like. I was too busy cheering to verify. I also present my youngest son, Prince Aelys Targaryen. What? Aelys? My knowledge of this time from my life before this one was hazy, it was true, but I could have sworn he was due to be named Vaelryan. For her long years as my closest confidant and dearest advisor, I know of no better way than to honor her by naming this final child of my body after his mother. Once again, loud cheers met the announcement, even louder than for the previous announcement. And finally, it is my great honor to announce the betrothal of my son Vaegon and my daughter Maejali, to be wed on the first day of the 78th year after the conquest. This time, the cheers were for me. And they sounded all the louder for it. Chapter 26, The sum of hardship and wine is friendship. Time was a fickle concept. Sometimes, a week might feel as though it might drag on for months due to the sheer number of things happening in so short a time. Duskendale had been like that. I had only been in the city for 2 days, but it had been a busy 2 days. Busy days followed by even busier days, all the way up until my brawl with Aemon. After that brawl, however, after the punishments inflicted by my father, the days began to blur together. Even my name day passed without too much fanfare or chaos that needed my intervention. No longer was I busy because of decisions I had to make and actions I had to take. Now, my spare time was being drained by obligations forced upon me by others. If nothing else, there was one such obligation that I did not mind quite as much. Press the attack, Beesbury, I advised my youngest charge, interposing my shield as the boy swung his hammer at my head. The padded head hit at an angle, sliding off the wooden face of the shield. I held that position for a second, then another, just waiting for the boy to follow my advice. The hammer struck my shield again, hitting it squarely in the center and forcing my arm to give slightly, and I sighed. He was learning, but slowly. My shielded arm lashed out, knocking into the boy's helmeted head. Gently. Well, as gently as a punch to the head could be. The boy was knocked back, his arms flailing as he desperately tried to maintain his balance. Gravity was, unfortunately, quite persistent, and he hit the ground. "You have 2 arms, Beesbury," I observed, taking off my helmet and letting it fall to the ground. The late afternoon was pleasantly cool on my skin, and I simply savored the feeling for a moment. It was not my usual training time, but the boy had asked for some more instruction. "Use them." "Sorry, Vaegon," the boy muttered as he tried to fight his way back to his feet. He was already sore from the morning's training, I could tell. That he was still pushing himself further was worrying. Persistence was worth encouraging, but this was nearly suicidal. A body needed time to heal. "I'll do better next time, I swear." "Not today you aren't," I insisted, watching him struggle with his own body's exhaustion. His arms trembling were, his legs nearly collapsing beneath his own weight. Fish on land were a less pathetic sight. Giving in, I finally pulled him to his feet and dragged him over to a wall to rest a bit. "Learn when to take a break." "Right, your wedding is tomorrow." The exhaustion must have knocked something loose in the boy's brain. The date of my wedding was common knowledge, and trying to drive himself to exhaustion the day before was foolishness of the highest order. If he could barely keep himself on his feet, he would make a mockery of himself and his house for all the realm to see. "I will need to be able to dance with the Princess Sarah." "You will do no such thing," I said firmly. Trying to carefully screen every suitor that my sister was facing was a fool's errand, but I could definitely groom someone to fit that mold. Slowly and carefully. Father already mistrusted Corlys, it would hardly do to have another like him in my orbit. "My sister will be one of the girls with whom you will be dancing." "More than once, mayhaps, but not exclusively." "So kind," he grunted, trying to rise to his feet once more, only to fail. "You will be unable to dance at all if you do not rest, Beesbury," I warned, pushing him back against the castle wall with my wooden sword. There was not even enough strength left in him to resist. "Take some time to recover." "Now, Desmond!" the youth from the Reach suddenly shouted, sending an icy current racing down my spine. My helmet was still on the ground in the middle of the training yard, leaving my head vulnerable. I whirled around, my shield protecting my face. I was strong enough to stop most kinds of blows, even from grown men. That I knew, even if I took the blow head-on without trying to deflect it by angling my shield. What I was not strong enough to deflect was liquid being poured on me from above. In a siege, that would have been boiling oil. Right now, however, it was wine. Watered-down wine, certainly. But even diluted, its soft golden hue left no doubt about its identity. The liquid washed over the shield, most of it landing against my chest, shoulders, and back, but a noticeable amount of it still splashed on my face. The cold touch of the wine set my short-cropped hair on end, and I suppressed a shiver. So very, very cold. Lowering my shield, I could see the boys who had carried the large bucket of wine bent over from laughter. The boys of Derry and Moodin they were, still clad in their practice gear. Derry, his hair as dark as the soil his sigil ploughed, had the worst of it, barely even able to stay on his feet. "Funny," I said through grit teeth, the grip on my sword tightening. "Very funny." "Come now, Vaegon," Derry's words were choked off by another convulsive fit of laughter. "You have to admit that was more than a bit amusing. We have to celebrate your good fortune somehow, do we not?" "Words and a toast usually suffice," I said, gently tossing the wooden sword off to the side to free one of my hands. Simply blinking the stinging wine out of my eyes was not quite successful, forcing me to wipe it away manually. "Some might consider that a toast," Moodin chimed in. The blonde's amusement was far more subdued, but not enough to keep a giant grin off his face. "You should be grateful you have such enthusiastic friends." Friends? I had been beating them into the ground every morning for years. Since father's punishment had taken effect, however, I had been supplementing those beatings with advice and actually helpful lessons. Odd how a regular act of kindness could color people's perceptions. "Friends would not have wasted arbor gold on an impromptu bath," I groused, wiping the wine out of my hair. It would dry quickly, I knew, but I had a sinking suspicion it would still leave it a sticky mess. "Where did you even get that much?" "The servants know better than to allow a bunch of squires to abscond with so much wine at once." "Braxton's in the service of an uncle in the service to Lord Redwine," Moodin answered, his Riverlander friend still too busy laughing at the sight of a prince drenched in some of the finest wine in the Seven Kingdoms. "And his private stocks are far less guarded. Stealing from the current master of ships was a bold plan. And all for a boyish prank? How kind of them." We watered it down, anyhow." Derry finally managed to subdue his laughter enough to choke out a few words. He reached into his belt to withdraw a water skin. "No," I realized, "a wineskin. We saved enough for a bit of fun." "How very kind of them." "I suppose I can be lenient," I offered, now discarding the wine-slick shield as well. No way was I getting any more practice out of the day. Might as well enjoy the downtime. "Just this once. Does that mean I get a dance with one of your sisters?" The boy was beginning to push his luck. Not with a bribe that paltry, I warned. I had already decided to try and mold young Beesbury into a man worthy of my sister. No way was I going to allow my progress to be undermined for just a bit of wine. What about for 3? Mouton asked, holding yet more wineskins, earning only a sigh of despair from me. I was going to need to keep him especially far from my sisters. How much did you two take? Beesbury asked, a look of horror passing over his face. Only a small cask, Derry defended himself, an affronted look falling over his broad face. Each, Mouton continued, earning a glare from the fellow Riverlander. He ignored it, of course, and took a seat next to the boy from the reach, handing him a wineskin. My uncle is going to kill me, Beesbury muttered, but still accepting the wineskin. All the more reason to enjoy the day while you can, Derry said cheerfully, sitting down next to Mouton. If we are to celebrate, you will not bring down the mood, I warned, taking the final skin of wine and sitting next to Beesbury. That is a royal command. That was where Sir Riam Redwine found us. 4 squires sitting next to a castle wall drinking and laughing without a care in the world until night fell properly. Well, with a little care in the world. Weddings were big days, after all. Your Grace, the Knight of the King's Guard greeted me. It is time. I suppose it is, I said, suppressing a scowl as I rose to my feet. Apparently, Father had decided I would experience the most ritualistic form of knighting there was. What else could this be, after all? I was to be knighted before I wed. My wedding was the next day. Simple logic. I'll see you lot at the wedding feast. I left the half-empty wineskin resting against the wall. The others would see it drained, one way or another. Leaving already? Derry asked, swinging his far emptier wineskin. I haven't even gotten to the part with the jackass and the honeycomb. That's a terrible way of referring to your friends, I remarked, earning another round of laughter. But I do have some urgent business to take care of. One that I assume requires a vigil. You cheeky prince. Mouton laughed, taking another drink. Didn't even tell us you were getting knighted. No wonder he was so willing to celebrate. Derry agreed, raising his own in celebration. I had a smile on my face as I followed Sir Riam. My gait was uneasy, my head feeling just a bit light from the wine, but I was content. It was rare that I had the opportunity to simply relax with boys my age, after all. My escort did not share the celebratory mood of the squires. He walked in silence, and I followed similarly. If he did not wish to talk, then that was fine. That was fine. It was just what I was used to when I was without my family. So we walked. The King's Guard with his calm and steady stride and I matching his pace with just a bit more effort due to the difference in height. Before too long we stood before the doors to the castle September. You know what to expect, Your Grace? Sir Riam asked, speaking for the first time since he had dragged me from my pleasant evening of socializing. Ponder my future and pray to the 7 until morning comes, I said. That the next few hours would be quite dull. A squire's vigil would usually last until dawn, or until his master would come to end the vigil and deliver the necessary words. There was no real prestige associated with the vigil, but it was a touch more pious than simply kneeling the moment before. Correct, Sir Riam said, pushing open the door to the darkened September, inviting me to enter. The windows let in the barest hint of moonlight, revealing the rough shapes of the 7 statues placed at each point of the room. Most candles at their plinths had long since guttered out, leaving the lighting ominously lopsided. In the future, however, I would suggest simply asking for my father's stocks to celebrate instead of theft. He is far more generous than most would think. Before I had a chance to register those words, the door slammed shut behind me. And I was left alone with my thoughts. Chapter 27, A Sleepless Night. A nightly vigil was a sacred ritual that was meant to mark the beginning of one's life as a knight of the 7 who are one. A squire walked in, would spend the night wide awake contemplating his place in the world, and a knight would walk out. What a man did in that September during his vigil was up to him. Perhaps he would pray to the 7 for guidance. Perhaps he would meditate on his life and wonder what his future held in store. There was a curious duality to the vigil. The first vigil marked the start of your life as a knight, and every vigil afterward as another knight's career ended. Inevitably, they would be compared. Good and bad, beginning and end. Would I ever be called on to hold a vigil? It was natural to wonder. My father was growing old. When he passed, it would be expected for me to hold vigil for him. Perhaps my brothers would join me in my vigil. I was younger than Aemon and Balin, too. To outlive them would be natural. Would their children invite me to stand vigil? I rubbed my face with hands that still felt sticky from dried wine even after hours of wiping them against my padded jacket. The darkness of the September was slowly starting to lift, and I was really starting to feel the long hours without sleep. My eyes wanted to droop. My legs wanted to fold. My body craved rest, but it would not get it. Not today. Not on my wedding day. And it would be a long day, that I knew, a day of celebration and feasting and dancing. But as long as the day would be, my night had been longer. I had spent hours slowly pacing the confines of the September, staring at the 7 statues that made up each point of the structure as I passed them. The father, stern and bearded. There was no judgment in his gaze. No, that would come later. For now, all he did was watch and learn, his stone eyes seeming to follow me around the September. The mother, warm and welcoming. There was naught but love in her gaze. Whatever might happen, that kind smile would never abandon me. Even as those eyes seemed to peer into my very soul to dredge up the many ethically abhorrent schemes that bounced around my head, I knew she would always love me. The maiden, every modest, and the very image of kindness. She did not know the truth of what resided in my mind, and her smile seemed all the brighter for it. If she learned the truth, I wondered, would that smile remain? The warrior, clad in stony plate, his face the epitome of calm. There was no love on that face, no hint of emotion. He barely seemed to care about my presence at all. Now, the night before I became a man like him, and he did not even seem to acknowledge my presence. The crone, out of focus compared to her ornately decorated lantern. Her face lacked detail, but I got a sense of pride. The kind of familial pride one held for a relative you never met. The smith, his figure largely hidden in favor of his hammer. He, too, looked proud, though this pride was more personal. His was the pride of a man who had watched over a project from inception to maturity and was proud of its progress. The stranger, little more than a cloaked figure, age and sex and demeanor impossible to discern. Even their gaze was inscrutable, save for a possessive cast to the statue's eyes, as though they knew what my future held in store, and savoring every minute of it. Thus, beneath their unblinking gaze, I waited. And I had had nothing but time to wonder if I had done the right thing. Dragonstone was free of the cannibal, but a new one would arise in due time. My sisters were less neurotic, but the 7 alone knew how long that might last. My intelligence network was nascent. My bank had only the initial capital. My dragon was near useless in a dance with another rider. But I was winning. All I needed was time, and I would win. Given time, my family would have all they need to lock in their position as the undisputed lords of the 7 kingdoms. I would succeed. And then what? When I had achieved all that I wanted, what would I do? Enjoy domestic bliss? I was a prince of the blood. I was not the kind to rest on my laurels. But then what would I do? Where would I focus my efforts? That was what my sleep-deprived mind was struggling to decide when the doors to the September swung open on well-oiled hinges. They made nary a sound, though I would hardly have noticed even if they had screamed open. No, it was the sudden flood of light that had drawn my attention. Through squinting eyes, I made out the familiar shape of my father. Dressed in fine black plate, highlighted with gold and covered in elaborate fluting, he looked every inch the warrior king he had been in the early years of his reign by necessity. His silver gold hair was tied back, his beard neatly braided, and his face bore a proud smile. At least, that's what it looked like to my barely conscious mind. Still awake, Vaegon? My father asked as he calmly strode into the September, one hand resting easily on the pommel of the sword at his side. Of one of them, anyway. Why he wore 2 on the same hip was beyond me. The room was nearly silent but for the tinkle of plate on mail and the jingle-jangle-jingle of spurs on his feet. For a moment I had feared you had fallen asleep. Me? I asked, stepping forwards to meet him halfway, keeping moving just so I did not collapse where I stood. Perhaps spending the night kneeling before one of the statues would have been wiser. Perish the thought. It's only the 2 of us, my son. Father came to a stop a pace ahead of me. He was a tall man, my father, still half a head taller than I. Given time, I had no doubt that I would catch up to him, but for now, I was still his little boy. There is no need for mummery. Peering around him, I saw no trace of his armored shadows. It appeared that he was telling the truth. And yet rumors would fly, I muttered, earning a sigh from my father. You are too politically minded for your age, he commented, ruffling my hair without a worry for its sticky nature. I, tragically, was too tired to resist. Relax, Vaegon. The realm is at peace, celebrating the marriage of its most pious prince. Now kneel. I barely had time to acknowledge the compliment as my body obeyed his iron-toned command, sinking to one knee with my head bowed. My legs howled in protest after having spent the entire night keeping me moving, but this I could endure. I had to. I heard the whisper of a blade leaving the scabbard, and I tensed. Too much training over the past years combined with too little sleep left me on edge, but I suppressed the urge to reach for a weapon. Mostly because I was too tired. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. My father's words went almost unheard as I felt something deathly cold touch my right shoulder, all the way through my padded jacket. No, I realized, I felt something touch my shoulder. He had cut clean through a jacket meant to stop blows from a sword. In the name of the mother I charge you to defend the young and innocent. In the name of the maid, I charge you to protect all women. In the name of the smith, I charge you to work tirelessly. In the name of the crone, I charge you to act with wisdom. I felt the same deathly cold on my left shoulder, the jacket once again parting without resistance. And in the name of the stranger, I charge you to honor your fellow knights. Now arise, Sir Vaegon Targaryen. I wanted to, but my legs did not. My mind said rise, but my legs strained and buckled, pitching me forwards and forcing me to catch myself on a nearby pew. From there, I was able to drag myself up. Finally, after long moments of struggling to get to my feet, I made it, standing once again in front of my smile, a proud smile on his face. In his right was a sword, its smoky grey blade marred by the barest hint of red along the edge. In his left, another sword? No, a sword belt, held in an outstretched arm. He threw it to me, gently, and I was not yet so far gone to be unable to catch it. From so small a distance it easily landed in my palm. Fresh leather wrapped both the grip and the scabbard, a grey so pale it looked white, the guard a simple steel crossbar. Not even the pommel had any adornment. Plain, but it would serve. I did not bother drawing the sword. Doing so while deathly tired seemed foolish. Instead, I fixed the belt around my waist, a tired smile growing on my face. Now go freshen up. Father said, clapping me on the shoulder, sending a brief jolt of pain through me. The cut was still a bit too fresh for that. No man should go to his wedding stinking of wine. He did not need to tell me twice. Chapter 28, Last Day of the Single Man. I stood in my quarters, the quarters that were mine and mine alone, for the very last time. At least, the last time that they would be mine. A married couple could hardly be expected to live in what had been a child's quarters. It was for the best, really, but I had gotten rather attached to my room. It was cramped, much of the floor space taken up by a bed and a series of massive chests that contained most of my worldly belongings, but it was still my room. Servants would soon arrive to dress me for my wedding, and there were things that had to be done before then. Well, one thing. A sheaf of papers sat on the desk before me, each page covered in meticulous notes in common tongue of Westeros. Further down the stack, I knew, were pages filled with the more esoteric scrawling of Old Valyria. Jagged runes, each clause in each sentence formed of linked symbols. It was a language that was easier to speak than to write. This stack of scrawlings was my heresy. A theogony that linked the many gods of Westeros into one pantheon, each character a descendant of the 14 of Old Valyrian. Each subservient to the eldest children of the eldest gods of the 14, the Valyrians. Its acceptance would require the deception of millions for what I had considered the benefit of my family. If people accepted it, it would draw generations into religious warfare that would span a continent. To keep it would invite discovery, would invite questions that would sunder my marriage. Its completion would require deceiving the woman who was to be my wife, to betray what had brought us together. To betray all I had done to help my sisters. The fires of the hearth, long reduced to mere embers, flared up once again as new fuel was added to it. I stared at the blackening pages as the flames took to the dry paper, the edges curling almost immediately. In mere seconds, I knew, the pages furthest down would have been reduced to ash, crumbling to become one with the coals. The entire stack quickly followed suit, and I calmly witnessed the destruction of what I had once foolishly considered would be my greatest work. When the servants arrived, I was still staring at the smoldering remnants of the fire. I pushed all thoughts of the years of wasted effort to the side as I was dressed for my big day. Mother and father had been the ones to plan the wedding. Granted, they had planned 3 royal weddings before this one, not counting their own first secret wedding on Dragonstone, so they had plenty of experience. From the guest list to the seating arrangements to the courses, they had decided everything, though I had suggested some reputable singers. Naturally, this had also meant that they had decided on my outfit. As it turned out, the white scabbard for my sword had just been the beginning. White hose, white boots, white doublet, all was the same immaculate white that would show off every spill and stain. It was the kind of outfit that would either highlight my clumsiness or my grace. When I had first seen the servants bring forth the outfit, I had been concerned about the whole affair seeming bland and colorless. Luckily, that concern had faded as soon as I saw the front of the doublet. Small studs shaped like dragons lined it in rows, alternating between coal black and sky blue so that each was surrounded by 4 of each color. Blue and black, Dreamfire, and the Cannibal. Oh, I liked that. Speaking of which, the 2 dragons were getting along slightly better. Well, the Cannibal stopped growling at Dreamfire when she ate outside of his lair, which was progress. My new sword belt was tied around my waist, the weapon on clear display, as a cape was draped across my shoulders. Made of black silk, it contrasted vividly with the rest of my wardrobe. No doubt the 3-headed dragon of my house was proudly on display in vivid red on the back. It was held in place with a silver clasp displaying 2 dragons circling one another, one black and one blue. A second clasp was pressed into my hands, identical to the one that held my cape in place. The symbolism was a bit heavy-handed for my liking, but sometimes subtlety was lost on even the most well-educated audience. One of the servants hefted a full-length mirror into place, and I had to admit I looked like something. The outfit was a bit pale, emphasizing what little color was present. Color in the dragons, in my silver gold hair, in my dark purple eyes. Eyes that seemed all the more intense given the lack of other purples in my pale outfit. But I looked good. You have my thanks, I told the servants. I was most certainly capable of getting dressed on my own, but it never hurt to be appreciative. Besides, the help probably kept my dress free of creases and wrinkles. And I did like looking good. The servants made deferential noises, none of them daring to meet my eyes. It was disappointing, really. Well, somewhat. A deferential lower class made rebellion slightly less common, which was a blessing, but it did deprive the upper classes of valuable advisors. And it meant the nobles did not have much of a check on their ambition beyond their own vassals. With my cape fluttering behind me, I made to leave my apartments for the last time as a bachelor. One of my father's knights fell in by my side, Sir Riam if his silhouette was any indication, as I made my way to the castle September. It was there that I would wait for the ceremony to begin. I knew the path to the September by heart. Were it not for the existence of a spike-filled moat, I would have trusted my ability to find my way there blindfolded. Thanks to Mugger's rampant madness, however, I relied on my eyes to guide me there. A broad hallway stretched from the center of the keep towards the Great Hall. Tapestries covered the walls, detailing the great accomplishments of House Targaryen stretching back to before the doom of Valyria. From the creation of the freehold to the fall of Oldgeese to the destruction of houses Gardner and Hoare, my family's glory was front and center. From the Great Hall, a smaller side passage brought us to one of the baileys. A carefully manicured garden, filled with no shortage of flowers from across the 7 kingdoms, filled this bailey, with a rainbow of roses leading the way to Castle September. Inside it was far more beautiful than it had been in the meager light of dawn, the voices of the choir filling the air with heartfelt praises of the 7 who are one. Each statue of the 7, now fully illuminated and deprived of their mysterious and unknowable tinge, wore a garland of many-colored flowers around their necks. Rainbows of ribbons decorated the walls and the seats that filled the September itself. And above my head hung a massive crystal, the daylight hitting it through the high windows and filling the interior with yet more rainbows. If nothing else, this wedding would more than pay homage to the 7. Down the aisle I walked, ignoring the packed rows of seats and alone but for my white shadow, towards the figure standing in front of the father, facing the door. Simultaneously hand of the king, Septon, and quite possibly the leading non-Targaryen expert on the topic of dragons, Barth. I barely knew anything of the man beyond those vague descriptors. Perhaps a bit surprising, given just how much time and effort I had invested in the religion for which he was a priest. The most powerful priest, really, in terms of temporal power, given that he was the hand of the king. Then again, he was my father's man first and foremost. Not one of my mentors. Not one of my teachers. I was no counselor to the king, why would I be close to the most prominent counselor of them all? Your Grace, the Septon's voice was soft, in stark contrast to his rough low-born features. His robes were plain, lacking the cloth of gold and cloth of silver that was frighteningly common with so many of his less humble colleagues but still made of fine white wool. But as was so often the case, it was not what robes a man wore that mattered so much as how he wore them. I trust you are ready. Can a man ever be ready for his own wedding? I asked, my apprehension taking that moment to make itself felt. A shaking that I could not suppress began to take hold inside, but my hands were still. My body was as still as it always did, but my voice, that shook. My voice trembled like the boy of 5 and 10 that I was. That is not a question I can answer, Your Grace, Barth answered easily, offering me a bundle of black wool, though I could make out some red markings on its front. A wedding cloak, I knew. Keep your faith and all will be well. Well, I really should have seen that one coming. I turned from the Septon to face the assembled guests. The front row was, unsurprisingly, taken up by my family. To the right of the aisle were my younger sisters. Dahlia had a broad smile on her face, the very picture of innocent joy. Sarah, sadly, looked far less interested, her focus largely drawn to the choir. Viserys, still so young, looked even more bored than Sarah. Balin, to my surprise, had chosen to sit with the younger children, his smile even broader than Dahlia's. Across the aisle sat Alyssa, carrying little Viserys. The new mother looked almost as happy as her husband, though the chubby babe in her arms had thankfully dozed off. I had no desire to have a crying child interrupt a wedding. Mother, seated immediately next to Alyssa, might not have been as outwardly joyous as her children, but the signs were there. The wrinkles around her eyes were deeper than usual, her smile was just a touch broader than the one she showed at court, and there was a slight dampness to her eyes. She may well have been happier than the rest of my family, but a lifetime at court had taught her well. Luckily, she had left her newest child with the nursemaids. That was likely for the best. Little Aelys was still fragile, though the Grand Maester said he was expected to grow stronger in the coming weeks. Who knew that publicly announcing that the fragile babe was named after the most beloved queen in the history of the Seven Kingdoms would motivate the Grand Maester to do his job properly? There were countless other faces in the crowd that I recognized. Lord and Lady Tyrell, seated in the second row with the rest of the small council. Corlys Velaryon, seated closer to the front than most of the rest of the court, no doubt a result of his higher status, while my not yet knighted friends were near the back. Smiles were everywhere I looked, from childish Dahlia to amused yet encouraging Alyssa to clearly exciting Corlys. It was a day of celebration and my friends and loved ones were there to celebrate at my side. They cared for me, not simply for hedonism or for self-advancement, but because they were happy for me. The nervous tension inside me boiled away, replaced by satisfaction. This was what victory felt like. It was success and seeing people happy for your success without a hint of envy to be seen. It was a feeling that persisted until Maejali walked into the September. The light shifted as the doorway was occupied by a new combination of figures, revealing 4 figures. One was my father, His Grace King Jaehaerys, the first of his name, dressed in his finest court dress, proudly displaying the colors of his house. With his crown of 7 colored stones on his brow and black fire at his side, he looked every inch the fusion of diplomat and warrior that he wished the realm to know him as, greatly overshadowing the white armored guards that stood next to him and the person next to him. But even he paled in comparison to the woman at his side. Maejali Targaryen wore the white dress that society expected her to wear, but to call it a mere dress would have been a gross insult. Brilliant white from the hem to the collar, silver thread had been used to add small 3-headed dragons to the dress, flashing brilliantly as the light hit them. Combined with her silver gold hair and pale violet eyes, she seemed a ghost among men, pale and ephemeral. That image was spoiled slightly by the black cloak around her shoulders. The maiden's cloak, symbolizing her father's protection. Our father's protection. A cloak identical to one I held in my own hands. Our father delivered Maejali to the shrine, removing the cloak from her shoulders with the practiced ease of a man who had done this before. He folded up the cloak gently, as though it were a treasured relic of a long-gone age, offering us a gentle smile. Not his courtly smile, though. This time, his smile hid nothing. Our father was happy. Unashamedly happy. And Maejali? All the smiles that filled the September paled before her own. I could work with this, I realized, and would gladly do so. Interlude, the eldest. The official repository of dragon eggs on Dragonstone was a wondrous thing to behold. All along both sides of a windowless corridor carved from the very stone of the volcano that dominated the island were small shrines, each illuminated only by the dim light of the lantern carried by visitors. Though to call each a shrine was, perhaps, generous. Each was little more than a raised stone plinth, carved from the same stone as the hallway, a satin pillow, and a scroll containing all the salient information about each egg. Naturally, a dragon egg could be found resting on each pillow. As was to be expected, this area of the castle was highly restricted, and for good reason. A single egg could buy an army, but that was not what House Targaryen feared. No, it was the potential each egg held. Each might contain another Balerion, a beast to be turned to the destruction of the old order. It was that potential that made each egg so valuable, what made each such a potent tool. And just that morning, a royal proclamation had reached the island. His siblings Maejali and Vaegon had become parents. And with that proclamation had come instructions from his father. There was a family tradition to uphold. Prince Aemon Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, was taking great care in selecting his tool. The first egg on his left was a brilliant blend of gold and yellow. It promised a dragon worthy of a king, as splendid as the sun. It was even warm to the touch as if to boast how close it was to hatching, as it had been for years. The warmth persisted even after several unsuccessful seasons in the hatcheries, but that was not why he skipped it. It was the opposite. On the right was another beautiful egg, this one a blue so light and pale it might be mistaken for a morning sky just after the colors of dawn had faded. It, too, he skipped. This close to the front were the eggs that were due to be placed in hatcheries. These were the eggs the dragon keepers thought might hatch soon, though even their expertise was little more than guesswork. Aemon Targaryen passed several eggs, not stopping until he reached a particularly drab-looking egg. The scaled egg was a red so muddy and drab it would not have appeared out of place in a riverbed, though the dappling of dark green would have ruined the disguise. It would do, he thought, reaching out to touch its shell, only to withdraw his hand before it had even reached the egg. Too hot. He made a mental note to have it moved up the priority list for hatcheries and moved on. The one on the right, on the opposite pedestal, was a regal purple and smoky grey, unsuitable for his purposes. He continued down the corridor, walking slowly to carefully take in each egg as he neared it. Most, he passed without stopping. They were too vibrant, too majestic. No, he needed something drab, something unassuming. And he did find something. After nearly 10 minutes of shuffling down the corridor in the dim light of the lantern he carried, he found one that would serve. It was a pale grey in color, significantly lighter than the surrounding stone. If it did hatch, the resulting dragon would be a pale thing, lacking the majestic coloration of Vaegon or Caraxes or 7 Forbid Balerion. The way the surrounding candles reflected off of its scaled exterior, however, it was easy to miss the bright red dots that covered the surface like droplets of blood. Like his hat. The helmet before him had once been gleaming steel, but a lifetime of beatings had eliminated its luster and turned it into a dull and scratched mess. Once it would have beautifully reflected the light of day, an exemplar of knighthood, but no longer. Now, the only shine to be found was in the red smear across its forehead. His nose burned with pain, radiating across his entire face, bringing tears to his eyes and weakness to his knees. He could feel his stomach roil and protest as he heard his nose crunch and squelch. He could barely stand, barely breathe, but that mask stared ahead, impassive, before descending once more. No. No. His hand tightened on the egg, its rough shell bringing him back to the present. Scales as cold as stone dug into his palm as a reminder that he was not back in the training yard. He was on Dragonstone, picking out a suitable gift. Aemon took a deep breath, tasting the dust in the air, letting it fill his lungs as he waited for his heart to calm. After several long moments, the memory of that pain aching across his face, he could feel the strength return to him. Moving slowly, he reverently lifted the egg off its pillow and gingerly placed it in a padded box. Its scroll went into a separate bag. But the box remained unlocked. The box, after all, was only half full. He needed another egg. The thought sent an ugly spike of envy through him. 2 children. Twins for Maegli and Vaegon. A larger dragon, an earlier knighthood, and now this. As though he needed something else to hold over his head. Future kings are expected to produce a son, instead of creating an easily preventable succession crisis, his brother's words echoed through his mind. He could almost picture the boy's arrogant visage as he spoke. Look how easy it is. No, no, Vaegon never spoke those last words. Vaegon was many things, but he was not one for mocking. Accusatory and scathing, certainly, but not mocking. Taking another deep breath, Aemon made his way further down the hallway. This far into the mountain, the heat of the volcano was starting to become noticeable, and he began to sweat. Luckily, it was not long until he found another suitable egg. Like the stone grey egg, this one was cold to the touch, startlingly so. And the color was a pale yellow, like watered ale. Were he feeling less charitable, Aemon might have described it as the color of pale urine, though there were a few green streaks across the shell that ruined the comparison. Regardless of which descriptor was best, it was hardly a hue that would inspire awe and respect. The grey egg was joined by the newest egg, the scroll of information slipped into the same bag as the other. Now, Aemon finally locked the box and turned to leave the corridor. Some might have scoffed at wasting so much time in selecting an egg. He could not recall the last time an egg had hatched due to being placed in a cradle. It was symbolic to place an egg in a newborn's cradle, but it was never expected to hatch. The eggs had not hatched for the Conqueror and his sisters, just as the egg placed in his daughter's cradle had not hatched. But some texts suggested it was possible. And Aemon had to take precautions. With a father like Vaegon, any child whose cradle egg hatched was a dangerous claimant. For Renna's sake, any potential danger had to be mitigated. The sudden heat of the thought interrupted his musings and made him notice how hard he was breathing. The way was not particularly difficult, nor was the box he carried particularly heavy, but he still struggled. More than a year without visiting the training yard was beginning to leave its mark, it seemed. Idly, his empty hand reached to scratch his face only for his nose to flare with pain. Yes, even after the miracles the maesters had performed restoring his nose to a semblance of its former appearance, he was still healing, still recovering from Vaegon's brutality. His own maester had gone as far as suggesting he refrain from using the training yard until he was fully recovered. The fact that he could barely breathe through his nose made him doubtful he would ever truly recover. The slam of the heavy oaken door as it closed behind him forced Aemon back to the present. A pair of dragon keepers stood on either side, clad in the gleaming black plate of their order, acknowledged his presence with a minute bow. "Deliver this to my brother Vaegon Targaryen in King's Landing," he instructed the one on the left, handing the man the box with the dragon eggs. The keeper on the right received the scrolls with information on the eggs. Directly to his hands. "With my compliments. Your will be done, Your Grace," the man said, quickly leaving to fulfill his instructions. Satisfied with having completed his duty, Aemon turned to the final and most important person waiting by the door. "Took you long enough," Jocelyn Baratheon commented. Save for her dark eyes, she took after her Baratheon father, with black hair and imposing height. Though she lacked her mother's Valyrian features, she was a far greater beauty than any other in Westeros, as far as Aemon was concerned. She stood on her toes to plant a kiss on his nose, the ache caused by the touch more sweet than painful. "Choosing an egg takes time," he said with a broad smile, not caring for the ruined teeth he showed and kissing her brow in turn. She did not mind the sight, he knew, having seen him since the earliest days of his recovery after his banishment. Not that his father had called it that, but a banishment it had been. How else did you describe losing your place as the king's counselor and being sent away from court? But she was still there, by his side. And Aemon would have life no other way. Interlude, the Master of Laws. Being the Master of Laws was tiring work. While one might have assumed it was possible to simply appoint a smattering of judges and be done with it, occasionally punishing the most corrupt of the lot, it proved to be so much more than that. No, he was charged with upholding the king's law in the 7 kingdoms. A local merchant objected to a ruling by one of the judges he appointed. That was an appeal he had to answer. After he combed through the relevant tomes on previous cases and how they pertained to the current laws. A vassal disagreed with his lord's ruling on a certain case. That was an appeal he had to direct to his father. After he combed through the relevant tomes on previous cases and how they pertained to the current laws. A vassal asked for clarification on the enforcement of a certain set of laws. That was a letter he had to send. After combing through the relevant tomes on that law and any similar laws throughout history. There was a pattern, and Vaegon Targaryen did not like it. It was a pattern that required him to work long into the night, reading boring page after boring page of a boring tome that was thick enough to use as a pillow, frequently by the poor light of the candle. Oh, he could have gotten it done during the day, but not without ignoring his family. And no boy of his was going to grow up without his father. Worst of all, since assuming his brother's post, he had barely been able to ride Viagar or train in the yard. If he rose early enough in the morning, when dawn was still breaking, he was able to get an hour's training in the yard before needing to work. But waking at such an ungodly hour was difficult enough. And the riding he left for special occasions. Like when his son wanted to go flying. The thought brought a smile to his face. Viagar was an even flyer, nowhere near as swift as Malays, but Viserys seemed to enjoy just looking at the world below, wonder writ clear on his chubby cheeks. Gods, how he wished he could spend more time with him. But his father's commands took precedence. And one of those was to stay fit, so to the training yard he went. That morning, as with every morning he was there, the training yard was almost deserted. 3 knights of the King's Guard were in attendance, their remaining sworn brothers no doubt either sleeping or guarding the royal family. 2 of the 3 present were sparring with one another, but the third fought a man little more than a year out of his minority. Cruel the thought may have been, it was amusing to see Vaegon struggling with an opponent. For the normally dominant combatant to be on the back foot, on the defensive, was a rare sight. He was barely able to land a hit, taking 10 blows in exchange for each. Even then, those rare hits did next to nothing. Not even the strikes with his shield, those brutal blows he was so fond of, were effective. As Balon drew closer, the White Knight signaled an end to the fight and nodded a greeting to him. Vaegon turned, surprised by his presence, nodded a greeting of his own. Though the many thick layers of padding could disguise much, his brother seemed none the worse for wear after the bout. Balon. He seemed unsurprised to see him in the yard at so early an hour. Here to train. His brother leveled the blunted tourney sword towards him, and Balon suppressed the relief surging within his breast. The sword was not his brother's preferred weapon. That honor was reserved to the warhammer he had trained with for so many years, but it appeared he was weaning himself off that brutal weapon. Why else would I come here dressed for a fight? Balon raised his own sword in salute, and Vaegon matched the motion without hesitation. They drew closer, swords meeting with the ring of steel, one steel in a pre-battle sign of respect, swiftly drawing away to begin their fight. Balon began the exchange with a swift slash aimed at his brother's ribs, who caught it on his own sword before retaliating viciously with his shield. Its point would have slammed into his head, had he not managed to interpose his own shield. The blow still rattled him and sent his head ringing. Gods, he was strong. Luckily, Balon was no stripling squire to be brought down by a single solid blow. Staggering back, he only barely got his own shield up in time to stop a thrust to his midsection. Again, he was driven back by the force of the blow. A stinging pain rose from his thigh an instant later. His sight was blocked by his shield and the narrow view slits of his helm, but he could guess what happened. Vaegon had slammed his sword against his leg. His leg, which did not enjoy the same protection as his upper body, covered only by his trousers. There was only one solution, really, aggression. It worked well enough against Aemon. Sometimes. When he got lucky. Back when Aemon was still at court. Reversing his momentum, Balon swung his sword in a brutal chop aimed at Vaeg's right shoulder. It was a bold move, aggressive, and just begging to be blocked and punished. Should he block with the sword, he would leave his right side open. Should he use his shield, he would have to twist to catch it in time, leaving him off balance for a second attack. His brother did neither. Instead of stopping the attack, Vaegon stepped into the attack. Instead of being hit by the sword, he was hit by an arm. A padded arm striking a padded jacket. The gust of a raven's wings would have had more of an impact than that blow. Vaegon's thrust caught him below the ribs, driving the air out of his lungs and sending back another pace. Riding the blow, Balon spun on his heel, bringing his sword around for a savage blow to his brother's back. This one attack, managed to connect, driving Vaegon back a step, giving Balin a moment to collect himself. It had been a risk, but well worth it. His brother, unfortunately, took it as a personal challenge. The blunted sword came for Balin's head, only barely dodged, but it was enough of a distraction for Vaegon to drive his shield into his side, pain lancing up his side. But he did not stop there. Pivoting, he swung his blade into the back of Balin's knee, sending him tumbling to the ground, the breath driven from his lungs from the impact. For a moment, he lay there, staring up at the sky painted with all the colors of the dawn, the pale red walls of the keep barely visible at the edge of his vision. It was a beautiful sky, no doubts about it, a magnificent blend of reds, yellows, oranges, and every shade and hue in between. It matched the barely illuminated walls of the keep rather nicely. And he got to enjoy it because he lost. Bested in a fight by his little brother. No, not bested. Outfought, outmaneuvered, overpowered, and defeated in almost every sense of the word. By his little brother who had been fighting for who knew how long that day. Vengeance. His wife's familiar high-pitched voice drew him out of his melancholy before it could truly settle, her bright laughter carrying through the otherwise still training yard. It was muffled, by a helmet no doubt, but it was unmistakably her voice. The sound of fighting quickly had him back on his feet, sword and shield held ready to face, ready to behold Alyssa swinging enthusiastically at Vaegon. Come now, Balin. Push the attack. A broad grin spread across his face. Fighting alongside his wife? Oh, this he could do. He charged into the fray, nearly tackling his brother, and forcing him to retreat further. His darling wife broke off her attack and circled around to try and flank him. Unfortunately, his little brother was too canny to let himself be defeated by something so simple, and charged Balin in turn, ringing his head like a bell with a well-placed swing of his sword. The sound was deafening, and Balin found himself stumbling back, his head ringing, and another blow knocked him down again. Luckily, Alyssa was there to ring Vaegon's head in turn, the sound music to his ears. It elicited an amused snort from the Master of Laws. Soon, that snort turned into a laugh as Vaegon doggedly blocked each following blow with his shield. Alyssa might not have been the tallest woman, but she was aggressive when she wanted something. But why wasn't he attacking back? All he was doing was retreating, drawing ever closer to his position. He got his answer a moment later, just as he regained his footing. Vaegon whirling around faster than a man of size should have been able to, sending Alyssa to collide with Balin. He did not see what had happened, still tired from his previous defeat, allowing his wife to roll off and disappear from his vision. A blade suddenly appeared over his head, and Alyssa spoke. I will now accept your yield, Vaegon, she declared in a tone of exaggerated confidence and swagger. I have your brother and am not afraid to make a scene. Aren't we on the same side? He asked from the ground, the aches from the round with Vaegon making themselves felt. No way was he getting up unless he absolutely had to. Yes, but he doesn't know that, she said in a false whisper that was somehow louder than her regular speech. It was a complete and utter lie, but it was enough to make him laugh. That alone was worth it. You hear me? Throw down your sword or the handsome lug gets it. Fine, Vaegon said, and the blade hovering above Balin's head wavered. Balin, too, sat up a bit. His brother was not one to skip a bit of light-hearted fun. This round is yours. Vaeg. Balin asked, rising to his feet as his wife's sword was easily pushed aside. He was not sure what concerned him more, his brother not wanting to keep fighting or his brother being so quick to give in. No, he decided, the reluctance to fight was far more concerning. Are you well? Never better, his brother replied, removing his helmet. True to his word, he looked the picture of health. He even looked well rested and awake, in stark contrast to how Balin had felt when he entered the training yard that morning. I merely have a busy day ahead of me. As you did yesterday? Alyssa asked, clearly referencing some event he had not been privy to, and a pang of regret shot through him. His sister had been looking for company, and her first choice had been Vaegon? Balin really had been too busy with his work, he realized. Perhaps he could have a word with father, see if he had any advice. As I do every day, he answered, moving to put his training gear into its basket for the servants to clean. A clean white doublet was already in his hand, no doubt having been brought along to save time. I am a busy man. Too busy to spend time with your favorite brother? Alyssa asked lightheartedly. And your favorite good sister? You're my sister, Vaegon pointed out. So is Ma Edgley and I know I cannot compete with her, she shot back, undeterred and unwilling to give in so quickly. So? Too busy for your favorite pair of siblings. If you insist, then I suppose I can spare some time, Vaegon said, a sly smile on his face. I'm certain the others won't mind having you join our discussion on the finer details of the 7 who are one. Tragically, I will need to get back to my duties as Master of Laws before too long, Balin said, feigning resignation. Truly a shame, to have to miss hours of riveting discussion about whether the smith was limited to physical works, but he would cope. Ha! Alyssa laughed, seemingly uncaring for the dullness the rest of her morning entailed. More time with the twins for me. Oh, right, Vaegon's children. Damn it. Interlude, the son of the seahorse. After what had felt like an eternity at sea, seeing the coast of Driftmark felt like an image out of a dream. For a moment, Corlys Velaryon thought he had gone as mad as Lou had off the coast old geese at the mouth of Slaver's Bay, seeing dragons and harpies dance where his men saw seagulls. And again, off Sweetport Sound. Luckily, reason reasserted itself quite quickly. He had already crossed the stepstones, and keenly remembered the ship full of ivory he had had to sacrifice to distract the pirates patrolling those accursed rocks. The first dance, she had been called, in the service of House Velaryon for a decade. And now she bore the colors of some pirate. The thought filled his mouth with the taste of bile, and he forced himself to remember the rest of the journey as a distraction. He had crossed from Cape Wrath straight to the island of Tarth. He had witnessed its beautiful blue waters and avoided losing any more ships in his fleet to the violent storms that plagued Shipbreaker Bay. A point of pride, that. He had passed through the Straits of Tarth, traversing the length of Massey's Hook. From there, he had maintained his heading, staying the course until he reached his grandfather's island of Driftmark. Home. He was home. His holds were crammed full of ivory and jewels and gold and saffron and jade and exotic hides, goods that had made the far eastern lands of Uti and Lang a legend in the minds of sailors and merchants, and he was home. All that was left was to give Vaegon his share and sell what was left. Slowly, naturally, lest he flood the market. Even after all these years, that boy remained a mystery. No, Corlys reminded himself, that man. He had come of age 2 years ago. He was 8 and 10, a man by more than technicality, a dragon rider, a knight, and a father of 2 unless he had sired more since last he had seen the man. But damn it all if he still could not quite grasp what that man wanted. Mayhaps it was greed. Mayhaps it really was just companionship. It was a mystery he pondered as the sea snake sailed towards the port of Hull, weaving through the steady trickle of departing ships in search of an unoccupied pier. Behind him, scores of merchant ships did likewise. Each of the ships, lumbering cogs and smaller galleys alike, flew the seahorse of Velaryon in a triumphant declaration of his will, his ambition, and his talent. He had left with a fleet and returned with a fortune to rival the Lannisters in their Golden Mountain. The harbour, never the busiest port in the Seven Kingdoms, was quickly filled with his great fleet. The fully laden ships jostled with smaller fishing vessels for space as the piers were quickly filled with more and more of his ships. Corlys trusted his captains and his crew to dock peacefully and focused his attention on his personal ship. His sea snake pulled came up along a pier, as his sailors shouted at the crowds. They threw ropes overboard for the crew to catch and wind about the capstans that lined the edge of the harbour. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, as the ropes were wound round and round the stone capstans, his ship was dragged ever closer to the shore, inch by inch. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of waiting so close to his final destination, they were close enough to properly dock and disembark. The men on land shouted the signal, signaling that they were indeed tied off, and his sailors threw down the gangplank. As was befitting of a lord and captain, Corlys was the first down the swaying plank. For the first time in more than a year, he was back on Driftmark, back home. Really, with how much time he spent in King's Landing, it had been far longer than that he had been able to enjoy his home in any meaningful way. Corlys was able to enjoy a single lungful of air, the air flavored with that curious mix of city and sea, so different from what he had been able to experience while at sea, until he spotted something which soured his mood. A knight of the King's Guard. A giant of a man, clad in white scale armor, stood guard at the entrance to the docks. He was quite a ways away, but his armored head still turned to face Corlys. The armored mask revealed nothing, but Corlys could read between the lines well enough. The King's Guard were on Driftmark. Thus, it could reasonably be inferred that the royal family was on Driftmark. Since one of the White Knights was spent watching the docks, Corlys was being expected. That giant's sworn brothers were likely within the keep, guarding the members of House Targaryen. Who else could it be? Who else would merit more than a singular knight of the King's Guard? Corlys approached the knight, already dreading what news he would bring. He did not worry about the ships, he could trust his captains. Besides, the harbour master would take hours, if not days, to fully inspect goods within his holds. The ships were not going anywhere for a while. Sir Crab, he greeted the knight of the King's Guard who had yet to glance away since Corlys had first noticed him. I must say, I am surprised to see you on this fair island. Sir Velaryon, the knight greeted him in turn. You return at a fortuitous time. His Grace King Jaehaerys is in the keep, meeting with Lord Velaryon. You are welcome to join them. Corlys barely repressed a snort. To be welcome to join the king was an order in all but name. And since it was a King's Guard who had said it, it was all too easy to infer that the king was responsible for giving the order. In other words, it was time to run like a Dornishman to a brothel. But he was not a Dornishman. He was a noble son of Westeros. The blood of Old Valyria flowed through his veins. He did not run anywhere. At most, he strode briskly, trying not to panic. Why would the king visit Driftmark? And why just the king? If it were a royal progress, the entire royal family would have been in attendance. If it were a royal progress, he would have heard some rumor of it before leaving the court for his voyage. If it were a progress, Corlys would not have been summoned. Something was wrong on Driftmark. Very wrong. Corlys strode quite briskly indeed towards the small castle that had been his home. The town of Hull, though barely worthy of the name, had grown beneath the walls of Castle Driftmark. But on an island such as this, there was only so much room to grow. From the harbour of Hull, it was only a brief walk along the main road of the town until he reached the main gate of his family's ancestral home. The castle of Greystone shared its name with the island that bore it. By the standards of the mainland, it was a small thing, its walls barely rose to twice the height of the houses surrounding it, the crenellations were crumbling, and the whole thing seemed to sag ever so noticeably at its northeastern corner. A poor castle for a lord of any significant standing, but it was his home. 7 hells, he had more than enough coin to build a new castle. A new castle worthy of his station, something to proclaim to the realm that House Valyrian was ascendant. The gate stood open, the portcullis raised as it had been for generations beyond count. When had anyone last dared to raid Driftmark? When had anyone been so foolish as to raid an island so close to the Targaryen heartland? Corlys would not have been surprised to learn the rusted iron had been sold for all the good it did. He rapidly crossed the small courtyard, not caring for the puddles he had to wade through to reach the entrance of the keep itself. The main hall was small, barely larger than the solar of one of the king's councillors, and Corlys paid its contents no mind as he strode towards the stairs at the rear of the hall, guarded by another white knight. Sir Valyrian, the king's guard greeted him, this one wielding a spear. You are required in your grandsire's quarters. His quarters? Corlys' stomach dropped at the knight's words. Had his grandfather fallen ill? Fallen off his horse? He must have, or else why would he be receiving visitors in his quarters instead of the main hall and its legendary driftwood throne? Why else would the king be on Driftmark if not to visit his dying uncle? Damn it all, why had Corlys not taken his journey a year later? He could have prevented this. His earlier poise was forgotten as he dashed up the narrow stairs, clearing flight after flight until he reached the top of the keep. Even if he had not grown up there, he would have known which of the quarters belonged to the Lord Valyrian by the white knight standing guard in front of a closed door. The knight knocked twice upon the door as Corlys approached, uttering not a word as he opened the door on screaming hinges. Muttering his thanks, Corlys slipped into the bedchamber, his face met with a sudden wall of heat and the door squealed shut behind him. Lord Daemon Valyrian was abed, the covers of the far too large bed pulled up to his neck, while a fire blazed merrily in the hearth. And next to the fine bed, perched on a simple stool, sat King Jaehaerys Targaryen, talking in hushed tones with a sad smile on his lips. Sir Corlys, the king interrupted whatever he was telling his bedridden vassal to greet Corlys, and the old man in the bed weakly turned his head to look at his new visitor. Corlys. The old man croaked, a knot immediately forming in Corlys' throat. He had still been vigorous when Corlys had left for the voyage, his voice strong. But now he truly looked like a man 2 years short of his 90th name day. His skin was marred by deep creases, and both his hair and eyes had lost most of their former luster. Come here, my boy, come here. Let me get a look at you. He tried to shift into a seated position, but the king laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. Uncle, save your strength, the king chastised, but the old man brushed him off. Well, rustled his shoulders slightly. It seemed, to Corlys' great discomfort, that his grandfather lacked even the strength for so simple an action. You need to rest. The time for rest will, your grace, the old lord said, sinking back into his bed. And soon. Roga had the right of it. No sense wasting what little time I have left by sleeping. He gave a weary shake of the head as if to clear it of old memories. But I'm glad you made it back from UTI, my boy. Oh, how you have grown. A shame I could not be there with you. A shame, the king echoed, nodding slowly. I received a raven from Estermont, not a week past, reporting 80 ships flying Valyrian colors. Your presence might have made that 80 ships? All laden with eastern goods. Corlys' grandfather gave out a wet bark of laughter that quickly gave way to a coughing fit. Gods be good, you could build an entire city with half of that wealth. I could, Corlys allowed, a smile growing on his face at the thought. After paying Vaegon his share, he would have more than enough left to do just that. But he had other priorities. Though I think I shall begin with a castle. I would rather not bring a wife to a castle not worthy of her. He could feel the king's gaze burrow into his skull while his grandfather gave another laugh, only for it to bring about another fit of coughing. Corlys could tell that the king did not approve, had never approved of his closeness with his cousins. But things had changed, Now, Dahlia was fond of him. Vaegon was his friend. Corlys was wealthy and one of the most eligible men in the Seven Kingdoms. Now he had all he needed to do was make a deal. Chapter 29, 5 years older, just a bit wiser. 83 AC. Shear the sheep of only its wool, not its skin. Sitting in my solar, it was hard to deny that operating a bank was far from lucrative. The cash inflows from individual loans were small. I only received those cash flows a few times each year. It had taken years to get the staff trained well enough that I did not need to verify and check each and every loan application. The riskier and more lucrative deals, however, those I checked. A loan application by an established merchant to fund a voyage to the Shivering Sea was not something I had to handle. A standard rate of 1% above inflation was applied, plus a one-time insurance fee. One of my loan officers could approve that. Same with expanding a shop. Or building a new manse. But an aspiring captain looking to buy his first ship? My merchant fleet's next expedition? Those I did handle personally. Which was why I needed to spend a couple of hours every morning at the bank. Well, that and analyzing the information my singers brought me. But it had to be said that merely having the bank itself was worth it. Not simply because it gave me a convenient location to centralize my work, though that was a factor. No, it was because the former manse in the center of the city gave me a vault to store my wealth. No longer did I have to reinvest all of my earnings immediately, or try to hide ever-growing amounts of coin in my chambers, lest I earn some pointed questions. And having to sell off 20 ships worth of Eastern treasure all at once would have been economically ruinous. Granted, I had already had the warehouses to store the wealth, but that had been far too expensive to guard and too complicated to arrange transport for my liking. Thanks to the vault, I could slowly sell small portions of it to maximize profits and minimize ruining my father's economy. Like the deal that was currently on my desk, carefully negotiated by some of my best men. 5 talents of white jade to be sold to the aging Lord Aran, to be delivered to Gulltown. Or the next one in the pile, for 3 talents of saffron to be delivered to Casterly Rock. Each request came bearing the seal of the Lord in question, so their authenticity was not in doubt. Instructions were quickly drafted and sealed, authorizing the removal of the proper amount of goods from the vault. And that was it. I had developed the bank to not need my direct input on everything. If the bank was to outlive me and grow beyond its current scope, it could not rely on me too much. Besides, it meant I had more time to work on non-banking work. Or to relax. But this time, as I was about to enjoy a few minutes of peace, a knock sounded on the door. "Enter," I called from across the room, and the heavy door swung open on well-oiled hinges not a moment later, revealing the familiar features of one of my singers. His face was lined by age, and his hair more salt than pepper, but I recognized him immediately. "Brynden. Come in. What brings you here?" Giving a shallow bow, the singer crossed the solar in a few easy strides. The room had once been a bedchamber, well lit by a row of windows along the wall, but now it just felt imposingly empty. An intentional choice. No distractions save for windows and pious tapestries, only the prince. "My report, Your Grace," the singer said, sliding into the chair on the other side of the desk. He had been among the first singers who had taken me up on my offer, part of the first group I had recruited with Maejali. "Your report?" I asked, suppressing a frown. The singers usually handed over their reports to an aide in the eastern wing of the bank in exchange for their reward. The aides would then bring the information to me for analysis and consolidation. And, eventually, sail to the Master of Whisperers. Was the aide busy? "No, Your Grace, she just figured you would want to get this information sooner." He slid a sheaf of papers towards me. His handwriting was neat and regular, listing the songs he played, when he played them, and where he played them. Next to each was a ranking of which was the most popular when he played it. Notably, he had been in Dorne, visiting a dozen or so towns and villages from Skirich to Will over the past year. They had quite appreciated songs like The March on Old Town, Raiders from the Mountains, and Rise Noble Vulture. I had heard of them before. Years ago, back when I had gotten the first reports from Dornish journeys, they had not been nearly as popular. Naturally, I had done a bit more research and did not like what I had found. They were war songs, celebrating the glories of Dorne against the outsiders. "She was right," I said, reaching into my desk to retrieve a small leather pouch. Dumping out the contents, I handed over the dozen lead tokens it had contained. One side emblazoned with a lute, the other with the number 1, they served as an easy way for the singers to claim their discounted rooms at my inns. Brynden would already have been paid by the aide, but a little extra never hurt. A few coppers from my main purse joined the stack. "Good work getting this to me. Best go relax. You've earned it." He made some appreciative noises and left, leaving me alone once more. This news was complicated to handle. If I simply gave it to the Master of Whisperers for free, since this might be a hint of something more dangerous in the future, he would be less willing to buy other, lesser secrets in the future. If I tried to barter for this information, the small council might be upset with me. No, I would talk to father about this. Official channels could wait. Glancing into the water clock in the corner, I found it still dripping. Well, I could afford to take my leave a bit earlier. The list of information went into a satchel, and I closed up my solar for the day. The water clock was emptied, the windows barred, and the door locked behind me. Taking the main stairs down, it was hard to tell the bank had ever been a home. Many of the internal walls had been knocked down to create a single large hall. Smaller rooms lined it, but those were meant for negotiations. Most of the focus was on the main hall, lined with intricate tapestries and statues, the floors covered in fine Myrish carpets. This was where most of the business took place, and it looked the part, boasting of my bank's power and wealth. I left the instructions I had written with the head of security to be carried out as I left the bank. I had acquired a lot of guards over the years, mostly for my inns and warehouses, so it had been easy enough to get some trustworthy men for my purpose. The late morning sun was high in the sky, most of the glare having long since dissipated. What little remained was blocked by the rather elaborate awning I had commissioned and installed. Brightly colored ribbons of linen had been tightly wrapped around a wooden frame in the shape of a dragon, wings stretched out to protect the entrance from the elements, the head staring off into the distance. It had been designed to be as striking as possible. That it rose above the roofs of the surrounding houses was just an added bonus. I recovered my horse from the bank's stables and prepared myself for the journey back home. Located by the crossing of the muddy way and the street to the Gate of the Gods, the bank boasted a central location in the city that was impossible to miss. Unfortunately, that same central location made traffic a headache. As I settled in for the boring ride back, interrupted only by donating to beggars that occasionally sat by the side of the street, I let my gaze roam along the skyline of the city. Or the start of one, anyway. Flea Bottom, still full of slums, now boasted a single multi-story apartment building, built of solid stone. What can I say? Land was cheap and I needed to diversify my investments. And loyal workers. And it did not sit well with me to simply let people suffer without the opportunity to help themselves. Before I had time to further congratulate myself, a loud roar rang out across the city. Most creatures of the city were used to it, but the sound of a dragon's roar always earned the attention of all who listened. I was no exception, craning my head to look at who was approaching. The familiar pink and scarlet shape of Malay swooped low over the city, with massive Vaegon's bronze form only slightly behind her with an even deeper and more impressive roar of her own. A few seconds later, two comparatively tiny forms fluttered across the sky, one dark grey and the other a pale yellow, their roars more screeches than proper bellowed challenges, and a broad grin split my face. I knew those two little ones well enough. The great blue form of Dreamfire followed placidly behind them, but I barely noticed her, my gaze locked squarely on the shape of two small dragons. My children's dragons. My children were flying. My grin only grew as I whirled my horse around and made my way to the dragon pit. My children were flying. Chapter 30, Have I mentioned I love my family? How do you expect to be the father of the realm if you are not a father to your own children? When somebody described the dragon pit as merely a stable for dragons, I seriously wondered what kind of stable they had grown up with. The Red Keep could comfortably house more than 1,000 horses, as was befitting of the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Save for Harrenhal, there was not a castle in Westeros that could compare in the sheer number of knights that could keep their steeds there. Even Winterfell, though bigger than the Red Keep, had smaller stables. So to call the Dragon Pit a mere stable was like calling King's Landing a fishing village. For starters, the colossal stone construction was as large as the Red Keep. And the Red Keep was itself one of the largest castles in Westeros. The Dragon Pit sat proudly atop the hill of Rennis, dark walls festooned with draconic imagery rising far above my head. A ring of windows, widely spaced, flowed into the pattern as smoothly as compliments out of a particularly sycophantic courtier. But those artful walls were merely a prelude to what was perhaps one of the greatest feats of engineering in the Seven Kingdoms, the dome. Compared to the dome, the walls were a mere ribbon of beautifully decorated stone that served to keep the dome safe from the ground. It was as smooth as it was possible for stone to be without the sorcery of the Valyrians, each stone flowing smoothly and cunningly into the next to form a smooth curve that reached far above the ground. Within, past the bronze gate so great even the cannibal could have crawled through without fear of touching the sides even with his whip-like tail, was a beautifully lit pit of sand. A pit of sand I knew from personal experience to be hot enough to qualify as a steam room. A pit of sand I had not visited in many years, and for good reason. I could not risk being marked by the scent of a beast as great as Balerion if I did not wish for the cannibal to be reduced to a mewling hatchling. Even the scent of Vaegon was enough to unnerve the black dragon, but he was getting better. Slowly. Very slowly. A screech from above drew me out of my thoughts. The aging horse beside me, the same horse I had ridden for nearly a decade, shifted slightly at the sound, but otherwise gave no indication of having heard anything. He was used to dragons and their particular brand of madness. Looking up, I was blinded by the sun high in the sky and unable to see anything until a horse-sized lizard landed on the ground with far more noise than necessary. Papa! A childish voice called out. Blinking the spots from my eyes, I just barely saw the small figure fumble with the chains binding him to the dragon's neck before hopping off. The figure launched itself at me, but I was prepared with outstretched arms and a broad smile. I did it. I flew. Did you see me? That I did. I said, hefting my son onto my shoulder. Little Vaegon Targaryen giggled as he was handled as though he weighed nothing at all instead of a boy of 4 named days, while a dark grey lizard crawled towards me. I'm so proud of you. Reaching up, I gave my boy a congratulatory tousle of the hair, prepared to say more, but the sound of tearing leather drew my attention. Looking over, I saw the dragon my boy had flown over, though most of his saddle now rested on the cobbled street. Scraps of leather clung to a bronze claw, while the beast seemed all too proud of himself as he crawled towards me. No. The child upon my shoulder cried out. Bad smoke. Bad. The dragon in question stopped in his tracks, craning his head to look my son in the eye in confusion. He was a strikingly colored creature, dark as slate with wing membranes the color of old blood. None would ever mistake this one for Balerion, however. The grey was far too light to be mistaken for black, the red too dark. And as his tongue flicked out to slap across its left eye, head tilted at a confused angle, I was reminded of the other, bigger reason. He was a bit of an idiot. A point that was reinforced when the rest of the saddle slid from his neck, startling him with the sound of leather on cobbled brick. The beast whirled around, head whipping back and forth, searching for the culprit, but finding nothing. He looked back, red eyes wide, as if to ask if we had tricked him. Relax, I said, reaching out. Immediately, the dragon buried its head in my palm. He gave a happy chuff, accepting the scratches beneath his chin. Foolish though he was, none could call him poorly behaved. Now, where might your sister be? A screech from above answered the question. The dragon withdrew his head immediately, eyes searching the sky. This one landed a heartbeat later, the beast with yellow scales landing with far more grace than the one with grey. Preening at the attention, the dragon held its position before bowing low to allow its rider to dismount. You're late. Arion complained from my shoulder. Sundancer needs to get faster. Sundancer simply understands the meaning of grace, my daughter said, sliding from her dragon's neck. Telling Arion from Arya might have once been difficult, each sharing the silver gold hair framing a sharp face, but they were already developing into 2 very different individuals. She is a true lady, after all. Naturally, that was the moment her dragon, the creature the color of the sky the moment the sun touches the horizon, launched herself at her grey counterpart. The pair began rolling along the paved ground, locking teeth and claws in a very enthusiastic play fight. My little girl pouted at the sight but was well-mannered enough to not complain out loud. Luckily, I knew just how to make her feel better. Picking her up with a single hand, she was swiftly deposited on my empty shoulder. She complained, but her words lacked any heat, and she eagerly leaned into the head rub I dispensed. Enough competing, I declared, cutting off any bickering before it could actually start. You both flew. I'm so proud of you both. Did you have fun? Yet. Arion was quick to exclaim, almost bouncing with excitement. You should have joined us. Arya chimed in, her excitement far more subdued. I wish I could have, said, taking measures to not let my disappointment show. Taking the cannibal flying alongside Dreamfire was the result of years of work, and even then, I was careful not to stress him too much. Alongside 2 new dragons, well, my children would not be dragon riders for long. Though my dragon is not as easygoing as yours. I'll take you to meet him later this week, and you'll see. My children's cheers were interrupted by another massive shadow passing overhead, and the playing pair of dragons interrupted their little tussle. Scarlet Malaise landed first, gracefully alighting before the gates to the pit with a pleased look to her. Bronze Vaegon was close behind, the massive dragon somehow landing even more gently than the smaller creature. Ha! Alyssa shouted from her dragon's back, a small child chained to her chest. Sweet victory! This time, perhaps, Balin said, the child with whom he shared a saddle larger than even my own too. And every time before. It's not always about being the fastest, Alyssa. Balin shouted, earning a body laugh from his wife. I, with the 2 children on my shoulders, did not bother trying to cover their ears. That would have been a fruitless endeavor. Instead, I focused on the perpetrators. Careful, I interrupted my siblings before their talk could elicit some uncomfortable questions from the twins. There are children present. Bah, fatherhood took all the fun out of you. Alyssa complained, undoing her chains as another massive shadow fell over us. I did not have to look up to know who it was. The massive blue shape of Dreamfire slowly descended to land gently amongst the gathered dragons, the smallest scattering like pigeons before swarming Malays for another round of fun. Maedjli had arrived. My dearest sibling undid the chains that held her in her saddle and carefully slid off, lifting her little passenger down a moment later. He was thin, had always been thin and frail, but that did little to dampen his enthusiasm as he rushed towards me. Vaeg! Little Aelis greeted me with outstretched arms. I had to crouch to intercept him, only to toss him into the air a few inches before catching him again. He was deposited between by children, left to cling to my head, giggling with joy as was his right. He might not have been my son, but my little brother deserved a father. And I did have more than enough practice taking care of my siblings. And where is my share? Maejali asked as she joined me, only to get swept into my arms and lifted off her feet. I touched my forehead to hers, holding her close. It was her work as much as mine that we were this happy, that our younger siblings had had as happy a childhood as they did. I did not particularly care about my other sister grumbling about the hypocrisy. Life was good, after all. Chapter 31, Morian Martell does not deserve the eye. The coin you have already spent does not matter. I was always apprehensive about leaving my children with Grand Maester Elisar for their lessons. Oh, he was a competent instructor, certainly. He was brilliant when it came to languages, as I could personally attest. Unfortunately, over the span of years, I had gotten a very close look at his standards of professionalism, courtesy, and common decency. Which meant I got to learn just how many copies of A Caution for Young Girls he kept in his chambers. It may well have been the complete collection of stories, really. The complete collection of pornographic wastes of paper that featured my own father as a recurring character. It was a shame that Smoke had earned his name in his chambers, truly. But I knew Elisar would never actually harm my children, be it physically, mentally, or emotionally. Not that it meant I could trust him, but I could rely on him to teach them their numbers and letters. When it came time for advanced matters, for more nuanced matters, I could handle that just fine on my own. For now, their lessons gave me the time to handle some other matters. A copper for your thoughts? Maejali asked as we descended the Grand Maester's tower. Perhaps it had been obvious that I was preoccupied. Perhaps she merely knew me well enough to guess something was on my mind. It may well have been both. I may have forgotten to plan something for our afternoon session, I admitted. Even now, we still met daily to discuss the 7 who are one, though attendance had since grown beyond my immediate family. I have an idea, but little else. I trust it is a good idea. She asked, and I took that as an invitation to elaborate. Another look at the maiden's use of chastity as a source of appeal, I said. I purchased a copy of Septon Hawthorne's treatise on the Book of the Maiden, and he raised some points that could lead to some good discussion. Mayhaps 6 years ago, that would have been an excellent idea, Maejali allowed, and I suppressed a wince. No matter how kindly worded, rejection was rejection. But both Sarah and Dahlia are long since betrothed. And Visera is hardly the kind to make a spectacle of herself. As I said, it was an idea, I said. Not a good one. That is an understatement, Maejali continued as we neared the ground floor. We raised our sisters too well to retread that old ground. Or do you not trust Braxton? After all the trouble I went through selecting him, I really should, I said. Some might have raised a brow in surprise at the idea that someone other than my sister's father had had a hand in selecting their husband, but I was a touch on the protective side. But I suppose you have a better idea for something for this afternoon. Oh? Maejali asked, giving me a teasing smile that made my heart flutter ever so slightly. Trusting me to teach the children? You do know how to please me. That gets less amusing after the third time you do it, I grumbled without heat, unable to keep a smile from my face, though it quickly fell when I remembered why I was so busy. I need to speak with father. Dorn is making some warlike noises. What kind of noises? Maejali asked, all good humor suddenly gone, and I did not blame her. The small folk are growing more approving of starting a war, I said. Maejali deserved to know. Doubly so if it might put me at risk. Nothing from their lords as of yet, but if they listen, they will be able to invade without fear of their own people rising against them. Will it come to that? She asked, her grasp on my hand tightening, and I did not blame her. I myself had no stomach for war. Senseless brutality and suffering were things for which humanity had no need. If the gods are kind and men are wise, we will be able to avoid it, I assured her, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze of my own. After all, our father was famous the world over for his wisdom and diplomatic acumen. If there was anybody who could defuse tensions between the 7 kingdoms and Dorne, it was King Jaehaerys. Hopefully, the father above and our father here can both help. We parted ways shortly afterward, and I made my way to my father's solar. Unlike the royal apartments, this was located in the Red Keep proper instead of in Maegor's Holdfast, in one of the many chambers overlooking the royal gardens. Tragically, that did leave me crossing the breadth of the keep without pleasant company. There were courtiers who called out to me in greeting, certainly. Some went so far as to bow as I passed, though none tried to stop me in the hope of striking up a conversation. A welcome side effect of an energetic walking pace was that few could keep up with me. Soon, I stood before a richly ornamented oaken door, engraved with repeating knotwork images. In front of the tightly shut door stood a knight clad in white scale. Sir Giles Morrigan, the aging Lord Commander of the King's Guard, kept his watch over his liege's chambers. His helmeted gaze focused on me as I approached. Not even his king's son was exempt from his unwavering duty, it seemed. Prince Vaegon, he greeted me, his hand resting easily on the pommel of his sword. Were I to threaten him, I had no doubt that he would not hesitate to turn that sword on me. The King's Guard was fanatically loyal to him, the earliest knights most of all. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? I need to speak with my father, I said, coming to a stop before him. It is a matter of great urgency. Never taking his eyes off me, the knight reached behind him to push open the door. Your Grace, he called to his liege. Prince Vaegon is here to see you. Send him in, my father's answered from within, and the White Knight immediately took a step into the room, holding the door open just far enough for me to pass through. Stepping through, I beheld my father sitting at his desk in a sparsely decorated office. By no means, however, was it plain. A fine Myrish rug covered the stone floor and richly embroidered red drapes were tied off at either side of the window. Well, it was an opening halfway up the wall stretching the width of the room with thin pillars at regular intervals. It served the same purpose as a window, so a window it was. It provided most of the light in the room, lighting up my father from the back in a way that made him look as though the seven themselves were casting their favor on him from the heavens. Is something the matter, Vaegon? He asked as the door swung shut, leaving us in private. The letters on his desk still took precedence, however, and he barely spared a moment to look up before returning to his work. Come, sit, tell me what's wrong. Dorne is growing ever more approving of war, I said without preamble, ignoring the pair of chairs arrayed in front of the solid oaken desk. There was a time and place for ceremony and grandeur and oratory, but this was not it. We need to prepare. And you know this how? Father asked, not even pausing his writing. Annoyance began to flash through my mind. We were at risk of invasion and war, and he was busy writing? And he was too busy to even look me in the eye? I have my sources, I said, pointedly refusing to name them. Spiteful and petty it may have been, but a son merited the full attention of his father when bringing news of an impending war. Their small folk are clamoring for war with us. We need to take action. That will not be necessary. My father's words shocked me into silence for a moment. Not necessary? I could not believe what I was hearing. A possible invasion from the Dornish, and my father advised not to do anything? Where was the king who had joined an incursion into the Red Mountains to aid his stepfather in hunting down the last Vulture King? Where was the king who was prepared for war with bravos over 3 dragon eggs? Not necessary. I repeated slowly. Dorne prepares for war, and we do not need to prepare. Do you know what Dorne plans? Father asked, setting aside his ink and quill to look me in the eye, the very image of calm. As though this was far from news to him. Do you know where Prince Morion intends to start his invasion? Do you know when? With how many men? Do you? I asked. That knowledge was hardly the kind to be openly shared. Not unless the Prince of Dorne was a fool of the highest order. Prince Morion has been raising troops for almost an entire year, my father patiently explained. Sales of the free cities have been hired by his agents, as have mercenaries. At least 20,000 men are gathering at the Tor and at Ghost Hill and will begin their invasion of the Stormlands with an attack on Cape Wrath. By sea. What? How the prince let that much information slip into the hands of his enemy? It appeared that the Prince of Dorne was a fool of the highest order. The Lords of Dorne are far less loyal than one would expect, he explained, the smile on his face decidedly triumphant. Lords Dane, Corgyle, and Euronwood were all very quick to share their liege's invasion plans. Or his vassals were disloyal. Then again, the options were hardly mutually exclusive. Prince Morion was planning to invade a realm with multiple dragons at its disposal, after all. And we will do nothing? I asked, a plan already forming in my head. We know 3 of their great lords are disloyal. If we tacitly support a rebellion, break the power of Dorne for generations to come, Prince Morion would win any insurrection against him, father said. With the forces he has gathered, he would break his vassals and stop being quite so free with his invasion plans. If he knows he has lost the element of surprise, he might not even invade, I pointed out. He cannot. Father shook his head. If he stops now, with forces raised and mercenaries hired, he will prove himself weak to his vassals. My own father's example still burns all too brightly in the memory of men. No, Prince Morion will invade. Of course. The nobility's inability to understand the concept of sunk cost would force a war. Because why not? So we will simply let him? I asked, trying not to let defeat creep into my voice. Of course not. My father scoffed, and I let hope fill me again. We know when and where the invasion will begin. It will be a simple matter of bringing our own forces into position to crush it. There is not a fleet that can stand up to the might of dragons, after all. Relying on dragons to defend the entirety of Cape Wrath is still dangerous, I muttered, crossing my arms. He would not change his mind on his plans for war if I asked, that much was clear. Mayhaps pointing out flaws would have a better effect. It's too risky. Mayhaps, he agreed. Which is why Lord Bourmond will muster his forces 2 weeks before the invasion to pick off any invaders that might make landfall. 2 weeks to raise and train an army? I asked, incredulous. Against a force that had had a year to train and prepare, not to mention the experience of the mercenary troops, that was the height of foolishness. Wait, no, invading a kingdom with dragons was the height of foolishness. This was just a regular old bad idea. That hardly seems sufficient. It will take far longer to levy an army in the reach of the Crownlands, father said. Let alone to bring them to Cape Wrath. The Stormlander forces will suffice, especially with support from you and your brothers. Wait, brothers? You intend to recall Aemon? I asked. It is hardly recalling if Aemon could have returned whenever he wished, he said, sighing at the memory of something. It was hard to tell with him. He will be formally invited to join me at court after Dahlia's marriage to Lord Valyrian. That will give us a month's time to prepare. And for you two to reconcile. Publicly. My cheeks burned at the rebuke. It was true that Aemon and I had never officially apologized. While that may have been my fault in part, it had not seemed necessary. After sending my children their eggs, with his express regards to boot, I had assumed he had forgiven me. Though that had not stopped me from sending him some decent wine as a gesture of appreciation. Hopefully, he had enjoyed the Dornish Red. It had been a fine vintage. Speaking of Dorne, mayhaps I would have to send a message to a particularly treacherous vassal of Prince Morion. One who might hold aspirations of kingship. If a meeting could be arranged, well, the wedding might be just a touch busier than anticipated. As you wish, I told my father, a plan forming my mind. Chapter 31, They did want to meet him. Why discard a tool when you can repair it? He looks scary, Arion remarked, and I could hardly blame him. Feeding time with the cannibal was hardly for the faint of heart. The great black beast roasted each pig carcass as it came, one at a time before flinging it into the air and catching it in his maw. As those great jaws slammed shut, it was just barely possible to hear the crunch of splintering bone, but the sound of his bite alone was nearly enough to drown it out. He is a dragon, I reminded my son, laying a reassuring hand on his shoulder. And on his quiet sister's shoulder, too. Preemptive reassurance was rarely out of place with small children. One older than your mother's dream fire, wild and unclaimed for decades. Scary is to be expected. The final hog was hauled out of the cart by a pair of men, the slaughtered creature near as large as one of them and heavier by far, to be placed on the beach. It hit the sand at a respectful distance from the dragon, and the men clambered aboard the now empty cart. After a shout from the workers, it pulled away, leaving the cannibal to enjoy his meal in peace. For now. Now, who wants to say hello? I asked the children. As if to punctuate the statement, the cannibal exhaled a steady stream of vibrant green onto the final pig. This time, as he flung it into the air, the legs of the pig came loose but fell into his gullet all the same. His hunger should be satiated by now. Should be? Arya asked, not at all mollified by my statement, horror writ clear on her face. Come now, did you not want to meet him? I asked, scooping up my children to deposit them on my shoulders. 7 above, I would miss not being able to do so when they grew up. He's harmless. A lie, that was Arion. Arya protested, but that did not stop me from strolling towards the dragon whose idea of saying hello was to inflict hearing damage. Arion wanted to meet him. Cannibal. I called out to my mount, ignoring my children's protests as they suddenly went very still. I trust you enjoyed your meal. The great black dragon turned his colossal head to face me. Even now, at more than 20 years of age, I was still far smaller than his head, and would always be far smaller than his head. I could have walked down his gullet had I the inclination. His horns that studded his jaw carved furrows into the sand as his eyes drew level with mine, his gaze briefly flickering towards the children that I carried. His eyes narrowed as his focus shifted to them in truth as he recognized the scent of something new. The scent of young dragons. Yes, they claimed dragons, I told the colossal creature, easily guessing his thoughts. After 5 years with the cannibal, his expressions were as easy to read as my children's. Enma Edgley is on her way with Dreamfire, so behave. The familiar rumble of his reverberated through me and I could feel my children start to grab hold of me. Since my hair was too short to offer anything to grip, that meant my ears were the next best thing. Poor, delicate things. I rather liked my ears. There is no need to be afraid, that's just how he says hello, I reassured my children as the dragon's head neared. My first instinct was to drop them onto my back, to keep them away from the creature with a noted taste for pork, both regular and long, before reason reasserted itself. The cannibal was unable to roast them without hitting me as well. And he could hardly bite one of them without taking off my head as well. I stood my ground unflinchingly as the cannibal carried out his inspection. For a nerve-wracking moment, the only sound was that of air rushing into the beast's nostrils, each a cave as large as my head and as dark as night. The heat that radiated from the dragon was like standing beside a bed of coals, but I endured it all the same. He was a reasonable creature, after all. By giving him an inch, he would concede to giving me an inch. I had treated him well these past few years. He would not throw away a life of relative luxury. Luxurious for a dragon, at least. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the cannibal snorted and turned away. His head rose and he began to trudge back to his own little pit. The massively oversized hovel was hidden among the dunes, the stone walls having long since accumulated enough sand to blend into its surroundings. Even the linen roof, stretched over the top, had taken on the pale hues of the sand that peppered it so frequently. "See," I said, lifting my children from shoulders and back onto the beach. The little ones wasted no time scampering close to me to hide behind me. "Perfectly harmless." "He's scary," Arian muttered, and I gave his hair a reassuring tousle. "His sisters, too." She might not say it, but meeting the cannibal was not an activity most people would ever consider fun. "And you two were as brave as the warrior himself," I reassured them, and they swelled with pride before I turned towards the retreating form of the dragon. "Where do you think you are going, cannibal?" My children quite rapidly deflated. The dragon, too, seemed far from pleased at my question. His massive head swung back around to glare at me. "Papa, why?" Arya asked, shuffling back behind me. He was almost gone. "We aren't done yet," I called out, and the cannibal turned fully around. He neared, moving noticeably slower than before, and I recognized the warning for what it was. I was his equal, that slow pace all but screamed, not his master. His head swooped low to the ground, pale green eyes meeting mine. Those orbs were still nearly solid green, the pupils barely visible as his gaze bored into my head. My children huddled close, but all the cannibal did was exhale once. Though not a burst of flame, it was still a blast of furnace heat which caused a sheen of sweat to rapidly form on my skin. Before he had a chance to further demonstrate that I was not the one in charge, a bone-rattling roar filled the air, earning the full attention of the cannibal. His gaze tore itself loose as he drew himself up to his full height and answered with a roar of his own, this one far louder to my ears. Looking to the sky, I saw a familiar blue dragon approach. Maegli had arrived. Splendid. Dreamfire, though slenderer than the cannibal, was still one of the largest dragons in the family. Despite her grace and calm demeanor, she was more than capable of making the ground quake with a rough landing. Or, was more frequently the case, when she wanted to make an entrance. The children fell to their knees as the great blue dragon slammed into the ground, sending out a wave of sand as she skidded to a halt. Her head briefly lowered to the ground to allow her rider to dismount before rearing back up to her full height. She did not roar. Dreamfire was a calmer dragon than most, thankfully. She did, however, offer her fellow dragon a singularly unimpressed look. The cannibal did not share her restraint, offering another challenging roar. It was good to see how much he had improved. And all it had taken was gradual exposure to Dreamfire. First, it had been visiting the cannibal after spending time with Dreamfire to get him used to the scent. Then feeding Dreamfire outside of the improvised pit once a week before increasing the frequency. Then feeding them outside the pit together. And it only took 5 years for the cannibal to go from cowardice to overt displays of aggression. Well, 5 years less however much time I had spent researching dragon behaviors in the library. But I had always been more than a little fond of reading, thank the crone, so I did not count it as a chore. Now, if only I could extend that same tolerance to 7 other dragons in time for Dahlia's wedding. No, I decided, I would write Corlys to make arrangements to keep him away from the others. That much was actually possible. A tugging at my sleeve turned my attention from the dragons. "Mama is here!" Arya exclaimed, having recognized the approaching shape of Maegli as she drew close. Arian did not lack her restraint and took off running towards his mother, who scooped him up eagerly. Well, 2 could play that game. Seeing Maegli struggle ever so slightly to carry our son with both arms, an idea began to form in my head. I picked up Arya, and carried her over to her mother, but only using my left arm. The right arm had a far more important task ahead of it. Taking a slightly more circuitous path, I sneaked up on Maegli from behind. Crouching slightly, I scooped up Maegli with the remaining arm and quickly regretted it. Carrying small children was a lot easier than a grown woman carrying another small child. But the happy laughter made the promise of a sore back more than worth it. Chapter 32, Throwing Money at a Problem. I wished to buy his forgiveness, not lease it. I had to give it to Corlys, he had chosen his architect well. Where some lords might have chosen to replace their small, damp castle with a larger, slightly less damp castle, my friend had gone in a completely different direction. As in, SSC. Because the new seat of House Valyrian was not a castle at all, but a proper palace. No thick curtain walls to keep out invaders, only a sprawling garden containing flowers from each of the 7 kingdoms, from Dorne to the wall. No stout keep to house the lord, only a sprawling white manor whose walls were contained more glass than brick or timber, surrounded by a ring of servants' quarters. And a September, of course. There always had to be a September. Still, the new seat of House Valyrian lacked the cramped nature of a castle, instead opting for a beautiful wide open layout. On an island like Driftmark, so close to the heartland of Targaryen power, there was really no need for a highly fortified center of government for a vassal. If there truly was a danger, Dragonstone was a lot closer to any potential pirates, and King's Landing was only a few hours away by ship. And even closer by dragon. In short, it was perfect for a vassal. Beautiful to behold, poorly defensible, and reliant on the king for safety. And, as I sat in a secluded corner of the vast gardens, I realized it may well be more splendid than the Red Keep itself. It might not rise into the sky like my father's castle, but it was truly beautiful. The roof of the manor and the servants' quarters were a vivid riot of color. The gardens were host to no small collection of sculptures from around the world. Even the footpath that wound its way through the garden was immaculate, the gravel kept out of the flowers by an artfully decorated liner. "You did not need to join me for this," I said softly to the woman who was busy using me as a glorified headrest. Ma Edgley had decided that the children could be trusted to themselves for a little while, and decided to tag along on my little errand. Or she did not trust me to muck it up. And miss out on a moment to ourselves. She asked, preferring to enjoy her position instead of twisting her neck to look me in the eye. "How dare you make a good point," I said, leaning into her. Raising children had been rather detrimental to enjoying even a brief moment alone. "One of us must bear the crone's wisdom," she said in turn. "And it might as well be me." "You sell me short," I complained without heat. "Does it not require wisdom to earn as much coin as I have?" "Cleverness and wisdom are not the same," she chided me. "Else you would not be in this situation." The sound of gravel shifting underfoot to draw my focus, causing me to rapidly sit up. Ma Edgley muttered a complaint as I shifted into a less comfortable position, for her, but our little moment would have come to an end, nonetheless. Aemon Targaryen, the Prince of Dragonstone, had arrived. With company. His wife, Jocelyn Baratheon, looked as cold as ever, but little Rhaenys seemed more silly than anything as she tried to cut a serious figure. Unfortunately, she was a girl of 8? 9? The exact number escaped me, but she was still too small to be properly intimidating. "Brother," I rose to my feet as I greeted Aemon, preparing to choose my words carefully. "Good sister. Dear niece. I am glad you found the time to see me. Your man's invitation was rather clear." My brother wasted little time on pleasantries. It appeared he held a grudge. Not that I could blame him, I had left him with some rather disfiguring injuries. Wait, where were his injuries? I had flattened his nose. I had expected a prosthetic or a mask, not this prize fighter's nose. It looked as though it had been broken in a brawl and healed crookedly, not painstakingly reconstructed from crushed cartilage. A sense of shame brought that line of thought to a halt. I had grievously wounded my brother. It was unworthy of me to question why his injuries had not left a more severe mark. Thankfully, it seemed he had recovered quite well. I thanked the crone for the maesters and their sorcerous healing arts. First they healed a bruise with a pumice and then they reconstructed a man's nose. It was incredible what healers could do with access to the collected knowledge of the wisest men to ever walk the 7 kingdoms. "I never did thank you properly for sending my children their eggs," I said, reaching for the wooden box resting on the bench. Reconciling with Aemon was never going to be easy. Luckily, throwing money at a problem seemed to work most of the time. And I knew some very talented jewelers and goldsmiths. No matter how fine the vintage, a wine could never convey my appreciation. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to correct that mistake. "Did you bring gifts?" That seemed to distract Rhaenys for a moment as curiosity dominated her features. She approached eagerly as I lowered myself to a knee. Pride could take a back seat, just this once, there were more important things at hand. "Indeed," I confirmed, opening the box, and lifting out a small silver circlet. It would have almost been plain, were it not for the single amethyst the size of a child's fist, set in an artfully wrought flower of silver. The little girl's eyes shone as they beheld what was clearly a crown, though one-sized for a child. "I do hope they are worthy." Placing it gingerly on her head, I gave a pleased smile at the contrasting colors. Silver metal on black hair stood out magnificently and made it hard to ignore the crown. As fine a statement to make as any. "Good sister." Once more, I reached into the case, this time retrieving a golden circlet sized for a grown adult. Made of fine gold, it had been shaped to look like a dragon, with tiny shards of black onyx for eyes. A Targaryen dragon in the colors of House Baratheon. "I have something for you as well." She seemed taken aback at that but offered a small smile as I set the crown on her head. Though far more subdued than her daughter, I could tell she was pleased. Good to know she enjoyed it. "Aemon. I retrieved the final object from its case, this time a circlet made of red gold, also shaped like a dragon. At least, its core was red gold. On the outside, it was covered from nose to tail in tiny flakes of ruby, each glittering with its own inner fire as the light struck it. It had cost a fortune, to be true, but father had commanded we reconcile. And you could hardly put a price on that. I suspect you will have need of a crown when the time comes. Aemon, to his credit, managed to avoid impersonating a fish out of water, though his eyes went as wide as saucers. His jaw did not quite drop, but it notably slackened, and I could not blame him. It was not every day that a younger brother offered his elder a crown, after all. For a moment we simply stood there. He, looking completely caught off guard. Me, holding a very expensive crown. I dare say he likes it. Maejali broke the awkward silence, joining me by my side. No, not joining me, walking past me to our good sister and crouching in front of our niece. Rhaenys, the other children are playing in the inner gardens. Would you care to join them? Other children? Rhaenys asked, looking more than a little interested, and my sister exploited that to the hilt. Your cousins and your uncle Aelys, Maejali elaborated. Judging by her expression, she knew she had her little niece's attention. You have not met them before, have you? Would you like to meet them? Can I? Her eyes were wide as she turned to face her mother. Please. It was Aemon who answered. Go on, he said with an indulgent smile. I will not keep you from family. You too, Jocelyn. Vaegon and I need to have a little talk, just the two of us. My niece rushed off, Maejali and Jocelyn slightly behind her, as I refocused my attention on my brother. I still had his crown in my hands as I waited for the other to make the first move. Eventually, I decided to put an end to the waiting game and deposited the golden circlet on my brother's head. Did father put you up to this? He asked once our wives were out of earshot. An odd decision. Jocelyn was no stranger to the troubles between her husband and me. Mayhaps it was for the sake of his daughter? But Rhaenys would have seen Aemon's injuries when he returned to Dragonstone. Had she not been told? Or mayhaps he simply wanted some privacy. You wound me, Aemon, I said, shaking my head. Can I not want to properly thank my brother? Do not try to play me for a fool, Vaegon, he said, his gaze refusing to soften. I know father wants us to reconcile. That bit with the crowns, was that your idea or his? Mine, I answered calmly. It appeared I had been wrong to assume that his delivery of the eggs was a symbol of forgiveness. A shame, that, but one I could work with. Father wants us to reconcile, true, but publicly. This, you gave my children dragon eggs that hatched, Aemon. It is because of you that they got to experience a joy you and I were never able to. Giving you my full support is the least I can do. What? He seemed taken aback by that, his eyes narrowing as he tried to find the lie, the ulterior motive, the deception. Unfortunately for him, he was wasting his time. You helped my children, I will help yours, I explained. To be honest, it felt a bit like I was teaching Dahlia again. Is that so hard to understand? What? He asked again, the suspicion in his face giving way to confusion, as though he could not understand something as simple as that. It was as if he had spent the past 5 years stewing in his frustration and grudges. This was going to take a while, wasn't it? Chapter 33, I can play politics just fine. A man who is too treacherous to be a vassal yet too content to be a king may yet have a purpose. I thought you hated me. Aemon and I were seated on opposite sides of a small table while children played under the watchful eyes of our wives. And ours too, if to a slightly smaller extent. It was incredible how many nooks and hidden corners Corlys had managed to cram into his palace gardens. Convenient, too. With the sheer vitriol you had, I thought you hated me. Our talk had taken a while, long enough for us to find our families. And then keep talking. We are family, Aemon, I pointed out, a small smile on my face as I watched the children run in screeching circles. The younger ones, at least. Little Rhaenys was a bit too old for that, but she was still smiling from ear to ear. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin, and we have always been on the edge. That sentiment would have been oh so reassuring before you forced the maesters to replace half a dozen of my teeth with silver, my brother muttered into his goblet of watered wine. Heavily watered. I had left very precise instructions with the servants. I was a child, I shrugged in response. You can hardly expect a boy of 4 and 10 to make decisions as well as a man grown. His grip tightened on the silver goblet as he registered some unintended insult. For my part, I shifted in my seat as I prepared to control the damage. Granted, I hardly brought glory to House Targaryen with my actions that day, I admitted, glancing at the pale reflection in my own goblet. The man who stared back was familiar, the same long face and hard gaze that had been mine for 2 decades, though softened by the recent years. I rather liked the change. But that is all in the past. What matters is now. Very true, Aemon agreed, pouring some more wine into his goblet. The frustration seemed to leave his frame as he watched the pale red liquid flow freely. I briefly worried if he had given himself over to drink before I quashed those fears. He was merely relieved that we were not trading blows again, that was all. Although, speaking of foolishness, I mentioned, taking a small sip of wine as Aemon took a far more generous gulp, Prince Morian of Dorne is planning an invasion of the Stormlands. My timing could not have been better as he nearly choked on his drink, a fit of coughing racking my brother's frame in surprise. Oh dear, it appeared father had not been keeping him appraised of current events. Or Aemon had simply not been paying attention. Come again. He barely managed to wheeze out the words before his body tried to force out the wine that had gone down the wrong pipe. Prince Morian will be invading the Stormlands, I repeated patiently, smirking slightly at my timing. He will come by sea to Cape Wrath. You cannot be serious, Aemon said incredulously. By sea? Against us? Against dragons? It gets better, I said, smirk growing maliciously. While the prince spent a fortune on mercenaries and sell sails, his mightiest vassals have barely raised any men for the campaign. By the end of the year, the Dornish crown will be at its weakest in centuries. Gods be good, my brother swore. Is that why father bid us reconcile? To prepare to invade Dorne. Tragically, my brother was wrong. Our father had no desire to complete what the conqueror had started. You will have the chance to ask him after the wedding, I answered, opting to give him a truth instead of the full truth. He will officially bring you and Balon up to speed. Wait. Aemon looked slightly confused at that. If Balon does not know, why do you? Father told me, I answered, technically speaking the truth. And I pay close attention to rumors. Oh, how I love technical truths. When I used them, at least. Before we had a chance to continue our discussion, a servant rushed into the deserted portion of the gardens, looking quite severely out of breath. Your Grace, he muttered, falling to his knees beside me. Your guest has arrived. I had to admit, I was rather amused by how easily I was being found. Then again, I was reasonably certain the palace's servants' quarters had a balcony running the length of the building, which would explain a lot. Which was a rather clever design decision, I had to admit. Excellent, I said, rising to my feet. If you would excuse me, brother. I have some business to attend to. Your guest? Aemon asked, looking as if he wanted to rise to his feet before changing his mind. Lord Valyrian's guest, technically, I explained. For reasons beyond my comprehension, Lords Dane and Fowler had politely declined my offers to enrich themselves at the cost of the leech they had already betrayed. Luckily, Lord Euronwood was far more eager. I am merely the reason he was invited. What a distinction, he muttered as I trudged off, following the servant as he brought me to yet another section of the garden. We marched halfway around the palace gardens, to a section containing some unfamiliar blooms that I suspected had come from Dorne. It was here that the lord of another realm had been brought to wait for me, him and his entourage. Granted, calling the dozen colorfully clad men an entourage would have been an exaggeration. It was a bit humble for a man of the guest's status. The guest stood surrounded by his companions, a man well past his prime, pudgy and with graying hair. He was clad in sand-colored silks painted with a black portcullis. Lord Yorick Euronwood. The woman beside him, clad in similar vestments and of an age with the man, I suspected was the lord's wife. Lord Euronwood, I said in greeting, catching his attention, and that of his companions. A few shifted in acknowledgement, one particularly foolish one even dropped his hand to his sword, but most simply ignored me. Or stepped aside to let their lord through. Bright Prince. He said smiling broadly, and I cringed internally at what had become my cognomen. What had possessed men to name me so, I did not know. I was clever, certainly, but not tremendously so. At least, not publicly. Wait a minute, was this because I always wore white? It is an honor to finally meet a man of your principles, face to face. I pushed such thoughts to the side to give the older man, no doubt twice my age, a proper greeting, offering an open hand to the man who styled himself as the Blood Royal. The Dornishman did not hesitate to grasp it, though he felt it necessary to clap another hand on my free arm. And what I can only assume to be the lovely Lady Euronwood. Indeed she is, the Lord said, giving a pleased smile before he gestured appreciatively at the flowers around him. Quite a diverse and colorful assortment of blooms, with petals ranging from plain white to warm oranges to stunning violet, and every color in between. Why, these gardens are near as lovely as she. Lord Valyrian was desperate to prove his worth to my father, I explained, the memory bringing just a bit more truth to my smile. Corlys being desperate had been a rare sight, though the man would have denied ever being desperate. I dare say he has done so. Oh, I would hope so, Lord Euronwood agreed, nodding vigorously. If something this great is not good enough for your father, nothing would be. Men, if you be so kind as to escort my wife around the gardens. Scattered words of assent filled the air as his entourage hastened to obey, steadily filing away with the noble lady in tow. We stood in relative silence, the Lord's gaze following the crowd until we were certain that the others were out of earshot. Part of me was dismayed at the lack of trust in the woman who should have been his closest confidant, but secrecy was paramount, I suppose. I am surprised you did not invite more of my fellows, he began, now visibly more relaxed. My fellow Stone Dornish are not what you might call enthusiastic vassals. Mayhaps not enthusiastic, but certainly content, I said, more than a little annoyed. Lords Fowler and Dane had declined my invitation to the wedding, and any offers to further their own standings. It boggled the mind that they would sell their lieges information but hesitate to capitalize on it. No doubt they had a reason, but I would exploit their choices nonetheless. They did not wish to attend. A shame, he said, not looking terribly bothered. So what was this proposal of yours? House Martell will make launch an unprovoked attack on my father's kingdom, I said matter-of-factly. When that happens, you will declare yourself and the Red Mountains as an independent kingdom. With my direct support. Why yes, that did directly harm houses Fowler and Dane. Houses that had provided information to my father. Unfortunately, they were only half-hearted in betraying their liege, and thus hardly allies. Lord Euronwood considered the offer for a moment, scratching at his almost entirely grey beard. That would require subjugating Lords Dane and Fowler, powerful lords in their own right, he pointed out, with good reason. Both of them had been kings once, same as Euronwood. While I can defeat one, both at once will prove difficult. A dragon rider has a way of tipping the scales of war, I said. Maedgely would not be happy to learn that I would ride off from one war straight to another, but this needed to be done. House Martell could not be allowed to remain as a threat, and this was the easiest way. After Prince Morian's attack on the Stormlands is repulsed, I will join the might of my dragon to your army. That would work against them, he said, and I could see ideas rapidly forming in his head as a devious grin took over his face. I can march on Skerich without raising suspicion from my peers in the realm. My mother was a Fowler, after all. I can paint it as pursuing my claim. Delay Lord Dane until I can bring my army to Starfall. From there, we shall show Dorne the might of House Euronwood. So we shall, I agreed. Chapter 34, Second time is the charm. You have counselors. Use them. Surprisingly, arranging for the fracturing of a rival kingdom along ethnic lines took a lot less time than I had anticipated. Granted, much of the actual legwork of arranging the meeting and selecting collaborators had been taken care of beforehand, but I was still left with a considerable amount of time on my hands. Since I was not due to meet back up with my family for some time, I decided to try and catch up with some of my friends. And then he collapsed. Martin Mouton declared, vigorously clapping Daemon Derry on the shoulder to a polite round of laughter. Folded like a poorly built tent when someone passes it a brisk walk. Oh, like you've never been surprised in a melee, the other riverman shot back. Why, I recall back at Payne Hall, the tourney where you rode. I am beginning to remember why I ensure the children are never privy to these talks of ours. I interrupted the story before it could get too scandalous. We were hardly alone in this particular corner of the gardens, slowly ambling through one of the paths lined with sculptures featuring seahorse imagery. Come now, we're here to celebrate, are we not? He asked, turning around to face the rest of our little group. Braxton, Corlys, please tell me you won't turn into men as dour as our prince when you Wednesday. Oh, you never know, the eldest of my soon-to-be good brothers said cheerfully. Our betrotheds are near as pious as Princess Maedgely, after all. Mayhaps fatherhood will make us even more dour. More dour than Vaegon. Braxton mimed a shudder at the thought. I do not wish to imagine such horrors. Martin, my friend, I beg of you, if I start demanding Hippocras, just kill me. Or you might be just as wild as you have always been, I reassured him, a smile on my face. Fatherhood has hardly tamed our friends, has it? See? No reason at all to panic, Corlys said reassuringly, a slightly more smug smile on his face. I never said I was panicking, Braxton maintained. Where are you getting panic? Are you sure you are not conflating me with yourself? He is marrying a princess, I pointed out as we entered a more open area where a crowd had begun to form. A bit of panic is to be expected when his good father could have him killed for pairing the wrong type of wine with the fish. Arbor Gold would be best, incidentally. I know well enough to pair a white wine with fish, Vaegon, Corlys said, before changing the topic. I saw Lord Euronwood arrive not too long ago. You think he might be willing to sell some of that timber his family is named after? I do not see why not, I answered, mulling it over. The north had famous growths of ironwood, but the long distances made it an expensive commodity south of the neck. If a cheaper alternative could be found. If you can get a good price for it, you might be able to undercut northern exports. Tempting. Corlys said, scratching his chin and looking thoughtful. I could almost see the coins piling up in his mind. Good of you to recommend I invite him. Bah, enough talking trade. Martin said, trying to bring the conversation away from a topic he perceived as boring. His loss. There was plenty to coin to be made. The wedding is on the morrow, we need to celebrate. When you say celebrate, do you mean stupefy ourselves with wine? I asked. As much amusement as that promised, it was a bit early for such debauchery. The sun had yet to reach its peak, after all, and I still had my obligations to my family. Is there any other way? Damon asked, a broad smile on his face. No doubt he missed the months from before my children were born. As did I, for that matter. The days when we could enjoy our youths had been good days. Unfortunately, all of us save for Corlys and Braxton were fathers, though some of us took that sacred duty a touch more seriously than others. Tragically, I was saved from being a beacon of sanity in a sea of degeneracy by the sudden appearance of Maegili. She strolled into the small plaza from another footpath, looking as calm and serene as ever, her gaze locking onto me, and her smile grew ever so slightly. Oh, that was not good. That was not her happy to see you smile. That was her I have you now smile, the kind of smile that promised entirely different things when out in public. Not good things. Lord Valyrian, she addressed our host, bringing a halt to our little group. Oh, this was definitely not good. My apologies, but I must deprive you of my husband's company for a little while. Of course, my friend said, bowing low but offering no protest. Of course not, she was not asking his permission, she was stating a fact. I would not want to keep you two apart. There was no need for me to speak. My acceptance was expected, after all, and that public perception was not entirely wrong. Time spent with Maegili was always time well spent, though I did lament not being able to spend more time with my friends. Still, there was always the feast. Maegili and I linked arms and she slowly guided us towards the palace. Not the garden, the actual palace. The great manor that stood in the center of my soon-to-be good brother's home, like a manse from King's Landing writ implausibly large. The area around it was largely empty, bringing me to break the silence. Did something happen? I asked as we walked through the gatehouse that had been built into the ring of servants' quarters, decorated with a rainbow of floral garlands. Something must have happened if Maegili had actively sought me out. Iman has been moping all morning, though he tried to hide it, she said after a moment of thought. Did your talk with him not go well? Well enough, I answered. Though I did have to leave early to meet with another guest. She knew about my plan with the soon-to-be King Euronwood, of course. Did you not have enough time to apologize? She asked, and I nearly froze. Maegili most certainly noticed before continuing. You did remember to apologize, did you not? I did not think it was necessary, I said carefully, earning a sigh of pure exasperation. He looked fine. Better than ever, really, and I thought he had already forgiven me. Apologizing would needlessly dredge up the past. Our brother used to have a much finer nose, she reminded me as we passed through the wide-open main doors of the central manor. Since the guests were too busy enjoying the delights in the gardens, the brightly lit main hall was left deserted. And less need for new teeth. Until you broke them. No doubt he remembers that fact every time he looks in the mirror, especially if he thinks you do not regret injuring him so greatly. An apology is the least you could do. You may have a point, I conceded as she brought me into the eastern wing of the manor, to the chambers we had been assigned. Iman's injuries had not seemed so extensive, but I had never asked after them. Where are the children? Are they getting along? Playing with the dragons, Maegili reassured me. Smoke and Sundance love the attention and Renus is enjoying having some younger relatives around. All the more reason to reconcile, then. Fine, I will apologize, I observed, giving a defeated sigh before looking around. The hallway was familiar, but not our assigned chambers. Judging by the spacing of the doors, these rooms were significantly larger. Meeting rooms of some sort, mayhaps? Maegili, where are we? On our way to apologize, she answered, swinging open a door to reveal Iman and Balin seated at a low table, deep in hushed conversation. The words faded as they noticed us, with the younger of my brothers looking far happier to see me than the other, a broad smile on his face. Devious, Maegili. So very devious. Vaeg. Balin greeted me with his usual boisterous cheer, giving me a hearty clap on the shoulder. What's this I hear about a war in Dorne? Oh lovely. It appeared Iman could not keep a secret, either. For the briefest of moments, I was tempted to tell him that it would be explained later. That it was not important, that father would give him a far better explanation after the wedding. But that was exactly the kind of thinking that had forced Maegili to intervene and put a stop to both of our plans for the morning. That was exactly why Iman was glaring at me. Before I say anything, please remember that nobody outside of Sunspear is supposed to know about that, I warned Balin, who had the grace to blush. He had always been bad with secrets, as the surprise guests at Duskendale almost 6 years ago had proved. And before I say anything else, Iman, get over here. My oldest brother quirked a brow, but complied, slowly trudging over to join us. He spoke not a word, merely waiting for me to say my piece. I know I have not been the best younger brother, I said carefully. There was little chance of this meeting deteriorating, not with our present company, but I really did not want to gamble on that fact. And it is past due that I apologize for my misconduct. I did not give your decisions the respect they were due, actively antagonized you for them, and treated you with a brutality you had not deserved. For that, I apologize. Aemon blinked, only to let out a sigh that sounded like it had been building up for years. For my part, I suppose I have not made it easy to get along, he admitted, though it felt like the words were only spoken grudgingly. Given that his idea of a measured response to a 14-year-old with a sharp tongue was a fist to the face, I heartily agreed. Silently. For that, you have my apologies. Was that it? I gave a detailed list of my own wrongdoings and that was all I got? As if reading my mind, Balin gave our brother a sharp jab of the elbow, prompting him to continue. And I apologize for my frequent overreactions, Aemon said at last. Much better. That much I could accept. Was that so difficult? Maejli asked, addressing us both. Neither Aemon nor I had a good answer to that, leaving it to our brother to answer. Clearly it was, or we would not have been needed, Balin commented. Now, what's this about Dorne? Ah. Right. That. What would you like to know? I asked. Chapter 35, Make that 4 brothers. Incur the cost now and reap the rewards later? I pray your faith is well rewarded. I was beginning to grasp just how much coin my dear friend had spent on this palace of his. One would have thought the massive gardens host to flowers from across the 7 kingdoms or the walls built from the beautiful marble of Tarth or the vast quantities of fine Myrish glass that had been used in the windows would have been a dead giveaway. But the September had managed to outshine them all. Though small, no sane mind would have ever seen fit to describe it as modest. The walls were liberally covered in silver, masterfully wrought into depictions of scenes from the 7-pointed star. The luster of silver was interspersed with the polished gleam of ivory, carved into more abstract shapes that directed attention to the most magnificent of the silver behind the septon's pulpit. Even the statues of the 7 themselves had been artfully crafted, each a towering golden sculpture that seemed to erupt from each of the 7 corners, hands reaching up towards the domed ceiling as though to support the heavens themselves. And like the heavens the ceiling was decorated, studded with gemstones set in the shape of the stars, from the ice dragon to the north to the galley to the south, from the stallion to the west to the sword of the morning to the east, each constellation of the heavens was accounted for and masterfully replicated. The beauty of the September had made the wait more than tolerable. Even the children, preemptively bribed to ensure they did not cause a scene, sat slack-jawed in awe at what they saw. The other guests were only slightly more reserved in their admiration. The only one who could not enjoy the wonders of the September was poor Corlys Velaryon, standing before the septon with a bride cloak in his hands, trying and very nearly succeeding in hiding his nerves. It was the deafening roar of a dragon that caused the hushed murmurs of the impressed crowd of guests to die down. Immediately, doors large enough to allow a pair of knights to ride through side by side were thrown open. And father brought in Dahlia. He did not walk in, as a sane man would have. No, that would have been too simple, not sufficiently symbolic. No, my father rode in. On dragon back. Vermithor the Bronze Fury slowly, carefully, stretched his neck into the September. His head towered over the seated guests as it crept through the aisle, only coming to a stop before the altar. It was rather impressive that the dragon had been able to move so delicately. Father slid off his mount, clad in his black and red royal finery, and paused to look at the man who would become his good son. To his credit, Corlys met the king's gaze without flinching or hesitation. Pure grandstanding it was, a bit of theatre for the audience, and I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. After a moment, father inclined his head and turned to the second person who sat upon the dragon's neck. Dahlia Targaryen looked small compared to the veritable giants around her. Well, she had always been small. But surrounded by a massive dragon, our towering father, and the nearly as tall Corlys, she looked doubly the child. Not wanting to dwell on any of those implications, I turned my attention as father gave his daughter his full attention, whispering some words into her ear as I beheld Corlys' reaction. Clad in the silver and sea green of his house, he cut a handsome figure, but his usually guarded face was easy to read. He looked as I had felt 5 years ago. To him, the bride clad in a combination of Targaryen and Velaryon iconography was the most beautiful thing in the world. The memory of my own wedding brought a smile to my face. My hand found Maejli's as father withdrew, taking a strategically left empty seat as his dragon carefully extricated himself from the September. My hand received a squeeze in return as the lucky couple took up position before the septon. He began his speech of how the pair before him was to become one soul in 2 bodies, a reflection of the 7 who are one, and I heard the words of the rote speech in my mind before the septon spoke them. I knew them well, having attended my fair share of weddings. First Aemon's, then Balin's and Alyssa's, mine and Maejli's, Martin's, Daemon's. Truth be told, I rather liked my chances of being able to perform the ceremony myself. Silently replaying the speeches from past weddings in my mind, the ceremony passed quickly. As the September was filled with the cheers of the guests as Corlys and Dahlia sealed their marriage with a kiss, I began to brace myself for the greatest challenge of my day, the feast. "You're nervous," Maejali said, reading my mind as we filed out of the September. As among the most senior nobles in attendance, we were only a few paces behind the happy couple, our sister and our newest brother. "Of course I am," I answered softly. "The feast approaches. The man who would sneak off to tame a dragon at 4 and 10 is afraid of a simple feast," she said teasingly as we entered the central courtyard. "The man is about to eat a meal with his eldest brother for the first time in 5 years, I reminded her, taking care not to let my apprehension show. "You made peace with him, did you not?" she asked as if she had not been there to ensure I did not foul it up a second time. "So we did," I said evenly. While I would not go so far as to say that Iman and I had fully abandoned all of our differences, an exchange of apologies and telling him everything I knew about the Dorne situation had done wonders to reduce tensions. Even so, the first meal I would share with Iman in half a decade being a very public feast. I was nervous. I felt no shame in admitting it. Especially since the one topic which we both no doubt wanted to discuss was not for the ears of the public. Best not to talk to him. There were plenty of other guests. "Then stop worrying," she said, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze as we made our way into the main hall of the manor. Trestle tables had been laid out, covered in fine dishes making up the first of many courses. Nothing too large, some small delicacies more designed to whet the appetite than fill the stomach. Fine tapestries lined the walls of the manor's main hall, and I was able to appreciate each scene of Valyrian glory as we were guided to our seats on the far side of the hall. A dais had been constructed, large enough to seat the immediate families of both the bride and the groom. Meaning mostly House Targaryen. Oh, Corlys had brothers with children of their own, but they were outnumbered by the veritable brood of my parents. At the foot of the table, occupied by the youngest of both houses, the Valyrians were outnumbered near 2 to 1. Among the adults? It was closer, but we still had half again as many as they did. Which meant that conversation quickly became lopsided. The first course went well enough. Introductions were made where necessary, with polite inquiries into everyone's endeavors. Unsurprisingly, the younger brothers Valyrian were captains on some of Corlys' ships. Rather successful captains, too. The second went even better, granting me the opportunity to extract some details from the Valyrian beside me about some of Corlys' more recent trading ventures in the Shivering Sea. By the third course, however, things got a bit more fun. Under ordinary circumstances, Braxton was excellent company. Quick of wit, sharp of tongue, and reasonably capable of discussing the Seven with most lords, he was the kind of man I could proudly call a friend. Unfortunately, he had been given a seat close to Mother, who was far more curious about him than I would have ever expected. Mayhaps I should have prepared him better for this meeting. Then again, where was the fun in that? Chapter 36, Older, but not wiser. Do not mistake foolishness for idiocy, nor intelligence for wisdom. If weddings were magical, the mornings afterward were the opposite. For the unmarried guests, at least. The happy couple, by contrast, could enjoy a preview of the rest of their lives, waking up next to the person who was to be their partner in all things. The wedded guests got to enjoy the same, but as merely another day in their lives. Those who were unwed got to enjoy a far more uncomfortable morning. As one young knight was discovering to my great amusement. Vaegon. Braxton Beesbury all but collapsed into the seat next to mine, his voice a hoarse rasp. His black and gold doublet was pristine, as was expected of him, but he himself looked nowhere near as acceptable. His eyes were bloodshot and black-rimmed from exhaustion, his brown hair a jumbled mess. "Kill me. Please. You look unwell," I said, hiding a smile behind a cup of freshly squeezed juice. Apple, that much was certain, from somewhere in the reach. Not from Cider Hall, though. They preferred to drink their apples fermented, not freshly pressed. "Did you have too much to drink?" "You know as well as I how much I had to drink," he muttered, as I filled his own cup with fresh water, the contents of the flagon still cold from the well. Juice was far too sweet for a man in his condition. "Come to think of it, I thought you matched me drink for drink. How are you so chipper?" "That is a Targaryen family secret." There was a secret to avoiding the accursed sickness known as the hangover. Well, several secrets, really, but none were family secrets. Being the larger man was only one such secret. Drinking plenty of other fluids and eating plenty of food was another, but Braxton did not need to know that. It was better for him and Sarah to develop a distaste for excessive drink. Though it does involve daily prayer to the Seven. Vaeg. A voice that sounded almost as miserable as Braxton's joined the table on my opposite side. Vaegon Targaryen, the Master of Laws, had not even been able to match his future good brother's ability to dress properly. His doublet, one of his silken red ones, was rumpled and creased. My brother himself looked half a corpse, his face drawn and eyes sunken. I will take the rest of that secret now, if you would be so kind. The secret is moderation, Vaegon, I sighed. Honestly, he was older than I and a father twice over. He really should have learned that part by now. You drank as much as I did, he said, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Or mayhaps he was simply unable to keep his eyelids open much longer, it was hard to tell. Did you have the servants water down your wine? That is quite the accusation to make, I said, my voice unable to hide my amusement. That was not to say he was wrong. His accusations were absolutely true, in fact. And here I was surprised Maejali did not complain about your drinking, he grumbled, letting his head come to a barely dignified rest on the table. Wait a minute, did she know too? Of course she did, I said, checking over my shoulder to see how many potential witnesses were up and about. Thankfully, most guests did not share my proclivity for rising early. And judging by the soft snoring coming from my left, Braxton was joining their ranks, just this once. Gods, to have two siblings scheme against me. He muttered into his cup. Vaegon brought it up and drained it in one smooth motion before slamming it onto the table. On my other side, Braxton snorted as he was so very rudely woken. Briefly. This cannot stand. Vaeg, grab your dragon. We're having ourselves a race. I will have satisfaction, damn it. No. I shot his idea down immediately. The cannibal was hardly the kind of creature to want to race, let alone against a monster like Vaegon. That was a recipe to have a very angry dragon on my hands. A very angry and absolutely terrified dragon whose actions could not be predicted. Not happening. Oh, don't be such a wet blanket, Vaeg. Vaegon ponderously rose to his feet. More work was done by his arms than his legs, really, more pushing instead of simply standing up. 5 years and we've never so much as flown together? Unforgivable, I say. We need to use our youth while we still have it. Vaegon, the cannibal is not a beast to get along with other dragons, I pointed out. Even if he was a craven of the highest order, I did not doubt he would fight like a cornered rat when he felt threatened. And he felt threatened by the very presence of Vaegon. Oh, I'm certain a simple race would not offend his sensibilities too much, he waved off my concern. Vaegon, you have never even met the cannibal, I pointed out. He does not get along with other dragons. Especially larger ones. So you're saying we need to include smaller ones? Vaegon appeared deep in thought as a pit of terror formed in my guts. Easily remedied, I suppose. You fetch Maejali, I'll get Alyssa and Iman. Vaegon, no, I tried to stop him, only to be interrupted. Do not make me leverage my position for this Vaeg, he said, raising a hand as if to physically stop me. It would only make us both look foolish. Your position? I asked. What kind of position could order me to engage in a race? He said. Or have you forgotten that I am your older brother and master of laws, besides? Ah. That. I supposed that would give him a smidgen of authority over me. This called for a change in strategy. The cannibal earned his name, Vaegon, I insisted. The only race he would participate in would be to the nearest hatchery. I will not risk having the cannibal throw himself at the Caraxes or Malays simply because he liked his chances. It was a lie. A carefully crafted lie, but one more believable than the truth. After all, who would believe one of the largest living dragons to be a craven of the highest order? But pointing out the danger to our siblings? That worked wonders. Fine, fine. I see your point. Vaegon grumbled, proving me correct and refilling his cup. The conversation did not stop there, but it did move to other topics until enough people were ready to join me for my training. The topic of racing dragons was left by the wayside, dismissed as a terrible idea. At least, that was my assumption. An assumption which held up until the day came when we were to return to King's Landing. Absolutely not, I said, keeping my gaze locked solidly on the cannibal. Clusters of servants were busy attaching my belongings to his saddle while the dragon was busy glaring at the blue beast with its own swarm of attendants not too far away. No roaring so far. Progress. But Uncle Bale said. Arion whined, but I cut him off. Uncle Bale does not speak for me, Arion, I said, satisfied that my mount would not suddenly roll around in the sand in an attempt to dislodge the weight strapped to his neck. Those early days had been a trial. Why do you even want me to race back? You know how poorly the cannibal gets along with others. The dragon in question gave of an annoyed rumble, so deep I could feel it in my bones. Good, he knew I was talking about him. Clever beast. He promised me flying lessons if I convinced you. My son looked somewhere between crestfallen and terrified as he delivered the news, and I had to suppress a frown. Vaegon was trying to use my son to guilt me into a race? I could appreciate the manipulative cleverness, but not when it was used against me. Cheer up. I knelt in front of him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'm certain your Uncle Iman will be eager to show you some tricks if you ask him nicely, especially since he will be joining us at court. Now, where is your sister? Trying to convince Uncle Bale to give us lessons anyways, he answered. Clever girl, my daughter. Mayhaps I would not even need to teach her much about negotiation in the future. No, that was a fleeting fantasy. Everyone could a lesson or three in that. Does that mean Rhaenys will join us too? That she will. Now, let's go help your sister, I said, shooting a look to Maedgely over by Dreamfire's side. She gave me a brief nod, trusting me to speak with our brother while I trusted her to supervise the rest of the loading. Arion began leading the way to his uncle at a happy run, and I was not too far behind him. It was not a terribly long walk, and we soon came to the main, though still improvised, dragon paddock on Driftmark. It was there that I found the assembled dragons of House Targaryen. Or most of them, at any rate. From little Sundancer and Smoke, rolling around in and playing in that worryingly destructive way young dragons did, leaving furrows in the sandy earth, all the way to the massive and impassive bronze form of Vaegon, towering above all else. And that was where I found my brother, mounted and chained to his saddle, speaking with the familiar shape of my daughter. I could not hear what it was about, but I could take a guess. Off to the side stood a nervous-looking groom, clutching a dragon whip. No doubt he did not want to spend any more time in the presence of a dragon from the conquest, but it appeared he wanted to interrupt two royals even less. I relieved him of his dilemma by grabbing the whip myself, nodding a dismissal to the poor boy who wasted no time in fleeing. Balin! I called out, interrupting the conversation between niece and uncle, but keeping my voice calm and friendly and sweet. Because why wouldn't it be? There was no need to be angry. A moment of your time. Really, I just wanted to know what my dearest brother had been thinking. Truly. Chapter 37, It is incredible what happens when you communicate. Acknowledge the gut feeling, yes, but do not let it control you. And then what? The little girl was on the edge of her seat, her violet eyes gleaming with interest. The warm smile on my face grew as satisfaction bubbled in my guts. It was always nice to see the young ones so invested in stories. What happened to Eurydice? That was it, Maedgely said gently closing her personal copy of the seven-pointed star, bound in plain grey leather. Hugh failed. He did not listen to the stranger as he guided him through the afterlife, and Eurydice joined the Father in the heavens. But it can't just end like that. Rhaenys exclaimed, rising to her feet. Where is the happy ending? Why is it so sad? Because it teaches a lesson, Maedgely said softly, the distaste plain to see. This was not our favorite story, but that did not mean we would not discuss it. Hugh was told to obey the stranger. The stranger told him to not look back as he guided Hugh through the afterlife. He did not obey and lost his love as a result. What about Eurydice? My niece asked. What about what she wants? What somebody wants is secondary to what the seven want, Braxton answered from his own seat, occupied far more casually. The man had become a regular fixture of these meetings since before his betrothal to Sarah. I suppose that was part of the reason why mother and father had agreed to it. The stranger told Hugh to leave without turning back, and his love would be returned to him. But he lacked faith in the seven, so punished both him and his lady love. Exactly, I agreed, sending a nod his way and earning a proud smile in return. But what else can we learn? The obvious lesson is one of obedience, and easily understood, but is there another meaning? A look of comprehension passed over Sarah's face. The eldest of my unmarried sisters, though for no fault of her own, had always been a clever one. I motioned for her to hold off on answering and let our niece answer. But Eurydice did not get to choose. Rhaenys looked crestfallen, slumping back in her chair. Poor girl. Did she protest her fate? Maedgely asked gently, already knowing what I was looking for, putting a reassuring hand on our niece's shoulder. A puzzled look passed over the girl's face. She lamented Hugh's fate, not her own. Eurydice returned to the warmth of the seven heavens while Hugh was forced to labor on earth without this greater half. The other meaning of the tale is one of accepting death, Sarah answered from Braxton's other side. Though they were betrothed and seated as was appropriate, I had made sure their seats were not too close together. It is not so terrible for the one dying, being able to return to the seven. The one who remains endured great suffering trying to change what had already happened. Exactly, I said with a smile. Sarah, for her part, had a look that bordered on smug. Death is terrible, yes, but there is nothing we can do to change it. Before I had a chance to talk more, a knock rang out on the door. Before any of us had a chance to react, the door swung open on poorly oiled hinges, revealing my brother Aemon with a serious look on his face. Vaegon, he greeted me, stepping into the room. Father requests our presence. Ours? I asked, rising to my feet. Maedgely knew what this was about, but the others looked more than a little confused. Father demanding the presence of one of his children usually did not herald good news. Is it time, then? I suspect so, he answered, patiently waiting for me to join him by his side. My sisters gave me questioning looks, most of them, at least, but none were worried. Maejali knew exactly what I was going to do, but the rest had been given a metaphorically true explanation. But they were a curious bunch. I had seen to that. Do they know? Iman asked as the door fell shut behind us. We began our march to, wherever we were going. The Kinslayer, no doubt. About your plans, I mean. They know enough, I answered as Iman led us out of Magur's holdfast and across the drawbridge and into the keep proper. Maejali, however, knows everything. Really? Iman looked surprised. Did he not share everything with his wife? How short-sighted of him. How did you get her to agree to you leaving for weeks at a time? By agreeing to her terms, I said simply. My wife knew how to get what she wanted. And there was a significant overlap between her desires and mine. She is a reasonable woman. Your better half, in truth, Iman commented, and I was forced to agree. I was going to miss her. It would only be for a few weeks, thankfully. We exchanged some more idle chatter on our way. We did not head towards Father's solar, to my surprise. No, it was the small council chamber for us. An odd choice, in my own opinion. Was the solar not secure enough? Or were there simply too many people? No, it could not be that. The King's solar could hold no small number of people. I was still pondering that question as we reached the double doors leading to the chamber, guarded by 2 knights of the King's Guard. Sirs Pate and Giles, men who had been with my father since the days of his regency, if I had to guess. Men he trusted above all. Could that be part of the reason for choosing this place? It made sense. There were fewer adjoining chambers, after all, making it harder to eavesdrop. Without a further word, we were ushered into the nearly empty small council chamber. Standing at the head of the large table that dominated the room was Father, looking far more serious than usual. That warm, unmistakably paternal smile was gone now. In its place was a shallow frown, but not one directed at any of us. By his side stood Balin, whose face wore all the joy our father did not show. Iman, Vaegon. Come, our father greeted us, but his eyes were still locked onto the surface of the table. Upon approaching, I noticed the map spread out on the table. A map of Dorne and its marches it was, ending at the Mander and the Kingswood to the west and north, respectively. Very detailed, too. I lost count of just how many rivers were on the northern coast alone. What we discuss here today does not leave these chambers, understood? His eyes left the map to bore into each of us. There was no hint of humor in his eyes, his gaze as hard as the stones that studded his crown. For once, the rainbow of color that decorated his head did not sit decoratively but drew his hair back and out of his face. The man who had brokered peace between rival cities was gone. This was the man who had personally hunted down raiders that threatened his realm. Understood. The 3 of us all knew what was at stake here. Morian Martell, the Prince of Dorne, has gathered an army of both his own men and mercenaries, he began, moving a wooden figure carved into the shape of a sun towards the northern coast of Dorne. On the other side of the sea stood a wooden stag, representing the modest forces gathered by Lord Baratheon. He has also purchased the services of a fleet of cell sails to ensure he has enough ship to ferry his men across Sea of Dorne towards Cape Wrath. We will need to stop him. At that, he returned his focus to us, his gaze sharpening. And then his frown deepened. You are taking this news well, he said, gaze flickering between the 3 of us, and a small chuckle threatened to spill out of my lips. That's because it isn't news, I said. He already knew that I knew. He had been the one to tell me, after all, after I had informed him of the belligerence of the Dornish small folk. Vaegon told us, Balin explained. It was odd that the man on the small council had been informed of his king's plans by his brother. Then again, who was I to judge the whims of a king? At the wedding. How much? Father asked, his voice calm. He could have been boiling with rage for all I knew, but it was impossible to tell. I chose to believe he was merely clamping down on his surprise. Most of what you just said, Iman said, stepping closer to study the map. That, and Bormund's role in repelling any Dornishmen that make landfall. And our role, of course. Burning ships on Dragonback, Balin said, with clear relish in his voice. Nice and easy. Visenya did the same to the Iran fleet during the conquest. No doubt Vaegar will be eager to do so again. Which I would prefer to join in from Blackhaven, I said, earning a questioning glance from Father. Taking the hint, I explained. The cannibal does not get along with other dragons, so it would be best to join from another angle. Mayhaps the rush of battle will make him more controllable. And if not, I can still fall into the back of the enemy. Father looked stunned for the briefest of moments. Whether at the fact that my brothers had been informed out of turn or at Balin's boasting, it was hard to tell, but he regained his composure in the blink of an eye. This was meant to be a secret, Vaegon, he said carefully, and I had to suppress the reflex to laugh at the idea. Ah yes, a secret that had been revealed by numerous treacherous vassals of the Prince of Dorne. A secret so great even the small folk of Dorne knew something was about to happen. They deserved to know, I said with a shrug. It is war, after all. Best to be of a mind in this matter. I handled this without the involvement of the small council for a reason, Vaegon, father reminded me. A single slip-up and this whole plan will collapse. A single slip-up and Morion's next move is a mystery to us. And then Prince Morion has spent a lot of coin on an army in exactly 4 ways he can move it, Iman said, still looking at the map. We had had ample opportunity to discuss the topic. North or west? Each either by land or by sea. None of which are optimal for large armies. The southern coast is riddled with whirlpools, and we can have a dragon in Highgarden within a week while we raise our men. And the northern way is secure. See. Balin chimed in from the opposite side of the table. Everything will work out fine. It heartens me to see you all getting along so well, our father sighed, massaging his forehead. But it does pain me that you must go behind my back. Just wait until you hear what he has planned for after the invasion, Balin said lightly, and father's gaze became a glare once more. Only this time it was focused squarely on me. And what, pray tell, do you have planned? This time, there was an undercurrent of tension in his voice. I will be joining Lord Euronwood in breaking the Red Mountains away from Martell control, I said without preamble. Best to get it done quickly. House Martell will be low on men and coin, and Lord Euronwood has a claim to some of the neighboring lands. It should be a quick endeavor once I join in. Father did not answer immediately. He drew in a breath, the sound dominating the room for several seconds. Iman, Balin, and I traded worried looks. This was a bit much of a reaction for him, worryingly so. Father held it for a brief moment before letting it out, the sound giving way to a sigh that grew ever more ragged as the seconds dragged on. That couldn't be good. Chapter 38, Not as planned. Do not blame the dragon blood for your short temper. The Castle September of Blackhaven was a modest thing. Smaller than the Castle September of the Red Keep, it lacked the large glass windows and intricate decorations and massive statues, but that was to be expected. Blackhaven was the seat of a lord and not a king, after all. Instead of elaborate decorations, the stone floors were kept clean, the bare walls covered with pious tapestries. Depictions of huge unifying Andalos, images of the seven, that kind of thing. And instead of great statues, there were only shrines. 7 shrines, built into the corners of the September with the faces of the 7 carved into the stone walls themselves. It was a clever idea, I had to admit. When the congregation gathered, they were enveloped and surrounded by the grace and love of the 7. On almost any other day, I would have loved to attend a service there. Tragically, I was there to wait. Waiting for the castle maester to inform me that the hour of the wolf had come. Waiting for everyone to be in position before I left. Waiting to go to war. Father, grant me strength to see this through, I intoned in front of the shrine to the father. A ring of candles surrounded the polished stone shrine, adding a soft glow to the otherwise dark September, though the other 6 shrines let out a similar amount of light. Well, 5 of them. The shrine to the stranger had only a single candle. The one I had put there. Mother, grant mercy to the men who come to do harm to my father's lands, I intoned before the shrine of the mother. Unlike the serious visage of the father, this one seemed sad. Mournful. Like something was missing. Warrior, guide my hand in this war, I intoned before the warlike face of the next shrine, but its face was anything but eager. Resigned, if anything, but committed to doing its duty. Maiden, do not let this war taint our innocence, I intoned before the almost childlike image. The expression felt mocking, as though it knew something I did not. A joke to which I was not privy. Smith, do not let our equipment fail us, I intoned before the image that seemed almost insulted at the implication, as though it were possible for the things he crafted to fail. Crone, grant me the wisdom to see this done properly, I intoned before the image whose ironic smile suggested that it would certainly take the intervention of the 7 themselves to see it done. Stranger. My voice faltered as I stood before the shrine whose image, shrouded in mystery in accordance with ancient tradition, looked ever so familiar. I had passed by it so often, yet it still made my breath hitch. The face of the 7 whose role was tied ever so closely with death, and they looked familiar? On the eve of battle? What could possibly go wrong? Stranger, please let it be quick, I intoned. Whom did I pray for? My enemies, forced to choose between being burned to death or drowning. My family, whose brush with death I did not wish to extend any more than necessary. Myself, whom I did not trust to handle this properly. Already, I was back at the father's shrine. Father, grant me strength to see this through, I intoned for the 10th time? 20th? I had lost count. I appealed my case to 7, and I had waited. That was all I knew. Mayhaps this cycle of the September would be the last? It was another 3 cycles before the doors finally creaked open. Your Grace. The furtive tones of a castle messenger interrupted my prayers. His hesitance was almost amusing. Did he really think I would be angry at being interrupted? Honestly, how unreasonable did he think I was? Maester Pate wishes to inform you that it is time. Of course. I did not want to waste time, but I still completed that final round of prayer. It would not do to offend the seven on the eve of battle. The jangling of my armor was my only companion as I entered the courtyard. The messenger must have fled as soon as his task was complete, but I did not mind. The only company I needed, no, the only company that I was going to get was not far away. Really, he was nearly at the front steps of the September. The cannibal had claimed the courtyard as his temporary roost, the hard-packed earth already showing numerous furrows the great beast's claws had left as he had curled up for a quick rest. Part of me, no doubt that small grain of wisdom I had inherited from father, did not want to wake the sleeping dragon, but there was work to do. Cannibal, I called out softly. Despite the low volume, a single pale green eye opened and focused on me without hesitation. In the near darkness of the new moon, the iris was almost large enough to be mistaken for a sane dragon's. A sane dragon in broad daylight, at least. It is time for war. Giving a pleased rumble, the cannibal unfurled himself, the saddle still strapped to his neck. Even if I could ride him without a saddle, had ridden him more than once without a saddle, it was a precarious experience. Not something I would want to do while dealing with a hail of arrows and bolts. Still, at least I could appreciate the cannibal's eagerness. Even after being told he would fight alongside other dragons, there was a suspicious lack of reticence. Was it a need to prove his strength? Or was it simple bloodlust? His great head lowered, and the horns carved yet more furrows into the dirt. A great weight began to settle into my stomach as I pulled myself into the saddle. Heavy iron chains were looped across my chest, waist, and legs, each binding me to the heavy leather saddle. Each latch was checked twice, opened and closed to verify everything worked, and then checked twice more. Only then did I put on the helmet that would keep my face mostly safe from the wind. I fumbled for the whip at my belt, my finger feeling like wood. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm my nerves. I was flying to war. And after that, I would voluntarily join another. All I needed to do was fly and trust the cannibal to light the correct people on fire. Simple as. I forced my mind to focus on the individual spikes that framed the cannibal's head, hoping my body would simply act according to habit. I did my best not to overthink things or think at all, for that matter, and eventually, my whip found its way into my hand. My movement felt stiff, but I still managed to signal the cannibal to take off, the crack of the whip resounding clearly. The dragon, thankfully, obeyed the signal and took off with a loud and proud roar. A few more cracks of the whip and the cannibal was flying towards the sea. And thus, I waited. There was not much else I could do, really, beyond trying to keep the cannibal staying his course. Oh, it was a beautiful night. The water below was as dark as the night sky, liberally streaked with silver as the reflected starlight wavered as the waves shifted and broke. But I could not stare at it for hours on end. And the cannibal made for poor conversation. Thus, all I had was myself and the steadily growing pit of nervousness that was lodged in my stomach. Could I do this? Could I fly head first into danger? Did it matter? On the one hand, the cannibal would do the hard work. I was merely there to direct him. As much as that was possible, at least. On the other hand, I was guiding his efforts. Every life snuffed out by the dragon was done with my active help. Was I ready to kill people? In what was quite possibly the worst possible way? Even if it was to help my family and to protect the realm? There was no easy answer. All I could do was pray that all would be well as the cannibal soared over the sea until the horizon eventually changed from the monotonous silver-speckled black that made it impossible to tell where the sea ended and the sky began. The sea grew more jagged as the ships of the great Martell fleet drew closer and closer. Even from a distance, it was clear that my brothers and my father had found them first, little pinpricks of light dancing among the dark ships. It was not much longer until the cannibal came close enough for me to get a good look at the battlefield. The small pinpricks of flame had grown to raging fires that raced along the edge of the fleet. Vermithor's dark shape wreaked havoc on the right of the assembled Martell fleet, while pale red Caraxes did the same to the right, each rising high into the sky before diving rapidly to bathe a group of ships in flame. Vaegon was in the dead center of the assembled ships, venting her fury on the Martell fleet. Reckless. Very reckless. Well, I suppose I could distract the Dornish from my brother. Onwards, I whispered, more to myself than to the cannibal, and directed him onwards with a crack of the whip. He roared once more and began to dive towards the rear of the fleet. The wind howled as it raced through the breaths and eye slits of my helmet, tearing at my eyes as I tried to keep my eye on the ships I was so rapidly approaching. Closer and closer the cannibal flew, until I could see the individual sailors scurrying about on the deck of the nearest ship. They had heard the cannibal coming, panic writ clear in their movements, and the scorpion mounted at the bow of the ship slowly swiveling towards us as soldiers desperately tried to change targets. But it was too slow. A handful of men were trying to load crossbows, but they never had the chance to unleash the bolts as the cannibal unleashed a gout of pale green flame that washed over the deck of the ship, setting fire to wood, cloth, rope, and man alike. Signaling with the whip, I was wrenched in my saddle as the cannibal swerved to change targets, venting the same hellish flame upon the next ship over. He raced along the rear of the fleet, setting fire to ship after ship after ship, the green of dragon flame swiftly replaced by the more mundane yellows and reds of burning ships as bolts flew all around, as much a threat to me as a splinter might be. The cannibal roared in triumph as he finished his pass and began to climb once more, and I found myself shouting along with him. To think I had been afraid. To think I had been nervous. At my direction, the cannibal descended once more, setting another line of ships aflame, the rear of the fleet quickly changing from a reserve to an obstacle as the ships quickly fell apart, their debris littering the sea. The fleet had been tightly packed, to better deliver the men the ships carried to a single point. That same idea now doomed them, the burning mast from one ship tipping to slam into its neighbor. The first ship to be attacked by the cannibal was already starting to shed its rigging, its sails, the planks that made up the ship, as the flames consumed the vessel. Morian Martell had thought this would be enough to take us unaware? He had thought this pitiful display of might would be enough to defeat the might of my house and the dragons we commanded? I could feel the rush of battle singing in my veins, that feeling of invincibility that the singers seemed to love to include in their ballads. This was glorious. With power such as this, why did the cannibal fear anything? He growled beneath me once more, and I could almost feel him protesting the assessment. It was not people he feared, he seemed to say, but dragons. Beasts that could match his power. It was only logical. Why would any sane creature try to fight fire-made flesh? Why risk a lucky bite to the neck or talon to the throat or lash of the tail to the spine or a burst of flame to the eyes? But against mere men and their ships? We had nothing to fear. Was this why Alyssa loved to fly so much? The feeling of invincibility? The might at your command? Blessed 7, this was too good a feeling not to share. Where was Balin? No doubt he could relate. There, still in the center of the fleet, Vaegon was still plying every last ounce of her considerable lethality onto the enemy fleet. So reckless, dear brother, so wasteful. Why not swoop and dive and bring down a dozen ships with every pass? Once more, we rose to the skies, ready to join the largest of the tamed dragons to wreak havoc on the center of the enemy fleet, hesitancy making our limbs feel heavy as lead, our minds screaming at us to turn back. No, this fear was foolish, unfounded. Balin was a fine rider. Vaegon was used to being ridden. They would never hurt us. Never. We dove down, tracing a line of dragon flame through the center of the enemy fleet, getting ever closer to Vaegon. For the briefest of moments, her head twisted in our direction, and panic filled our bones. She had seen us. Large dragon. Angry dragon. Larger than us. Dangerous. Flee. Avoid. Survive. We pushed the panic to a distant corner of our mind as a new niggling doubt rose. No, not doubt, concern. Fear of a different kind. For Vaegon to behave so madly, so driven by instinct to be distracted from battle, something must have happened to Balin. He usually kept her under control. Why was he not doing so? It was on the next pass that we saw Balin. Still strapped to his saddle. His arms limp by his side. His fine armor almost pristine, save for the crumpled breastplate and the long pole that had pierced through him and out his back. No wonder Vaegon was being so reckless, so angry. We could sympathize. Interlude, the king who could have been. Vengeance is best served cold. When hot, it leads only to regrets. Lord Darien Dane was rather content with his lot in life. He had a wife of whom he was fond. He had no small number of children who were growing up to be fine successors to the Dane name. He had an idiot liege who, at that very moment, should be somewhere between charred to a crisp and resting at the bottom of the Sea of Dorne. Or both. Darien cared not. He had letters to write to his new liege. Letters about how it would be a shame if the new princess would not uphold her predecessor's new, and far more lenient, tax policies. Not that those had existed in the first place, but her reserves of men and coins were exhausted. His own, meanwhile, were untapped. Taxes so low they might as well not exist and protection from outside threats. Truly, the best of both worlds. Easier to be a vassal than a king. Safer, too, no matter what that Vaegon Targaryen had offered. And all it had taken was a few early mornings, even more late nights, and enough parchment to supply his maester for 3 years. He did lament how much time it had taken, however. As valuable an opportunity as it had been, he did not enjoy neglecting his family. Father. His darling Danelle barged into his solar. His little daughter, who shared her mother's dark eyes and his own fair hair, should not have been awake so early. Children needed their sleep, after all. Then again, when she wore a smile that stretched from ear to ear, it was hard not to let a smile of his own form in response. Danelle, he greeted her, the letter he had been working on forgotten for the moment. It was hardly a matter susceptible to a few hours' difference. So long as it was sent sometime that day, it would accomplish its purpose. A bit early to be up and about, isn't it? Nonetheless, Darien got up from his desk to walk over to his daughter. Some things were more important than savoring the feeling of depriving his liege of all but a few pounds of gold every year. Picking her up, and straining a bit with the weight, he earned a few giggles of amusement. I saw a birdie, she said, gesturing towards the window. Carrying her over, all he could see was a wide open sky colored by the beautiful hues of the rising sun. What bird could she have seen other than the odd smudge so close to the horizon? Whatever it was moving, slowly growing bigger and bigger, incrementally so. Not a raven, however. Its movements were all wrong for that. Was this the bird his daughter had seen? No, that was silly. He could barely make it out himself. That little black smudge? He asked, earning an enthusiastic nod. Yet, came the response. Hey. His eyes were really starting to go bad. Or his daughters were excellent. Do you know what it is? That's a question for Maester Pate, he said. Why didn't you go to him first? I did. She said. But he was busy sleeping, so I came to you. You always know stuff. It was then that a new noise reached his ears. A noise he had never heard before. Like the roar of a bear that met the roar of a mountain lion, muffled by distance, only more human. Like it was not a beast roaring a challenge. Darien Dane had never before heard such a sound. Between his many years hunting in both the forests and the mountains that were so common in his lands, between the myriad of calls and challenges he had heard beasts bellow to the world, this was one which was unknown to him. And his mind could not help but suggest fear. There were, after all, few creatures whose roars could be heard over great distances. And seeing an unknown creature flying over the horizon while a strange call filled the air? It reminded him of the lessons he had had as a child of the failed Targaryen invasion. Darien felt no shame for the fear seeping into his mind. No shame for the fear that this was vengeance for having rejected an offer that had been too good to be true. Fear that a petty princeling was about to prove true the age-old claim that abominations of incest were naturally inclined to madness. Where dragons were concerned, fear was the prudent response. Sweetheart, how about we go for a little walk? He suggested, already making to leave at a pace some would have considered unseemly. As happy as the daughter in his arms was, there was a seed of worry taking root in his gut. Darien barged through the ajar door to his solar, finding one of his knights standing guard. He would do. Sir Raymond, bring my family to the September, he ordered. I will be joining you shortly. To the credit of his oldest guard, he did not question the order. He gave a nod and left to obey. Father? Little Danelle asked, more than a little confused, but he paid her no mind, too busy rushing down the narrow stairs into the main hall, too busy striding through the lavishly decorated keep. He paid no attention to the paintings and murals and tapestries, too busy getting to the yard and from there to the safety of the September. By the time he reached the open courtyard, he was huffing and puffing, with more than a few uncomfortably clammy beads of sweat racing down his skin. Truly, carrying a child of 8 named days while rushing through a castle was not something he was used to doing. Still, even if his initial guess that it was a mad princeling approaching on dragonback was correct, everything might yet work out fine if everyone moved quickly enough. A hope which held until he was halfway through the courtyard. With a resounding crash that he would have expected from a boulder flung against the curtain wall of Starfall, a massive black beast collided with the maester's tower, only barely catching itself with a pair of talons that gouged long furrows into the roof. No, Darien realized to his horror as the beast quickly stabilized itself, it had landed on the side of the tower. It moved a single wing, and a claw tore open the roof, sending a hail of shingles and wooden splinters into the courtyard, striking a guard who promptly collapsed like a puppet with his strings cut. The beast's maw stretched wide, and unleashed a gout of pale green flame, the same colors as the alchemist's accursed flame, poured forth, and a plume of smoke rose into the air. Holding his daughter close, Darien sprinted for the September, counting his blessings once he was within its protective walls. The September was a place of safety. The mad princeling would not burn a September. A September was sacred, safe from temporal affairs. If not, then he would try to satiate the princeling's bloodlust as only a knight could. Septon, he shouted to the priest at the very front of the September, surrounded by silken images of the seven, only just starting to rise. Confusion was obvious on the man's face, confusion and fear. I need a lamp. A lamp? The aging Septon asked with his annoyingly reedy voice. The crone's wisdom comes when we need it. We cannot force it to come to us. Do not play the pious fool with me, he snapped, setting down his daughter. There was terror in her white eyes, and he could see the tears threatening to fall even in the murk of the poorly lit September. Danelle, stay here. Hide, but do not leave. Septon, I do not need the light of wisdom, I need the light of a damned candle. You wish to access the shrine, then? He asked, finally grasping his intentions. You are a fine knight, my lord, but none would claim you are worthy of There is a damned Targaryen on dragonback burning my castle. It took every ounce of self-control for his voice to remain calm. That, and the presence of his daughter. Shouting in front of her was something he had promised himself he would never do. I'm not about to hide while my home burns. Go, then, the Septon acquiesced, grabbing a devotional candle. He lit it with one already lit in honor of the warrior and set it into an empty lamp. He began to shuffle over, but Darien met him only a heartbeat later to take the lamp from his hands. I believe you know the way. That I do, Darien confirmed, brushing aside the warrior's silken likeness to reveal a small alcove. Within, at the very back, was another faded tapestry, woven from heavy wool. All that was recognizable was the shape of a man with a sword. Past that second tapestry were the stairs he sought. The torches lining the ancient passage had not been lit in decades, centuries almost, and the tunnel itself was dominated by the musky smell of neglect. But still, he descended. He descended until the stairs came to an end and the floor leveled out. And the shrine of mourning was revealed. It was by no means elaborate. A small, seven-sided room, a September in miniature though only in shape. There were no devotional icons, no candles lit to the seven, no incense filling the air. No, there was only a statue of a kneeling knight, holding up a sword. While the knight was stone, the sword was not. None would ever mistake it for stone, not when the blade glowed ever so softly. It was an ancient blade, a design so old as to not even have fullers, the hilt lacking all ornamentation, but the primitivity of the design was deceptive. Truthfully, this was blade rivaled any forged by the dragon lords of Old Valyria. Dawn. His family's blade, meant to be wielded only by the finest warriors of his house. Darien Dane was not one of them. He held no illusion that he would ever have been one of them. But there was a dragon threatening his castle. He had to fight it. As a knight and a lord, he had to defend his home. And this was lunacy, this was absolutely mad. For the first moment since he had picked up his daughter, Darien hesitated. He was about to pick up a sword to fight a dragon. How mad could he be? What madness possessed him to think that this would make a difference? No, the smart thing to do was to return to the September, hide, and wait for this to blow over. Like a wise man would. All he had to do was hole up in the September with his daughter. Hide while a dragon was allowed to burn and ravish his lands. Hide while the killer of his wife and sons and remaining daughters had free rein to do as he wished to his lands. No, Darien could not know that they were dead. Mayhaps they yet lived. Mayhaps Sir Raymond had succeeded in his duty to bring his family to the September for safety. If he had succeeded, then he did not need the sword. He could wait out the storm with his family. Even if Sir Raymond had failed, he could still stay with Danelle, comfort her as her home was destroyed and all they could do was hide and listen. But he would still be abandoning his holdings to their fate without so much as a fight. Darien heard another roar from the dragon laying waste to Starfall, muffled by thick layers of stone, felt something stir within him. No, he did not need the sword. He needed to hide. Like a craven, not a knight. Was that what he was, then? A craven instead of a knight, rejecting yet another symbol of his family's legacy as his home burned around him? His hand seized the grip of the ancient sword, the brittle old leather coming off in chunks as his finger tightened around it. Lifting it up, he found its weight to be no different from those of more mundane great swords. But in his hands, it felt different. Alive. Like there was a greater purpose to it. It was a sword of heroes, after all. And what defined the greatest of heroes if not the willingness to face the greatest challenges in the direst circumstances? Knowing what he had to do, Lord Darien Dane returned to the September. He was glad to see little Danelle had heeded his warnings. His little darling had crammed herself beneath some pews, staying out of sight. Darien's heart ached at the sight, desiring to go to her to wrap her in his arms and tell her all would be well, but that was before he saw the figure just outside the September. A giant of a man in soot-stained white armor, patiently waiting in front of the entrance to the September, wiping himself down with a rag. Anger rose in his throat. The man who had attacked his family, had attacked his holdings, and he was standing there? On foot and vulnerable? The need for vengeance and blood sang in his veins. Honor demanded vengeance. He had the sword for it. Why not sheath it in his neck? No sooner had he cleared the threshold of the September, the mad princeling addressed him. Lord Dane, he greeted him, still respectful despite standing in a smoking ruin of all the Lord had once held dear. That respectful tone felt all the more hollow when he noticed the Dane banner he was using to clean his armor. Already, most of his right side had been freed of grime, revealing a black dragon dancing upon his breastplate. So good of you to join me. Darien wasted no time on words, swinging wildly at the princeling's head, but cutting only the air as his target stepped back. Just as swiftly as he had dodged, the princeling stepped in and planted a fist in his guts, doubling him over. But instead of finishing the job, he simply stepped back once more, leaving Darien Dane to regain his footing. And his weapon? What is this madness? Darien hissed out between clenched teeth as his eyes beheld the destruction. The maester's tower still smoldered, filled with smoke rising high into the sky as the odd tongue of flame leaped from a window. The walls of his castle were a half-molten ruin, the walkways and crenellations long since having lost their original shape. The gatehouse in particular had become a twisted, molten mess, the stone and iron having melted into one. But the keep was worst of all. The keep where his family had slept peacefully not even a quarter of an hour ago. Stone walls should not wrinkle and sag like rolls of fat. Stone should not run and congeal. Stone should not drip and form puddles. What is this madness? He repeated, the leather-bound grip of Dawn creaking as his fists tightened, yet more chunks of leather dropping free. The weight of the sword seemed to come less and less, and he found it hard to resist the urge to swing blindly, ineffectual as the last attempt had been. The princeling did not answer immediately, the blank face of his helmet staring impassively ahead as he drew the hammer at his waist. A hammer, crude and brutal, with the spike opposite the head. An appropriate weapon for such a brute. Now that is something you do not see every day, the degenerate descendant of the Dragon Lords mused. Though his face was hidden behind the frozen visage of his helmet, there was exaggerated amusement in his words. False amusement, Darien realized, to hide something else. The man who allowed this war to happen, suddenly angry that it affected him too. Allowed this war to happen. The audacity of this mad princeling was something else. I gave your father everything he needed to best Prince Morion. I gave your realm everything it needed. Everything except peace, the princeling observed, beginning to pace like an impatient animal. As though he were the predator and Darien the prey. You are a mighty lord. You and your fellow lords of the Red Mountains, your fellow stony Dornishmen, you did not want this war, did you? Together, you could have averted this entire affair. Is that what this is all about? He asked. You bring war because I could not convince my bull-headed liege to abandon his idiotic plan to invade the Stormlands. I bring war because your liege declared war, the princeling said, the good humor falling away and simmering rage filling his tone. Except he lacked even the common courtesy to do that much. A surprise attack, putting an end to decades of peace for a failed invasion. Well, congratulations, you defeated Prince Morion. Were his hands open, he might have considered a round of applause. Collect your reparations and get back to your side of the mountains before I send raiders to do unto King's Landing as we did unto Highgarden. That was my father's idea, the princeling admitted, the pacing faster and more intense, as though he dearly wished to do something else. As though the movement existed only to stay his hand. At least, until my brother died. Until my brother was murdered for no greater sin than defending his father's lands from an invasion by a bloodthirsty tyrant. And that justified the murder of my family? Darien Dane asked incredulously. The moment he had seen the molten ruin of his keep, he had known his family was dead. There was no way to avoid the truth. His family had not made it to the September. They had died. They had died because of some abomination of incest caught an arrow in an unfortunate place. You could have prevented it, the prince declared simply, abandoning his pacing and refusing to answer the question. The hammer came up, pointed straight ahead. You could have stopped this war before it started, you and Lords Fowler and Yeronwood. But you chose to be a half-hearted traitor. Willing to betray your liege with ravens, but not willing to raise arms against him. A traitor without the courage to act. Enough. He would not stand for this abomination to call him a craven. He was a knight, damn it. He would live and die a knight. Roaring in anger, Lord Darien Dane rushed at the princeling, swinging wildly, aiming to split him open from hip to groin, armor be damned. But as dawn descended, it never reached its target. Quick as a flash, that hammer moved, and Darien's hands were empty. Dawn clattered across the ground a few feet away, and the princeling leveled his hammer squarely at his chest. This was it, wasn't it? This was how Lord Darien Dane, the son of Lady Clarice Dane, would die. His chest was to be caved in by an inbred and insane princeling from across the mountains. He closed his eyes, praying that his daughter would know to avert her eyes, praying that she would be spared from whatever cruel fate the princeling had in store for her. Darien would accept his fate, accept his ribs being splintered and his heart being pulped, so long as she was safe. But his prayers were interrupted by a wave of furnace heat enveloping him from behind. The sweat that had gathered on him evaporated at once, only to immediately be replaced by a new sheen. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he turned, until he saw the beast that had destroyed the castle he had called home for decades. Darien did not even come up to the nostrils that had bathed him in furnace wines. The bared teeth were each nearly as long his arm. Horns taller than he ringed the head, and a pair of venomous green eyes bored into him. He had known the beast was large, but it was another to be right in front of it, craning his neck just to look it in the eye. Cannibal, the mad princeling called out, his voice carrying no particular emotion or order, but the beast withdrew its head. The neck coiled back on itself as the massive creature withdrew to the shadow of the walls. What tortures had he inflicted upon this animal that it was so subservient to him? What sort of monster stood before him that a creature the size of a small keep withdrew at a word? No, he knew the answer to that. It was the kind of monster that would melt a keep with women and children inside it with no warning. The kind of monster for whom ancient vows of vassalage were temporary inconveniences. Turning around once more, Darien realized with no small amount of horror that the Targaryen had picked up Dawn, admiring the blade. That was his family's sword. A sword with a legend predating even the oldest kingdoms of Westeros. A sword passed from the finest knight to the finest knight of his family. But Darien Dane, Lord of Starfall, never had a chance to voice those protests. Interlude, the Conciliator. If you must strike a man, ensure he will not be able to strike you in turn. It had been long years since Jaehaerys had last felt anywhere close to this amount of rage. Not when Gamon had died in the cradle, not when his little Daenerys had died from the shivers, not when his first babe had been stillborn. Those had been tragedies, tragedies he could have blamed on Elessar or on the Septas of Maidenpool, tragedies had left him numb with grief, but they had not made him want to boil the seas with Vermithor. Hells, the last time had felt his blood screaming for death and fire had been Roga's foolishness of forgetting which of the two had been king and who had been the hand. Even then, it was the threat to his beloved Alizan that had provoked the anger that had consumed his uncle. Jaehaerys had been young then. He had believed it a lapse in self-control, an unfortunate consequence of his youth. Something he had outgrown in the decades since. But as he neared King's Landing in the wake of his son's murder, that same rage was still roaring in his veins, demanding he turn around and reduce the sands of Dorne to glass. Even Vermithor, that usually calm beast, felt tense and wound up, sharing his anger and desire to inform the Dornish of the true meaning of fire and blood. Even as Vermithor landed with his usual grace in the stables of the Red Keep, even as his hands undid the chains binding him to his saddle, even as he stormed through the Red Keep towards the small council chambers, his thoughts were elsewhere. His heart wanted fire and blood, justice for his murdered son. His mind knew he had no such luxury. His mind knew what happened when a king allowed himself to be ruled by anger. It was why he was back home instead of reducing Son's pair to the molten pile of rubble it so richly deserved to be. It was why Aemon was at Storm's End to marshal the rest of the Storm lands. They both needed a moment to cool their heads, a moment to collect themselves so justice would be thorough and complete. One did not win a war by simply being angrier than one's enemy. Your Grace. Jaehaerys did not even realize he had made it to the small council chambers until Sir Pate greeted him. One of his oldest companions, the man was, by his side in every crisis he had faced since the earliest days as Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. A good friend, though one near as old as himself. The doors swung open on well-oiled hinges, revealing the small council in session. Argument died off as they noticed their king, each of his loyal councillors rising to their feet, his beloved Alizan the first among them. He signalled them to sit, never once breaking his stride. Send a raven to the wardens, Jaehaerys declared without preamble as he walked towards his seat. He paid no mind to the tapestries on the walls or the fine rugs covering the floors or the stacks of parchment piled on the table. He did not take a seat, choosing instead to stand at the head of the table. Have them gather their men for war. Your Grace. Elessar's face betrayed his confusion, his brow wrinkling. I thought there was an agreement with the Dornish lords to not invade in exchange for. Hang the agreement, he snarled, cutting off the Grand Maester. Send the ravens. Was the information not true? Barth asked, his seat on Jaehaerys' right. His friend did not share Elessar's confusion, his features far softer with concern. Did the Dornish prove false? If only. His distaste must have shown on his face. Seeing his sweet Alisanne's eyes widen in realization, the rage which had begun to quiet in his veins began to scream once more. Where is Aemon? She asked softly, folding her hands in her lap, trying to disguise their trembling. Her voice, however, betrayed no such weakness. There was no hint of anything like that in his iron tones. And Balin? And Vaegon? Where are our sons, Jaehaerys? Aemon is at Storm's End, aiding his good brother in preparing for war, he said, the rage only intensifying at the sight of his wife's worry. The Dornish murdering his son had only been the start. Now they forced him to tear out his beloved wife's heart. Vaegon is aiding Lord Euron Wood in a rebellion. And Balin? He had no desire to say it. He did not want to say the words. But he had a duty. Dead. Elessar supplied, and the king's gaze whipped around to bore into the Grand Maester's skull. To his credit, the man paled and shrunk down in his seat, his chains of many metals rattling like a prisoner's fetters. Good. Murdered, he corrected, his anger beginning to spill into his words. He balled his fists, his riding gloves creaking ominously as he forced his temper down, forced his temper to obey him. Murdered in an attack meant to herald an invasion of my realm. Alisanne's hands, so carefully folded in her lap, rose to her face. Her eyes widened further, shining with tears threatening to run down her cheeks, her grief threatening to overcome decades of experience in schooling her features. Jaehaerys' heart ached at the sight, only briefly interrupting the boiling anger in his blood before it returned twice as insistent. As if he needed further incentive to turn the deserts to glass. "We will be completing the conquest, then?" Lord Redwyne asked, his voice thick with barely disguised relish. Unlike Elissar, who had the grace to shrink into his seat when Jaehaerys had made his displeasure clear, Redwyne just looked confused when he was scrutinized by his gaze. "I will not be rewarding the Dornish with a place in the realm my grandsire forged for the murder of my son," Jaehaerys said, enunciating each word with painstaking care. This time, his master of ships realized the folly of his question. To see a man so far past his youth flush with shame might have spurred a genial laugh from him, were this any other day. Silence reigned in the chambers. It was Ali's aunt who broke the silence. A bare minute since she had been informed of their darling second son's fate, the grief had given way to iron. Her eyes were still red, still damp with tears that demanded to be shed, but her voice held steady. Alyssa must be told. Her voice was low, quiet, but her tone was steady and free of the wavering he would have expected. She always did surprise him with her strength. Why would this most terrible day be any different? She will. By both of us. They both had to. He would never foist so great a burden onto merely one of them. Besides, Alyssa would have need of both of their support in the coming weeks. And time was something he most certainly did not lack. After we are done here. He returned his attention to the rest of his counselors. Most of them looked serious enough about the matter, though Lord Redwyne still seemed lost to his shame. More seriously, Elissar had yet to dip his quill. "Elissar, will you be sending the ravens or not?" he asked pointedly. "Oh, of course, Your Grace." That seemed to focus the Grand Maester's attention, and he quickly began to scribble on some appropriately sized parchments, but not before shooting a glance at Barth. The Septon did not speak immediately. His brows wrinkled for a few seconds, clearly deep in thought, before he raised his voice. "Your Grace, you know this will not be done quickly, yes?" Barth asked. "Many months for the lords to gather their men." "True. The wait for his lords to raise the men needed for war, the wait for the crownlands to levy the needed men and supplies for an extended campaign, would grate. The very idea that he would need to wait to bring justice to bear on the Martells galled him, but there was nothing for it. It was how things were done. But the Stormlands will only need another month. And the Ironborn are perpetually ready for war. They will serve as a vanguard. Especially because their own fleets were already in a position to move men to Dorne. A vanguard for what? Barth asked. If this is not a conquest, then why are we going to war? Truly, the most important question. Why would Untold Thousand be forced to endure what he and Ali's Anne were going through now? What goal could justify the horrors he would choose to unleash upon the world? "I am going to break Dorne," Jaehaerys answered softly, his blood screaming for more. Not merely to break, to sunder, to shatter. To annihilate. To bury beneath the sands. But no. He had to keep in control. Besides, Vaegon was already hard at work fulfilling this new goal. "Where there is one kingdom, I shall make 100. Chapter 39, A Minor Miscalculation. You thought war would be easy. When you heard of Dorne, your first thought was of deserts, sand, and desolate wastes as far as the eye could see. In most places, I suspected that may well have been the truth. But in the north of Dorne? Close to the mountains? Dorne had a beauty to it. The red stone of the mountains contrasted beautifully with the green of the grass and trees that dotted the slopes. Small streams added a splash of blue, sweeping down the slopes of the mountains as they raced towards the coast. Along the riverbanks grew golden grains in broad, wide fields. Flying low, I could even see the vibrantly colored splotches of mountain flowers. And we had to fly low. We had to be able to see the people scurrying about below. We had to be able to tell if the rags that fluttered above people's heads had fields of yellow or grey. The maps had made it seem all so clear and obvious where one lord's lands ended, and another lord's began. Unfortunately, life had the bad habit of not being terribly eager to match the clean and definitive lines people had put to parchment. Thus, we flew. We swooped. We flew in an ever-growing spiral just hoping to catch a glimpse of the great host King Euronwood had assembled to press his rightful claim to the lordship of Skirich. As one might have expected, it took time. It took quite a lot of time. But had I not made a brief detour to Nightsong to stock up on some essentials after doing my part in Euronwood's plan, I would have started off in a far worse position. I would have had to cross the Fowler lands before I had the opportunity to even start looking for the soon-to-be king. Coming south from the marches, however, meant I could more easily access the border between Fowler and Euronwood lands, meant I did not need to cross the breadth of Fowler lands before I could start searching. Currently, it was a floodplain that I was searching. It had a wide river, an important-looking road, and was close to the Fowler-Euronwood border. Realistically, my ally could not have gotten too far. They had a baggage train, after all. Ox-drawn carts were hardly the swiftest mode of transport. As expected, we found them after only a few hours of searching. A long train of wagons sat on a broad, no doubt oft-used dirt path that ran parallel to a mighty river, the pale yellow banners of House Euronwood fluttering above them. But they were not moving. No wonder, really. There did not even appear to be any oxen drawing them, instead being used as a line of makeshift fortifications to protect the men gathered between the river and the road. Given the many clusters of grey banners on the other side of the wagon train, it had been a tactically sound idea. We dropped from the sky, diving to begin our first pass on the Fowler forces, and the image before me became clearer and clearer. Lines of men were drawn up between the wagons and the river, with thin trickles flowing through the gaps in the wagons. The precious animals drawing them were far in the rear of the center. Horses moved erratically on the flanks, circling one another only to feint towards the infantry only to move back, seemingly more interested in keeping one another busy than to strike decisively against the foe. No, not all of them. A small wedge of men flying a silver banner rode differently, with purpose. Aimed at the mass of men beneath the yellow banner. Heavy knights instead of harassing outriders, mayhaps? Screened by the lighter horse on the right flank of Euronwood, I did not doubt that they would take the foot soldiers by surprise. And we had our first target. With a crack of the whip, our course shifted slightly until we were approaching the wedge of heavy cavalry head-on. Their lances were steady, their course unflinching as they prepared to dislodge the defenders. And unflinching they remained, even as a gout of green dragon flame rushed towards them. Unable to even change their momentum, unable to instantly come to a halt, they plowed headfirst into the pale green fire. What emerged were men in glowing cherry-red armor, their banners and surcoats reduced to cinders, their mounts collapsing beneath them, unable to even scream. A small blessing. The greater blessing was that we were too high up to smell our handiwork. We were once again ascending before the last of the knights hit the ground, searching for another target. But in those few seconds, the battlefield had changed dramatically. The light horse on that flank had faltered, both sides falling back to their lines and trying to calm their mounts. Naturally, this had drawn the attention of the infantry, who packed closer together in an attempt to put some distance between themselves and the murderous lizard large enough to flatten a galley by landing on it. But where next? For now, we were content to circle. The left flank was secure. The infantry was holding their position. The horse was too busy trying to regroup to attack anyone. In theory, this was the perfect time to attack. But for us, that meant fire. Fire near flammable supply wagons. Fire near allies. They would suffer. We could not burn recklessly. We would need to fight on the ground if we wanted to contribute. The enemy infantry was pulling back through the wagon fort, unwilling to push through. There was a dragon in the air, after all, a dragon who by all measures was not their friend. Fear was the appropriate response. Were we needed? Would the Fowler forces retreat? We hoped so. It would let us strike them down from the air at no risk to our allies. Otherwise, well, fighting large crowds on the ground was a new experience. A dangerous experience, but novelty had its own appeal. For several long seconds, it felt like the enemy infantry might hold, like they might just push with renewed vigor. But would they? Would they surrender to that suicidal desire like some maddened beast? The answer came a moment later, with what could hardly be called an organized retreat. More of a panicked flight, really. Sunlight caught on the heads of spears, axes, and maces as the panicked horde dropped them in an attempt to flee just a little bit faster. How kind of them! The foot soldiers beneath the yellow banner began to spill out from the gaps in the line of wagons, eager to exploit the sudden change in fortune. But they would only tire themselves if they had to give chase. No, that would not do. And just like that, we found a second target. Roaring a challenge, we dropped into another dive aimed at the front of the fleeing soldiery. So small, they looked, like little insects scurrying away from the shadow of a creature that could crush them in an instant if they so desired. Oh, it was a tempting thought, but not an effective one. Instead, we twisted in the air, turning our dive into a rapid glide along the front of the retreating enemy mass. A gout of pale green flame shot forth, only barely enveloping the first few ranks, and even then, only the quickest of the fleeing enemy, but the goal was not to kill them all. No, that would not work. Not from the air, at least. There were too many of them spread out over too large an area. But it got their attention. It made them hesitate. For what sane creature would willingly run headfirst into a wall of green flame? A second passed, mayhaps two, until they realized the flame was fleeting, was not an impenetrable wall, but that had been enough. Enough time for the approaching foot soldiers to catch them. Satisfied with what we had accomplished, we turned back to what had once been a defensive line. The light horse was beginning to break away, in full retreat, but I left the Euronwood horse to handle that. Were we to intervene there, the scent of a dragon would do more harm than good. No, there were better things to do. Best to let the infantry win this one on their own. It would be better for morale. Instead of joining the battle on the ground, we alighted well behind the wall of wagons, where I dismounted. In the absence of a ladder and a team of grooms, or even a convenient pile of rocks, I had to be satisfied with sliding down the cannibal's neck and onto the loose soil. And right in front of a group of armed men who did not look particularly friendly to me. Wrapped in sand-colored cloth, only their faces were visible to me. I suspected their hands were also uncovered, but the spears and shields they carried had a way of hiding most of that detail. Spears that they were pointing in my direction. Well, this was going splendidly. Hold, men! A familiar voice shouted, an armored figure rushing to place himself between the clearly unhappy soldiery and the man with a large dragon. Yorick Euronwood, clad in battered armor draped in the remnants of a surcoat, kept his back to me, his gaze on his soldiers. He is with us. For a heartbeat, those spears remained leveled at me. Would they attack? Would they so blatantly disregard their liege's orders? No, that was ridiculous. What sort of king to be was unable to keep his men in control? The spears remained leveled, but wavered. But once a few more armored figures arrived to join Euronwood's side, the first spears began to drop. The rest swiftly, hurriedly, followed. Good. Now get the oxen back on those wagons. We need to keep moving once we have finished up here. The order having been given, he finally turned to me. The older man looked like he had not had a particularly pleasant day. An ugly bruise marred his face, his armor covered in scrapes and dents, it was clear where he had spent most of the battle. Prince Vaegon. You come earlier than expected. Was this the part where I knelt? No, that was ridiculous. And mayhaps my pride talking. Besides, he had already received a vow of support. I work quickly, Your Grace, I said simply, not wanting to dwell too deeply on how, precisely, I had managed to do so. My stomach twinging briefly in shame at the memory. I had handled that, poorly, but that was something I would be able to live with. I had to. And it seems I came at the right time to enjoy the battle. An awkward silence hung in the air, only the muffled sounds of fighting in the distance reaching my ears. At least, until the cannibal gave an annoyed chuff that made my ally and his entourage flinch slightly. I could sense his eagerness to go out and fight. Yes, they, ambush. Euronwood managed to say, nervously tugging at one of his gauntlets. I'm afraid it was not as decisive as it might seem. That force was more than half the size of your own, I said. And they are due to be wiped out before the sun sets. How is this not decisive? Again, the cannibal gave an annoyed chuff. Oh, he really wanted to fight. Unfortunately, I was not about to trust the cannibal to differentiate friend from foe on his own. He was clever enough for it, true, but it was better to be safe. Besides, it would hardly have been fitting to ignore a king just to send off my dragon. Because it's not Lord Fowler's army, another voice cut in. A young man, that much was clear from the voice. And judging by the Euronwood symbols all over his surcoat and the bits of armor that were visible, it was easy to guess the house he belonged to. I would need to keep close to that one, I already knew. Best to ensure the future king would not squander his fortunes. Most of them used to be ours. Deserters. There must have been thousands of them. How did one lose thousands of men to desertion over what could not have been more than 3 days? Small folk who objected to making war on neighbors instead of our friends beyond the mountains, Euronwood said, and I remembered the reports from the singers who had been to the area. The rising popularity of old raiding songs had not been due to a desire for war, it seemed, but rather a desire for war with the rest of Westeros. Aided by knights and men-at-arms sworn to a minor branch of House Fowler. Nothing we could not have handled. Well. This campaign was off to a splendid start. Chapter 40, Learning from Mistakes. Glory is secondary to necessity. Everyone had their place in war. There was the battlefield, of course, for those who were young and strong, but an army needed more than just men to hold spears. It needed men to drive the oxen who pulled the baggage train. It needed cooks to feed the men. It needed armorers to keep everyone's arms and armor in working order. It needed grooms to tend to the horses. And besides soldiers, an army needed scouts. Outriders. And what greater outrider was there than a dragon? An irritated growl rumbled through our frame as we soared through the sky, watching the horizon for anything even resembling a Fowler army. Oh, and would you look at that, nothing to see. Not even outriders, just endless fields of grass, reeds, flowers, as far as the eye could see. What we did was important, was vital to the success of the campaign. It would not do for the army to be caught unaware a second time. They were already greatly diminished, having lost most of the unskilled peasant levies. And we had yet to find the main Fowler host. Our work was essential, but that did not make it any less dull to soar just below the clouds, enjoying admittedly stunning vistas while on the lookout for anything that could be mistaken for an enemy force. And the occasional settlement, like that village beside a small stream. A tributary, technically, if we remembered our terminology correctly. Something that would need a delegation to inform them of their fate as a new vassal to the glorious King Yorick Euronwood and their new rights and responsibilities. Circling back around, we saw the Euronwood host had ground to a halt, the baggage train that restricted the speed of the march having been consolidated into a great square, the soldiery gathered around it. Well, the sun was starting to get low, and setting up camp in the dark was hardly optimal. It was heartening to see the king was competent at managing his host. The baggage train was never left vulnerable, and scouts were deployed. There was plenty of food in the baggage train to discourage foraging. Water is easily accessible on the march. Now, if only he had managed to not lose nearly half of his host before ever meeting the enemy in open battle. We began our descent to the camp, flying lazy circles as we savored the feeling of flight just a little moment longer, roaring challenges that went unanswered. There was freedom in the air, chained by purpose though we were. There was a power that none in Dorne could threaten. But on the ground, once separate, we were vulnerable. But even the mightiest creatures needed their rest. Slowly, ever so slowly, our circles came lower and lower. As gentle as a warning as we could give. Our earlier challenges had clearly been heard, and the people of the host had paid attention. A spot on the outskirts of the camp, our normal spot, had been vacated, allowing for an easy landing. Seer! Seer! Once my feet touched the ground, I was swarmed by a group of overeager children. Oh, they had their purpose in the host as helpers, primarily. Assistants, not soldiers. At least, that was my hope. They were owed a peaceful childhood, not a first decade filled with trauma. Did you see anything? Only the beauty of Dorne as far as the eye can see, I answered, freeing my head from the stifling confines of the helmet and padded cap beneath. Behind me, the cannibal gave an annoyed rumble. No doubt he just wanted to rest. Well, who was I gainsay a dragon? Not a soldier in sight. Excited chatter began to blend together as each of the dozens of children bombarded me with their own questions. What was flying like? How much could I see from up above? What is the dragon's name? Can I come flying? Are you going to keep us safe? Answering all the questions at once was a bit tricky, as each answer spawned another dozen questions, but it kept the kids happy. It appeared that even after a week, the novelty of a dragon in the camp had yet to wear off. Or they remembered the dragon helping keep the host safe. Funny how that seemed to get people to think positively of you. Besides, it was nice seeing people who were happy to see me. I made my way to the large pavilion that dominated the center of the camp. Exactly the center, in fact, the carts of the baggage train having been arranged in a square around the massive silken construction. The first time, I had been impressed, but I had grown used to the odd display of competence in the sea of idiocy. Unfortunately, that same competence had put the cannibal's landing spot as far from the horses as was possible. It had been a reasonable choice, really. I still remembered what happened when a horse was spooked by the scent of a passing dragon from the tourney at Duskendale, but it was still an inconvenience. Past sentries both alert and bored I walked, past armorers fixing spears and mail, past washerwomen advertising their ability to remove stains from bedrolls. Their presence was important to morale, or so I was told, but it still motivated me to move faster. After a few minutes of strategically answering shouts of greeting from passing soldiers, and ignoring greetings from the less savory elements of the host, as children began to split off and go their separate ways, I arrived at the sand-colored pavilion at the heart of the camp. A pair of knights in livery I did not recognize stood on either side of the entrance, but they did not stop me from entering. No foraging, son. Whatever the topic of conversation had been, I had entered right in the middle of it. King Euronwood, still crowned and clad in the armor and surcoat bearing his coat of arms, stood at the far side of a long table. These people are to be my subjects. They may dislike me now, they will grow to hate me if I steal what little they have. Father, if they do not love you, why waste your time? The dark-haired knight asked, tugging at the beard that lined his jaw. Take their grain and move on. Ah, bright prince. King Euronwood noticed my entrance, ignoring the lord whose idiocy would only inspire rebellion. As I neared the large table which dominated the center of the pavilion, displaying a map of the area, I took note of the carved wooden figures were positioned across it, representing the armies and where they were assumed to be. Something to report. House Fowler has yet to bring their forces to meet us, I informed him. There is a village on a tributary nearby, however. They may be willing to trade for supplies. Dunny on the Sands, King Euronwood confirmed. It marks the halfway point between Euronwood and Skirich. We're making good time. Only another week until we reach the enemy. Practically an eternity. And then moving on to the holdings of House Dane, even further away, across much harsher terrain. Another eternity until I could return home to Maedgely and the children. Were it not for the ox-drawn baggage train, I had little doubt we could make it there sooner. Alas, it appeared the standard Westerosi method for moving supplies was creeping caravans of ox-drawn carts. There had to be a better way, a faster way. There had to be. But if not, well, I could manage. I would have to. I had volunteered to jump into this mess, and I would see it through. We were just discussing it, Vaegon, the other prince in the room mentioned. As the future King Euronwood, he was always at his father's side. And as a devoted stony Dornishman, he was more than a little fond of the raiding tactics his ancestors had used for centuries. Their ilk has already used tactics reserved for outsiders against their fellow Dornishmen. Best to pay them back in kind. Ah yes, that most heinous tactic, taking advantage of deserting forces and attacking in broad daylight, I commented. No, better to send some riders and inform them of the good news. Buy some of their grain and fish and keep the host moving. They burned their granaries in the last 3 villages, the prince corrected. Were scorched earth policies not standard for Dornish warfare? Good to know. What makes you think this one will be any different? Then trying to forage will be a wasted endeavor, I shot back. Enough, the king interrupted the familiar argument before it could get out of hand. You both raise good points. I will think on it. You may return to your duties, the both of you. We both left the tent without another word. You're getting soft, the Prince of Euronwood commented once we were back beneath the scorching sun of Dorne. It's called being a reasonable man, I said in turn, not missing a step. Better to be soft than to let my rage melt another castle with all the families inside. Yes, the reasonable House Targaryen, he said sagely, famed throughout Westeros for producing reasonable men, reasonably burning kingdoms atop their reasonable steeds. Bold words from the man who wants to burn villages in search of non-existent grain, I answered, earning a chuckle from the man as we made our way to the training area to waste a few hours. Yes, we might disagree on some fundamental principles on how to conduct a campaign, but that did not make us enemies. Odd how easy that could be. Chapter 41, Hurry up and wait. Unscathed? Mayhaps. Unaffected? Most certainly not. It had been nearly 2 weeks since King Euronwood's host had arrived at Skirich. It was a formidable castle, situated at the base of a mountain but still rising above an impressively sized castle town. Only recently rebuilt from the devastation visited upon it by my great-grandfather, it boasted only the finest innovations in castle design. Like rounded walls and towers. And for 2 weeks it had remained intact. Part of me was grateful that King Euronwood had expressly forbidden me from turning the cannibal on the Fowlers. I remembered the carnage I had unleashed on Starfall only too well. In my dreams, I still saw stone walls melt and run, saw men reduced to streaks of rendered fat and steaming gore, saw the fear in the eyes of children as they saw a monster laying waste to their home. Still smelled the sweet stench of cooked flesh. The memory brought bile to my throat. Swallowing it, feeling it burn my throat on the way back down, I was distracted from my surroundings until a resounding clang drew me back to the present. Whipping my head around, I was treated to the sight of a knight in unknown livery getting sprawled on the ground, signaling an end to the current fight, as his opponent moved to help him up. Light sparring only. It was less satisfying and less tiring, but the king had been very clear. This was technically a siege after all. A siege where he had explicitly denied me permission to use the cannibal, but a siege nonetheless. He wanted to capture the castle, or rather the castle town which surrounded it, intact. There was a logic behind it. With the forts of the Prince's Pass well within eyesight, the castle town made for a natural trade post for caravans making their way to Dorne. The river running alongside it was impressively broad, too, broad enough to allow for barges to float to the coast laden with trade goods. Anyone who held the castle would have a near stranglehold on goods flowing into Dorne overland. Anyone who held the town could make obscene piles of gold without needing to lift a finger. That did not explain why we were just sitting here and waiting. The Euronwood host was smaller than what Lord Fowler could muster, thanks to the desertions and the early ambush. The way the land around the castle was set up, it was very easy to trap the besieging force between the castle, the river, and the walls of the forts guarding the Prince's Pass. But the king had made his orders very clear. And I was not about to undermine my ally's authority in his own camp. Vaegon. The familiar voice of the Euronwood prince tore me from my thoughts, clapping me on the shoulder. He stood next to me, towering above me solely by virtue of the fact that I was sitting on a stool. Quit your brooding and join in on the fun. If you insist, I said, rising to my feet. Training weapons were, to my surprise, commonplace in the camp. Plenty of weapons had been salvaged from the first battle after all. With only so many knights and men at arms in the host, quite a few had been dulled down to serve as training weapons. Grabbing a long sword, the weapon Sir Riam had spent quite some time drilling into my mind, I walked to the opposite end of the cleared area as the Euronwood prince. Come to think of it, I had yet to actually learn his name. Or be formally introduced to him. Odd how camaraderie worked. Still, as we took up our positions on opposite sides of the hard-packed dirt of the improvised practice yard, I gave his stance a critical eye. Weapon pointed at my face, shield covering his torso, feet shoulder-width apart, it was solid enough. But not everything that started well would end well. And as he charged, I could already see the opportunities present themselves. His shield was perpendicular to the ground, its usage obviously defensive. His sword was held back in preparation for a thrust. Simple enough. I did not bother to answer his charge with one of my own, instead raising my sword to my right shoulder. The prince's shield shifted slightly, moving to cover his left side to block a blow to what he expected to be the target. Unfortunately for him, I knew how to feint, only flicking towards the now slightly more covered side. And as his shield shifted even more out of position, my sword slammed into his weapon arm. Impressively, he managed to bring up his shorter sword in an attempt to block. His reflexes were good, but 2 arms behind a blow were better than 1, sending the prince staggering back. Before he had a chance to stabilize his footing, I switched to a one-handed grip on my sword to throw a punch with my left. The left which had a shield strapped to the forearm. Already unbalanced, the blow crashed into his side and sent him sprawling to the ground in a quick victory for me. Gods be good, you're wasted atop that dragon, the prince muttered as I hauled him to his feet. He swayed briefly, and I felt a flash of regret at how hard I had hit him. It had not been necessary. I could have brought him down without endangering him. Was I relying too much on brute force? Was I too eager to resort to it? Gods be good, what was I becoming? The kind of man whose idea of restraint involves the slaughter of innocents, a treacherous part of my mind all but whispered to me. I would be doubly wasted on foot, I answered, pulling off my helmet to properly appreciate some almost cool air on my face. Before we had any further chance to converse, a man whose dress made it very clear that he was not there to practice. Your Grace, His Grace the King would like a word, the messenger said, to my great disappointment. I had been hoping to turn this into a decent training session, but I could always help another knight become a better fighter. Prince Vaegon, you are invited to join as well. Hey! Unexpected, but not unwelcome. We shall be there shortly, the prince vowed, but I was wasting little time setting aside my helmet and arms. Summons such as these were not unexpected, though rare these past 2 weeks. I was his most valuable outrider and his greatest foreign ally, after all. But since I had been forbidden from performing that task, our meetings had grown rare outside of the occasional brief chat during meals. As I waited for the prince to remove his own helmet, I savored the slight breeze upon my skin. Even this close to the mountains and right next to a river, I was still in Dorne with all its sweltering heat. Once we were almost presentable, we were on our way. Your form is good, but you need to watch your footing, I mentioned as we walked through the camp. Cross your ankles like that, and all it will take is a single solid blow to knock you down. You cannot rely on your reflexes to keep you safe. I know, the prince muttered, though he kept a good-natured smile on his face as the many members of the host shouted greetings and waved as we passed. How did you even get that good? I could have sworn you were younger than me. Practice, I answered. Lots of practice. I can give you some more advice later. Our chatter switched to more inane topics as we made our way through the camp. Nothing serious, mere chatter about life outside of the war, but it was a welcome distraction. The darker thoughts were getting worryingly common. Finding the large central tent was easy enough, the layout of the camp had not changed in weeks, and we were quite used to navigating it. Unlike the past times I had been summoned to speak with the king, there was a rather significant amount of noise spilling out of the tent's silken walls, loud enough to be heard from beyond the wagon fort. The guards did not waste our time, allowing us to enter without trouble, revealing far more people than I had been expecting. Several dozen men, all crowded around the large central table, dressed in a riot of color. The portcullis of Euronwood decorated more than a few of them, the colors differing greatly, but most had unfamiliar symbols. Houses sworn to House Euronwood they were, the king's foremost bannermen. And I felt more than a little out of place. Finally, a thickly bearded man who doublet displayed a goat's head shouted, drawing the attention of the assembled knights and lords. The princes arrive. There was scattered muttering, but the crowd did part enough to allow us access to the table which dominated the center of the tent. Like every time I had reported to the king, the table was covered in a map of the surroundings. This time, however, it was different. A large wooden disc took the place of the mountain next to which Skerich was located. The wall of forts that guarded the Prince's Pass and the broad river which bordered it were likewise represented. Our forces were set up in a line between them, while a single carved figure of a hawk stood far to the rear. I might not have been an expert on military matters, but I could recognize an obvious trap when I saw it. Excellent, the king declared, looking worryingly excited. Then we can begin this war council. Then again, that may well have been the point. Interlude, Lord Fowler. If it seems too easy, it probably is. Lord Euronwood, Franklin Fowler decided, was a fool. His treason was bad enough on his own, but his foolishness was inexcusable. First, he declared himself independent from Sunspear at a time when Dorne should have stood together, if only to better extort the Martells, which was bad enough. But to include all the Red Mountains as his domain? Foolishness, suicidal foolishness. Even if his armies were at full strength, he would never be able to hold so broad a realm. But then he had seemingly thrown out the last of his wits alongside his honor as a Dornishman. He had only compounded this foolishness by persisting even after losing half, fully half, of his forces to desertion and ambush. All in a poorly conceived plan to steal lands that had belonged to the House of Fowler for thousands of years. Franklin had prayed for his heroic cousin's soul when he heard of his death in defense of his lands. He had prayed to the Father above to reward him when his scouts revealed the damage they had caused. And he would dedicate this victory to his martyred cousin, without whom this would never have been possible. Even a statue in his honor hardly seemed sufficient to honor the memory of the man who saved House Fowler. No matter. He had plenty of time to think of better rewards. Are the men ready? He asked his sergeants. These veteran men-at-arms were the ones who would lead his soldiers into battle, even if his knights and vassal lords gave the orders. They are finishing their meals as we speak, my lord, the man answered. A light meal before battle, something to give the men energy before they fought, was essential at this early hour. The traitors, even if their outriders reported quickly, would not have the opportunity to do the same. Give the word, and they will be ready to march. Prepare them for battle, Franklin ordered. Lines 5 men deep for the infantry, archers behind them, cavalry on the left wing. All knights save for my bodyguard in the van. Once the enemy forms up to fight, give the signal to the garrison. A wide line of battle, a well-fed force, an enemy who was outnumbered and cornered, and a small force to sally out into the enemy rear from a fortified position. Could this battle have been any more advantageous? No doubt Franklin would be rewarded handsomely by his liege for his actions in breaking this little rebellion. Mayhaps he would even be granted the right to collect the taxes on trade coming through the Prince's Pass. Wouldn't that be lucrative? Before long, his 3,000 men were formed up ready for battle. While by no means a massive force, it outnumbered the enemy quite handsomely, with nearly half again as many men as the traitors. Thin as his lines were, the enemy's lines would be thinner still just to avoid being surrounded. And once the garrison from Skerich attacked, the already stretched lines of the traitors would be split and sundered. Yes, he could already taste victory. My thanks again, Flement, he thought as his army began to approach Skerich. His lines stretched from the banks of the river to almost halfway to the walls guarding the Prince's Pass. No doubt it made for an intimidating sight, especially with the armored fist of his knights at its head, ready to smash through the traitor lines and cut the enemy force in two. Oh, he could hardly wait. But first, it had to come to battle. And judging from how the enemy camp was writhing with activity, it would certainly come to battle. No doubt Lord Euronwood had posted scouts and lookouts to warn him of his approach. Already, he could see a steady trickle of men stream out of the fortified camp and stopping. They were not making a wide line to match his own. It was a shorter line, no, a ring around the camp, to mitigate the disadvantage of his smaller army. The darkness made it hard to be certain, but Franklin swore he could see wooden stakes jutting out of the ground around the camp. Yorick's foolishness was not absolute, it seemed. But where was his cavalry? Where was his horse? Had he dismounted his knights and outriders? Against his skirmishing spearmen, they would be nearly useless. Tired and unfed, he would be able to harry them to his heart's content. An easy victory, he already knew, but one that could be made easier with a quick adjustment. Split the line, Franklin ordered after a moment's thought. Attack the camp from the south and the west, focus on getting rid of those stakes. Fold the light horse into the van. And keep our men away from the north. As his sergeants relayed the instructions, their shouts piercing through the cool pre-dawn air, Lord Fowler allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at his brilliance. Either the traitors would waste a portion of their meager force that could be used to aid the defense by guarding against nothing, or he would leave the north of the siege camp unguarded against the surprise blow from the garrison. He cared not which it would be. He would benefit from either. Franklin spurred his horse onwards, taking up position to the southwest of the siege camp with the vanguard arrayed before him, nearly 100 knights sworn to him and his vassals, their dazzling rainbow of color muted in the darkness. Once he gave the word, they would thunder through the thin enemy lines. But he could not give the order too quickly, lest he wasted the full effect of the blow. My lord. A messenger rode up to join him. Lightly clad, it was obvious to tell he was one of his outriders. Their northern flank is moving to surround us. Sir Manwudi is holding them back, but our attack has stalled. Excellent. He declared. Oh, this was even better than he had imagined. The enemy had abandoned his fortifications and had turned his back to the ambushing force. Get to archers. Tell the sergeant to give the signal. Soon, a single brightly burning arrow soared through the sky like a comet, arcing over the heads of the assembled soldiers. Dark as it was impossible to mistake it for anything else. This was how he would win. Victory thanks to timely intervention, the sacrifice of his beloved cousin, and the bravery of the garrison. It would take some time for the garrison to sally forth. Until then, he just needed to keep the rest of the traitor host in place. Or better yet, break half of their force, let his knights bloody their swords. Knights of Skerich. He shouted to the men around him. Show these traitors their due rewards. Charge. As enthusiastic shouts filled the air, the 100-strong force of heavy horse, augmented by the more numerous light horse, thundered off, raising an enormous cloud of dust. Franklin resisted the urge to join them with his bodyguard. As much as he wanted to join them in avenging his cousin, he had a duty and a responsibility to win the battle first. Once the garrison troops were committed, mayhaps then he would join the battle. But for now, he would wait. Wait and... Through the cloud of smoke, he saw something move. Something large, something so large the stars in the sky winked out for just an instant. Something so large even the moon above vanished from the night sky. Something was wrong. As the ground shook with the impact of a monster that would dwarf the greatest ships plying the trade routes, as the blood froze in his veins at the sight of the beast before him, Franklin Fowler came to a single conclusion: Lord Euronwood had not been a fool. He lacked the time to think of anything else as his horse reared beneath him, throwing him from his saddle and to the dirt below. Though his armor and padding took the worst of the blow, pain still blossomed across and through his shoulder. All around him, a lucky few knights managed to remain in their saddles. For a heartbeat, he dared hope that one of those brave men would be able to bring down the colossal monster in their midst, even as a sickly green light began to illuminate the battlefield. Mayhaps they could drive their lances through its neck? An instant later, an impossibly hot wave of heat washed over him as the monster unleashed a gout of green flame, green as the accursed fire of the alchemists. All around him, the knights of his bodyguard, men who had served him for decades, were brought low before they even had a chance to attack, their screams becoming indistinguishable from the screams of their horses. "We were looking for you, Lord Fowler." From above, a voice thick with barely restrained rage spoke. Franklin craned his neck, then craned it more until he finally saw the speaker. There, far above, so far away Franklin would have been unable to reach even if he were mounted and armed with a lance, sat a white-armored figure. Chained to the monster's neck, though the clear rage in his tone made him wonder for whose safety those chains existed. "It is good of you to make it easy for us." The beast's head snaked closer, ever closer, until it was close enough to press him into the dirt. Long horns embedded themselves in the ground as the creature bared teeth as long as swords. Despite the protection of his armor, he could feel the burning heat of the creature which threatened him. Atop it, the man did not move. He did not emote. He did not gesture. Words drifted through the air, and that was it. "Do not resist," the words came, still tinged with rage. "You will have many years to lament the fact that you could have avoided this." Chapter 42, Are we done here? Allies are good, certainly, but remember your priorities. Our victory over Lord Fowler was celebrated in the Westerosi fashion, which is a polite way of referring to copious and excessive feasting, usually at the direct expense of whatever vile enemy was recently conquered. In this case, it was the man who had once been Lord Fowler. Or, as he was now known, Sir Franklin Fowler. Skerriech had not been under siege for terribly long. Its wine cellars and larders had still been quite generously stocked when King Euronwood had taken possession of the city. All thanks to the eternal foolishness of Sir Fowler, who had been kind enough to bring his heirs to his family's ruin. Well, his sons and his only grandson. The adult sons had melted. To King Yorick. A knight whose swaying was ample evidence of how much he had to drink declared, barely able to stay on his feet as he raised his goblet. More than a few drops of the dark red wine landed on his neighbors, but all were in good enough spirits to not care overmuch for delivering us such a victory. As the clear and honorable victors of the siege, and later battle, of Skerriech, King Euronwood had taken possession of both the castle and the town. Thus, the great hall of the castle was filled with the most notable members of the house, with even a fair number of men-at-arms present. To see the great stone hall, filled with trestle tables and eagerly cheering men alike, was, well, it was certainly good for my spirit. To Prince Vaegon. Another knight shouted, this one only slightly soberer. For ending the war in a single stroke. Forget the prince. Yet another knight butted in, this one wearing the sigil of House Euronwood, but with the colors inverted. 'Twas his dragon that did the real work. Like there's a difference. The drunk knight shouted from across the hall. One and the same, they are. The Black Dragon. Aye, the Black Dragon. The second knight chimed in. This one wore the colors of Euronwood quartered with another device, a black goat's head on red. Vaegon the Black Dragon. I'll drink to that. Him and the king. Yorick and Vaegon. The entire hall of Skerriech had shouted, each occupant, whether lord or knight or soldier, clearly too inebriated to care that they were praising a foreign prince for their victory. Vaegon and Yorick. Do not misunderstand me, it was nice to have people celebrating my contributions to a cause. Even then. Especially then. But to have those people be those who would have otherwise celebrated my own grisly death at the hands of their former liege? Oh, was there any song quite as sweet? Needless to say, I quite enjoyed the evening. After all, it was but several hours of feasting and celebrating. What was a feast, after all, but practice for the life beyond this one, when we joined the Father above in his hall. So long as one did not go beyond what was tasteful and reasonable, it could even be considered worship of a sort. Or so a text by a certain septon picker had claimed. And since it had not been officially branded as heresy, who was I to gainsay religious canon when it made everybody happy? Vaegon, try this. I was torn from my reveries by a Dornish knight, the same incredibly inebriated one from before, who all but shoved a chunk of meat in my direction. As soon as the scent reached my nose, sending a frightfully persistent burning sensation through that poor organ of mine, I began to feel the dread pool in my stomach. A proper roast this is. Knowing it would burn me at least twice more, but unwilling to show weakness in front of my allies, I chose to pop it into my mouth. An action which I quickly regretted as my tongue began to scream at me in protest. Immediately, I could feel the contents of my nose loosen and begin to run in an immediate reaction to the spice I had just subjected myself to. Come now, I thought you were a Targaryen, he laughed as I lunged for my ale. Nearly half of the impressively sized tankard disappeared down my gullet as I desperately hoped for the heat to abate. What's a bit of heat to a dragon? A dragon raised on a reasonable amount of spice, you mean? I asked, once it felt like my mouth was no longer being subjected to a million pins thrust through just the outer layer of skin. Was passed as food to the Dornish? I was beginning to understand why the Marcher lords hated them so much. This food alone constituted an atrocity in and of itself. You would be an expert on that, wouldn't you? A treacherous part of my mind whispered, but I ignored it. This was a feast in the honor of the men who had fought and suffered. Self-recrimination had no place here. Here we go, the drunk knight said, no doubt picking up on the change in my expression as the actual flavor of the meat began to rise to the top as the heat melted away. Smoky and sweet, it was unlike anything I had tasted back in King's Landing. It reminded me of something. Something half remembered from before I was brought here, to Westeros. The northerner recognizes that food need not be endured but enjoyed. Praise be! Came a shout from across the hall, to scattered laughter. No, not scattered. Otherwise, I would not have found myself joining in. Or asking for another chunk of roast. It would be a rarity, this. Best enjoy it while I could. As the feast continued long into the night, it slowly began to wind down. The frighteningly palatable torture dishes began to be replaced with more mundane and familiar bowls of bread and cheese. At some point, the drunk knight had passed out and been dragged off to some convenient chambers to sleep off his inebriation. Many of his fellows had shared the same fate, leaving the hall to steadily grow more and more deserted. I, by contrast, was still mostly sober. A welcome side effect of a life half remembered was that I knew firsthand of the idiocy I was capable of when given access to too much booze. Still, the key word in that first sentence was mostly. That mostly conscious haze of inebriation was a luxury I had not indulged since before the birth of my children. Not since the early hours of my nightly vigil, really, as the effects of my friend's celebration had worn off. No, this would be the last time I would appreciate it in a long time. Nothing good could come of doing otherwise. Vaegon. A familiar tone interrupted my thoughts, growing steadily more depressingly realistic. The Euronwood prince had sidled up to me, standing tall while I stared at the tired reflection of myself at the bottom of my tankard of ale. You look far too melancholy for a victory feast. Mayhaps, I allowed, leaning back against my seat. Is a man not entitled to a single night of quiet contemplation? A man might be, he said immediately, though I did note the smile on his face. But we are not. Princes, remember. I am beginning to regret giving you any kind of political advice, I grumbled, rising to my feet. To my great satisfaction, my legs were steady beneath me. The wonders of self-control. But I don't think you're here out of mere kindness. Father is asking for us. He revealed, and I turned to look down the high table to find nothing. An empty table. Had he already left? In the solar. When did he leave? I asked, more than a little embarrassed at having missed the king having left the feast. After the song about the Marcher lord's daughter, he answered. That did not clear matter up. The second or the third one. Was it hypocritical of me to criticize the repetitive nature of Dornish songs when the rest of Westeros had no more than 4 topics for their songs? Mayhaps. But those 3 topics at least came with variables. The 5th, he revealed, before breaking out into laughter. I jest, it was after the goat course. You may have been a bit distracted to notice. Right. I sighed. Lead the way then. You think I know my way around this castle? He asked as we made our way out of the hall. True to the implication, he got a servant to lead us to the Lord's Solar. Well, the King's Solar, now. Ah, good, you both made it. The King of the Red Mountains stood at the head of a small table, inspecting a map with far less detail than the one he had been using on his campaign. No doubt his concerns were different, now. Come, both of you, it is time we plot our next moves. What is there to plot? The prince asked, striding into the solar, and I followed close behind him. It was decorated rather plainly, with bare floors and only a handful of tapestries depicting glorious scenes from history, but no doubt that would change before long. Fowler is in a cell, as is his grandson. All that's left is to pacify our new holdings. There is the invasion of Dane lands, I said. The lands surrounding Starfall were still in chaos. Because while the Danes of High Hermitage were still of House Dane, they were several generations removed from the main line. Other houses, spread across Dorne, had better claims. One could hardly ask for a better time to invade. Especially if one had a better claimant hidden away somewhere. For several heartbeats, silence reigned in the solar. We will not be marching on Starfall, the king eventually said slowly. What? A ball of ice formed in my gut. Was this the resolution to my actions after Baelin's death? An atrocity committed for seemingly no benefit save sating my desire for vengeance? No, for absolutely no benefit. Would my monstrous actions have no purpose? Say that again. Would it have just been a senseless loss of life? Vaegon, we have 2,000 men, the prince pointed out. We cannot conquer the Dane lands with so few men. Especially when we still need to ensure the former Fowler lands are pacified and accepting of my father's rule. Doubly so when the forces of Starfall are largely untapped, King Euronwood said. No, I will remain in Skerrige to ensure this part of our realm is pacified. Anders, my son, you will return to Euronwood with 500 men on the morrow. Raise another host in case some Martell loyalists decide to finally intervene. Our agreement was to conquer all the Red Mountains, I pointed out. Was this just a ploy to extend my services? Your Grace, I would not be able to hold the Dane lands even if we took them without losses, let alone the former Fowler lands, he said carefully. Your Grace. He was using the style again. The familiar tone of the gracious ally was gone, now, leaving only the king. The men my son will raise will be the dregs of my realm, green boys and grey men, good for little beyond dissuading attacks. I cannot in good faith invade with my forces so diminished. Best we consider our agreement concluded, then. I asked. Vengeance had been meted out. House Martell had lost its land-based trade routes with the rest of Westeros. An ancient and noble house had been extinguished for not preventing war. By all accounts, this had been a triumph. And yet, despite that, the lingering taste of the feast was beginning to foul upon my tongue. That might be for the best, yes, the king admitted. Before continuing, he took a deep breath to steady himself. Although, you could have a place in my realm, if you so choose. I won plenty of territory from Lord Fowler. It would be no trouble to find a few hides for you. Tempting, but no. Now more than ever, I was needed in King's Landing. I still had siblings to raise, a sister to see wed, businesses to mind. Still had nephews who should not be forced to lose their father and then an entire side of their family. And as much as they needed me, I needed them just as much. You are kind, Your Grace, I said. But I am needed up north. Besides, becoming a vassal meant paying taxes. Of course, he agreed, offering a hand with a sad smile. Oh, he was reluctant to see me go, that was clear. Naturally. I had been quite useful to him, after all. Then I wish you good fortunes in your future endeavors, Prince Vaegon. Likewise, I agreed, shaking the offered hand. My father will know of your deeds. Expect a raven in the coming weeks. May your kingdom long outlive you, King Yorick. I left that same night. Chapter 43, like brother, like sister. Even in the depths of grief, know that you are not alone. The new arrangement for the Red Mountains of Dorne, once you took the time to look at a map, was a beautiful thing. Economically, the dominance of House Euronwood was easy to predict. With control over both the Prince's Pass and the Boneway, they held the two most viable overland routes into Dorne, as well as one of the few viable ports. Since the southern coast of Dorne was dominated by whirlpools, that left only the northern and eastern coasts for sea-based trade. And since the eastern coast was tragically close to the Stepstones and the pirates that called them home, making it less than appealing to merchant vessels, mine especially, that left the northern approach. And since naval navigation usually followed the coast, well, safe to say the King Euronwood was about to cut into a more serious portion of Martell trade than previously anticipated. Mayhaps I could even negotiate a free trade agreement of sorts with the man? Lower customs taxes and duties would cripple the non-Euronwood Dornish economy. Thoughts for later. For now, I had to get home. And on my way there, I got to appreciate another beauty of my plan, how Dorne would be fractured. Euronwood independence, even without the former Fowler lands, meant that a certain Dornish lord suddenly found himself surrounded by enemies on all sides. House Will had never been so exposed. Split from the rest of Dorne, what could they do? To the north the Storm lands, to the west the Red Mountains and then the Reach, to the south the lands of House Euronwood, they were surrounded. It would be child's play to rush in and dismantle it. Or even just to destabilize what? After all, what was inflicting a quick succession crisis after they aided and abetted the murder of our brother? Heat rose in our throat as we bellowed a challenge for the world to hear. After all, who could challenge us up here? Who would contest our supremacy of the skies? Who dared contest the greatest dragon in the skies of Dorne? An answer reached our ears, and the heat vanished as quickly as morning dew. We dropped from the sky, fell until we were only a few lengths from the rocky ground and leveled out. Skimming just ever so slightly above untamed fields of grass and wild flowers that sprang from the rugged slopes of the Red Mountains, we raced along as our mind tried to catch up to the actions we had carried out without thinking. Dragons in Dorne. Who could it be? I did not recognize the roar, but the echo of the mountains twisted the sound too much for that to mean anything. Not Dreamfire or Silverwing, they were still in King's Landing. Not the Black Dread, he was confined to his lair. Vermithor or Caraxes, then? They had accompanied us all those weeks ago to defeat the Martell. But even with how the mountains twisted the roar, it sounded, not right. Who else could it? Vaegar. The great bronze beast of the Conqueror's elder sister. The second greatest beast to soar the skies of Westeros, of the entire world. Our murdered brother's mount. No, that was madness. Why would she be here? Why would she have forsaken her home of Dragonstone in favor of some glorified hills in Dorne? There were no pleasantly hot volcanoes here to heat her scales, no people that were wise enough to not fight over the odd stolen sheep or 7. Our initial burst of madness proved further foolish as the roar came again, soon followed by yet another roar. 2 dragons, then. Twice the danger, twice the risk, twice the possibility of having our wings slashed, our throat torn, our spine shattered. No. We forced that mad tumble of thoughts to come to a halt. We would be fine. Our kin loved us. They would not hurt us. We rose into the skies again, roaring challenges as though we had not briefly reverted to a terrified hatchling, as a gently smoldering castle came into view. All around it stood rings of tents, a golden yellow, the stag of House Baratheon flapping proudly alongside the dragon of House Targaryen. Thin plumes of smoke rose to the heavens, joining the greater pillar of smoke from the castle itself. Father's men were here. This time, as the answers came, far closer, we did not flinch from them. No, we flew towards them, even as our body screamed at us to run, to flee, to save ourselves from a fight stacked against us. As we slammed into the ground in the courtyard of the castle, the traitorous thoughts fled. Around us, 2 smaller, but still threatening, dragons looked more than a little on edge. Both were red, but the slightly larger was darker than the other, the color of drying blood rather than the proud scarlet and pink of the smaller. Through what had no doubt once been a gatehouse, but now was little more than a half-melted pile of rubble surrounding a hole in the wall, a cluster of figures streamed in. Guards, men-at-arms, knights, those were expected. There was an army camped just outside the walls, after all. It was the figures accompanying them that was unexpected. Aemon and Alyssa. The chains fell away, and I dropped to the hard-packed ground, just as my siblings reached my side. Clad in steel plate and mail respectively, it was easy to guess they were here for war. It was both sobering and reassuring, in a way. Reassuring, because it showed that I had not been alone in avenging Balon. Sobering, because they had been fighting to avenge Balon while I had been busy with my scheming. It was enough to make a man sick with shame. Vaegon? Aemon asked. Though his face bore confusion, his stride did not pause or falter or break as he drew closer and closer. I did not even have time to answer before he drew me into a bone-crushing embrace, black steel plates sent clattering from the impact. At least, it would have been, were I a weak and untrained fop of a noble. Instead, I wrapped him in an embrace that matched the might of his own. Thank the gods, he whispered, his grip on me tightening. Thank the gods you still live. It might not have been the most eloquent response, but it felt right. At least this brother of mine lived. For that, the 7 had my thanks. For a few moments, we held the embrace before breaking it off. At this close of a distance, it was impossible not to notice the tears forming in his eyes. And really, who could blame him? The man who lost one brother was reunited with the one who had disappeared for a month. We separated further, and I turned to greet my sister. Alyssa. I approached my sister, ready to embrace her as fiercely as Aemon, when I noticed her deformity. It was new, no doubt about it. The slight bulge of the stomach would have been hard to miss under normal circumstances. When clad in reflective mail, darkened though it was. My now widowed sister's pregnancy was impossible not to notice. Any words that I might have spoken died in my mouth. Without a further word, I wrapped her in a gentle embrace. She was not so gentle, not so restrained, her embrace threatening to crush my ribs. For nearly a minute I held her, felt her crushing embrace slowly weaken, until I released her. What are you doing here? I asked softly, giving her a quick once-over. She seemed in fine health physically, though the eyes were red and skin blotchy from weeks of mourning. Once again, shame began to pool in my stomach. I had abandoned my family for the sake of vengeance, had pursued politics when my family grieved, and for what? An incomplete buffer state? Gods be good, what kind of brother was I to abandon my family when they needed me most? Justice, she answered resolutely, her voice thick with barely restrained anger. Showing these beasts what happens when you murder a Targaryen. As she spoke, her tone grew more aggressive until she all but hissing the final words. Behind her, Malay's own deeper hiss echoed her own words. Justice. Looking around the burned-out husk of a castle, I could already tell what brand of justice it was. The kind fueled by rage and grief, the same twisted justice I had meted out to House Dane. Although, this castle looked to be in far better shape than I had left Starfall. It brought me hope, in a way. It brought me hope to see that even in the depths of grief my family could act with something resembling restraint. But really, that just meant I fell short. By then, I should have been used to it, but it did little to keep the shame from growing in me. We are following father's instructions for the war, Iman corrected gently, putting a restraining hand on our sister's shoulder. She did not appear to notice. Come. We can discuss it in the main tent. Alyssa, will you join us? Pass. My sister shrugged off our brother's hand, striding off towards her mount. No doubt Vaegon attracted some attention. Best one of us keeps an eye on things from the skies. Alyssa, I called out, my sister already halfway in her saddle. Still, she craned her neck to look at me as I drew my sword halfway from its scabbard. It was a poor fit for the blade, the weapon's design far more primitive than contemporary greatswords, but it held the blade. My sister's eyes widened at the sight of dawn. After all, what noble worth their salt in the Seven Kingdoms did not know of the swords of the morning and their fabled blade? There was only one way an undane such as myself might have gotten their hands on such a fine weapon. And as much as I might have regretted the extent of my actions the day I claimed it, I knew my sister could use the sentiment. The comfort of knowing she was not alone in her burning desire for vengeance. And judging by the bloodthirsty grin that spread across her features, she more than appreciated it. Finally, someone with the guts to do what is needed, she said, doing up the chains to keep her in her saddle. Without another word, Malaise spread her wings and took to the skies. Caraxes seemed unperturbed, but the cannibal stuck to the corner of the ruined courtyard he had claimed. 7. Preserve this family, I thought. This war is turning us into monsters. She's been, well, she took Balin's death the worst, Iman explained, scratching awkwardly at his chin. And I feel for her. Were it not for father's desire to reduce Dorne to 100 kingdoms, I would be up there with her. Excuse me, what? 100 kingdoms? I asked, more than a little skeptical. How does he plan to manage that? By having us capture every lord and knight with a hide of land to his name, Iman said, running a hand through his hair. Even now, after a month of campaigning, it was still far longer than my own. It's a hellish task, frankly. The nobles have all gone into hiding, leaving us with only a few knights. Father can give you more details. Then I had best be off, I said, slowly coming to a halt. If father was planning a grand campaign in Dorne, then I should be racing back home. Well, after a quick detour to Night Song to pick up a soon-to-be guest of the crown. But at least I would get to see Ma Edgley again. And the kids, too. And my nephews. No doubt they needed my presence most of all, even if it was a month late. Viserys especially. His parents were gone, and his grandparents were hardly the most attentive guardians. You won't stay even for a meal? Iman asked, putting a stop to my plans. Looking over, my brother appeared almost bashful, like he was not used to asking his brother to spend time with him. Then again, he wasn't. At least, not with me. I was hoping we could catch up a bit. Balin had been his closest friend for decades. They had spent time together whenever they could find it. I can spare a few hours, I allowed, and was rewarded with a silver-touched smile.